Welcome to another fantastic weekend here in Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2024. We are at the India region qualifiers going on with the group stages. My name is Lucifer and along with me is going to be Nekroz. And Nekroz, this is going to be day number 2 that we're going to be witnessing, where a lot of these teams will try to fight out, but I feel like a couple of teams have already made their strides to get those better seedings as we move on to the next stage.
Definitely. I mean, already in the first day, we experienced such a roller coaster ride. I mean, when you just talk about the top teams also getting, beaten by the new teams, especially teams like Clown5 coming onto the top. Yes, they were struggling with the first 2 matches that they played, but finally they ended the day on a good note. I mean, they won the final match that they played, and that's a good momentum that they need actually, especially in this day number 2, because all the teams that we are seeing right now, they will be playing with that for the seeder position for the final day of Asia Champions League India qualifiers, because from there the seeding positions will play a vital part for the qualification of the grand finals.
Now, I'm not too sure of how these teams are going to kind of get their position ready in terms of them getting better chances to qualify, as you did mention, but one thing for sure is we can still keep those undercards where teams still pull off something different even if they're the lower seeds. I think we've seen that when we were seeing the WCS qualifiers with the Indian region, even here in the India Open, right? The teams which we thought would actually get themselves to a victorious position, the winners and also the players from WCS, none of those teams, the players who we know, right, who've been in the circuit for long, who made newer teams after the roster shuffle, they also did not make it through. But as of now, we spoke about day 1. Quickly, we'll take a look at day 1 and come back. That was our day 1 journey where teams did put up their best. We saw a couple of those players as well. One of those players is going to be starting off in the match number 1 that we are going to be witnessing. But before that, a quick overview and the structure of what's going to go down and how the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2024 is going to conclude. As you can see, open qualifiers happening everywhere, and from there we get 6 teams. Now, right now, it's going to be the regional qualifiers that we are seeing. East Asia consisting of Japan, Korea and Taiwan. Coming into Southeast Asia, we have Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia and Thailand. And Thailand also, the first place team from the Thailand Open goes directly to the PU ACL 2024 finals. And from India also, we are going to be having 1 team out of the 6 teams that we are witnessing who are now fighting in the group stage for a better seeding, who will then go to the second stage, which is going to be a single elimination bracket.
Exactly, and that will be played on the third day. That means the 23rd of December, we will have the final day of this Asia Champions League India qualifiers, and out of the 6 teams, so that we have already got a very good info. But talking about the other teams from the other regions as well, Lucifer, we have got East Asia, we have got Southeast Asia as well. 8 teams from the East Asia. We are getting MJK, Unite Holic, Exora Tigers Gaming, Mosquitoes, Shin and Rudoy, Team Easy, Joy Unite from East Asia. From Southeast Asia, we have Team MYS, Road to the Top, Get Together, Sincerity 2, as well as we will have other 4 teams as well coming up, 2 from Indonesia and 2 from Philippines.
I want to see what happens next, as we already know about the teams from India: Clown5, 4G Legacy, Skyesports, Revenant Esports, Team Griffin and Team True Gravity. Now yes, as we did initially start, their journey has not that been great, but we'll see how it functions today. We spoke about regional stage day 2 and the matches in front of you. We even saw in the highlights of day number 1 Apple of what he did for the side of Revenant Esports, and Revenant so far have been having a smooth journey. Let's see how it functions today, whereas on their opposite and is going to be Skyesports, who have not been having a great run. They've just gotten losses, and whereas I thought Skyesports maybe on India Open something went wrong, that's fine, they'll come up stronger in ACL. I even spoke to the players, but seems like the other teams have stepped up and Skyesports are unable to get that stride going. Then we go to True Gravity, Clown5, Revenant again coming back with Griffin. Match 4 goes to FS with 4G Legacy, and again True Gravity playing in 5 with Revenant. 6 comes with FS trying their best, but Clown5, they're putting down everything like a hammer, and match 7 is going to be 4G Legacy versus Team Griffin.
That's a big schedule that is coming up already, but the standings as of now, we see for the first seeded position, there are 2 teams in the contendership. That's going to be True Gravity as well as Griffin, followed by it's going to be Clown5. There will be Revenant on the 3rd spot itself. In the 4th, we have Forger Legacy and Clown5. But unfortunately, Skyesports, as we mentioned earlier, they faced 2-0 score lines in the previous day. That was the day number 1, and eventually they are in the bottom of the seeders. So they have to make sure that today is their day, and they have to win at least all the 3 games that they're having right now to make themselves in a comfortable spot before the day 3 comes up.
I have no idea of what's going to be happening now with Skyesports at this bottom position. Thankfully, this stage is not of elimination in the regional stage qualifiers. I would call it qualifiers, because out of this India League, right, there's only one team that's going to go ahead, Nekroz, for the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2024. When we saw in 2023, it was a wonderful journey, but when they stepped up to that international stage, every team did fear them, but it felt like they had that international stage jitters. But we'll see how it functions. Right as now, as you can see, how the India League is going to function. This is going to be the day 3, the bracket that we mentioned, a single elimination. As you can see, the first seeded team has just 1 game to play, and if they win that, they qualify. They become the champion of the India League in Asia Champions League 2024 and will qualify for the Asia Champions League in Bangkok, Thailand. And I'm looking forward to who that team is going to be. 5th and 6th seed, they are going to be having the most toughest journey. Now, if the 5th and 6th seed start winning all their games, they also stand a chance to become a champion. But their game starts from 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 games that they would have to win consecutively, Nekroz, to become a champion in the India League. That is going to be on day 3. That's the next Saturday that we are going to be witnessing this. But can they make it happen or not? We have to wait and watch out.
And every game is like a do or die, Yusuf. I mean, in this kind of in all these matches that they're playing on the day number 1 that they played, and today that they will be playing, it's just like if they even lose it, they won't get out of the tournament. But on that day, the final day, if you lose, you are just out of the competition, and that's how the things are going to function. We have it in front of us on our screens as well, as the day number 1 and day number 2 will be a single round robin format. All the teams will be playing in a BO3 series, and after the end of day 2, we will have those 6 seeding positions, out of which the entire schedule of day number 3 will be planned.
We spoke about how day 3 is going to function. Their brackets also you saw in terms of the seeding, and that's the reason we said seeding is crucial. Now, even in this league, right, India League stage, where teams are looking forward to seeding in the group stage, not much problem for them. They're not going to face elimination. But look at that. It's a best of 3. 6 teams will be competing against each other. finish to the top, right? It is Pokemon at the end of the day. It is a journey to be the best from the rest. Now, who that is going to be as a team is something that we have to wait and watch out, especially after the changes. A quick overview of the day 3 is going to work. We spoke about it. That's a single elimination bracket, meaning you lose one of your best of threes, you're out of India League for the Asia Champions League journey. Now 2024 will be done for you. You would have to look to 2025. But before that, there is still a little bit of a hope that I can say for the teams who get eliminated. That is WCS. But again, 6 teams tournament bracket. Indian regional qualifier champions will qualify to Pokemon Asia Champions League 2024 finals all the way in Bangkok, Thailand. I am super excited for whichever team is going to be going there. Last time it was Malaysia that players did go down to. It was wonderful to see, especially of how that concluded, Nekroz. We ended up seeing a literal reverse sweep. A team almost had reached to their match point, but unfortunately they could not close it. And immediate reverse sweep, and we end up seeing the others out of the blue becoming the champions and telling their region that we are champions, we are going to be still champions. Now, is it going to be the same here in 2024? Who's not what to say? In WCS, we ended up seeing a 2-time champion, the world champion, but I hope this year is going to be different. We end up seeing newer champions coming through, emerging through, because we have a lot of potential, not just in this Asia Champions League, but I would see all these Asian teams who might even look forward to the world's title.
Exactly. All the players who are playing in here, the trainers more precisely, they're all passionate and they're all hungry for that one title of becoming the champions. But quickly we'll have an overview of the entire tournament and the game rules. We all know that it's the entire 10-minute span of all. We see the matches getting played, a 5v5 tournament. Each team consists of 5 players, and the stadium that will be played, that is going to be Thea Sky rules. But the main thing, the change that we have on the day number 2, Lucifer, is that the Dodrio is not banned anymore.
Yeah, it's unbanned. As you can see, the other Pokemons, however, Zacian, Mewtwo, X and Y, and Meowscarada will be banned. Now, Meowscarada, yes, it is the newest Pokemons, but also for our players wondering or viewers wondering why Zacian and Mewtwo are banned. Now, you would have seen in the recent patches, and if you have not seen, I would request you to go down and read those patch notes as well, and even the director's notes coming through, our producer notes, and you will see that their future plan coming through for these Zacian and Mewtwo Pokemons are going to be those legendary titles where one player from each team can use this, and it will come in the draft stage, not meaning that one team is going to be picking up those. And again, those have those legendary status, and that is the reason those Pokemon as of now will not be used in our India League stage, where we are going to be seeing them fighting for the Asia Champions League. Quickly talking about the draft pick, players who have been used to Pokemon UNITE know about this. People who don't know, we'll quickly tell you about that. The purple side or the blue side, if you want to take it, they have the first choice at all times after the initial bans, and then comes in the second team who will have choices of 2 Pokemons. Then we end up seeing, as it continues, 2, and then we see the last pick coming through. In the preparation phase, you end up seeing players having a chance to maybe change. Now, when we spoke about the pick phase, right, your intentions in the draft pick phase is going to be denying the opponents a Pokemon of their choice, because only one Pokemon can play in a match, not the same Pokemon on either end of the teams. So therefore, you deny a Pokemon, meaning the other team would have to shuffle their thought of what meta they could have been bringing into the round number 1, 2 or 3, and therefore maybe even turn the tides in your favor. Now, that is very crucial here in the draft pick, and that's the reason I keep wondering of how these teams, right, throw a curveball to each other.
I mean, we usually see, or we hear from the players in time of interview as well, Lucifer, that sometimes the player says, we were beaten in the draft phase itself,
yeah, exactly,
in the very first match, but then again in the second match we just got a good read, and then we came back with our own draft pick and we denied them for picking their own pick Pokemons, and then by the draft we almost secured 40% of the very match.
I think draft is going to be crucial, as always it is, right, Nekroz? And this time I'm pretty sure it's not going to be any different. But I do want to see, with also Dodrio being unbanned, how do teams kind of respond to it. We did see Speedsters. We even saw in our day 1 highlights, right, where we saw Sings playing with that Leafeon, doing damage, those solar boinks that we keep talking about. Very effective solar blade. And I think in these times of Pokemon UNITE, in the 2023-24 era, we are seeing a lot more Leafeon being used than the other Speedsters. I think in India Open we did end up seeing an Absol which was Personally, something that I really like, that teams are kind of exploring these new metas or the Pokemons which is generally not seen. And even when we kind of spoke to players in the short interviews that you see in segments, right, they did even speak about Japan as a region where they do like, because apart out of all the other regions, this region kind of brings in a lot more Pokemons in terms of their combinations and play it out and make trouble for the other regions. So I do like where India is also moving into, like bringing other Pokemons where it can throw people off guard. We did even see a lot more in terms of players making those choices. But we'll see. Right as of now, a quick interview, as I was talking already about Revenant as well as FS's interview.
My favorite Pokemon is Hoopa because we can move around the map and get scores easily and do macro plays.
We usually practice individually in the morning, like for 1-2 hours, and we have our scrims around 6 or 7 in the evening. So we have our schedule like this.
For me personally, and for my teammate also, Tensai, he told me about Psyduck. Like he's one of the best top laners, so he has told me to watch his gameplay and recordings. So yes, I have learned a lot from him, and he's like one of the best top laners of India. Yes, a particularly player which I inspire like is BKC. His macro plays are on point, and he is a very good player. So I have learned a lot from him by watching his gameplay. So yeah, he's like a favorite player for me.
I think it's Iru because he is the initiator and he makes updates the game for us during the partner. Yes.
Usually, we mostly play scrims at evening, like from like 5 p.m. to like 9 p.m. only, like 4 hours. And individually like I only play solo ranks with random players like that only.
I think it's Hoopa. It's the most versatile support and you can do a lot with it.
For me, it's Italian because it's a pretty good hero. I like Rodrigo because I like to split push. And I like fun to play.
My favorite Pokemon is Azumarill because I can beat anyone with that.
You can see Nekroz, right? Every of these players mentioning about Hoopa. In these days, Hoopa ban has been quite often seen. And if there is a chance of bringing up Hoopa now, you can see as a supporter, right? Out of all the others, Hoopa is like a little bit of a game changer, right? You can bring about those plays where you immediately turn the sights around. Now, imagine if you take a Regieleki and use it as a bait, as it's going to be a sixth ally, and it pushes the top path, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2 of the top path, doesn't matter, but your opponent is in trouble, and immediately you decide to attack the tier 2 at the bottom path, and that causes trouble. Now they have to have divided attention. They cannot have all the 5 players to the bottom or all the 5 players to the top, and therefore it gives a viable chance for the side of having a Hoopa. Now yes, because of that we have seen a lot of Hoopa bans coming through. Players are moving back to Cliffable and Blissey, but I do want to see whether Day 2 changes something new. Now with Revenant having better storylines so far, Nekroz, we have seen their journey, right? Revenant have been one of those teams, unfortunately, in their final fights end up facing defeats. The love and hate story of Rayquaza that we keep talking about. But this 2024 or 2023 that we are seeing right as now has been a little different for them.
I mean, already if you talk about the day 1 itself, it justifies your statement, because they started off with a 2-0 scoreline. Like they won both the matches that they played on the day number 1, and as for now, the new lineup of Revenant looks super strong, and I'm really concerned about the other teams, because we were most probably focusing on Forge Your Legacy through Gravity, because they were the finalists of the India Open that happened in the very recent times, and after their gameplay or their kind of performance that they did on this LAN stage, it seemed to us that these two teams can be one of those contenders to go for the finals of Asia Champions League. But once again, Revenant coming up with some new strategy, coming with some new tactics in the ACL, showing others that we had a time with our team. We gelled up very quickly after the India Open, after we got eliminated. But now, as we have came back, we are now here to prove everybody that we are the real kings of ACL.
Let's see how they do it, but right as now, jumping into the teams that are going to be fighting it out. For all the people maybe who's joining in new, the match right in front of our screens is going to be Revenant Esports versus FSEsports to start Day 2's action here in Asia Champions League India League stage. Now again, this is the group stage where teams are fighting for their seeding. From the side of Revenant is going to be Burzum, Tensai, Apple, Goku and Genius. On the side of FS it's Paresi, Rook, Berserk, Blair and Size. Or PYZ.
I mean, yeah, we can just call it like that itself. But again, FS Esports, do you think, Lucifer, I mean, we were discussing just a few moments back that FS, they didn't had a very good day. They were strategically beaten, outperformed by the other teams that they played against. But today, against Revenant, it's like a do or die for them. Do you think they will come up with some new combination or new composition in their lineup in the top phase?
Good thing that you mentioned, it is kind of do or die again for our viewers. Doesn't mean that they're going to get eliminated. It means there are chances of a better seeding. Because we just spoke about how day 3's bracket is going to be. 5th and 6th seeded teams are going to play the first game, and from there on they'll play with, if whoever wins from the 5th and 6th seeded team, they'll move to the next seeded team and try to fight against them. So it's not going to be your general single elimination top 6 bracket. But before we get into that, day 3 we'll have a lot more time. But team introduction, Revenant in front of our screens, as you can see, they're more inclined to these frontline roles coming through. That is your defenders. As you can see, Revenant, Snorlax, Blastoise, Lapras coming through. Then is a little bit intention towards these ranged attackers and also support. We do not see a lot much of their frequently used Pokemons in being a speedster, but I feel like this is also something that has happened, as we've not seen a lot of Apple playing just speedster, right? Because it was not allowed in the India Open much, but here in the Asia Champions League 2024, in the India League, we are seeing that they are getting a chance to make sure that Apple plays a lot more speedster. Now, average damage dealt, as you can see, it will be on the higher end, but I really like the average damage taken stats. That's where these frontline that we just spoke about, Nekroz, comes into play, meaning that they're effectively using these defenders as those defending brick walls, or maybe even steel shields, if you want to say it, without letting their backline being invaded and they get attacked, meaning their highest damage dealers are going to go out. They're making sure that that doesn't happen.
A previous day as well, Burzum on the Chandelier, maybe sometimes on the Inteleon, getting all those kind of moments to help the front line, specifically the Lapras and the Blastoise. They were going in front, using the Water Sprouts and Rapid Spin, dealing the opponents a lot of damage, and again Lapras coming into the play. Strategically, Revenant played very well, and again, when you mentioned earlier that we saw Apple playing on the Speedster, like on the Leafeon, on the Glacian as well sometimes maybe, but once again, whenever he has stepped in, he found it a lot more value in the terms of damage, and he was getting the full, I would say, that kind of allowance, because all the frontliners, they were just dealing the damage, yes, as you mentioned, but again, when it comes down, if today anyhow FS manages to beat down the backline, invade the backline and stop Apple or Burzum anyhow, can be a key to success for the side of FS if they want to beat Revenant out here.
Key to success of how it is going to play out is something that we have to wait and watch out, but key to success for FS is also needed. As we did speak a lot about Revenant, it's time for FS Esports, and in this end you can see it seems to be a little balanced, but a little of an inclination towards the side of, again, defenders. As you can see, Blastoise, Umbreon as well as Slowbro. I think Umbreon is one of those defenders I did see missing on the side of Revenant, but here I can see that Umbreon is being quite often picked, and that's the reason 100% pick rate along with the side of Blastoise. Rarely do we see Slowbro coming through. I feel bad from my bottom of the heart for Slowbro being at 25%. Come on, he's the true bro. He has been the best defender so far in all the Pokemon Unite events, right? Even I think in the previous WCS that we saw 2023, that was this year itself, towards the end I think we did end up seeing a Slowbro, which was very crucial, but we'll talk about it later. Here I can see FS Esports averaging their damage dealt and damage taken very close. There's not a clear distinction here, whereas I think from the side of Revenant Esports we ended up seeing at least a 40,000 different. Here it's close to just being 10,000 or 15,000. So I feels like FS Esports balanced as a team in terms of damage being dealt, damage being taken, but somewhere down the line it is not looking like they're functioning together, right? We are seeing individually every player is trying to perform, but the other teams are outperforming them. You did even mention about it, right? Outstratting them. So I hope today FS Esports have gone back, they've practiced, and it works out to be a better day today, because again in Pokemon you need to get your Pokemons in practice, figure out what kind of strategies you can do. And let's jump into our match number 1 of day number 2. It is FS versus Revenant, the draft in front of our screens with the ban starting it out. But Goku, come on, you banned the true, bro?
They don't want to allow even, I know, like FS were not picking it up, but still they want to play on the safer side and decide, let's not go with the slow, bro. Maybe it can be annoying towards them, but Pardesi instantly decides to go with the Hoopa ban and itself. I guess we have to wait. We have to wait for that Hoopa action to come into place. But again, FS having the first pick preference, Lucifer. The first pick definitely should be on an Umbreon.
Waiting for it, FS Esports having the first choice, and there goes the Umbreon. This is something that you did speak about, Revenant missing on their end, but they still have a lot more variety choices. They did see Trevenant, Snorlax, Lapras coming in, so Lapras immediately Genius locks into it, and also Goku picking up Clefable. Clefable has been also very crucial in these recent times. We did even see an buff coming in for the Drain Kiss. We don't generally see a Drain Kiss still being a moveset, but however they end up using Follow Me, which causes trouble for these ranged attackers who might be targeting one of these backline attackers from the opponent end. On the other end, we end up seeing a Blastoise being picked, meaning that Revenant will not have a choice of Blastoise. However, Berserk, he picks up the Glaceon. We did see a crazy time that Glaceon had earlier in the year, and now with the recent update, a little bit more that we see its attacking speed has been increased. I want to see what Berserk can do.
Followed by a Tensai again back on that Snorlax again. We have seen the Yawn being so much effective in the past, last day number 1, and the Snorlax was way too much hectic for the other teams to make a counter. But Blair, he finally goes with the Leaf Yawn alongside Pardesi, sticking with that Blissey, but Burzum, he decides to go with that Zoroark. So that does mean some speedster action from both the ends that we will be witnessing, and again giving that preference to Apple to go with the Zoroark, because previous day he was just went hammering all the players when he was playing on that Zoroark.
Final preparation phase in front of his screens. You did mention about the speedster. Berserk takes it. Initially had Glaceon, that Blair picks it up. Pardesi is their support. PYZ and Rook are going to be playing their defenders. On the other end, Tensai and Genius, the picks that they made is going to be staying the same. I do like these early evolution of a Venusaur coming through. That doesn't mean Unite is going to be unlocked early, but still Venusaur and the first gen Pokemon evolution being early at level 7 is interesting. But Apple, I do want to see how they use it. We have seen certain times that these speedster are put to a stop, right? Even though they pick it up later down the line, it's still put to a stop. So Apple, I think his early game is going to be super crucial. After he finishes the mid path, gets himself the buff, and then he starts finding the initial chaos that might give Revenant the early game advantage.
Yes, indeed, and again coming on to the game, it's going to be very interesting as the day number 2 just kick-starts with this final, or the first game of the day. It's FS Esports take on Revenant, where FS, they will be looking forward to get their first win in this HCL India qualifiers, while Revenant will be focusing on to just keep their winning factor on, as we see both the speedster trying and settling out, farming themselves up for the early game.
Interesting. It'll be a battle between an Eevee as well as Zoroark. Now how that works out, to be waited and watched out for. But initial score is something that I'm still looking for. It doesn't seem to be coming on the top path nor the bottom path. But look like we could have seen an initial KO as well. Trying to fight with Tensai is not a great idea. You could see he was taking naps in between as well. That's the better part of being being a player like Snorlax, having a Pokemon under your belly. But finally it seems like Berserk has found his way, got his initial score, making sure the attack weight that he has gets stacked upon. In the meantime, the initial KO is also being found from FS Esports, and they're scoring on the top path as well.
A good start indeed for the side of FS Esports, but again, if we just talk about Apple, he's just farming. He's got good number of scores, but he needs some time. 3 of the players we see the Altarian Swablu spawning, and they will be trying to secure all the buffs itself. The Solar Boings coming into the play. It seems that all will be going in the favor of Revenant Esports for now. They're still struggling or waiting for the one moment to strike and get the scores done for themselves. But it seems FS Esports, once again, in the previous games, if you talk about FS Esports, they did had a good control earlier, but when it came to the mid game or the time when they need to keep it up, they failed it out, and that can cause a little bit more trouble. But we see the first scores and the stacks coming up from the side of Revenant Esports on the top, but it seems Goku, he is struggling a lot on the top, and probably he will be getting the KO itself.
45 to 15. 8 minutes on the clock. The center path, Alterian Swablu is going to spawn. It seems like FS Esports might be intending for that. No, they're like attacking the bottom. They do not want this speedster to go all out. They're attacking Apple Riders now. Apple trying to run away. Oh, the icicle spear misses and it connects with Tensai. So for Apple will survive. However, Buzzum does not. That means that Crowley is out. Blair doing really well with this icicle spear. And icicle spear is my personal build that I do generally use. It's wonderful, man. With the ice shards to use, you end up using close to 16 icicle spears if you time it perfectly. In the meantime, keeping the top path still in contention, the Lapras gets another 17, getting Revenant score up to 69. Now FS Esports, they're on the back foot, but 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to see a Reggie, but is it going to be a KO? PYZ very close to finding it, but he did see that the opponent Lapras was very close to their goal zone, meaning blue shield is up for access. Bottom path, we saw a fight for the Altaria and Swablu as well as the Indeed. Majority of it went in the hands of Revenant Esports. Revenant do not have a level advantage still, but it looks like everybody is clumping up together, which is not allowing FS Esports to find a proper KO.
This time the Regice has already spawned. Already if we talk about FS Esports, they're having a good level buff for themselves, and they will be trying to just keep Revenant Esports away from these objectives. It seems the mean look is working very precisely. The Umbreon is there on the front lines, helping FS to secure this Regice very nicely without any kind of contention, it seems. But again, they're pushing Revenant, all the players back. The Unite being dumped in this bottom tier 1 goal zone, pushing Cliffable. If he gets the KO, yes he does. There he's just doing wonders in that moment in itself. The Unite being committed by the Leafeon, pushing Apple to the tier 2. There's nothing that the Snorlax could do at this point.
FS Esports back on track is what they say, and they're not going to get a big overdunk, only an 18 coming in from Rook, but their score still surpasses that of Revenant Esports, 134 to 69. Now they're going for the top, Regieliki. Apple trying to hit PYZ. Doesn't get much out of it. PYZ is the defender, so he knows he cannot find an instantaneous KO. However, on the other end, Lapras trying to go for his score. Does get the 6 in, so the special attack specs is still on stack. Ice Beam being used, and now Revenant jump in. Unite being used from PYZ. That does not give any advantage for Revenant to find a KO, and you can see Blastoise finds one. Cliffable is down, meaning the support is down. Healing is going to be down, and Tensai is also stuck with Umbreon's mean look. Another KO being found, and now is trouble. Even the Moonlight Prance, and then the Zora jumps in but still doesn't find. Lapras goes out. Beamasaur comes through, finding one on Blissey, but instantaneously gets countered. A 2 KO streak from PYZ, and what a top path control that they showed with an overdunk of a 35. Now they're easily taking this Regieliki in their favor.
The Regieliki has already been pushed to the tier 2. Revenant Esports, they seem like they have to defend it at any cost, but look at the control that FS Esports they have all over. They have the level difference in their hands. Look at that, the Leafeon is already level 11, but it seems the Venusaur will be going down again. And Apple, there is nothing more he can do. All the front lane of FS looks super strong at this moment, but once again, Lapras taking care of the Regieliki on the top, not letting him, making the tier 2 vulnerable for themselves. But Revenant, they have to focus on the late game, it seems, or they have to focus on the upcoming objectives that will be coming up. As we see, the Regirock has already appeared in the bottom.
And you can see they're already taking it. Stopping them is going to be Rook. And Rook with his mean look is trapping Tensai at all times. Again, Icicle Spear coming through. Tensai might not survive, but he goes for a Unite of a power nap, and the Snorlax trying to buy some time. Venusaur using its Unite. The Verdant Anger comes out, and the Lapras from the back end finds one, but Venusaur does go down. The Leafeon looks better. However, Sava is barely in now. Apple trying to chase, but it's not working. The block being used really well. Umbreon finally gets KO'd, and that was a crucial KO to be found. Now, Apple still doesn't have much HP, therefore he needs to retreat, and that's the reason Genius, he's making sure that he gives that breathing space for the players of Revenant to get back to either the top, mid or either any other positions that they want, and looks like Apple wants to score a sneaky 40, but PYZ had read it coming through and he was ready for it. Now with a rapid spin, now Apple trying to take the Alterian swap rule, successfully takes it, but the lock on coming in from none other than the Glaceon finds a KO. Tensai in the meantime did get a 16, not an overdunk, therefore they're sitting at 123 and Tensai might be stuck, even might end up giving a KO just like Goku at the bottom path. The Cliffable is down along with this Snorlax, easily with the basic attacks going down.
Skyesports, they need to keep this momentum as what they have built it up, but again, one more second to go. The Regiliki is there, and this time Revenant, they will be focusing on melting it as fast as possible, because if this objective again falls in the hands of Skyesports, the level difference is going to play a very vital role, because FS will be going one step ahead of this one. But it seems Revenant just says, you know what, this time we're not letting you just walk away that easily, but they have to focus on the bottom objective itself, because they will still have around like a 25 seconds more before the Rayquaza spawns up. But they look at the KOs that are happening. Lapras goes all in and finds the Umbreon down.
Bottom path, that's what they're here to destroy. Do they get a big overdunk? Two people at 50, and yes, they do get a big 50. It's not a crazy overdunk because there was still 20 that they had to score initially to break it. But with that 50, they get the scores better for them. 192 to 177. Skyesports on a deficit, but they all decided to go back, teleport to their bases, and now they've left this Registeel, my bad, for easy takes, and they'll get the attack speed with this 10 seconds on the clock for their Rayquaza. And with Rayquaza coming up with this attack boost as well, might be a better chance for Skyesports. Quickly, we'll talk about levels. 3 people on level 13 coming in from side of Revenant, but there's a level 14 Glaceon with a 13 on Leafeon. These EV troubles, right? Duo EV evolution is something that Revenant need to watch out for. We saw that lock-on coming in from Glaceon. If they're able to dodge it or even find an initial KO on the Glaceon, things can work out in the favor of Revenant.
Nobody's willing to engage at this point, but again, Pardesi clearing the tall grasses. The Blissey looks in some serious trouble. He needs some support, but itself it seems the Solar Boinks coming from the side of Berserk trying to damage, but Pardesi, look at him, he's dealing good amount of damage, but will be able to recover himself. Genius trying to just handle the front line. The solar beams coming, but meanwhile Apple comes up with a sneaky 66 on the tier 2 of Skyesports, and now the things are getting nastier because Revenant, they're up against, they want to engage and they want to get all those KOs as Lapras takes the Umbreon down. The Unite being committed by the Blastoise, and it seems that Skyesports, they're losing the momentum that they've gained throughout the entirety of the match.
Made a big mistake. They decided to take up the fight, but he's trying to fight as much as possible. He finds the Venusaur and now looking forward to taking down the Zoroark. Very close. Using its Unite, and they find a way to dodge from Apple. That was very close. Zoroark could have found a KO. You saw even after the Bliss assistance, right? Almost going down. Now Revenant, with those goals on the top part that Apple found, you can see Revenant at 270, and smart was Apple. He also got his stack done, his 6 stacks on the attack weight. Now players from Skyesports have respawned, but their Unites not much. They only have the 2 Emerald Step coming in from Leafeon as well as the Umbreon, but on the other end all Unites being used for Revenant, so this might be the chance. But Apple still hiding the tall grasses along with the help of Lapras, finds Glaceon and now might be finding another one. And immediately look at that Zoroark. Lapras immediately Zoroark immediately decides Apple to run away. Now they need to get the scores done with no time on the clock. Goku going for another 33, and nobody's going to stop this. 33 to a 66. Whereas on the other end, Skyesports were very too late to decide that, guys, we don't have time, let's go for score. And Apple was already ready, waiting to find chaos, and he does before the match ends. And Revenant Esports, they get their victory.
Look at that, 7 KOs coming up from the side of there, but still at the end game it was all Revenant, and kudos to the kind of play that they decided. Specifically, you see that there are only 3 players who got the majority of the KOs. That's Burzum, Genius and Apple. Goku and Tensai gave all the support that was possible with the constant healing coming up from the side of Goku and Tensai, not allowing the players to run freely towards their end. Revenant, they just outplayed and again outstrated Skyesports one more time. And the very first game of day number 2, it was seeming to me that, FS, they have finally come up with some good tactics by seeing their early game and the mid game that they were having. But after all of that, all of those objective securation, Revenant again proved themselves in the late game as the better team.
I think the only mistake that I end up seeing from the side of FS Esports is they got a little bit too comfortable very early on. With even the final stretch being there, it looked like they were way too comfortable and thought they were way better in terms of fight. Whereas Revenant, them destroying those goal zone towards the end gave them the advantage. Both the tier 1 as well as both the tier 1s on top and bottom. That's something that FS Esports did super early, and that's the reason they got a little too comfortable. Now, as you can see, in terms of battle data, might not be much on either end, but it felt like fared better are the defenders. One end, Genius with 73,000 damage. Same is going to be PYZ on the Blastoise. Lapras and Blastoise doing phenomenal stuff. Coming in from side of Blair, also we ended up seeing great stuff on the Glaceon. But however, even though Burzum's Venusaur was not that effective, was still viable, especially crucial when it was needed to be towards that final stretch fight. We ended up seeing that Revenant were the ones who found that first chaos, especially a little bit of an overextension. Pardesi wanted to kind of try and tame the beast of Revenant. It did not work out. He just made it worse in terms of their anger, and once Pardesi's HP started going down, you ended up seeing PYZ decided to jump into the fight and try to take control of it, and that also did not work. Even though he found one KO in the mix, there were 2 or 3 KOs that were found from Revenant on the side of FS Esports, where they were sent to the Nurse Joy's center and they had time. And in that meantime, even Apple decided to go and score on the top path. I think that's where FS Esports said, oh wait, Apple is scoring over there, this is our chance to jump into for a fight. But they did not kind of get into the idea of Speedster is meaning they're going to be super quick, super speedy, and Tall Grasses was where he was hiding without giving away his position. He jumps in, swoops in, does the damage, and FS Esports are completely thrown off the game. As you mentioned, you can see every objective except for one Regieleki in the 6th and 8th minute that we see Revenant have, every other in favor of FS Esports, and they still did not win the game. All the bottom Regis, only FS still was not their game.
I mean, they will be just looking forward to see, not make that mistake. You mentioned it earlier. They got comfortable, and it was completely justified by their game. They invested a lot of unites in the early game because they wanted to engage and find those early KOs, but both the team conceded 2 each. I mean, FS also got 2 KOs done against Revenant. Again, also from the side of Revenant, they also found 2 KOs on FS, and after that everything happened so quickly. In the meantime, Apple got that chance to get for the scores, and we will have a quick recap of what actually happened. From the very start, Tencent was being very much kind of like a shield. He was having and acting like the front line you wanted to be. But from the early game, FS Esports, they were having such a great control. Everything was going perfect on the time, on the line, and it was seeming like it was supposed to be the game of FS.
It was supposed to be. From the start till that 6-8 minute mark, it was theirs, but then they started giving chances for the side of Revenant to destroy those tier 1. I understand that might be a strategic move as well, to kind of get those NDDs spawned to their bottom edges and the top edges. However, still not the best of the decisions, where we saw the fights being used really well in terms of a couple of those individual mid-path fights. But you could see Revenant were okay with giving up their defenders and supporters in terms of a KO. They're like, okay, take this up. While their main crucial ranged attackers, speedsters, they were busy in leveling up, evolving, and that worked out really well. We spoke about it. 3 players from the side of Revenant were on level 13, whereas only one on 13 and another one was on 14. So only 2 Pokemons looked better. Everybody else was a little lower in terms of their level. Therefore, Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We witnessed an amazing match number 1 here on day 2 of the Asia Champions League India stage. Now we do want to see which of these teams are going to finish off on the higher seeds. Starting it off great is again Revenant. We saw Skyesports, who looked like they were closer or inching towards a victory, maybe their first victory here on day 2, and starting it off strong. But Revenant, being that composed team, knowing that they have still chances, waiting for the right opportunity, and they smacked the opponents down, and now Revenant have gotten themselves on a point. Now in this best of 3, if they're able to win the second game here in match number 1, Nekroz, means another clean sweep. So far Revenant have been the only team, I feel, yes they have been the only team who have had clean sweeps. So if this is another clean sweep, trouble for the other teams, meaning Revenant might just conclude themselves in the top 1 seed.
Yeah, that's for sure. And eventually, you know what, there is only going to be one team who will have that first seeder position for themselves. Yes, True Gravity, Griffin, they are on the race. They're in the race for that first spot. But you know what? The clean sweep factor always plays the upper hand. And when you have like the most number of clean sweeps, so for you to become that first team or acquiring that first seeder position becomes more easier as compared to the other teams that are in the race. So that justifies Revenant. They will be looking forward to it, because even after not having a great start on the match number 1, or maybe in the early phase, they still managed to clinch the victory, as we were all talking about it earlier. But again, Skyesports, we are talking about for them, because it's either do or die, because if they don't even win right here, for them to even get the 4th seeder spot will be very, very much tough. So they might just end up in the 5th or 6th.
Now again, as we did mention, it doesn't mean that you are going to be out of the tournament, but your chances of getting eliminated out in the stage 2, which is going to be our playoff stage of a single elimination bracket, that means your chances of getting eliminated early can look better. And also your journey, even if you win your matches, is going to be just longer. Now if you get in the 5th or the 6th seeded match, you would have to play 5 consecutive games and win it all to be crowned as the India stage champions. Now whether you do it or not is something to be weighed, and respectively -1 for every other seed. Now 4th seed, meaning you would have to play 4 games, then 3rd seed 3 games. Similarly, that is what is going to happen down the line, and the 1st seed has to only play 1 game, and if they win it, they're going to be called the champions. And that's why the single elimination stage and playoff stage is going to be overall 6 teams that we end up seeing. If they don't, Revenant, they do have another game today, and all the games for all the teams, right, the single round robin, will conclude today, and we'll be seeing who wins against whom, and finally we'll get our positions in terms of the seeds. Now I do want to see Skyesports, after getting a good head start right in the starting of the game. We did see proper chaos coming through, we did even see early stacks coming in from their end, but it's about them, I think, getting an idea about we have control over the games. We might be the ones who will be winning this up, and we've seen it a lot of these times. The final stretch fights have been always very crucial, right? Rarely final stretch fights are like not much of concern, but let's see if that is going to be the case here or not. Revenant looking forward to another dot on the top, as we can see, winning in the game 2, meaning a clean sweep. If not, right now we end up seeing draft. Otherwise Revenant would have to play the 3rd game again, as we see a draft is going to happen for the 3rd time. Well, let's see what's going to happen in the draft. One end, it's still going to be a slow bro. On the other end, still a hoopa that we end up seeing. So the bans, 1 on a supporter, 1 on a defender. We did speak about the slow bro, right? We did see it from the side of Skyesports that they like slow bro, and Revenant right now countering that slow bro by banning it.
That's probably the best move that they are looking forward to. But again, Rook, he will be just sticking with that Umbreon, while giving the privilege for Revenant to go with the same picks of Lapras as well as the Cliffable. But Skyesports, are they going to make any changes in their composition? Because for me, the match 1 composition was perfect. I mean, what actually happened, the mistake that they did, we already talked about it, that they messed up the momentum that they were carrying forward, and it seems that they are going to stick with the same, because PYC, he goes with the Blastoise, now followed by Blair with the Glaceon.
I thought it's going to be a double ranged attacker, waited for a second, but the Tencent immediately locks back. Snorlax already snapping over there, but we'll wake up for the game number 2, but we'll see how it works out. Apple again picks up Burzum's choice. This time Burzum keeping it at the last choice, and in the other end FS Esports say, let's not give Apple the Zoroark, let's give him something else. It's okay, we'll take up the Zoroark. Now again, Blair is also a phenomenal player on Zoroark. Let's see how it works out. Burzum picks up Leafeon for Apple. Now choices same. It doesn't seem to be much of a difference here. Blissey still being in cards, but this is still going to be playing that. We still see PYZ as well as Rook on defenders, Umbreon as well as Blastoise. On the other end, Tensai and Genius still playing Lapras as well as Snorlax. Burzum will eventually in the preparation phase change it up, but maybe not. Wait. The items are being changed. So looks like Apple is sticking on to Venusaur, and Burzum is going to be playing a Leafeon.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what actually happens. And also, we see the speedsters playing a vital role. And Blair on the previous time, if I'm not wrong, he was playing on that Glaceon, and he was finding a lot more value on that on those Icicle Spears. Berserk, he was doing pretty good with that Leafeon, but it seems, you know, they decided, let me just get the EV in my hand and we'll see what happens next. Maybe Berserk is better on those EV or evolution that we might say. But this match is going to be very important for FS, whether or not they stay in this BO3 series that decides in this very match. But again, for Revenant, they're looking forward for another clean sweep.
Now FS Esports, even if they lose this game, right, I don't want them to lose it to a 2-0. They have been losing all their games to a 2-0, meaning they don't have a single point in the standings as of now. So at least if they win a game here in this group stage, in the India leg stage, we see that even if a team loses, but that game goes to the game number 3 with 1 point being in their favor, meaning 1 point will be put in the overall standing, so that at least their seeding position might change in one of the games that they win. Otherwise, if they keep giving away these clean sweeps, times are going to get tougher for FS Esports in terms of their seeding. As of now, mid paths, on one end it is being played by the Zoro. That is what you would always think about. But on the other end, Apple is going to be playing. He wants the early evolution and also might want that early Unite, if possible, coming in on the Venusaur, because Venusaur is already an early evolution Pokemon. Burzum on the other end already getting his stacks through with the help of Tensai on that Leafeon. Squirtle as well right now getting his special attack specs done. Pies, let's see if he's going to evolve to the War Turtle. In the meantime, Tensei also getting himself a small nap. Burzum again on this Leafeon snatches away the NDD's Aeos energy of 5. Still has a chance for a stack, but decides no, he wants to just keep gaining the experience and level up.
Blair, in the meanwhile, he's waiting for the right moment. He's waiting on the tall grasses. The Leafeon will be coming on the top lane. He was predicting it for a longer period of time, but it seems they were looking forward to get this Wobloos in Altaria, but Snorlax, he just snatches it away. But this time the Solar Boys coming into the play. They're pushing all the players of FS Esports in their own tier 1, not letting them come in front and take the fight itself. But PYZ, he will be just waiting for that one moment to get his Rapid Spin and the Water Spout, exactly that kind of combo, because in the previous match we saw him doing such a good damage towards the opponents. But again, everybody's focused on the bottom tier 1 of FS Esports from the side of Revenant.
Right now, Pies tried to snatch away the NDD, it did not work out. All these Aeos energy are going in favor of Revenant Esports. Glaceon has also evolved, EVs are back online, but there's a one Leafeon. So this is not going to be an EV party coming in from FS Esports this time. Previously it was. They had a 3 EV over there with the Umbreon as well. Leafeon, Glaceon. This time Leafeon has changed sides. Now going in for the center path, Altaria and Swablu. But again, Revenant, they're the ones taking it away. Nice Solar Blade as well as Leaf Blade being used. However, no KO being found. But Tensai finds a player hiding in the tall grasses. Mean Look does trap him, but KO being found from Blair. Immediate counter KO from Burzum, and that Zoroark is down. Now the Solar Boy is also coming. PYZ will be pushed back to his Flux Zone. In the meantime, Revenant wanted to score goals. That has been denied. However, there can be a KO here. Mean Look, they did stop Leafeon. They put it down, and now PYZ coming back into a fight. Genius has been trapped with a Mean Look, and now Lapras also going down. 2 KOs being found. Apple has fully evolved to the Lapras. I'm sorry, Venusaur, but also the Blastoise evolves with finding those KOs. And now Apple versus Blastoise. Now there's going to be a second KO that's being found. Apple might also be KO'd. The Mean Look puts a trap on him, but they do not call it out. Therefore, Apple will be able to survive, but also has that Giga Drain and Petal Dance that he's playing with. That is the reason FS Esports decide, let him go back. It's okay. We have slowed him down. That's our intention. But right now, it's time for the Reggie. One Unite has been unlocked. Make it 2 Unites on the side of Revenant Esports. So things are brewing of trouble for FS Esports from the start in this game too.
Look at this kind of position. Snorlax again pushing everybody away with those shield. The solar bombs coming into the play, but Icicle Spears giving a hell lot of damage on the Snorlax. The Unite being committed by the Zoroark finds a good value out of that. The Clippable goes down, but the solar bombs harms the Umbreon coming up with the Unite, but I think he gets it. Umbreon goes down. Venusaur gets the Zoroark, and the entirety of the control has fallen into the hands of Revenant Esports, as they will have the privilege to go and melt down the Regice, but they decide first we will just dump all the scores and destroy the tier 1, and they did it very precisely. Revenant Esports, they are on a very huge lead.
Oh, look at this. They have found where PYZ was, so they wanted to trap him. Pies, thankfully he had a rapid spin on and he'll be able to run back to his mid path. Otherwise, we could have seen another defender being in trouble, and Revenant, they're looking very well in terms of trapping these front lines. They do not want FS Esports front line doing any kind of damage. Look at them, they're again trying to chase this PYZ and also taking away his Altaria and Swablu, making sure that PYZ will not get enough experience and will not have a chance to level out and be better than the defenders of Revenant. However, he is still better. He's on level 10 already compared to a level 10 and 11 Venusaur as well as a Leafeon, but Venusaur about to get KO'd, but there is the Glaceon finding a counter KO, but the Solar Boing finds him. Glaceon is down. Now Genius, he's going to be looking forward to the 6th ally, but PYZ might be looking forward to stealing it away. Does not work. Apple is there. Pell Dance and Giga Drain makes it work, and now the 6th ally will help Revenant to push their goals even further. They're already sitting at 139. Unite again being used now. PYZ will be finished off with the help of Lapras, and that is going to be the Regieleki as well as tier 1 of the top path being vulnerable. A 40 overdunk is what they were waiting, and Apple does put it down, putting their score to 202 already, and we are just done with 5 minutes of the game. Or Rook, or extension. There's no way he's going to run away with it. He did put down a mean look, but it's not going to be enough. However, Tensai, big amount of Icicle Spear damage that he hits. We were just talking about it, Nekroz. That is close to 16 Icicle Spears that hit him.
But still, look at that. Revenant Esports, they're pushing all the way to the tier 2, but it seems now they decide, let's not go there. We have done the damage what we wanted to. Both the tier 1s have been breached, and now we will be focusing on for leveling up and getting the objectives in our hands. Not to let FS Esports have a single bit of chance of getting and securing any of the objectives, but it seems Umbreon, he wanted to start it off well, but there are a lot of players of Revenant in the bottom, while Lapras, he's the only player trying to hold the tier 1, as it seems that FS Esports, they're more interested in getting the scores done.
Apple defending his tier 1 on the bottom along with the help of Goku. Mean look, he gets trapped, but doesn't matter. In the meantime, Snorlax finds a KO on Glaceon. That's a big one to be found. PYZ trying his best, but the Solar Boink is ready, keeps his distance, and now immediately there is going to be Burzum, who decides to teleport back to base from there, go to the bottom path to help his teammates get the Regi Eyes in control. That is going to be the first objective still, Nekroz. Imagine, only 3 minutes on the clock, 7 minutes passed, and right now the first objective is being secured from the side of Revenant. What amount of concentration they're showing in terms of keeping control of things. They're like, guys, we want to destroy their goal zones. Done. Check mark. Then we want to make sure that FS Esports do not get much in terms of experience. They do not get the wild Pokemons. Check. And now when they have cleared all those checks, eliminated many of the wild Pokemons here in Thea Sky Ruins, they decide it's finally time to take objectives. With another objective spawning on the top, that's going to be the Regieleki, and the final Regieleki. Revenant don't seem to be trying to take it. They're like, let's see what FS Esports are doing, making sure that they do not get a chance to level up. Somehow, they've managed to get their Blastoise on 12, Zoroark on 13, but on the other end, Venusaur is on 13, along with Leafeon being on 13, with Lapras also on 12. If Lapras gets to 13, Revenant will make sure that they get a clean sweep. Oh no, towards the end, they secure the Regi.
This is just turning worse for the side of FS Esports. I mean, what are you going to focus on? You have to stop the Regieleki, otherwise it's going to make your tier 2 vulnerable as point. The Zoroark and everybody, they focus on stopping this Regieleki no matter what it takes, while the Blissey, it seems that he's going to get trapped in between all the players of Revenant Esports, because that support can cause a lot of trouble, while he's just trying to hold himself down, not to let anybody come near him, as all of his teammates from FS was focusing on stopping the Regieleki with the Rayquaza. comes into the question in the legendary pit, while Revenant Esports, they are all in their positions trying to get as many KOs as fast as possible. But Lapras, he gets trapped. All of the players are looking forward to get this KO done, while the seems Venusaur will be popping off. The Solar Blade comes into the play, and PYZ, he commits the Unite, stuns the players at this point, while FS Esports, they're still struggling to make the values for themselves.
Unite's being forced to use. PYZ was about to be taken down. Now Tencent in that verge of being KO'd. He might as well be KO'd. He uses the block shield, therefore he gets a little bit of a blue HP and survives. Meanlook also stops the forces of Revenant at their position, but 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, and you can see a dunk of 20 coming through close to a 40 score. But then the Verdant Dagger comes short but doesn't find effective damage. The Icicle Spears are better. The Cliffable going down with the help of a Blastoise, and now trouble brewing on the sides of Revenant, but there is the Emerald 2 steps, finds a KO on the Umbreon along with the Blastoise going down, but immediate counter KO. Glaceon finds it. Lapras is out. However, Leafeon not letting the chances of FS Esports look better, and a score of a 68 comes through. However, Leafeon finally gets KO'd. Players from FS Esports 2 survive, but 2 are not going to be enough to drain the health on Rayquaza. They have to go and score goals. Can they do it? No, not going to be possible. Cliffable, after getting the goal, has already found its way to the bottom path. Snorlax has back again up from the Pokemon Center. Therefore, Revenant, they already have their chances of winning this game. 30 seconds on the clock. FS Esports need this Rayquaza, have to fight for the Rayquaza, but Blair is being chased out. Pardesi just healing him over there with the help of Soft Boiled and Egg Bomb, trying to keep the players away and keep the healing going on. Finally, all the players of FS Esports are here. They're going to fight for the Rayquaza, but the Rayquaza is not going to come in their favor. It goes and gets secured from Apple. Big power nap Unite being used from the Snorlax, and this game is done. Revenant Esports get another clean sweep here in the Asian Champions League 2024 India League stage. And there's nothing that any team so far has been able to do to counter Revenant Esports. Revenant breezing through all the wins in Thea Sky Ruins against all odds.
Look at them. Look at these unstoppable monsters. 8 KOs on Burzum, 5 KOs on Apple. Both of them just outperformed everybody. But have to give a lot of credits to their front line as well. Genius as well as Tensei. They did a fantabulous job in getting those assists as well as tanking a lot of damage. We will see as soon as we just hop onto the other side. But once again, a good try from FS. But this match, at the first match, it seemed like FS, they did had a control. They did had a chance, you know, to grab that first match in their favor. But in the second, it was all Revenant. It was all Revenant from the start. There was not a single point that we can tell that, you know, FS Esports this time, they had a kind of chance to clinch their momentum in their hands or in their favor, but they could not. But it was not the case. It was all Revenant from the start till the end. They literally obliterated the side of FS Esports brutally.
Try their best here, FS Esports, but the momentum that they lost in the first game after feeling comfortable here, they completely lost. Second game was not at all theirs in match number 1. Yes, FS Esports on a 3-loss streak as of now, and when we started this Asia Champions League 2024, I wouldn't have ever thought about it. Pardesi tried his best. As you can see, 80,000 in terms of recovery, along with PYZ also. Even though he was being denied of experience leveling up wild Pokemons, he still tried his best. On the other end, I feel like very well played. Apple, 89,000 damage coming in on the ranged attacker. Berserk also tried his best, but at 78,000, but it was not enough because Berserk, as we did see, right, the aggressiveness that it showed that he had a tad bit lesser was not the right thing. Berserk is one of the aggressive-est players that you can expect from Revenant Esports. Is going to jump, but a crazy and good stuff that we saw from the side of Snorlax. Tensei playing it was just amazing. On that block, right, kind of keeping his mind wary on how much HP he has to make sure that he survives. He might have been KO'd from the Glaceon on the top path, and if that happened, things could have immediately worked out for FS Esports. He uses his block, also uses his teammates as a shield, and both of that, the blue HP as well as his teammates, save him from the Icicle Spears, and that gives the game for Revenant Esports to find the KOs. And Burzum also playing very smart, just like how Apple played in game number 1, hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for his teammates to do the damage, and then swoop in with the Leaf Blade as well as Solar Blade and find KOs. And here you can see how much time and how much control Revenant Esports had in their game, whereas FS They were barely trying to score goals. From the second minute to fourth minute mark, just 50 goals, and from there on just an increase of 20 goals in a 2-minute mark, and then they get another 40. But over the time of how Revenant have scored, you can see early 2 minute 26, but after that immediate jump to 100 plus Nekroz, and then another 100, and after that they just look forward to objectives after baking all tiers, and then finally the final fight, they get Rayquaza, they win it all.
Just have to say one thing, that I would say the most smartest move that they did was to waste all the unites from side of FS Esports. 4 unites were committed just before the final stretch, or just in the final stretch, but FS could not manage to get any KOs out of it, and after that everything went in the favor of Revenant. It was the case, but again from the start we can just clearly see how Revenant tactically planned and got one after another the KOs, specifically breaking down the front line of FS Esports and getting all the scores done.
Look at this final fight, looked good. Players from FS did survive. Blair as well as Pardesi were alive, but not enough. Blair did not get his stacks through, I presume. That's the reason we did not see effective damage coming in from his end. And towards the end, it was only Pardesi who was the healer. Therefore, both of them could not have drained Rayquaza's health and found the KO on it with the Rayquaza shield. Therefore, unfortunate was this fight, and the last fight was just based on luck. It was just fight for all, and I think the Petal Dance as well as Giga Drain being there worked out better for Apple to secure the Rayquaza, and therefore FS could do nothing. FS players were also low on health, and I think that ranged attack did not work through, and the switcheroo, right, of the Speedster going to Blair and the ranged attacker coming to Berserk, whereas on the other end that did change for the side of Revenant as well. Burzum picked up the Speedster and ranged attacker went into Apple. That worked out. It seemed like they've similarly strategized really well and understood what works out, right? And especially we ended up seeing still that the Speedster was, yes, in the bottom path. We end up seeing the ranged attacker going to the mid path, getting its level out early, and because of its verdant anger finding a lot more damage. So these tactically minute decision changes coming in from the side of Revenant was super effective against the side of FS, and FS could do nothing about it. You saw by the time the attack weight Zoroark moved out from its mid path, they were already losing down to chaos, so there were no control that the Zoroark could find or even find stacks through, and therefore that item itself kind of failed out to work for the side of FS Esports.
That's the kind of play. I mean, when you are trying to stack and if you're not able to do it in the early game, that's the result. We have seen it just not the first time. We have seen it from the very past time, all the matches that happened in the past, that if let it be Buzzwole, let it be Zoroark, let it be Leafeon itself, all the Pokemon that they're using to go with that stacked build, and if they're not able to do it in the early game, in the late game or in the middle game they struggle a lot. I mean, in such a way that they are not able to find the KOs or not able to do the job that they're assigned to. So that kind of plays a very important factor as well. But once again, if you just talk about, I really thought that Berserk will be the one to play on the Zoroark, because in the past time also he has always been pretty dominant on the Zoroark, but maybe there was sudden change of plans that they decided not to go for Berserk and Blair decided to play it all. But maybe once again we will be seeing it in the upcoming games. Maybe there could be some more changes from the side of FS, but it clearly shows us that even if you are getting eliminated earlier from a tournament, from a major tournament, it gives you a breather, it gives you a good time to grind and gel up with your teammates, and Revenant are just a perfect example that everybody should frame out, because they got eliminated on the 5th spot in the India Open. They got a good time, gel up, they got a good time to get their strats done, and look at them performing in the ACL.
I would say right now Blair also, the thing that you mentioned, right? He, in the early days of FS Esports, when they had very few Pokemon in terms of their pool, right? It was Blair who used to play that Zoroark, and he was a very dominating one. Maybe they changed things up and it seemed like it worked out when they exchanged hands, but again, getting back to that roster, I think that difference or that period itself maybe broke that synergy of Blair back on the Zoroark and other players on their usual positions. Therefore, it did not work out here in this game. But however, with this loss, right, they're going even further away in terms of their positioning. Their seeds in the middle is also being missed out. On the other end, Revenant powering through, right, to victory. They're powering through to the top seed. Every other team looks in trouble. You mentioned rightly about it that their chances of getting an early elimination in the India Open, I mean, who's to say that early elimination worked? Maybe it's just that, wait, we've been fighting so far and it looked like it did not work for us, and Revenant were just hungry. We've had enough of losses, enough of ups and downs in the Pokemon Unite journey. Now Revenant was the team, with Burzum itself, the first team to represent India on a global stage in the first ever WCS. I'm pretty sure Revenant want to do it over again. They did it even in the ACL 2023. They represent India on that global stage. Now they're looking forward to doing it here again, and that intentions are clearly being seen. Now if that works, Nekroz, I feel like after having that journey right in those international stages, first in the WCS they represented, then they went over to the ACL represented. After all those representations, this time they might just be prepared for the title as well.
I mean, I don't know, maybe it's kind of my belief, but I feel like ACL and Revenant, they have some kind of connection. Every time the ACL comes in, Revenant comes out of like a new butterfly out of the bud, and they just pop off all the heads of the other teams, those who are like a kind of big G's or big contenders of, you know, representing their own region. But again, Revenant, if they can do it, there's nothing more happier for them, because, you know, it's a completely different roster than what we saw in the previous ACL of what Revenant had. They had Swifty and all other players in their roster. Now they have some different set of players. Only one player is constant. That's it. That is Crowley himself. So that is also AK is known as Burzum at this point. Now the question comes in. We have seen 3 clean sweeps on a row from the side of Revenant Esports. So all the 3 games that they have played, they have made sure they are getting a clean sweep for themselves. That keeps them on the very first consideration for the first seed as of now, because there's still 2 more matches left that I believe. But True Gravity, Griffin, they're still on the race. They're still in that second and third position. Which team is going to get that second, or maybe, you know, defeat Revenant and break that kind of streak that they're maintaining? That's what we will be witnessing today.
Now, if any other team wants the first seed, the only way to get that first seed would be if Revenant lose the next games, or if Revenant conclude it in maybe a 2-1 fashion or something like that, right? I would say even if they conclude it in a 2-1 fashion, Nekroz, it's still Revenant who will have the top seed. It's only the losses that can maybe make a difference. Now, on the other end, I feel like if the sides of True Gravity, Griffin, 4J Legacy, anybody want to take the top seed, they have to win all their games, and if they do win it, then maybe, again, it'll still be a maybe, because Revenant have been winning all their first games from day number 1. Day 2 also they started here with wins itself. So it's going to be tough to find a way to break Revenant. Now Revenant, yes, do have the games against teams as 4G Legacy and Griffin as, so they did already have it. Now again, whoever they've already played with, they're not going to be playing it again. This is a single round robin stage, therefore every team is going to be playing each other once. Now here on the day 2 we'll complete all our single round robin group stage matches, where we'll finally get our seedings. Now the other teams, and especially the next upcoming matches, I do want to see how that turns in terms of tables, right? FS do also have their game today. Now I don't know how that's going to work out, but quickly talking about what happened in this game, as you can see, Goku, he was, how would I put it in picture? Again, Goku and Tensai putting up themselves for a KO, right? They are the ones who initially take damage, and they're like, okay, find a KO on us. While he's taking the damage upon himself, right? He's letting his other teammates find experience, find chaos, and also level up better compared to the opponents. And that is where Goku worked effectively, not just as a healer, as a support player, but also as one of those distracting players, invading, moving into the opponent's path, trying to bring them for a fight, do the initial damage on them, and the moveset is on cooldown, and then his teammates jump up and they pick up a fight, because the opponent's movesets are in a cooldown. See, Cliffable goes down here. Now yes, they find a KO. After that, Tensei also goes down, but the other players immediately swoop in. They find a KO on PYZ. The Moonlight Prance did try to find a KO on Genius. It eventually does, as Lapras goes down, but Apple as well, they do take down alongside the side of Burzum. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, this is Burzum in this. This is the first game that we are seeing here, and that is the reason I got for a second confused, and that's the reason. Burzum is the Venusaur here. The Burzum changed to become a Leafeon in the next game, and you could see, right, the early game in the favor of Revenant in the game number 1 did not work out at all. It was Skyesports dominating, taking objectives after another, but it still did not work out for Skyesports in the first game, because again, that factor of them thinking they have things under control fell south for them.
All the time, I mean, from the very start, everything was looking so like, you know, FS Esports. I wouldn't say that at that point, I was a little happy that finally FS Esports, who were struggling a lot on the day one, can clinch something, can have something to say that we have finally made a comeback. I mean, we had a bad day one, but day two can be different. Day two can be ours, so we can have a good lead, or maybe we can make a comeback. So I was feeling good for them. Like maybe FS Esports, they do have a chance. So, but the Revenant, they had something. We have a change of plans. We have some more trump cards to show you in the later stages. And the thing that we were talking about, that Revenant has a kind of bad luck, I would say, but kind of jinx moments in the very Rayquaza fight itself, because they are the one always getting a good game all throughout, but in the final moment they seem to be struggling. But this time, they changed this kind of myth for their side, and they just decided this time in the final stretch, in the final fight, we will make a comeback and we will bounce back as the winner.
They've been doing it so far from day 1 to day 2, Nekroz. Now their game for day number 2's match number 1 is done, right? Now we did speak about it. Revenant, yes, are going to have their games later down the line, but it's time for the other teams to step up. That's going to be True Gravity, Griffin, Forge Your Legacy. Now, whether the other teams are in contention, that's something that we have to wait and watch out for, because as we did initially see, right, the other teams are a little bit of in trouble, right, because their early games are not working out that great. Clown5 had one victory on day number 1, and after that they've had 2 losses back to back. Now, how that works out is something that I do also want to see. This was one team, Nekroz, we kind of commended them when we saw in the Indian Open lower bracket journey, right? It did not work out great for them. They got one game phenomenally, but after that immediately next game they fell to a loss. Now again, Clown5 will be fighting it out here in the second match that we have of day number 2, and you can see Clown5 having Legion, It's Okay Bow, Joy, Obito and Mewtwo. Mewtwo is not going to be playing Mewtwo nonetheless. True Gravity on the other end is going to be Zishal, Vulcan, Vixion, Melon, as well as a Suyu. And now this team, when they won India Open 2023, became the champions, had Miriam as well as a Suyu. And with now Miriam not playing, Vixion back in, a Suyu is going to be there still. It doesn't seem to be that this roster has had some big change. It still seems to be working really well in tandem.
I'm still concerned about on the Clown5 side, because they had a good match in the previous day, the final match that they played on the day number 1, they won it. But now again, just getting the momentum, we saw a Hooper action coming up from the side of Clown5 previous in the last match that was against Forge Your Legacy. They wanted it on a 2-0 score line. So I'm looking forward to see whether they can do it again, because we talk about Legion, it's Okay Babu, Joy, Obito and Mewtwo, everybody was there. But quickly, we'll have a short interview panel with both the teams.
Not really, no. I think everyone plays excellent.
Individually, I think we mostly try to play solo rank without accounts. And as a team, we do practice sometimes with national teams like Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, sometimes Thailand also.
I think I admire Volk from Forge Your Legacy. He's been my ex-teammate in the team called Team Griffin. We played Worlds together. That was a very fun team. Like, he invited us to his house for boot camp and all. We had fun together. So he really helped us for practicing and all.
I consider Star Singh to be the standout player of a team. Like, he's very good mechanically, and we trust him a lot with his picks.
For the morning routine, we start by playing ranked. Then in the evening or the night, we have a scrims. So we practice there, and we finish the day by reviewing the scrims, like what. That's it. That's the routine mostly. I particularly look out for the Philippine region, because there is heavy competition in that region, and there's no secure place for even the top teams.
We have a great respect for the diverse talent across regions, but we are particularly interested in competitive scene in Southeast Asia region. The teams from there have a showcase unique strategies, and we are excited to face them in the upcoming matches.
We quickly saw an interview coming in from both the teams, Clown5 as well as True Gravity. You see, right, this is the reason if people who are watching from the side of India Open till right now Asia Champions League India stage, that True Gravity is also True Griffin. So it is the TG battle that we might end up seeing. Previously it was True Gravity winning against the sides of Griffin, as well as True Gravity winning India Open champions. Now do they win it again is something that we have to wait and watch, because there's only one slot for the ACL representation. True Gravity starts in front of our screens. As you can see, again the front line being concentrated. Umbreon, Blastoise, Lapras and Slowbro, one ranged attacker and a supporter coming through. And here as well, Gravity keep their stats from both the ends, right, of damage taken and damage dealt very close, with just a difference of 20,000 in between themselves.
That being said, I know at this point I really believe that True Gravity, they will be sticking with that kind of same composition that they had previously. But once again, if you just talk about Clown5 on the other hand, we will have the stats quickly on our screen after this as well. But the difference in the damage dealt, we can just say that True Gravity is just keeping as, I would say, the most balanced team in the lobby. They have both the attack and both the kind of defense that they want. But on the other side, if you talk about Clown5, as what I was mentioning, they are almost having like around a little bit of difference, like around 15 or something like that, 11,000 difference almost, like between the average damage dealt and the average damage taken. But in the pick rate, they most consider Blissey as the support.
Clown5, I think rather than them being more of support or defense, we need to see their average damage dealt being super high, because that's what we saw in their India Open Game 1, where they concluded the game in the starting 2 minutes. Now Clown5 have that capability. They have to just bring it through. I know the competition gets tougher when you get to higher levels, but having such a capability, meaning that their strats are so good that they can pick up the pace super early. Again, it'll all depend on how the draft works. Now draft is something that every team these days have been kind of countering on their opponents and causing trouble on. Average damage dealt being lesser and damage taken being higher is a little bit of a concern here for me for Clown5 Nekroz, because the reason is, if you're able to take up a lot of damage, good, but how would you counter it to find value where you will be finding KO and be able to destroy the goal zones? I think that's what Clown5 need to show us here in Asia Champions League India League stage. If they're able to do it, then I think Clown5 stand a chance. But Clown5 right now are fighting against the India Open champions, so True Gravity are not going to take it lightly.
Definitely not. And when they are on a kind of verge of getting that first seed position where they need those clean sweeps, a team who is hungry for those clean sweeps, a team who is hungry for that first seeder spot, will eventually try anything and everything to just get it in their hands. But once again, the one thing that I really think, that happened in the previous day for Clown5 was that Hoopa coming into the play. The Hoopa not getting banned by any other teams, getting a chance. Mewtwo, he tried and brought the Hoopa, played it on a brilliant note and won this BO3 series with a 2-0 scoreline. So this time again, I don't think that Team True Gravity, if they've watched the matches, which they have done, I really believe in that, they won't be allowing the Hoopa to fall in the hands of Clown5 either way. So if that happens, I wonder what is going to be the kind of composition that Clown5 will be looking forward to, because True Gravity on everything, like in a strategically or in the kind of playstyle that they have, do have I would say does have a little bit of upper hand against them.
One thing I do want to mention here is, we did already give you this, that is Dodrio is unbanned. Now Vixion, he plays the Dodrio. That's something that we have to look out for. I think we might end up seeing a Dodrio being used here in this game. Now True Gravity, as we did mention earlier, right, they have to win all their games, making sure that Revenant do not get the top seed. If Revenant get the top seed, meaning the other teams will be forced to the second, third, fourth respectively, and if they're in the second, they have to play 2 games. If they're in the third, they have to play 3 games, so and so forth it goes. 5th to the 6th teams get to play 5 games in an overall in the day 3 of our Asia Champions League qualifier stage for the India region. Now how that pans out is something that we have to wait and watch out for, but I really hope True Gravity, after their India Champions Open, right, they've done a lot more. They've, again, as I spoke about it, their roster itself does not have that same playing 5 that we saw in India Open. We did not see that same roster when they were playing in the India Open qualifiers. So I feel like True Gravity, in terms of how they evolved and also changed with one player coming in, one player going out, has worked out. Let's jump into this match number 2, game number 1's draft phase, as we're going to be seeing the ban and see if it is going to happen. You did speak a lot about Hoopa, but I'm pretty sure Hoopa ban is going to be up and Clown5 are the ones who are themselves making it. On the other end, True Gravity, they look like they do not want to give a chance for Clown5 to get that Leafeon out. It feels like maybe they're not ready to counter a Leafeon, rather they're ready for everything else. So Clown5, do they bring in any speedster at all? Or if they don't, does the side of True Gravity bring out a Dodrio?
Now this can be a good question, but eventually Clown5 having that first pick preference will be locking the Umbreon on their side, because they do have a chance, and maybe an Umbreon, maybe a Lapras, because Obito seems interested to get that Lapras on their side, giving a privilege for Team True Gravity to go with the Umbreon if they want to, because that can be a good pick for them. Even a Slowbro can be a good choice for them, but Zisol instantly picks the Clefable for their side. Another time, a Suyu. What is he going to go? But you know what? Melon decides to go with the Umbreon while Vulcan sticks with the Clefable.
Coming in the next choices is going to be Okebavu, Blissey and Slowbro. Finally, we see the True Bro coming in with the Cursed Incense as well. Let's see how this item works out, the Cursed Incense. On the other end, we end up seeing finally an Inteleon being used. Even though the Inteleon was not banned in match number 1, people did not pick it up. Glaceon is still up for grab, but feels...
Oh, I really think that at this point, Suyu, he wants to just stick with that Blastoise and go all along with this Water Sprout and Rapid Spin, maybe a little bit of damage dealing one, because there's one player who is there to tank. He's got the Resilient Guard as well, but again, on the counter, we see Bavu. Is he going with the Blissey, or is it going to be an Eldegoss? Because Eldegoss, we have seen it getting used in the previous day number 1, but Mewtwo decides to stick with the Glaceon, and what you wanted, Sam, it is here. Mewtwo is there with the Glaceon alongside Babu picking up the Blissey. The final pick, Vixen. What are you gonna go with? I mean, you can play on the Dodrio, you can if you want to, but it seems a long-range attacker, that's going to be Decidueye.
A double ranged attacker, a double defender and a single supporter is the role for both the teams here in match number 2. Let's see how it functions as of now. I'm super excited as well. The items right as now, I already spoke about the Cursed Incense coming through from Joy on that Slowbro, but on the other end, special attack specs is also going to be there. We do see the newer items on Melon as well. Special attack specs also going to be there on Blastoise. Let's see how it works out as of now. On the other end, this pick of a Desi is something that I'm still waiting to kind of wonder of how it works out. Now, Resonant Guard being used on both of their defenders, Nekroz, is going to be interesting, with also the Charging Charm coming through, right? Now, all these new items that they're putting into use, I still use all the OG items, so for all these new players to throw players off guard, I do want to expect, but with these Pokemons and the builds, Nekroz, I want to ask you, before I let you go, who's going to win it out?
I mean, looking forward to the kind of composition and the Decidueye pick, that too on Charging Charm. First match pick for me, it's going to be True Gravity.
Let's see if True Gravity take it. With me right now joining is going to be Raider on desk for match number 2, game number 1, Clown5 versus True Gravity. Raider, what is your choice? Is it Clown5 or True Gravity?
I mean, before I was joining, I mean, you were already asking Nekroz that what is his choice, and he decided to go with True Gravity. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to, I guess, say at this point that True Gravity is one of those teams which can really win this one. Or should I say, win the first game at least. But yeah, Clown5 on the other corner, a team who has been way too impressive from the start of this journey, is also right over here trying to put in their best effort. And I do believe the combination that we are looking at can put Clown5 also at a very great spot once they figure out how they have to play along with it. Because again, True Gravity is a team who has evolved along the way. They have figured out they have been the champion, and they are one of those teams now who are trying to be the conqueror of Asia Champions League as well. There is just one slot from Indian subcontinent, so we are looking forward to it. And for now, it does feel like that both the teams are going to put it their best. So hopefully, we are going to see a very fantastic game coming in up ahead.
CU tries to take away the NDD, but it doesn't work out. Clown5, they're getting majority of it. Melon still trying to evolve from the EV to an Umbreon. It has not come out. On the other end, the EV from Clown5 has evolved to the Glaceon. Slowbro still looking forward to its level 4. from the Slowpoke to a Slowbro. Finally should get this if that 2 AO synergy comes through. Still did not work through. Mewtwo is also waiting to evolve to the Ivysaur. Finally looks like the Slowbro does evolve, but not the Ivysaur. On the other end, it is the top path being in control for Clown5. However, True Gravity, they get the initial dunks done.
But yeah, there is no such goal coming in from Clown5, and they are trying to stack up. Lapras is going in along with the supporter that they have got, and they are trying to come up with some good effort, but at this point it is just not happening. And also the goals from the Squirtle is not yet here. They are trying to evolve as fast as possible, no doubt in that. The evolution has to be the key factor at this point. Once you get that little buff, you can really maintain a lot of pressure onto the opponent, and it does feel like that at this point. True Gravity has figured it out, because their attackers and their heavy hitters are definitely looking at a very good spot. But Slowbro going in the tall tree grasses, punching some packs, and with that, Umbreon is also going to come up with some hits of their own, because right now main focus is with the Ultra Swablues being there in the mid lanes, and I believe the whole advantage of that Ultra Swablu came into the favor of Team True Gravity, and Inteleon is now at the final form. We really have to see what kind of combination is going to be there. I mean, the snapshot is already here, so it's absolutely amazing to see how those connections are going to be in the later stages, because we have seen a lot of interesting seals coming in from that snapshot. But for now, there go some goals. But at this point, the Umbreon is being cornered. I believe the KO will be coming in, and there you go. Glacier finds the first KO on the Umbreon. Well, indeed, there were some KOs even before this, but eventually Umbreon, a tank going down, getting cornered like that. Clown5 is ready to fight back, man.
Yeah. Let's see how it works out as of now. Especially with True Gravity having 2 snipers in their right? In their pool, and that might cause a lot of trouble, meaning they have a big range in terms of damage that they can do. Now imagine if one snipe shot as well as the Spirit Shackle, both of them come in tandem directions, right? There is no, I would say, position for players to be safe, and that can do a lot of damage. The Desi is also fully evolved. There can be trouble. In the meantime, Reggie has spawned, but there is also the long-ranged Venusaur that we see coming in. So Bavuk along with Mewtwo can cause some trouble. Regice has been moved from its bottom spawn position a little bit up, but I think eventually it's going to go back, reset. In the meantime, the fight is still ongoing. It doesn't seem to be swinging any direction, but the knock comes out to change that fight's direction, and Desi finds the first. The healer is down, Blissey going down, doing damage for even the Venusaur, and now they try to push them back, but the Glacial Stage being used, and then the Secure comes through. Oh my god, Mewtwo, the last minute hit coming in from the Venusaur, gets the Secure, again the beam gets Umbreon, putting players in very low health. Even the Sludge Bomb coming through, Vulcan barely makes it out on that cliffable. Maybe even the Desi could have gone down, but thankful that the front line was there to save the ranged attackers.
I mean, they were able to save the front line attack. The front line were able to save the back-end attackers, but at the same point, they also lost bunch of their players. At the same point, even the Regice got off their hands because of the factor that there were some long-range attackers coming in from Clown5 as well. Due to the factor that we do see that Venusaur, and along with that, even if I talk about the Glacian, the Icicle Spears are actually something which is quite impressive, and it can hunt down the opponent a lot, and that's exactly what happened to the Umbreon as well in that initial fight that happened in the bottom lane. But now, currently the stack is going on the top lane. It does feel like that everybody is trying to rotate over there. They're trying to melt down the 6 LI. It's going to be the Regieleki. Let's see if they can really bring that home. Oh, the Spirit Shackle goes in, but still it is going to be the Lapras, the tank of the team, Clown5, who is going to get this advantage. Every single objective Pokemon for now in the first 5 minutes is in the favor of Team Clown5. That really shows that Clown5 is prepped up to really perform at this point, and True Gravity is going to have a tough time at this moment. But Decidui and the combination of that Inteleon, the Snipe Shot and the Spirit Shackle also coming in can be very hefty, but there you go. The top lane goal zone has already been destroyed, and with that tier 1 goal zone already getting down, now it is an open opportunity for these guys to go for the bottom lane goal zone as well. But that's exactly what Team True Gravity is also able to read. That's why now they are trying to stack up onto the bottom lane, leaving behind their tanker, which is going to be the Blastoise on the top lane, so that there is no effect whatsoever on the top lane as well. But still, look at this. Decidui and Inteleon are still there in the mid jungles, and they know that there might be a fight coming in the top lane, and that's exactly what is happening. So the Spirit Shackle is ready, but Glacian finds a KO onto the tanker. Not just that, we will get to see the knock also coming into the picture. They're trying to avoid those goals coming in, and the Blissey goes down. Not just that, the Venusaur falling down out of the bed. Lapras Express is already ready, but let's see if there is going to be something interesting coming in. Meanwhile, Umbreon goes in to score a dump of 23. Indeed, tier 1 goal zone in the top lane.
trying the best to counter things out, True Gravity, but it's still not working out. Finally seems that the top path push might work out here, but the Beamer is back up again. Therefore, they will not be able to goal much. The beam, along with the sludge bomb, is causing trouble. Meanlook keeps a check. 11 score comes in, but the Verdant Anger comes out, finds the KO on the Desi, sends it back to the Pokemon Center. Moonlight Pranch being used in the mean. Oh wait, it was a goal that it was being secured. Now with the goal, yeah, they do, yes, destroy the top tier 1, but with that they might also give away a KO of that Umbreon. In the meantime, a Suyu, he gets a 39 score on the bottom, and with the Rapid Spoon, he'll be able to immediately get out of trouble. However, barely making it, thankful that his teammate came up with a Moonlight heal and will survive. Now Clown 5, even though they got the advantage, had control of things, had the lead in terms of the score, 182 to 135, True Gravity slowly are trying to bring things through.
True Gravity. Now, when the time is running out, yes, they are trying to establish some control, and they are definitely doing a great job at this point. I mean, they're getting some good KOs, they're getting the control of the bottom lane as well. They're trying to go for the Regice, and there goes the ultimate as well coming in. But Desi finds the pick onto the Regice, and they were able to melt it down. But what happens to Umbreon? Again, it gets KO'd. Not a very great situation. Not just that, Lapras finds a KO onto the Desi as well. So the heavy hitters are falling short. Inteleon sitting on the back ends trying to get the best out of it. But the snipe shots are being missed at this point. Blastoise runs back. The Clippable is going to support him a lot at this point for the recovery. But trust me, after the loss of those two initial Pokemons, which are namely the Desi and the Umbreon, it is again slip up coming in from Team True Gravity. Both the teams have lost their one tier 1 goal zone, and that too is going to be the top lane goal zone, which is quite impressive to watch. But there is no such speedster which can go for some sneaky goals in the later stages. Although we do see the long range attackers coming in, be it the Icicle Spears or the Spirit Shackle coming in from Decidui and Glacier respectively. At the same point, we have the Beamosaur and also the snapshots coming in from Inteleon. So both the teams are more than ready to fight from the back ends. Also, their frontline attackers are quite good. But at this point, I feel somehow Slowbro and Lapras combination is finding a little bit more value as compared to Team True Gravity's Umbreon and Blastoise.
Level advantage from the side of True Gravity though. 3 players or 2 players on level 13 and 1 level 12 on the Inteleon. Verdant Anger coming out too early. Was that a misclick? I feel so, yes. And now Mewtwo. He doesn't have enough time to get it back, and a big hit coming on the Spirit Shackle along with the Snipe Shot has caused trouble. He has to go back, get himself the blue shield as well as heal. Joy in the meantime trying to buy time, and this is a time where True Gravity have decided we have to swoop in. Already the Unite coming out, Spy Vision being used, and let's see if they'll be able to secure the Rayquaza. Clown5 still waiting and tied, but in the meantime an eject as well as Hydro Typhoon with Inteleon securing the Rayquaza. Nice distraction, and Clown5 have all Rayquaza shields and immediately will run away. Will not even indulge in a fight with the players of Clown5. Clown5 in the meantime also going to score goals against the odds of True Gravity, but will they be able to counter enough? It doesn't seem to be, as True Gravity has pushed up north of 430, and from there on stopping them is going to be tough. Stopping Clown5 has become easier because players from True Gravity have decided to be disciplined and retreat back to their base. From there, they're already defending their bottom tier 2, as well as one player on the jump pad will defend the top tier 2 as well.
Well, that Umbreon is more than ready to TP back to whichever place the whole stack up is going to be there. But it does feel like that it's going to be the bottom lane where the stack up situation is going to come in. And there goes the Beamosaur going in with the Solar Beam, but there was nothing that he could have really found. But at the same point, the knock coming in from Decidui and 59 coming in from this individual as well. What a play coming into the picture. But yes, the lack of goal that is going to be there from Clown5 is definitely going to be quite pressurizing for them. And there goes the KO. The Umbreon goes down. The frontline attackers are definitely feeling the pressure at this point. But sitting on the back end, we see Decidui and Inteleon doing wonders. Although Inteleon got just KO'd at this point, Blastoise finds another one. Decidui finds Glaceon as well, so that attacker versus attacker combination definitely worked out. At the same point, there was a KO streak of 2 good KOs. If I'm not wrong, the Blissey and Glaceon was picked down by the Decidui. And with that, guys, the results are in our favor of the predictions, and it is Team True Gravity who wins the first game at least. We might see some changes in the second game or the third game as well, which is going to lead us to the decider match. If that happens, I would be more than happy, because again, teams like these, teams like Clown5 and True Gravity, they are known to put in their best effort. Clown5, a team who registered from the start, struggling, establishing their dominant. True Gravity, who has already shown their stance in the Pokemon UNITE India Open 2023. These two teams have their own past. These two teams have their own evolution when it comes to the trainers, when it comes to the choice of Pokemons as well. But yeah, man, what an interesting game coming to the picture. True Gravity swooping it in their favor in the final legendary pit fight.
The builds itself coming in from True Gravity gave me the idea that Clown5, even if they get control of anything, it is going to be True Gravity ending it. Vixion coming in with all attack boost items, right? He had Cursed Incent, he had Muzzle Band, he had also the Resonant Guard, Charging Charm. So all new items being mixed with also the OG item Muzzle Band to boost that attack damage worked out really well. As well, I think True Gravity, even though they did not get control in the start, they said, guys, let's wait it out. Let our Pokemons evolve fully, because most of their Pokemons was a little bit of a late evolution, especially coming on the Desi. On the other end, Mewtwo, he made a big blunder in that final fight. I'm pretty sure it is going to be a misclick or something of those sorts. Using that Verdant Anger super early, you saw his damage output was at 92,000, just 10,000 short of how much Vixion was. He was sitting at 1 lakh, but it was still not enough for that final fight. I felt like one thing that did fall a little bit short was Legion's Icicle Spear and Ice Shard play coming through, but I think Clown 5, it was a little bit too late for them to do anything. You see, in the 4 to 6 minute mark, it was the side of Clown 5 who took control of things, putting Team Gravity in a little bit of a trouble. However, Team Gravity stepped up in that final fight when they knew they had control of things, and especially how disciplined they were in. That's something that I really like. They understood, even if somebody wants to steal Rayquaza, right? First they have to get closer. Now, who best to defend that Rayquaza steal from happening? The Blastoise. Save the Hydro Typhoon till last, and as soon as he saw all the players, Blastoise immediately with the eject as well as Unite Hydro Typhoon coming through, stuns all the players, making sure that there is no secure from Clown 5 coming through, and True Gravity's Inteleon as well as Desi were ready for secures. One Spirit Shackle, one Snipe Shot connected, secure came through, all the players ran to score goals and got it. However, Clown 5 were close. You can see 312 to 493. They made a bottom 5-man push. If that bottom 5-man push worked, Raider, it could have been even Steven situation. There could have been a place where maybe we would have seen Clown 5 also counter things out.
Definitely, I mean, there were a lot of speculations that could have actually been be in the favor of Team Clown 5. But let's talk about the replay. Let's talk about how it all started. Well, from the start, we saw a lot of controlled emotions coming in from the players of Clown 5 because of the factor that they were getting a lot of interesting KOs. Be it the Umbreon KOs that every now and then the Lapras was getting, the Blastoise from the other corner was also trying to defend the top lane. There were multiple factors where we did saw the Icicle Spears and the Knock Knock coming to the picture were quite effective from both the particular teams. But I have to say at this point that Clown 5 had their initial domination, and they were literally able to control the whole game from the start of the picture, from the start of the get-go of those 10 minutes. But yes, as soon as the last few minutes came in, we did saw complete control coming in from the players of Team True Gravity due to the factor that they were disciplined, that they used their ability at the right time period, they were saving, and at the same point they were farming a lot of AO synergy, they were farming a lot of level buffs, and that's exactly why they were able to get the advantage. But look at that, the Inteleon coming in from the back end, even before that, the right amount of damage being dished by the Hydro Spin due to the factor of that Blastoise. I mean, True Gravity played a textbook gameplay, but still, they were able to get it all in their favor. What a play coming to the picture, no doubt Team True Gravity is here with that advantage. That advantage of the first game, but remember guys, it's a match where you definitely have a cushion. If you lose the first one, there are still the next 2 games to come up with, and I feel the next 2 games are going to be even more I guess well fought by the players of Team Clown 5. Looking forward to see if that is going to be the case.
Now, we did speak about how Revenant are I would say steaming or sailing. You don't know what you want to use, but speeding their way to the first seat. So is the side of True Gravity. They do want that. However, they've also had a loss. So that's something that they have to kind of look forward to, of how they'll be kind of trying, maybe turning things around. Now, if they do, maybe that first seed is possible, but even if them getting the first seed is going to be only happening if Revenants start losing their next upcoming games. Now, yes, as we can see, the side of True Gravity were in the first seed when we started the day off. Now with this match number 2, game number 1, they already have that point 1 where they'll be able to get a clean sweep. However, Clown 5, we saw their start was good. They couldn't control themselves in a fight, and also I felt like maybe those positioning, right? We kept talking about discipline. What was discipline from the side of True Gravity? It was making sure that the front line are always ahead, making sure that the Inteleons as well as Decidio on the back line, the ranged attackers, never get to kind of being caught or hit by the mean look or anything of those sorts, so they can be stuck. Even you saw in that final 5-man push right towards the bottom part, towards the tier 2, you saw the Desi keeping itself disciplined, jumped only one position with that jump pad, not directly to the goal zone. From there started using the knock knock first. From after that immediately used the Spirit Shackle, making sure that the damage is being dished continuously. We'll quickly talk about players as of now, then get back into deciphering the whole game of what can happen in game 2. It's going to be Zshal. This man had a big switcheroo. Ex-Revenant player, moved into True Gravity, and now has been playing the ranged attacker as well as all-rounder roles. And as you can see, his favorite Pokemon so far is Mewtwo X. Even though Mewtwo Y is there, he seems X is better for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's all about the personal choices and how you're going to gel with that particular Pokemon and its ability. I believe at that point, Zshal is one of those fantastic players who can bring in the best output. Well, his player comment, or should I say goal at this point, is to really become a world champion. For that, there has to be a lot of heavy liftings, there has to be a lot of hardships, and I do believe that True Gravity is already on the way of their 50% job done and dusted, because this Asia Champions League, the finale that we're talking about in Bangkok, Thailand, it's going to be absolutely impressive. Remember, guys, there are 3 different regions that we are talking about. They are just set of 8 teams, out of which 1 is already qualified for the finale. That is 1 team coming in from Thailand, if I'm not wrong. But the rest remaining 7 teams, out of that, it's not like there are multiple slots coming in from India as well. There is just 1 slot. So we have to see who is the champ of the Indian subcontinent. Meanwhile, talking about Cloud5, how can we forget Legion? His favorite one is Gardevoir, although, not just that, he has been a very good attacker at this point. I mean, he has found some really interesting value for the team.
As of now, it feels like Cloud5, they still have to find their winning stride. Has not been a great journey. We spoke about it. They've just had 1 victory so far, and after that, just losses. So, pretty sure they do not want to face something like that, because they don't have a lot more games upcoming in, right? As we said, it's a single round robin, meaning everybody gets a chance to play each other once. 3 games done, and with this being the 4th game, Cloud5 single round robin stage here in the group stage of the India stage of Asia Champions League. They will not be out of the journey. That's something that they'll be breathing on, the safety net, if you would want to talk about it. But I don't know what's new going to be on the cards. Now, one thing that Cloud5 maybe can still incline, Forge Your Legacy did defeat them. Forge Your Legacy and True Gravity had a fight in the India Open Finals, and True Gravity came victorious. But this time here, for the ACL, it was Forge Your Legacy in the group stage to win it out. So, Team True Gravity still have their loss on them. So, True Gravity, there can be chances of theirs being a little bit dicey.
That's definitely the case. I mean, they have faced a loss, and it does feel like that now. Even the opponents, the rest remaining 5 teams, know that True Gravity is the team which can against them, are going to perform against them, and what kind of output. Zshal once again, his average damage dealt is 67,000, so that we get to see the average damage taken as well, but the recovery, it's not that much. Again, being an attacker for the team, you don't see a lot of recovery, you don't see a lot of average, so it's more than good at this point. But yes, talking about Legion as well, another attacker coming in the picture, but this time it's the attacker coming in from Cloud5. The choices that he usually go with is the Inteleon, the Snapshot, and Filsing combination. Opponents are going for the same fixtures, where they have set of 1 or 2 frontline attackers, which are the tanks. Then they are supported by their supporters, be it the Hoopa. You can go with Hoopa if it's not banned because of the whole momentum shift it can bring in with the hyperspace holds. At the same point, if you talk about the Cliffipel, it is the second best supporter that you have got when it comes to the recovery factor. Then back-end attackers coming into the picture, which have got those long-range factor in their favor. So choosing the Petal Dance at this point, or some close-range attackers, I feel very, very effective. But at the same point, the back-end attackers also have their own disadvantages, that you might miss the shot, and the whole advantage goes down to the different team. So looking forward to see how that whole play unfolds.
Talking about what can change here, let's jump into the draft. For super long because of those snipers that they were playing, the snipe builds. On the other end, Cloud5 had only one, that was the Venusaur, whereas the Glaceon is close to a mid-ranged attacker, because it has to lock onto somebody and then is where the damage starts. That's the reason I feel like Glaceon was not super effective from Cloud5. Bans in our friend, Cloud5 still keeping the Hoopa ban, True Gravity still keeping the Leafeon ban. Time for the first choice. It is going to be Cloud5 who will have the decision. Obito, when Lapras came in, Umbreon came in, it all inclined over which defender was being picked.
Yeah.
It has not been the case.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're available, and they've gone for the Umbreon. It's pretty similar to what they were able to go for in the previous matchup. And the best part for me, that at this point is happening is basically Cloud5 also sticking up to their similar composition. They're going to go with the Bhimaswara efficient. Oh no, he is just playing some mind games, I feel. He might actually go with the Inteleon or... Okay, a sudden change, and it's the Ninetales that we are going to talk about. The yellow Ninetales comes in. Suyu at the same point is got their tankers, but they're going to switch up when it comes to the supporter role, and Eldegoss coming to picture. At this point, Lucifer, I want to take your pick that Eldegoss can...
We did see a little bit of buff coming in for Eldegoss. People are still preferring either a Cliffable or a Blissey, or if Hoopa is not banned, then Hoopa coming through. So Eldegoss is kind of being missed out, but finally it's coming in. Let's see how it plays out. With Ninetales on the opposite end, with also Dodrio, this is trouble for Eldegoss itself.
True, I mean, it's one of those risky stances which can obviously, yes, we do see Obito and Joy doing a fantastic job over there. So I'm looking forward to see how that whole play unfolds, because trust me, these 10 minutes, well, they are going to be more than valuable for the players of Cloud5. On the other corner, if True Gravity has been undefeated and they are definitely the crowned champions of that particular stage. But now coming back to the ACL, the regional qualifiers, I have to say that True Gravity was looking quite confident from the start. Although, we are now going to get started with the second game of the match number 2, and I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be something effective coming to the picture by the players of Cloud5, because trust me, I really want to go for the decider, because then again the tricky situation will be getting in to come up with an advantage of you being very speedy, and those triple trample coming to the later stages can be very effective. But yes, talk about the first 4 goals. I mean, it's going to come from Cloud5, no doubt in that, but True Gravity answers back with a big dump. It's going to be a dump of 14. Wrong with that, Cliffable. I believe it's going to be the Blastoise was trying to stop the players of Team Cloud5 to push it into the goal zones of Team True Gravity. And look at this, now a complete stack will be there pretty soon in the top lane. Totrio, defender, and the supporter combination coming up over there. But the EV from Team True Gravity finds a good crucial pick. It's going to be the Umbreon, definitely, I believe, which was able to get a good crucial KO. And with that, Umbreon is there with the final form. But yeah, the level is not there at much. See Ninetales also working in the tandem with the Umbreon, with the Citrus Berry, and the other berries are also going to be very, very important at this point. But look at this, Dodrio corners away, and with that, the corner away situation goals. Look at that. Even Cloud5 in the bottom lane goes in for the secure of 12, but trust me, those initial 2 KOs are going to break the moment of Cloud5 for at least next 15 seconds. At the same point, True Gravity, now they have figured out what they have to do, how they have to play along. That's the crucial KO. What a valuable pick that is. No doubt in that, Dodrio is definitely going to be quite fantastic, and the way there are multiple KOs coming in, it's absolutely impressive as well. And with that pick of Venusaur, yes, Team Cloud5 is once again going to struggle a bit, but have to see how the War Turtle, how Wixion, as the Dodrio is going to be effective enough at the end of the game. Even if I have the total control of the fight, that Dodrio is doing a fun job of getting all those KOs, breaking all the momentum. It's not easy for the players of Cloud5 to get any lane control, be it the top lane, mid lane, or the bottom lane.
Initial start looks a little bit better for Gravity in terms of Suyu going in for a score of a 21. Not even giving idea about the Regieleki being taken, but can he get that last hit? The surf comes through, but a little bit too late to secure the Regieleki. Now has to run away, but as you see, he's being hit with all directions. It's the KO, and now also destroys the top goal zone. So Cloud5 back on track.
Back on track, back in formation, ready to go. And Cloud5, yes, with 114 in the favor, True Gravity now has 2 strong in from the back end of the CDOE. It's definitely going to pressurize a lot, but Cloud5, now they have a different problem. That the Dodrio is going all in onto the top lane goal zones. They have to take you back to the base lane, otherwise things are not going to be that favorable. But look at this, Venusaur secures the Reggie and eventually still getting some good KOs, getting some good damages. I mean, at this point, Zisol had to fall back. There's no questions that Zisol is not going to be that easy. Oh, the triple trample!
It comes through, finds the KO on Slowbro and the Ninetales, then bottom path, and now will be able to destroy the tier 1 of the bottom with a 40 over dunk coming through. That's going to be a big over dunk, and immediately True Gravity take away the lead at 226. In the meantime, Cloud5, they did...
It's not that big of a difference, but at the same point I have to say that what a counter coming in from the players of Team True Gravity. They knew that every single guy is pushing onto the bottom lane, but they decided to go all in with the triple trample coming in the right time period and being very effective. It did so. It is going to get KO'd, and now waiting for the respawn. Vulcan going in the mid lanes, trying to go for the alternating Swablues. Meanwhile, the contestment for the Regieleki is also going on in the top lane. Regieleki has appeared, as you can see. Solar Beam comes in, Destiny finds it. It's not going to survive, it feels like that, but Dodrio That swift movement, yes, definitely he's going to back it from the scene. Wants to go for a citrus berry, but look at this Eldegoss also
That's
already
gone.
coming in.
Oh
It's going to be a
my
very pressurizing one.
god!
Oh, the solar there, but the slush bomb comes in. Now the top lane goal zone is now quite vulnerable.
Man, so too much of an overcommitment coming in, and now knock knock being used. There's no way that the side of True Gravity will stand a chance to win this. Umbreon goes down. Hydro Typhon was used from a comes in again and immediately gets swept off, sent back to Nurse Joy to get back to full health. Got unconscious over there. Unfortunate. Melon comes in with the Moonlight. Prance trying to find something with the help of his another defender. Venusaur might go down, finding Desi do anything much here. Lapras is there at the top path, was moving towards the mid but a little bit too late. As of now it is Joy and Okebao who will try to buy time, as it's only the defenders who are here at the bottom. Finally the Ninetales will also be too late. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. Bawu with another secure. What is this Eldegoss? The pole and puffs coming through. The Leaf Tornado. Everything is working in favor of Clown 5. And now there might be trouble. Spirit Shackle misses. The athlete just trying to run away is the Dodrio. Vixion unable to find anything, as Clown 5 is just shutting the players of True Gravity down. However, True Gravity still have goal advantage. Clown 5, they have to understand that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even when they are getting those objective Pokemons in the favor, what they are trying to get those is basically they are trying to get some good KOs. But to be honest, in order to win, what you have to get is a larger number of goals being done. And yes, KOs coming in. Slowbro wants to fall back, but there is going to be a complete team effort coming into the picture. They're trying to avoid the whole aggression coming in from Melon, and that's exactly what happened. Now the Rayquaza is right over here. Everybody is ready with their unites. In the previous game, what changed everything was basically Stoys is hiding in the tall tree grasses, but now he's getting punched off. Let's see if it is going to get a KO. Another point, another retaliation coming in. Umbreon wants to fall back, but look at this. Dodrio also getting cornered. It's not going to be easy for the Dodrio to survive. And that was the speedster. That was one of that Rayquaza. But now, slowly but steadily, the melting down scenario is also going to work out. But what a corner! What a corner coming in from all the players of Team True Gravity. With that, the Hydro Spin is also going to come. Umbreon unfortunately goes on. Now it all trickles down to the Slowbro. Lapras is also going to get KO'd. That's Slowbro, so they have to work their way up and figure out how they're going to nullify the effect of that Slowbro being right over there. Now he's waiting patiently for the right moment, and he steals it away! He was right over there on the top lane. He was right over there in the Legend Replay, waiting for is going to get broken. Blastoid wanted to go for a goal of 50. I mean, to be honest, it's going to be 100 because of the final stretch time, but it does feel like that. It's just not going to be that easy. Blastoid is a way to lower its HP, waiting potentially to go for a top lane. He knows that the 24 is going to be very important. There you go. Clown 5 now has got the lead. That is actually some serious lead coming into the picture of Team Clown 5, and it does feel like that now the players of Team True something which is quite inevitable.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do about it. Bawu, again being that MVP, I would call him. He was the player of the game. Without him, this game would have been a goner. What a play shield, meaning I'll be instantaneously KO'd, and my cooldown or again respawn time is going to be larger compared to any of you. So I'll just stay back, wait, defend our goal zones, and Bawu played very top path so that the players can kind of start moving in different directions, and timed it really well. He went all the way around at the edges of the top path and got that 88 score, dunked 44 into 2. Team might just be in trouble and also very close to their second loss. Team might just be in trouble and also very close to their second loss. However, very good play coming in from Clown 5, making sure Vixion's damage output is not going to be high. As you can see, he was stopped at 46,000 damage. I would have maybe was very wise. However, because of the range that Legion had on that Venusaur on the beam was too high, and therefore could not do much about it, as well as Mewtwo on the Spirit Shackle and a drift from
all trickling down to the Zada one. Although Clown 5 came as the victorious one, but to be honest, Team True Gravity was way too close.
Yes.
If I'm not wrong, the Vixion KO that happened initially was something which definitely changed a lot of
Yes.
things, because he had some serious chaos energy. He could have easily gone for those with that, the whole discipline factor that Team True Gravity is able to, should I say, cherish from the start of the whole Pokemon UNITE India Open and also the ACL was diminishing a bit, because their crucial Pokemons, well, they were getting hunted. But not just that, there was a good effort coming in from Team True. They were looking like a dominating team, and they had the total control of the Legendary Pit. Although, the only thing that they neglected was that Slowbro, and that's the only one Pokemon which was able to completely change the trajectory of this game. Yeah, I mean, the shield advantage in Pit, due to the factor of the final stretch time period where the goals get doubled, I believe that is which could have been countered by the players of Team True Gravity because of the factor that Dodrio was already his best.
Early game, as you can see, very well played from True Gravity. They did not let the side of Clown 5 get much in terms of buffs, in terms of experience, in terms of wild Pokemon. They'll be able to secure the Reggie in their favor. Ninetales again tried to turn things around, but the Venusaur still finding value. Vixion with the Dodrio does find a 3 KO streak again, but look at this again, top path where they cause problems. Moonlight Prance being, but then players were ready. All of their players were trying to find counters to it. Joy, I think, played super smart in the late game. Towards the final stretch especially, he was always there taking damage, especially causing the players who, and as soon as they became a distraction, you saw what happened. Rather than trying to find KO on the ranged attacker, they ended up fighting with Joy itself on the Slowbro, and it worked out better. In the final stretch, as you rightly mentioned, the Dodrio's intention, Vixie, in his favor.
Yeah.
He was low, let's find a KO on him. But voila, he immediately uses his Cotton Cloud Crash, uses that Unite, and he's high up on air. And immediately Slowbro is there, gets caught with that Slow Beam, and then comes in the Cotton Cloud. Have been Clown 5 going out, clean sweep coming in favor of True Gravity and maybe winning it out. But again, True Gravity, even though they had found somewhere semblance, right? They had knockouts. It was only Joy who was surviving on the Slowbro, and the Rayquaza, it's all happening. I think even in India Open qualifiers, we ended up seeing a Blissey Secure coming through. Then we have seen in the Worlds a Cliffable Secure coming through. Of all odd Pokemons that you can think about, so I feel like here in Pokemon Unite, you cannot will use them. Not gonna happen, my friend. If you lose them, there's your supporters who are coming in and acting as
which was the game changer, to be honest. Being awestruck over there, like, because of the factor of those 88 goals and the lack of time to go for some sneaky ones. I mean, to be honest, Blastoise were there in the bottom lane tier 2 goal zone, but he was getting defended by the Umbreon. It was not something which is quite easy for him to deal with. And again, there was a complete counter coming in the base lane. Round 5, they knew as soon as those 88 went in, they knew that they have to commit all in. They don't have to wait anymore. They don't have to be in a very defensive position. They have to go quite aggressive. Although they had to defend the goal zones, and they were able to do it quite fruitfully. But now, talking about the player introduction, came in, changed everything, and that's one of those reasons why Hoopa is still out of the equation when it comes to the player bans. But moving forward, the player comment that he's got is going to be basically is going in. I believe every single trainer that we have got in the lobby is focusing that they get a slot for the finale, that they get a slot for Bangkok, Thailand.
Yeah, I can see like clear determination from every player, right, Raider? The world's best. All these sayings coming in from the players gives me a lot of courage, especially for this Indian circuit. And I do want to see these players actually achieve that. I've spoken to them personally, and at all times they keep control of things. We were also in an era where only the top players, right? They could always be in the top, win it all, but as time's changing, all those top players are unable to keep themselves afloat. Just like we were just seeing True Gravity, right? Clown 5 also. All these players coming up and taking this stage and trying to make sure they make it through, right? And especially Clown 5 is a team that maybe a lot of people thought they would have been what we saw coming in. So right as now, okay Babu, I don't want to see what more he's going to be packing in terms of a punch. With Eldegoss, he showed us an amazing, how would I put it? But what just Babu did was out of the world. I think it's something galactic that we have to look forward to. Just like we have Pokemons, right, out of the galaxies. That was his performance here. But
I was waiting eagerly for a moment where the decider will be the final game. I mean, obviously, as the name suggests, the decider is the final game. But to be honest, there are a lot of 2-0s coming into the picture. And if I'm not wrong, even the first game went with a 2-0. It was a quick one. True Gravity definitely looks like a team which can control the whole situation because of the factor that even the win that Clown 5 was able to get in their favor was not a very big one, to be honest. 307 goals, 267, there was not a very good buffer. Just back it up, but it's okay. Babu, definitely, if he would have not been there in the game, things could have been a little bit more favorable for Team True Gravity. But yes, guys, with that, the decider is also going to get started. So let's look into the draft pick phase as well, where the bans could. That Nekroz is absolutely fantastic. But now they've decided to go with the Slowbro because of that anger that they've got, that anguish that they've got due to the seal of the Trickwaza. They are like, no, we are not going to give you any more advantages, bro. We're going to just completely come up with it, because even when Hoopa bans are not there, True Gravity do not rely on that Pokemon a lot right now.
I agree with you. Slowbro is something that caused them trouble. Slowbro is the true bro, whoever picks it. I'm going to say it all time long as we keep seeing Pokemon Unite. And as Speedster, because this time no Leafeon ban coming in here, Raider. However, they pick up an Umbreon. On the other side, the Lapras as well as a Cliffable comes through. From side of True Gravity, now going in for two choices. Vixion ready with a Chandelier. Does not want the... Looks like maybe we have to wait for Chandelier a little bit longer.
I mean, there could be some switches as well. I mean, in the later stages, we might see some, in the final preparation, we might see some switch-ups coming into the picture. But we have a Buzzwole. But let's see if that is going to be the case. Okay, a Glacier, a Mew combination. Again, these are some interesting squishy Pokemons, but then again, their attacks are definitely something which can be quite chaotic. And there you go, Vixion locking in the Glacier on the other corner, the squishy one. But replacing an tank with an all-rounder, due to the factor that the Slowbro was already banned, they could have actually gone for... I believe, to be honest, True Gravity have definitely done a very interesting job playing along with that Speedster in the initial phases as well. But I'm looking forward to see if that Speedster is going to get them any value, because in the previous game as well, that Dodrio was quite good. Overcommitment that came in was definitely quite risky for the players of Team True Gravity.
All final picks made, final preparation. We are going to be seeing a double range attacker coming in on the other end as well. A double Cliffable as well as a Blissey. I joined them both and called them a Cliffy. However, they are both the supporters, not in the same team. Umbreon as well as a Lapras to be the defenders. Let's see how this works out. As of now, Eject being the majority on the side of out.
Well, let's have a look at it. I mean, we definitely want to see how the play is going to unfold, how the whole picture is going to be painted along the way. True Gravity, yes, definitely that's one of those teams which can be quite hefty when it comes to their plays, which can be very interesting when it comes to up for the evolutions. We have that Leafeon, we have that Umbreon to talk about. Along with that, even the Glaceon can be quite interesting. Mew goes in, Zsol wants to find some value. He is going to go with some good hits, but Lapras can definitely go for some good goals at this point. And there is a dump of some good 4 goals. Same is going to happen in the bottom lane as well. We have that Defender working its way up, although the Buzzwole and the Cliffable combination is working in the top lane. Along with that, we do see some more interesting goals coming in from the to perform. But yes, still a long way to go, because these next 9 minutes can decide either Team Clown5 is going to be one of those teams like Forger Legacy who is going to put the Team True Gravity down, and to see if that is going to be the case. But Team True Gravity, yes, a fun job of acquiring the top lane at this point.
Meantime, at the bottom, it is going to be still True Gravity keeping control of things. Joy does get a little bit stuck, but because he's a defender, will be able to tank the damage. 8-minute mark, we are going to be seeing the Altaria and Swablu at the center path. Looks like Clown5 are ready for it, but they've caught Umbreon in the meantime. Mewtwo wanted to get himself the Citrus Berry, doesn't. The Mew takes him down. Z often pick. But now, here in the Asia Champions League India League stage, we see a lot of changes in the ranged attackers. We also see Desi coming in the previous game. So this is why I said, off to a very interesting journey of how Pokemon Unite. It is the side of True Gravity who take majority of it. Still goals, not much of a concern for either end. 18 to 24. You cannot bat an eye much about it. But 30 seconds on the clock. That is the time for Reggie. I want to see what happens then. But Chandelier will be able to make it back to safety. Using Snarl, Melon tries to check on the Umbreon if there's anybody hiding in the tall grasses, and he'll be able to find Legion. Nice foul play hit. Tries to bring Legion back into action. Obito also gets a big thing to find the Chandelier as well. But it doesn't work out. However, scores being done. That does.
Well, there you go. The scores are being delivered at this point. 95 from Team True Gravity from the first get-go. Team True Gravity are trying to be the best. Team Clown5, the orange one, they are trying to get some good advantages of getting that Regice in the team. But it's going to be a steal. There you go. Now, the Mew is already telling why he's here in this lobby.
Yeah.
Why he's here to perform. And due to that long range, trying to find another valuable one. Look at this. Now the players on Team True Gravity are feeling it. They do know that there is going to be some interesting pressure onto them. But they're trying to relieve it by getting some good goals. At the same point, getting some good in terms of KOs. Alternate Swablu. Although even the Glacier was right over there. Yes, the Mew solar beams were quite effective initially, but now he's kind of missing a lot of solar beams.
Foul play and Snarl making best use of it. Melon is dragging players him. Leafeon from the Solar Blade is covering him. Vulcan will also be there on that Blissey to heal, and you can see Melon back to safety. Clown5 have to respect it. But True Gravity, just like how they played in the second game, having control 162 to 24, 140 lead is what they have right as now in terms of goals, right? The bottom tier is still going to be there, tier 1. That's something that True Gravity will want to destroy. Joy wanting to chase distance, does a lot of damage to Joy, and right behind him comes in Glaceon, finds the KO along with Cliffable also going down. Big KOs being found, and True Gravity charging to decide to destroy the bottom tier 1. Are they going to be able to do it? Wait, what? The Icicle Spear was counted. Might change the game for them, and Clown5 as well. They find another KO as two people go down. Now Clown5 charging in towards the bottom tier 1. Can they score goals is something that we have to see. Moonlight Prance coming through, the Unite being used from the Umbreon, as well as the Electro Ball does our beam as a checker so that players back off. However, Melon still charging in with the foul play, and Snarl does a lot of damage. Leafeon, however, still goes down along with the Umbreon. A 2 KO streak being found from Legion, but still, even the Mew find anything? No, even the Solar Beam from the Mew doesn't find anything. On the contrary, it is going to be the Blissey going down, while that Beamosaur was a little low, but finally Vixion finds the KO and now
contain the whole situation in the favor. Mew again goes into that Reggie Steal for the team, and with that the KO of that Lapras is quite inevitable at this point. And there you go, the KO will be coming in. It's a Glacian which will able to get it. Not just that, we'll get to see even the Umbreon taking up a lot of damage. So going to survive? Well, indeed he will. But the bottom lane tier 1 goal zone is definitely going to get destroyed at this point. There is no coming back from that situation. Look at this. Even the stack up from Clown5 is going to come. Chandelio finds a valuable run. It's the Glacian who is going to get taken down. Mew at that point. But yeah, it feels like that. Clown5 is ready to answer back. They have got some serious KOs. Look at this. 3 Pokemons already being KO'd. The Blissey had to fall back, and with that, the tier 1 goal zone finally gets destroyed in the bottom lane.
Gap. 40 seconds on the clock for the last final stretch fight. Tier 1 on True Gravity's end still going to be there. Obito on this Buzzwall still trying to level up, as leveled up to 12, getting to level 13. He can do it in the next. Venusaur also has to reach, but True Gravity, they know they have their players at level 13, so they're like, we'll get this last objective for ourselves. They get the Regieleki secured with less than 20 seconds left, and now trouble starts brewing in even more for Clown5 True Gravity. Melon is just on this Umbreon going ham. He's jumping in without any fear. He's like, I'll snarl, meaning I'll stun you first, and then drag you in for a fight that you're not ready for. Final stretch here, Rayquaza is here, and let's see in, but there is going to be Mew for rescue, but the Beamosaur says no rescue, and Leafeon's down.
What a play at this point, due to the factor that the Regieleki was able to open up the tier 1 goal zone, tier 2 goal zone to be honest on the top lane. I thought 2, or not just 2, but 3 crucial KO on the way, but it does feel like that Team True Gravity is going to have a tough time. I would love to see how that Leafeon is going to come back. Solar Beams are now pending. Who is going to grab that Rayquaza? It's going to be the Team Clown5, and with that I believe there is a factor of the Chandelure coming up in the later stages. I do feel it's definitely going to be a game where Team Clown5 is going to win, and along with Forger Legacy, Team True Gravity has now another one which was able to beat them. Look at that, the Solar Beam going in, but nothing effective will be coming as well. Being a squishy one, he had to fall back a bit, and as we were talking about in the first game as well, Lucifer, that Team True Gravity somehow has figured out how they have to play, and it's basically 2 of their frontline attackers sitting in right in the front, tanking up all those damages from the back end like that. They just have one tanker. I mean, it's just exactly same situation for even Clown5, but trust me, Clown5 timed it well. They were playing quite interestingly, and Leafeon, that got KO'd first of all, then eventually we did saw a KO of Nekroz coming in from True Gravity in this particular game. Yes, they had the total initial control, but to be honest, that is not enough at all.
Unfortunate here for True Gravity, even though they had good, again credits to Joy, previously the Slowbro, this time a Lapras, found that Leafeon, a CU this time had a role change, generally played the defender on the top path, causing trouble. This time he says, guys, I can do something different. He did too. Same thing happens here in game 3. The speedsters, a little bit of an overextension to find a KO or indulge in a fight, causes trouble for the India League.
Is going to change. I mean, what a play from the players of Clown5. Definitely have to say at this point, Clown5 struggled in the first game, but the next two, well, they were on point. They were able to time it well, they were able as well. At the same point, even the attackers were getting nullified, although initially it was Team True Gravity for the first 8 minutes who were getting all those Reggie steals in their favor, who was getting the Reggie Ellie keys in their favor, but Clown5 had a great goal, and that was and to be precise was Asusiu, and then eventually they were able to go with the KO of Z Sol. Then Mixion came into the picture, and it all trickled down to the particular players of Vulcan and Melon. They already got cornered, and eventually with that we did saw a lot of it. In the top lane goal zone, when the Reggie was able to open it up, was also a very good decision. Because of that, yes, Leafeon was unable to go for some good goals. Although I feel that the choice of going with a Leafeon or a Dodrio in the second and third game is trickling down to the individual play. And in that factor, I have to say, Vixion definitely lost its control. As a speedster, he could have been even more valuable. Here the Reggie Seals, Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock. At the same point, it could have been very beneficial when it comes to sealing down the goals as well, breaking down the tier 1, tier 2 goal zones as well. But eventually, all the value that Vixion was able to bring in with the speedster was basically some initial KOs.
Secured nothing except for destroying a goal zone. But on the other end, True Gravity secured everything. Even though Clown5 were taking a bottom objective, the long range solar beam used the chance to secure towards the end of the game, meaning Clown5 were always under pressure, and with that pressure they were able to function. Look at this, 0 to 2 minute mark, they were sitting at 24. Yes, at that time Graph took that line higher and higher, causing Clown5 to be in pressure, and I'm pretty sure for Clown5 at all times it kept in telling them that you're in trouble, you're a little bit full, and for them it was always you're in trouble. And look at how players from the side of True Gravity were playing. They were dragging players from Clown5 into a battle, and it always worked out in the favor of True Gravity. Last final stretch, mistakes, and that Clown5 succumbed under pressure, right? Their Pokemons would have jumped into battle, and then trouble would have brewed on their end as well. With this fight, I felt like Clown5 got it, but Clown5 kind of then happened to be a little bit difficult. Then in terms of secures, destroying goal zones early, pushing for team fights, winning it all out, but it still did not work out because Clown5 had their head under control. Even though under pressure, they said, guys, we will find our time, we will get our time, we will against the side of True Gravity. Clown5 get the victory.
I mean, if you talk about the legendary pit fight, yes, there was the Venusaur trying to bring in the best value, but eventually Chandelier got that KO, got that Rayquaza melted down in the favor, and won that shield point because they had the shield advantage. They're all for 5 Pokemons were looking very effective. They had some serious EOS energies in their favor. They could have easily gone for some dumps of 100, and they were able to go for it, if I'm not wrong, at least 300, but still, again, the counter, because of the effect of that Richie key, the whole tier 2 goal zone in the top lane was already opened up. He could have actually gone for the goal. Although there was the buzz goal, but trust me, there could have been some interesting goals coming into the picture from that Leafeon as well. And he also got countered. Then we were left with just Vixion, if I'm not wrong, just the Glaceon with that back-end attacking formation. And he tried to go in, he tried to perform, but eventually it was basically a situation of a 3v. That one individual can be the game changer in the second game with it, Slowbro doing that. But unfortunately, in this game number 3, that didn't happen from the players of Team True Gravity. And with that, yes, Clown5 is the one victorious one from here in the match number 2.
As of now, with these, we'll be happy. We did speak about the seeding, which is going to be super crucial here, because at the end of day 2, we will have our final seed of who is going to be in the first seed till that 6th seed. With this match run, we'll be jumping into the next match very soon, but before that, we would also want to talk to the players, right? So we will be moving towards that. But in the meantime, it was very interesting of how Clown5 turned things around. I did feel like a 2 to 4 minute mark, they barely were in their own paths or the mid-buff region, right? They were always towards the opponent's region, trying to steal their buffs, trying to catch them out of their positions, pushing them out of the role. But out of all odds, at the last fight, when things mattered. It was just Clown5 said, wait guys, let's try to instigate a whether it be
Yeah.
speedsters, whether it be their all-rounders, whether it be their damage dealers of a ranged attacker coming through, were all hidden behind a defender. And once a defender jumped in for a fight, everybody also from side of Clown5 jumped in for a fight, and then the wins is not an easy job to do for Clown5. I'm pretty sure after they've won it, they're like, guys, we need a breather. Let's calm down. Well, let's see how much calm down they are, Raider, as we are going to be bringing in Clown5s. It's okay, Babu, to join us here.
It's good. We are feeling good, excited, and the game was very pretty tense, and everyone was basically not playing their main. So it was the first time.
It's nice to see that. I really
Mm.
enjoyed it, Babu, because I think I felt you were under pressure as a team, right? Because I want to ask you one thing. That Eldegoss pick, what happened there? You ended up
Even I
finding
was
KOs, you ended up finding secures. What was going on in that game?
So and basically the pick was decided to take Blissey first, confident on the Eldegoss first. Because in first game I played
Okay.
Blissey and that didn't well good.
Correct.
Because I didn't use any kind of words. So Blissey picking LD was the good thing. Yeah.
Raider, you want to ask something?
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate them at this
Uh,
point. I mean, what a play, to be honest. Clown5, they lost the first game. They were starting to get the pressure from the first game, but eventually till the end, what a play, Clown5. I mean,
Our focus will be to just defeat our next match is with against FS. So we have plans to just defend them and get the best seeding in the ACL.
Let's see. I'm going to wish you all best.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know. He's like, it was
What a guy.
tense, but he was acting a little cool on camera. But I know how it was feeling inside, right? When he was speaking, also, we could kind of make gauge of it. Players, right? The last minute calls coming in. And as Babu said, right, I was confident in Eldegoss. So I knew I could have done what I wanted to do. I could have played with my team. But putting up such a result, I'm pretty sure that round, that game 2, they knew game 3 will also work out. Let them fight with us. We'll wait for the last fight. And it worked out, Raider.
they were looking for some small, not being able to capitalize on it from the players of Clown5. So it all trickled down to how whole situation were getting carried away. But trust me, Clown5, as it's okay, Babu said, aimed it way too well, and they decided to go with what they were feeling quite confident to a victory in the favor of team Clown5.
You can see here, right, Clown5 are sitting at 0 in terms of goals, where only 12 goals have been put down from the other end. True gravity. And Babu, they just decide to back off here. It does kind of put them in a little bit of a trouble, and this is where the first game they kind of lose it out, because the ranged attacker difference, right? The amount of... However, that was just the first game. This is... I'm going to say it from like the start till the end. Whatever you try to break down in this fight, it was just the ranged attackers making magic, keeping themselves distance, and the front lines acting like...
I mean, that decision of delivering the best output, sitting on the front line, trying to tank up as much as damage was absolutely interesting. But to be honest, in the first game, the best part for me was that triple trample coming into picture. Dodrio saw that a complete. You just saw one KO. Well, count main, there are going to be few more KOs coming into the picture. Look at this, 3 good KOs coming into players of. Coming to the account of players of Team True Gravity, the way they were able to establish their dominance was absolutely amazing. Wixian was also trying to establish a lot of control. The Solar Beam also came in, and obviously through that, the output was a little bit more favorable to the players of Team True Gravity. But yes, what a play!
What from the side of True Gravity, right? These overextensions. This happened twice.
Yeah.
Things could have been different if that overextension didn't happen, right? And because of that overextension, you
definitely.
see more players involved from the side.
Overextension would have been not there. I do believe that the whole match scenario could have been a little bit more different. It could have been a 2-0 coming in the favor of Team True Gravity. But once True Gravity had their first game, they were like, yes, we are feeling quite comfortable. We know what we have. Was basically they were putting in their frontline attackers, those defenders. They were absorbing all the damage, and from the back end there was the intelligent shots coming in, and the other range attackers were trying to perform over there. And that's the exact thing that they missed in the second game and in the third game. In the second game, Rayquaza, it changed everything. And to be honest, I was looking forward to see a similar stance in the game number 3 as well, because there were 2 Pokemon surviving in from Team True Gravity in the legendary fight, but still that output was not there. He is also there with 2 points with the second position in their favor. Griffin right over there at the third position. Clown 5, well, they've improved a lot. In the day number 1, after first few matches, they were sitting at somewhere 6th position. Now they have got the 4th position, but Christopher, I believe the first position is something that we are looking at.
Yeah, you can see True Gravity, even after playing 4 games and having 2 losses, right? They're still sitting in the first position. All thanks to why? It is because they pushed all the lost games to 3 games. If they gave away clean sweep, by right now Revenant, who were in the second seed, would have easily gotten their first seed with just 3 games. Even with just 2 games, they would have gotten it. So every team out there who are kind of giving away these clean sweeps should kind of try and push as best as possible towards game 3. I know sometimes things are not under your control. Sometimes even the games that you have in control that you look like you might win, just like we saw right now, right? True Gravity had both the games 2 and 3 under their control but still lost it. So things like this happen here in Pokemon Unite. Be ready for unpredictable situations that keep happening. But right as now, we'll take a short break and see you for the next game. That's going to be match number 3 for the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. This is the India stage that you're watching with us here, where Indian teams are looking forward to getting their seedings. Now, the other regions that we did speak about in how the overall overview of the tournament is going to be in terms of qualification, in terms of how they're going to be seeded, and all of that. Some of the regions, I think Thailand or one of the other regions, is already done their seeding, and now we are also seeing India. So, by this weekend, we are going to be seeing all the regions finding their seeds. And in the last weekend, that's going to be the next weekend, next Saturday, that is 23rd, we are going to be seeing the Indian teams, where we'll be fighting on the day 3, that is going to be on the single elimination bracket, to decide who the Indian champions of the Asian Champions League is going to be, and is going to represent India on the global stage. So far in the Asia Champions League, we've seen 2 Indian teams go down to that international stage and represent, but this time there's going to be only a single representation. So is how it is for the entire other teams. Before we jump into what's going to be happening and break down everything else, there's going to be an interview of the match that we're going to be witnessing now. Let's take a look.
I guess for me, my favorite Pokemon is Mew, because it's a very high skill mage Pokemon and not everybody is able to play that one.
My favorite Pokemon is because the help of glitches unit I can save the carry.
Yes, you know Tencent, na? He's from R&D. He's my ex-teammate. So he was my ex-teammate. He plays defender and I play attacker. So he taught me so many things: how to get farm in lanes, how to be dominant other teams' lanes. So he's the one I admire the most.
So it will not just for me, but for my all teammates. It was from the LAN event we played 2 months ago, Pokemon UNITE India Open. The fans were cheering us. So it was like a great moment for us.
We just saw the sides of Griffin, and let's see what they can do right now against the odds of running high on Revenant's end. And even Ghoul just mentioned, Tensai is there, right, playing from the side of Revenant. We just saw an amazing performance coming in from Tensai. But you were there with me for the first game where Revenant did play, got a clean sweep, Nekroz. So what are your thoughts now that they're going to be fighting with Griffin? And Griffin are here to avenge and get to that top spot, right? They were pushed out from reaching even the finals in the India Open.
I mean, this is a spot where they will try to bounce back and not to let, again, Revenant walk away with a 2-0. But again, as we were having a kind of time to witness the interview that happened, Illusion did mention that he likes to play on Mew, but in the recent past we have seen this guy playing mostly on the speedsters and finding a lot more value for his team. But I will be concerned this time for side of Revenant as well, because even Burzum is having some different kind of picks for himself as what he used to play previously.
I want to see what changes happen right as now from Griffin, Nova, Snowy, Illusion, Ghoul and Mikey. Just like we were speaking about Zishal from the previous game, he was also one of those players and was in Revenant who used to play that defender or support role coming through. Ghoul was a little bit of a mix of all when he used to play. So right now that he is also moving into that attacker role, finding a lot more value, I want to see how effective it is going to be here, Nekroz. Because as of now, we did see True Gravity had 2 victories and a loss, but with today, they have 2 losses and 2 victories. Now, Griffin also in a similar position have 2 victories and 1 loss, whereas Revenant have 3 victories on a stretch. Now, talking about Revenant, their team stats in front of our screens. When we started the day, we did see it. When we are going to be progressing the day, there's a change. Now, we did speak about it, right? It looked like their lineup was a little bit defender heavy, where we did see Lapras, Snorlax, even we saw Trevenant coming through. So it did seem defender heavy, but after Zoror coming through, after Chandelier, after Venusaur coming through, you see there's a double defender, double ranged attacker, which has been the Pokemon metas that we are seeing in the draft as we saw in the recent matches.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just wondering, I was not there in the second match, Raider and you were casting, and I was just watching, just sitting back, seeing those kind of picks coming in. That Eldegoss one, we just had a kind of chat with that interview panel where he mentioned, he picked it out of nowhere. Again, that Desi on that with a charging charm with a spirit tracker was causing a lot of trouble. But again, if you just talk about on a different note, that Team Griffin is coming into the question. They are not here to just walk away that easily. If you talk about the average damage dealt that they have, is like super high. I would say like it's still more, and it is how it's supposed to be. But talking about the picks, they are more going with that kind of Blaziken pick in the past few days, which did work out sometimes. But also they have to make sure that this time against Revenant they don't mess anything up, because the matches that they lost on the day one was due to the kind of, I would say, a little of loss in the momentum that they were carrying forward for themselves.
This is one team I can see more of all-rounders coming through, and that is all kudos to Snowy bringing it in. A man plays range attackers as well as all-rounders depending on how the team needs it. And yeah, Griffin have a lot more also in terms of the playing pool, and that is the reason a 30,000 difference between damage dealt and damage taken is something that we can see. They have defenders, they have all-rounders, they have ranged attackers, so a lot of versatility that we do see from Griffin. And Snowy is a very hard hitter. It comes in terms of damage being dealt, right? That man looks unstoppable. But however, at the end of how Pokemon Unite concludes at 10 minutes is a tame game. If as a team everybody is not there to do enough damage or to heal your teammates, even a single player doing enough damage doesn't matter. Just like we were seeing, Apple does damage, but it's because of the teammates helping him out. But now let's jump into this game number 1 of match number 3, where Revenant and Griffin are trying to fight amongst each other, where Revenant want to keep their clean run, whereas Griffin, can they break it?
Seems like Revenant is interested not to allow Team Griffin go with that slow bro, the true bro. But again, on the counter, Team Griffin seems to be banning the Umbreon and not letting Revenant either way walk out with that. But if I remember one thing, Lucifer, Revenant did not opt for Umbreon a lot. They were more focusing on the Lapras and the Blastoise combination.
Now with the ban coming in, a Slowbro and Umbreon, Hoopa is going to be of choice, but who picks it up? Revenant says not yet a Hoopa, picks immediately a Lapras, but now Griffin open for Hoopa. Do they make that choice? Now Hoopa was widely spoken about from even Revenant. When we started, they said they would want to play a Hoopa, they would want to see a lot more Hoopa. But now I'm still waiting to see that Hoopa being picked. Looks like Mikey says no, that's okay, let them pick Hoopa. But Nova picks away the Slowbro from Tencent. So Snorlax gone. He immediately says like, I still want to keep on the defender. Immediately locks into the Revenant. Apple keeping that Venusaur still in game. Griffin now moving in. Wide array of choices. Mew, we saw Inteleon, we are seeing Chandelier, but what is it going to be his last pick as 7 seconds on the clock? Along with Illusion making a choice of the Dodrio after the unban. We spoke about Dodrio when Vixen did pick it up after the unban. Now Illusion is also making it happen here from the side of Griffin.
Hopefully it does work, but cool again on the Chandelier can be a little bit valuable for the side of Team Griffin. But Burzum, he seems to be playing on the Speedster once again. We saw it earlier in today's day as well, and it seems he's going to stick with that Goku, while he will be opting with the Bissy, and Burzum sticks with that Zoroark for himself. But the final pick that will be coming for the side of Team Griffin, I hope it should be a Glaceon, maybe on Snowy, and he goes for it. And the last time, as far as I remember, Snowy on Glaceon has been drastically valuable for the side of Team Griffin, but they need to go. Are they just opting for an all-rounder? And it seems Snowy decides to stick with the Mimikyu this time.
Final choice is done. Mimikyu coming into the game. I'm super excited to see what happens. Mimikyu had a recent buff. Teams, however, used it in the India Open LAN, but after that we have not seen much of it in action here in the ACL. Even on the first day, I think maybe once, I'm not even sure about it. But Apple back on Zoroark. This might be something of a concern here, because previously we saw when there was Leafeon, Burzum picked up the Speedster, Apple moved into Venusaur. But I want to see how it works out. Speedsters on both the ends, ranged attackers on both the ends, but an all-rounder is something that Revenant is missing. They have a double defender setup coming through from there, and Hoopa not being used, even though it was not banned, is even more interesting here, Nekroz.
Exactly. I mean, I really thought that Mikey would be opting for that Hoopa, because Mikey on Hoopa has always been so much, I would say, invincible for some time. Yes, even after those recent patches, after the Hoopa got a little bit nerfed, I still feel like Mikey could have got a lot more value on it. But I know it might be some kind of strategy that they're opting for. Maybe they're keeping the Hoopa like a trump card for themselves, but we'll get all the answers just in the match as Revenant versus Team Griffin just kicked.
Starting it off, game number 1 between Revenant and Team Griffin. Zoro was starting at the mid path. There's going to be Apple on the other, and it's going to be a Mimikyu. So it's going to be a battle of level 5 all-rounder and a speedster. In the meantime, I want to see early goals coming in. It is obviously the Dodrio having an attack wake, Illusion making that stack happen. Does he get another 2? He is trying with a Baltoy. Fighting it out is going to be that Chansey steals it away and Illusion will not get his second stack. However, as you see, Genius right is now having a 5 stack. Can he get that 5? Yes, he's trying for it. Along with me, right as now, we're going to see a lot more action as we finish. Now, as we go ahead, we end up seeing a lot more coming in, and I want to see Raider, as he did give a little bit of a pause to break things down. Now you see the roster, right, Raider? What more do you think that teams are going to give in, especially that Revenant is running with a clean streak?
Revenant, they have been quite interesting when it comes to the 2-0s. I believe, yes, Revenant can definitely once again pitch in that effect. But moving forward, I am looking forward to see how Revenant is going to play along with Team Griffin. I mean, obviously, Griffin is one of those teams who is right now at the 3rd position when it comes to standings, when it comes to seedings. So they definitely have to see how that play comes in. But Dodrio finds a good KO, and not just that, there is going to be some interesting terms of goal coming in. But will there be a KO on that Lapras as well? No, he fortunately gets those citrus berries and he is going to be ready and more than available to fight back once again.
I mean, you know what, Raider, at this time I am telling Lucifer to just take a break, and I'm gonna come back once again, like, out of nowhere, a wild Pokemon spawns. I am the one who is the trainer of it, but it seems like the early stacks are being done very nicely by the side of Revenant, but the Ivysaur seems to be a little stuck at this point, and that overheat is gonna give a lot of hefty damages. The Ivysaur falls down in the hands of Revenant with those points, trying to push them off, but it seems like the bottom lane control is much more under the way of Team Griffin. They want to find a lot more value out there, but still, the Zoroark is coming back into the question. The Revenant with those points almost goal. He needs to just flee from this position, but is he going to make it? It doesn't feel like so as he goes down. But the Snorlax is still there as an in charge of the tier 1 goal zone. He wants to go with the body slam, slams and just tries to stun it as much as possible, while Mimikyu comes into the play and gets the KO that he was opting for.
Well, indeed, the KOs are coming in, no doubt, and that Lapras going in the top lane, trying to go for some good seals, and that's exactly what he was able to be capable of. But Dodrio going in with the set of, I believe, somewhere around 10 more goals. But Mimikyu finds another crucial KO onto the Trevenant. The defender coming to the picture. Zorak, that was a swift one. Speedster versus Speedster. This combination definitely looks good. Revenant and Griffin, both of them have relied heavily on the Speedsters in the past, and that's exactly what they're trying to do at this point as well. But it does feel like that when Dodrio is now unbanned, unlike the day number 1 of this particular tournament, I feel that there could be a good stance coming in from the players of Team Revenant as well, as they've gone with the Dodrio. Regice has been appeared. Let's see who's going to take the advantage out of it, and it is going to be the Mimikyu from Team Griffin who's going to take that advantage. But at the same point, we do see Team Revenant also trying to melt down their 6th ally, as the Revenant is already KO'd. So they really wanted to have an ally, and they've got it. And look at this, the tier 2 goal zone is now quite vulnerable. Dodrio and the other guys have to switch up. Team Griffin wants to fight back, but let's see, can Apple bring in the best value at this point, because he has been quite chaotic from the start when it comes to the whole ACL, because of the factor that Zorak is one of those Pokemon he loves to play with. But unfortunately, he's going to get KO'd. Not just that, even the supporter from the TO team is also going to get KO'd. It was Blissey, if I'm not wrong, who just got KO'd, and it was a KO streak coming in from the players of Team Griffin. But moving forward, yeah, there you go. The tier 1 goal zone gets destroyed from both the ends. On the top lane, the tier 2 goal zones are now vulnerable in the top lane, but complete stack will be there in the bottom lane, and with that, Chandelure will be able to find the Venusaur.
And once again, Griffin, they just like Ghoul is barely surviving, but Unite being committed. Zorak finds the Chandelier finally and gets a chance for the side of Revenant to go up with some good scores indeed. But itself, Snorlax being the big boulder in front of the side of Revenant, he's supposed to go with the scores in the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane, but it seems still Apple is trying to find a lot more value. Illusion still not able to open up as such as what he is supposed to do beyond the Dodrio, because in the past match we did saw Vixion stepping in that way and finding a lot more value on the Dodrio, and it still can make a lot of difference. Still, I would say that Team Griffin, they're looking forward to get this bottom lane control in their hands, because they are focusing on for destroying the tier 1 goal zone of Revenant Esports. But in the meanwhile, Dodrio, he is trying to go with some sneaky scores, but the Venusaur will be in charge of the tier 2 on the top. Oh!
Well, yeah, there you go. Another KO, as we were talking about it. Well, at the same point, when you talk about the bottom lane tier 1 goal zone, well, there is a quite a good of a consistent going on. Zorak finds on the side of 34 goals being down, but it does feel like that Trevenant might be able to get some crucial picks over there. Snorlax is going to fall back a bit. Nova right over there trying to bring in the best value from Team Griffin. We have seen Nova doing phenomenal job in the day number 1, which was on 9th of December, if I'm not wrong. But did saw a lot of interesting play coming in from Nova. But today, things are looking a little bit more different. Revenant is more than ready to fight back. They've already delivered a 2-0, and today I do believe Revenant had 3 matches, out of which the first one is already in their favor. And with that, Lapras is going to steal the Reggie Ice this time with that advantage in their favor. I do believe once again they're going to put up a lot of pressure. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case or not. But Revenant, quite an interesting job. But Griffin, every now and then they're countering, beat the KOs. Oh, the ultimates are definitely going to be there. The Unites are going to be there pretty soon. Zorak finds a crucial one. Mimikyu retaliates by getting the supporter. And that's the exact same retaliation that Revenant is going to dish out. Not just that, Venusaur finds Mimikyu as well. A lot of KOs being delivered. Venusaur finds a KO streak. Not just that, I believe the third KO could be coming in pretty soon. As the Speedster wants to fall back. Well, he's successful in it. But the tier 1 goal zone is definitely going to get destroyed. And with that, the lead that Team Griffin had is now getting nullified.
I mean, it's not just the tier 1 getting destroyed. It was overdunk of 40 more, but itself, Revenant, the way he missed that wooden hammer, got given the allowance to, Illusion to, make a fallback. Otherwise, if he was stunned at that point, he was a sure KO at that moment. Griffin, they're trying to opt and trying to, get back the control that they are losing one after another, even after getting that lead. But it's not going to be that easy. We can see there is a bit of level difference because the level 13 Zoroark and the Venusaur can be a little troubling for them. But if itself, the Dodrio pops and gets the Blissey down, will be the target. The Verdant angle comes into the play, but the Mimikyu coming up with the Unite might just cause a lot of trouble. It's a lot of congestion in the top lane while the Regieleki is still being contested. The Trevenant will be trying to go and get those points done right on the track, but itself the Venusaur is still surviving, but he gets the Mimikyu KO right in front of him, and the Venusaur is still affecting as Revenant Esports, they just deny Griffin in this contentionship of the Regieleki and gets the 6th ally added to their side.
Once again, it's Revenant all over. They're tripping back to the base, once again replenishing their HPs and willing to fight back. It's the Blissey, if I'm not wrong, which was there in the top lane, now moving towards the mid lane because of the fight that is going to get ignited pretty soon. It's going to be the Rayquaza one. But even before that, the teams have shifted their focus towards the Registeel. They want to put it down. They want to melt it away so that they can have their advantage. And Dodrio, Illusion, to be honest, is doing a fun job of putting them some hefty chunk of damage, but now they have to back out because of the fact that there is a lack of time period that they have got. It's just 5 more seconds. After that, the Legendary Pit is going to get opened up. Oh, this is the moment! This is the moment where the players from Team Revenant Esports are going to have that advantage. I mean, they could have waited for a little longer. The goal was opened up and the final search was coming in, and the buffer could have been even more big, but still 383 is where Team Revenant is sitting at right now. Zorak wants to fall back, and he was successful in it due to the fact that Genius was here tanking up the damage, and also the Blissey supporting him right over there as Goku. But moving forward to see how that Rayquaza meltdown situation is going to happen. The Solar Beam goes in. Nobody was able to get damaged with that, but still Chandelure finding the values. I feel there is going to be a good contention coming in. All the players from Team Revenant are definitely feeling it at this point, but still it's the Venusaur who gets the pressurized pressure initially. Oh, still a KO coming in. Mimikyu goes down. The triple trumper being unlocked. Let's see if there is going to be some values. Unfortunately, not so big, but at the end Venusaur goes down. Not just that, even the Blissey goes down. That's a double KO. That's the KO streak that we're talking about. Now the focus towards Rayquaza can definitely be there.
Red is still there. Lapras is there to tank the damage and slow them down and find the time for the Venus to come back into the question. And be a big thing at this point. The Zorak is still into the play. He can find a lot more good KOs, but the body slam comes into the play. But eventually the stuns are happening. Zorak finds the clippable down, and that's all 3 KOs going in the favor of Revenant Esports, out of which all of the 3 have been completed by Zorak. The Dodrio is still surviving. Can have a chance to just steal the Rayquaza in the final moment if he gets the chance, but the Venusaur denies it. It's a team KO coming up from the side of Revenant Esports, and now they're just marching towards the goal zones and will be dumping all those chaos energy in it, making it up at least to like 500 more, maybe not. We'll have to see about it, but eventually there is no stopping to it as Revenant Esports, they will be walking away with the first match in their pocket of this BO3 series.
The start of a 2-0 is already here, guys. Look at this. Revenant Esports. What a phenomenal game up ahead for them. But definitely in the last 10 minutes, what they were able to showcase us was basically a tandem effect. That they were trying to play in a good synergized manner and they were there as the backups. Well, we did saw a lot of Zorak KOs initially, but what happened after that in the later stages in the final search time period as well, also in the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes, we did saw whenever the players from Team Griffin was trying to focus on Apple because he's a speedster, he can be very swift in terms of those steals and also go for some good goals in the later stages. What they decided to go with is basically whenever they see that Zorak, they were trying to put him down. But at the same point, Genius was right over there, Tensai was right over there, tanking up those damages, and Goku was right over there trying to give the support to the team, and all of that was definitely going on point. Zorak was able to bring in the best value in the later stages, but yes, initially he was getting KO'd a lot. But to be honest, Revenant Esports decided to put him in a very safer spot where Apple could have been there as a range attacker. He was like a little bit away from the action initially. Whenever the situation demanded, he was sweeping in and he was getting some good KOs. Look at the number of KOs he was able to get, 9 KOs to be precise, but he was a part of 15. 6 assists also coming into the picture, so that's impressive. Genius on the other corner gave 11 assists and was able to get just 1 KO, but that 1 KO was also a crucial one. On the other corner, unlike Apple, unlike Zorak, Dodri was not that fruitful because he was instigating those fights. He was getting some good initial picks, but then again, the triple trample, I guess, was kind of useful by getting the Venusaur out of the equation. But even before that, Venusaur definitely did his own damage. He was able to get 1 or 2 KOs initially. Then you got him down. To be honest, the value was already generated for Revenant Esports.
Look at the damage that Snowy did on the Mimikyu, 79,053. That was, I believe that's the highest damage dealt by any other Pokemon in the entirety of this match, because the closest one, it's Ghoul with 72 out of there. After that, it's Genius from the side of Revenant Esports with 71. But even after that, Snowy, he was trying his level best with this Astonish and everything. He was trying to just get all the skills and get the momentum back on the side of Team Griffin. But it was completely unable because, you know, Tensei with those boings, then Apple coming into the play, Burzum with those solar beams. I mean, everything was falling right into the hands of Revenant from the very start. But yeah, it was a kind of contested battle towards the 8th minute. But after that, when that one chance was given away, that was a Regiliki who was already sent to the tier 2. Was vulnerable, and everybody from the side of Team Griffin literally ignored it. Nobody even thought that any 1 or 2 players will be just going down there to go with the sneaky scores and get the scores up. So that was a kind of unexpected move done by the side of Revenant Esports, and that, I believe, made a lot of pressure on the side of Team Griffin to go desperately for the Rayquaza melt.
Well, definitely the meltdown situation definitely was quite interesting, and as we see when it comes to the graph as well, initially it was Team Griffin which was trying to set up a marker which was getting some good initial picks as well. You talk about the Regias in their favor, it was there, but then again Revenant was able to get the major share of those objectives as well. They were able to melt down 2 Regilikis, which was quite fruitful for them as well. The last Regiliki that we did saw, which was melted at somewhere around 7 minutes and 10 seconds, it was so on point that there was a dump of approximately 98 goals coming in from the players of Team Revenant as well. So it was quite interesting to watch how Revenant played over there. We're talking about Team Griffin right now. Yes, their initial first 6 minutes were very, very good. They were getting some good KOs. They were putting down Zorak. They were putting down the whole momentum against Team Revenant Esports. But once Revenant Esports figured out what they have to do was basically that they had to level up. They leveled up way too quickly by farming, by getting those alternate swap blues, by hunting down those SLGors, and also getting those crucial goals, breaking down those tier 1, tier 2 goal zones coming into the picture of the top lane. It all worked out for Team Revenant Esports. But let's have a look at the replay as well, where we will get a clear picture of how it all happened. Mimikyu, definitely a very crucial Pokemon at this point, but then again, to be honest, in order to generate a value as an all-rounder, he had to be there with a combination of a supporter or exactly as a defender. There could have been an approach of that Snorlax being there, because he could have absorbed the damage. Meanwhile, the Mimikyu could have been dishing the damage. But that was not the case. SLGor on the other corner was there to be farmed, and they did it quite often. But at the same point, when you talk about Chandelier being there as a Pokemon for the team of Team Griffin, yes, value came in, but not that much when it compared that value to Venusaur coming in from the players of Team Revenant.
at the early stage, this moment I realized that, Revenant, they're getting back the momentum. One after the other, the KOs were coming under their way. The Zoroark was in form. Then in the objective fights as well, Tensei with those boings stunning the opponents was, the big key factor that played a major role. Mimikyu was, trying to make an impact, but the way Revenant, they were, going with all in the bottom and the top lane respectively, destroying the tier 1s one after the other, was a great W move coming up from their end. The Dodrio was able, or I would say he was trying his level best to stop the enemies, but it was not enough, because in front of those solar beams and those wooden hammer boings, it was really tough for the side of Team Griffin to make any counter attack, because they were not able to invade the backline, especially not stopping the Zoroark. But once again, this kind of moment where everything got changed, even after the triple trample commitment, he did find one value of the Venusaur, but after that nothing actually happened more precisely. They came into the question, they came and they just obliterated the side of Team Griffin, not to allow them, and that team KO that came into the question, that Zoroark with the 4K was literally immense, and Apple, he did what he was supposed to do and he just nailed in his job.
Well, from the start you were trying to put Apple down. What happened in the later stages? I mean, Apple outperformed every single guy. Yes, of course, due to the support of his teammates, but at the end, Apple, the way he was able to generate that value was absolutely impressive. A 4K coming in, a KO streak of 4 good KOs, that too in the legendary pit, where the Rayquaza went in all open. I mean, yeah, we have seen an individual Pokemon from the opponent stealing the Rayquaza advantage, but then again, the Revenant was pretty much ready to deal with that scenario as well. They were able to get the Rayquaza advantage. With that, they were able to climb to a scoreline, if I'm not wrong, 720 plus. Interesting scoreline, no doubt in that. But yeah, have to say that the next few games are going to be even more challenging for Team Revenant, because Revenant, after they win this particular game, will be climbing to the first position, as we did saw Team True Gravity getting lost against Team Clown 5. It was a very intriguing match, to be honest, like match number 2 that I'm talking about. But then again, it's Revenant, it's Apple that we are talking about, a guy who loves to play Zoroark. He wants to become the best, and to be honest, he's very close to being the best speedster that we have got in the Indian circuit, because of the value that he generates in every single game.
I mean, one time, Crowley said that when Apple plays, it's either a 1v5 or it's not. I mean, if he plays like if he's in form, he gets the stack. Yeah, if he gets the stack and everything is fine, he can literally go all alone and get all the KOs. And he did the very same thing in the final stretch. I mean, getting that 4 KOs on his side, giving Revenant the biggest opportunity to open up and get the Rayquaza in their favor was that immense play that came from his side. Eventually, he stopped the Dodrio, not let him run freely, was the biggest move that I would say Revenant Esports they had for themselves, because if you let the Dodrio run freely and get what he wants, it could have been a big nuisance towards their side, but they avoided it very practically, and now they're just enjoying the value that they found. But still, I would say the series is not over, so they have to be waiting for one more match to come in their way, as Revenant, they're having a very good run. I'm really looking forward to see what lies ahead for themselves while we talk about another player coming up from the side of Team Griffin. It's going to be Nova, and his favorite Pokemon is Umbreon, and his goal, if you talk about, is to win the PUACL, and everybody has this kind of aim itself, because if you don't aim to win it, there's no point of aiming itself.
Yeah, definitely everybody wants to be on the top at this point. There are a few players who are trying to become the best. There are a few players who are achieving, or should I say waiting for that achievement to be unlocked, which is known as the winner of PUACL, that is Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2024. But trust me, the journey is going to be even more tough from here, because we are talking about the seeding positions. The 23rd of December, that will be the final day of regional qualifiers, is going to be even more challenging. We have to see how those seeding situation works out. We have to see who is going to fight against which particular team and how that whole situation unlocks. But trust me, Griffin is a very interesting team. From the start, they have been putting a lot of pressure. Although they lost in the Pokemon UNITE India Open 2023, we did saw that Team Griffin was fighting against Team True Gravity, if I'm not wrong, in the winners bracket round number 3. They lost against them, and then their journey from the lower bracket started. And in the lower bracket, they went all the way towards the lower bracket finale, but they lost against Forger Legacy. But yeah, similar situation happened to even Team Revenant, because Revenant was also quite well built when you talk about their formation. Although unfortunately in the lowest bracket, round number 3, they got eliminated by the hands of Skyesports. But this time in the Asia Champions League, Revenant is kind of a contender of the only spot that is there for the Indian subcontinent, which is the #1 spot in the regional qualifiers. But for now, The day number 1, day number 2 is basically all about the seating positions, and in terms of that, Revenant now has come very close to Team True Gravity. True Gravity is there with 10 points, Revenant was there with 9 points. They've already won one good game, to be honest. Now they have to win one more. With that 2-0, I do believe that the position of True Gravity is going to get snatched away. Also, Nekroz, there is another factor that has to be counted in, is Revenant has one more match to play, and in all total, we had 3 good matches today for Team Revenant Esports, and Team True Gravity have just 2 matches. So True Gravity has played their one match already, and now they're left with just one more. And if Team Revenant wins all 3 matches with the 2-0, I do believe Revenant is the one team which will be there at the #1 position in the seeding situation.
Yeah, there's no doubting that, and I'm quite sure that they're expecting or they're aiming for that itself. But Illusion, if you talk about frequently used Pokemon, we see playing on the Blaziken and Buzzwole more precisely. But Illusion, I mean, he has been pretty dominant on that Leafeon, or if you just say on the Zoroark, whatever you give him. But yeah, if you know, he talked about his favorite Pokemon is Mew, and when he gets a chance to play on Mew, he never misses it. And whenever he's in the Mew play, he is the one you should not just go on a head-on fight, because even after the Mew nerves and all, it's still kind of something that can just annoy you, but will not wait any longer, as the second game is just about to kickstart. We are in the draft phase, and we'll see what kind of bans are we gonna expect, because Team Griffin, again with that first preference, this time they will have the first choice preference for themselves, while Revenant seems to be banning the Umbreon from their end, and Griffin decides to ban the Slowbro, not to let any of the players take the Slowbro, the True Bro, in under their control, because it might cause them a lot of trouble.
So the Hoopa is unlocked, and I feel that there might be some good choices of Hoopa coming in the picture. It could be either Team Griffin going in first, and eventually it could be Team Revenant as well. I would love to see what kind of choice will be made, because 2 of the tankers are already banned, so there is not a lot of choices that we can deliver with. Blastoise is definitely there, and yeah, there you go. Genius is going to completely put it away, because he really wants to have that advantage. Goku on the other corner is going to take the best supporter that we've got against Hoopa. It's going to be the Clefable, and to be honest, we did saw even the Eldegoss play coming in today by the players of Team Clown 5, and It's Okay Babu was so on point with it. Even in the interview, he said, like, basically, I had that confidence in me that Eldegoss is that one Pokemon that I can really cherish because of the factor that Tracy was not advantageous for me. He went in for that. But yes, talking about the topic phase, as you do see that we have a speedster coming in from Team Griffin, and it's gonna be the Surak, which usually is in the hands of Apple, but now it has been snatched away, and Apple locks in the Venusaur, and the Trevenant is going to be there for Tensai.
Wait, what? Mike is going with that? Oh, wait. He's going with the Comfy? Okay, now this is going to be interesting. Comfy sticking with the Zoroark can be very much deceiving for the side of Griffin. I mean, they can just literally obliterate at any point. Illusion sticking with that Leafeon itself. So there are two players who will be stacking. One is going to be Snowy on that, like the Zoroark, and that one is going to be the Leafeon. But Burzum, now this is going to be interesting. Ninetales coming into the play. We saw it in the previous match itself, getting picked. So now I'm really excited to see what Burzum is going to come up and put on the table. But again, if you talk about the builds that they have, the Resonant Guard being on the Tensei, that means he's going to tank a lot of damage from the side. Being on the two defenders, Genius is going with that special attack specs. That means a stack build for him as well, and a full heal on Apple. So it's an interesting composition from both the teams. I'm really looking forward to see what lies ahead, because Team Griffin, if they lose this one, they just lose this series itself, while Revenant, they will be continuing their winning streak, that too with a clean sweep.
I mean, Revenant already started today with the 2-0. What they really want to focus right now is getting another 2-0, and I feel the way they are performing, the way they are establishing their control, it is definitely one of those situations which can be quite possible. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case or not. But yes, trust me, that 2-0 against Skyesports was one of those hefty matches that I was really excited to watch. Moving forward, yes, Griffin is now more than ready to fight back against Team Revenant Esports, who has got that initial advantage of winning the game number 1. And once you win the game number 1, you put a serious kind of mental pressure onto the opponent, because if they lose this one, there's nothing to really do. Yeah, there is no situation of elimination coming into the picture. You don't get pushed over to the losers bracket, but trickling down to the seeding situation, it really matters of It really matters that to which particular position you have got. And obviously, in that terms, Revenant Esports has got a very safe spot to talk about. Griffin is there and at the third position, if I'm not wrong, because at the fourth position we did saw Crown 5 rolling it out. Moving forward, when you talk about the game, well, it has already been started. The next 10 minutes are going to be immensely valuable for both the teams. It could be a decider, story being written, or it could be a complete 2-0 clean sweep coming in from the players of Team The Revenant. But for now, the Squirtle wants to go for some good goals. The people right over there trying to go for the support. But it's just not going to be that easy for going in for those 2 goals, because again, the stack that you were talking about is going to be there. Initially, Comfy is there on the top lane, and we will get to see Comfy and that EV confrontation coming to the picture.
Oh, they not want to let Illusion go with the scores, but eventually both of them will have their stacks done. But eventually the 2 KOs coming into the play, given a chance for Revenant to go and get the scores done on the tier 1. But again, Revenant, they do not have a kind of early game control as what we have seen so far. But it seems like Tensei again, he was just about to get a KO. Finally, he helps himself up to go back in the tier 1, get the Citrus Berry up for himself. Patching himself up, will be trying to go and get his scores done. But still, Goal, Nova, under the control of tier 1, wants to make sure that nobody comes near and will get all the buffs in their favor. It seems that Team Griffin, they want to make sure that Revenant does not have the control while the Zorok will be coming into the play. They want to go with the stacks itself, but Snowy, will he be able to? The Comfy is taking away with them, but the Solar Boy is coming into the play, stunning the Zoroark. Would have got a great opportunity if the Solar Boy would have connected, but again, Snowy decides to make a fallback. Will still be waiting for the right moment to get the scores done.
The right moment will be coming in pretty soon, as the level evolution is something that we are focusing on. Every single trainer is focusing on. They want to get that level buff in their favor, and it does feel like that Team Revenant is also quite on point in that stance as well. Leafeon on the other corner, Zorak on the other corner, definitely trying to farm a lot when it comes to the mid lanes. Look at Zorak already trying to evolve as fast as possible. He's trying to go with those Siligors, and now the combination that you were talking about, Nekroz, in the top mid phase is definitely active. It's going to be the Zorak and Comfy combination that we're going to talk about. Nova and Illusion already on low mode of HPs. They wanted to fall back and they did. Water Turtle is now being concerned, but it's going to be a complete cornered up scenario coming in for the players of Team Griffin, and that's why they had to back out from the fight. Revenant definitely lacking when it comes to the terms of score, but still they are establishing a lot of control and they're not letting Team Griffin enter their lanes, and they're not letting Team Griffin get the best value. Look at the Zorak already on the verge of getting a KO, and that's exactly what is going to happen. The Comfy is up next, and I feel that his KO is also going to be there. A KO streak coming in for the Petal Dancing guy. It's going to be the Venusaur, and the choice of Petal Dance could be quite intriguing, but it saw a lot of Zola being utilized, but this time Revenant wants to switch it up, and Revenant is the only team which loves to play with the Petal Dance as well whenever they choose to go with the Venusaur, and that Petal Dance can definitely be very effective when it comes to stealing legendary Pokemons or stealing the objective ones. But look at this, Leafeon goes down, Regirock has appeared, but it is all trickling down to the Zorak. Zorak was running away. For a moment I thought that he is going to escape, but no, it's the Venusaur that we are talking about. It's the apple that we are talking about. He is going to find that value.
Oh my god, at this point it seems like the Venusaur has gone berserk and Blastoise secures the Reggie for the side of Team Revenant Esports. Look at the difference that they're trying to make at this point. The Reggie has been pushed down to the tier 2, and it seems Revenant, they're not interested in melting the Regirock in the bottom. They want to go for those early scores and they want to keep the momentum up for themselves, and this makes the goal zone vulnerable and the scores are just not stopping. Still, there is a bit of chance for the overdunk, but Blastoise decides to go with some 5 more scores and eventually gives a chance for Team Griffin to go with the scores in the bottom tier 1 as well. Griffin, they are just trying to get back the momentum. The Leafeon was there. An overdunk came in from the side of Team Griffin. Not a very high one, but still it was more than enough to just, keep themselves up inside the game as Comfy secures the Regirock. One objective fell in the hands of Revenant, and the other one fell in the hands of Team Griffin. We will be waiting for the next objectives to spawn after some time, but till then, will Revenant be able to keep this lead for themselves? Because the way the level difference is playing the role, the level 10 Ninetales, the level 11 Venusaur, this is very, very much impactful for the side of Revenant boys.
Honestly, when you see the top lane, I believe that the Blasters won't be able to bring in the best value because there was the Zorak combination with the Comfy along with that. But it saw even the second speedster coming in from that particular team also trying to wreak havoc. But that's the exact moment where the players of Team Griffin have, the players of Team Revenant have decided to go for the bottom lane. They were trying to suck it up away, but now they have TP'd back to the base and they're trying to put Zorak down. Zorak was able to find the value of 5 good goals, but now his KO is something that is quite inevitable if he tries to go for a few more goals, but Zorak finally was able to completely back out from the scene. In the next 18 seconds, we'll get to see even the Reggie coming into the picture, and that Reggie combination could be very, very good for both the teams. And as we look at the stack, it does feel like that the top lane is pretty much under the control of Team Revenant Esports. The way they were able to destroy the tier 1 and tier 2 gold zones in top lane of Team Griffin was also quite intriguing. Now Reggie, well, there you go, the petal dance, and with that the Blasters combination is going to be there. They're trying to melt it away, but there comes the Zorak who might be able to sweep in, and even the Mew is right over there active to get the best output. And there you go, it's going to be Mew who is going to get the advantage, and the 6 allies quite active right now. Leafeon finds another one, Blastoise goes down. It's going to be a tough fight. Revenant utilizes the Unite, but still nothing fruitful came in as the KO streaks from Team Griffin are just getting enlarged. And look at that, 2 KO streak for the players of Team Griffin, and at the same point even Leafeon was able to get another set of 2 KOs. Now Blastoise goes with the Hydro Spin and Ninetales is active. That means Crowley is here to fight back.
Oh, look at Griffin. They just had a control that they wanted at this point of time. Eventually, at this point, Genius will be trying to stop the Reggie because he has no option at this point left. 3 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, and it seems Team Griffin, they are much more interested in melting this Regirock as well. So Rock, he has already started it off. A lot of players, Team Griffin are in a very big contendership. Goku might just try to get the steal at the last moment, but the Solar Boy come into the play. Won't let the Cliffable have the steal for his side of Revenant. But Goku, he did try to make some impact out there, but could not manage it up. The shields are still active, just in a good time, but eventually Revenant Esports, they want to push it back. Griffin, they still are keeping their tier 1 gold zone alive in the bottom, as both the tier 1 and tier 2 has been breached on the top, and Revenant, they just don't care about it. They're just going with the scores itself. The Lapras being completely stunned by that avalanche will be creating a lot of impact, while Snowy with the big 50 on the top. There is nobody to stop them, but Revenant with that complete team push, it's going to cause a lot of trouble. The 90s goes down. There is 2 kills already. The Solar Beam is going to cause a lot of trouble as Revenant loses 4 of their players. Blastoise remains the sole one. They'll have to make a retreat. Might just be completely trapped out there, and the Solar Beam does the formality damage, and that's almost a complete team KO happening for the side of Team Revenant.
I mean, this stacking up situation could have been really fruitful for Team Revenant Esports until unless Team Griffin would have decided to go with a combination of that Comfy onto some other Pokemon. But the Comfy stick up was there with the Lapras, if I'm not wrong, and the way Lapras absorbed all the heavy lifting, all the heavy hits coming in from the players of Team Revenant Esports was absolutely amazing. Now look at that, another Unite can be utilized, and there you go, the Cliffable finds this time, and the 6 ally will be coming in, and it's going straight for the baseline goal zone. There will be multiple KOs coming in. Zorak goes on, unfortunate, but that's a harsh reality. Not just that, even the Comfy is going to get KO'd away. Lapras runs far, and with that, now the focus on Rayquaza is something which is quite inevitable. Let's see how Rayquaza meltdown is going to work out. Is it going to be a situation where the players of Team Revenant Esports are going to get the complete control out of it? It does feel like that they might be able to get it, and look at them, they're trying to melt it away. Lapras right over there. Revenant is also trying to be on point, but it's Leafeon who steals it away. The complete advantage trickles down in the favor of Team Griffin. They get multiple KOs, and with that, it's an opening that has been created. But Revenant is going to go for a sneaky 50. He might be able to get it, but no, unfortunately, he gets KO'd. Zorak, what a battle that he's trying to establish. Griffin fights back, and Griffin is going to retaliate in a manner where Revenant is not going to get a 2-0, that's for sure. But still, lead is not that much. Maybe we might see a counter, but for that counter to be delivered, I believe there has to be the Pokemons coming in from Team Revenant alive and fighting in the mid lanes or fighting towards their jungle. But it does feel like that Zorak is waiting patiently with his shield, comfortably stacking for another set of 100.
Revenant really thought that they could just melt the Rayquaza in a blink of an eye, but it looks like they're interested. They want to go with the scores. They want to stretch it as far as possible like a rubber band. But once again, Team Griffin, they were prepared. They are prepared. But in the meantime, you will see a lot more hefty scores. 50 coming up. It's almost 7-7-4. But look at the Unites being dumped at this position. The scores are coming from the side of Revenant Esports, but it is just not enough. The bird rectangle comes into the play, gets the Leafeon down as well. But still, Revenant Esports are way too far from the score that is needed for them to get the victory done. even don't have that much of Eos energy to get the scores done. But looking out to that position, the Comfy commits the Unite. Still, it's a vulnerable spot for the side of Revenant Esports, but the Solar Beam is giving a hefty amount of damage. The Boing's coming into the play. Revenant Esports, they still want to push it as far as possible, but the KOs are just not giving the room for the side of Team Griffin as what they want, because Zoroark has been put to the rest and will be spawning in the next match, but still the scores are not being done, and it's still not enough for Revenant, it seems, to get the scores levelized or equalized by the side of Team Griffin, as Griffin, they are making sure that they will win this one and will be pushing it to the decider. But let's see, there has been a lot of scores, but is it enough for Revenant?
Unfortunately not enough. Well, Snowy with that Zoroark and the Comfy combination was definitely very, very on point. And to be honest, the way Mikey played on that Comfy was so intriguing to watch. Remember the moment when in the bottom lane we did saw a complete stack from Team Revenant, and there was a situation where Team Revenant was definitely capitalizing onto the players of Team Griffin. What happened over there? Nova, the Lapras, decided to stack up with Mikey, and that is the Comfy. What a way to absorb all the damage, meanwhile dish all the support that team wanted, and Team Revenant's all the ability that they wanted to go with, all the heavy hitting shots that they wanted to take away was getting absorbed by that Lapras. Meanwhile, the other back-end attackers, the range attackers, was definitely getting the values, and in terms of that, Revenant Esports definitely failed in multiple stances when they were trying to attack him. Burzum, Crowley definitely was going on point with his own play, but in this particular matchup, I have to say Goku and then eventually Tensai as well was not that effective. Goku was definitely there with the recovery, definitely there with the assists, but at the same point when you talk about Tensai, the amount of absorption of the damage that we really wanted to see as a defender from his corner was not that on point. So in terms of that, yes, Team Revenant struggled a bit. In the later stages, we did saw a large amount of goals being delivered, all thanks to that Snowy and Comfy combination that was there, which was quite sneaky enough, and who decided to go for the baseline goal zone after the whole stack of Team Revenant went towards the baseline goal zone of the Team Griffin. That is something where 150 goals came in, and due to that 150 goals, I believe right now it's Team Griffin who is able to equalize in terms of match number 3. Otherwise, it was a game of Team Revenant the way they fought back in the last few seconds.
I mean, yeah, definitely. It did feel to me as well that Revenant will be able to just snatch this victory away, and it can be another 2-0 for their side. But Griffin had different plans, and it's completely justified by their own gameplay style and the kind of plannings they did in the final stretch. Because I believe that nobody actually never thought that, the Solar Beam is still available from the side of goal, Illusion is still open, and he is still kind of someone who can just steal the Rayquaza at any moment whenever he hops in, and that was a huge mistake that happened for the side of Team Griffin, and that costed for the side of Revenant, but it costed them again. But if we talk about Griffin coming up with an equalizer, we just see them that being the one to take the control does not always require the meta Pokemons. Even when you talk about, we know the major supporters has always been the Blissey and the Clippable, but few moments ago we just in the interview that in the last call that guy decided to play on Eldegoss, so Mikey also just thought once again that why not play on the Comfy and just find a lot more value. But it seems like the decider is going to be very interesting, because both the teams, they're just putting up a cutthroat competition for both of them respectively.
Well, indeed, the competition is no doubt a way to cut through at this point. Revenant wanted to come up with the 2-0. They were coming very close initially after looking at the combination that they were trying to come up with. But trust me, Team Griffin, the way they utilized this Comfy was so amazing and so intriguing, to be honest, that every single team has to learn from Team Griffin at this point. The way they utilize the Comfy on Zoroark, the way they utilize it on Lapras. To be honest, why I'm coining that fight again and again, it's because Team Revenant could have capitalized a lot in that scenario. They could have got that initial lead they were urging for, and they could have got some interesting counters as well. But Team Revenant was unable to get it due to the absorption of the damage and the support coming in from that Comfy on the Lapras. And yes, the heavy hitting shots that were coming in from the backends of Team Griffin was again quite effective. Look at the amount of goals even Team Revenant Esports was able to get in the last final stretch, despite of the fact that they lost the control of that Rayquaza. To be honest, it was already on their way. They could have got that Rayquaza advantage. They were able to get, if I'm not wrong, 3 or 4 KOs. But the only mistake that they did was basically neglecting the Leafeon and the Lapras that was there in the Legendary Pet. And Leafeon was able to swoop in. They was able to get it get the Nekroz advantage in their favor. Well, you will get to see all of that in the replay as well, but from the start I have to once again say that the combination of that Zorak and Comfy definitely worked way too well, as Nekroz also elaborated in the draft pick phase that this combination can definitely be quite effective. It was, and yes, there were some hunting down moments coming in from even the players of Team Revenant, but still not enough to completely cut the deal in their favor.
I mean, at a point we really saw sometimes that if you have the sludge bomb and the solar beam coming on the Venusaur, you can just be very, very fruitful. But again, whenever we see that that kind of pedal dance coming into play, always, it's a blessing to our eyes. But the way the Venusaur played was literally tremendous. Almost, every time he was using the unit whenever it was much more needed. But the complexity of both the teams does seem very tough. So if you can just imagine the type of competition that is just being put on the table, it's not that easy to overtake it. But one after another, when actually Team Griffin started to take the lead, it was nothing that Revenant could do, because you told it. I would say, who told it? Was it Lucifer or someone else? But just told him that if anyhow you give a chance for your opponent to gain the momentum, it's all done and dusted. But eventually, every time the objective fight came into the question, the one team who was on that lead or who had the control was majorly Revenant. But eventually, the last final shot came in from the side of Leafeon, and the Rayquaza played his game, allowing the players of Team Griffin to go and clinch their victory.
What a way to go for the victory, no doubt in that. What an impressive way to start it off in the favor of Team Griffin. I mean, they lost the first game, that too with a big margin, but this time they were able to counter it. Although the margin was not that big enough, as they were able to establish a margin of 110, 120 points. Good enough, but then again, Griffin now is going to neglect one thing, and that is that Revenant is not going to get any more a 2-0. So it is basically going to be a situation of a 2-1. It could be in the favor of Team Griffin, it could be in the favor of Team Revenant as well. Right now, who really wants to have that 2-1 is basically Team Griffin, because Revenant is already on the closing end of Team True Gravity, and True Gravity is there with 10 points, Revenant is there with 9 points in their favor, and they are sitting at the second spot. But Team Griffin is one of those teams who is right now sitting at the third or fourth position, so they have to climb. And how can they do that? Is basically by beating Team Revenant with a 2-0. But 2-0 is neglected. Now it's basically a 2-1 that might come in, and I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case for Team Griffin, because then again, everybody is now waiting for their single opportunity that is there from the Indian subcontinent to be there in Bangkok, Thailand as the finalist of ACL 2024. But that journey is still a little bit far away, because on 23rd of December we'll get to know who is that particular team. But for now, seedings are going to be very, very important, and we have to see who is going to be the first seeded team and who is going to be the sixth one. Depending on that, yes, the switch-ups are going to get carried away on the single elimination day, which is the last day of ACL 2024 regional qualifiers.
I'm still kind of pumped up at this point what to say, what to witness more in this ACL India League stage, because you can just imagine if we are having good amount of competition in the Indian circuit itself, we will be having the other region teams in the final. So the teams who will be traveling, most importantly, there is only a single representation from the side of India, and only one team, as we all know, will be going forward to take part in the ACL finals. Which team is it going to be? If you just ask me, if you would have asked me this question just before the ACL started, I could have just said, it's going to be True Gravity. There is no question about it. But now you ask me, I really see that. I don't want to jinx it, but still, like, the possibilities like True Gravity or Revenant, because Forger Legacy, they are lacking behind a little bit. I'm happy for Clown5 that they're making a comeback after the previous day performance. 2 matches played, 2 lost. Now they have 2 wins in their name as well. One more match to go for their side, and it will decide whether they will be, which position that they will be acquiring after the end of day number 2. So a lot of things, a lot of permutation combinations being applied by the teams, because they are hungry for the win. Probably at this point, Revenant, the kind of clean sweep streak that they were continuing, will help them. I mean, you have won 3 matches, that too in a 2-0 scoreline. It's not just an easy job to do. If it even goes a 2-1, Revenant, they will still be there on the top. There is no doubt to it. But if they lose it in front of Team Griffin, then the position can be a little bit questionable. But we'll have a look on the player introduction itself of who comes out on the top.
Let's talk about Revenant Esports. We have Tencent, the guy who was quite confident with determinant in the first 2 games. In the first one, again, he was not able to bring in the right output. In the second one, again, that output didn't came in. So Tensei for me today is a guy who is a little bit on the shaky note, but his favorite Pokemon usually is Mr. Mime, which is kind of out of order at this point when it comes to the supporter role. We have gone as far as the Eldegoss, as far as the Comfy. Hoopa is definitely getting banned every now and then. We do see Clippable, Blissey as the first and second choices, but this time it was the Comfy. We did saw Eldegoss play as well coming in from the players of Clown 5 today. It was Babu, if I'm not wrong, who was able to go with it. But right now, when you talk about from Team Griffin, it's going to be Snowy, and with that Zorak, he can be quite unformidable. And yeah, we just have to say one thing, and that is Thailand. Here I come. What a play from Team Griffin. The way they countered the aggression coming in from Team Revenant was absolutely amazing. Revenant was there with every single advantage that they really wanted to have in the legendary pit, but the only thing that they neglected was basically the rest of Pokemons. And those 2 Pokemons did their job. Leafeon stole it away, and with that, we did saw a plethora of goals coming in from the players of Team Griffin. And Revenant unfortunately was unable to establish their control in the latest stages. But yes, Snowy, a guy who really wants to perform at this point, is quite interesting, quite intriguing plays from his corner as well. Talking about Genius, frequently used Pokemons are the defenders that he loves to go with, usually a Lapras, but then again, Blastoise is also in his, I guess, target.
It actually comes in his decision making according to the composition, because this time, the Lapras was compromised, so he had to go with the Blastoise, and he did fine pretty well. He was doing pretty good, but the last moment strike that came in out of nowhere, nobody would have expected him to fall in that way. But eventually, when it just kind of way, if we talk about Snowy, I mean, he is always the one picking the Glaceon, and if I became a fan of Glaceon in Pokemon UNITE, it was just because of him, because I used to see him when Glaceon was in meta. He was the one, destroying the other enemies with that. But when it comes to Decidueye, I really want to see that Deci comes into the play in the next upcoming Decidueye at least, maybe if not a Glaceon or something, because Deci, Spirit Shackle, keeping on the held items, if we see a Charging Charm, it's just a one-shot kill itself, because the new buffs, Deci is going crazy nowadays.
No doubt in that, the Spirit Shackle and the other combination that we are going to see from the Decidueye can be definitely quite, should I say, revelating and eventually elevating when it comes to the performance as well. We have seen Decidueye with the combination of a defender that it has been a very, very, should I say, opportunistic for the players of that particular team who is utilizing that Decidueye. Due to the fact that it's a range attacker, it can sit back away from the action and eventually use the Spirit Shackle to bring in the best damage. It's basically like Inteleon or the Solar Beams coming in from Venusaur and Mew as well. Although then again, if you talk about the Solar Beams, it does definitely have a range, but it's not that much. On the other corner, the Inteleon Snipe Shot and the other guy, the Decidueye, has got those Spirit Shackles can be definitely quite effective. Even Glaceon's Icicle Spear, if I'm not wrong, is also kind of a similar approach that we can bring in. With that, the frontline attackers can absorb all the damage. You sitting on the back end, utilizing these 3 Pokemons can bring in the best value of dishing out the right amount of damage. But let's go to the ban phase. Let's go to the drop pick phase to be precise. Initially, it is going to be the ban phase, then we'll get to see the pick phase and we'll get to see the preparation phase as well. But in terms of the ban phase, a Slowbro and a Lapras ban is something which is quite inevitable right now. And on the other corner, Burzum wants to go with the ban of Gardevoir. That's interesting.
Now, this is going to be interesting because the Hoopa is there. If anybody wants to opt, or even Mikey wants to take the chance for Griffin to make a bounce back, if he wants to go with the Hoopa, he will have the choice, giving Tensei an opportunity to pick the Umbreon because it was not banned eventually. And on the counter, Griffin will have a good chance of getting the Cliffable and as well as the Snorlax in their favor. And Mikey decides just to stick with the Cliffable for their end. Have to see what Revenant can do about it. But Noah, wait, what? He just chooses the Mew instead of the Snorlax, giving a chance for Revenant Esports to pick another defender. It can be the Snorlax itself, but Goku decides to go with the Blissey as Genius. He doesn't want to let the defender or probably the Blastoise slip away. So he goes with the Blastoise, and Griffin will still have a chance to choose the Snorlax or any other Pokemon itself, except the Slowbro itself. I mean, it is banned, right?
Yeah, it is banned, and eventually Blastoise and Umbreon are already been chosen, so he can go for a Snorlax. That's exactly what he's going to do. Ghoul is going to go ahead and pick it up. Snowy on the other corner can be very effective with this beautiful, beautiful Zorak. Speedster approach can be there. Apple could actually go with the Venusaur. On the other corner, Burzum wants to play with the Speedster. This is going to be an interesting approach coming in. On the other corner, Apple definitely was quite interesting, quite intriguing, quite relevating in terms of the way he utilized that Venusaur in the second game. But then again, the team support was not there, and that's how they lacked the whole control. But now it's all trickling down to what the final choice of Team Griffin would be. Is it going to be an all-rounder? Is it going to be a defender or an attacker? I feel it could be an attacker or an all-rounder. Well, Blaziken, Illusion is one of those players who loves to play Blaziken. He has been very effective on it. But then again, looking at the combination, maybe things will change for him.
A blazing pick indeed coming up from his side. Have to see. So we've got two stack Pokemon. I mean, Mikey and Snowy will be the two people or the trainers who will be going for those stack pushes or maybe stack build as what we see. On the other hand, Burzum will have that kind of, Burzum and Genius will be the two Pokemons that has the stack build for themselves. Looking forward to see it. So Revenant, they do have two frontline defenders, and their frontline looks super strong, followed by Apple. If he is going with that same Petal Dance as well as the Giga Drain, it can be a little deceiving for them. But on a counter Team Griffin, they just have one defender, so they have to be very cautious. They do have one all-rounder, that is Illusion, so he needs to also put in a question that he needs to complete his stacks. He's got an attack weight on him, so a lot of responsibility on the shoulder of Team Griffin. It's going to be a risky move, but I really want to see whether Team Griffin, can they beat Revenant and stop their streak right here, right now? Because it's either way going to a 2-1. So which team will it be? Is it Revenant or Team Griffin? Just in a matter of 10 more minutes, we will have the answer in front of our eyes.
Well, we really have to see what happens next. I mean, is it going to be Team Revenant? Is it going to be Griffin? As you said, Nekroz, one of those teams are definitely going to become the winner of this particular game number 3, match number 3 to be honest, as overall. Well, talking about Team Revenant Esports, the combinations that they're going up is definitely quite intriguing to watch. They have got their Blissey, they've got 2 EVs to play with, and obviously the picks are going to be again quite interesting. Look at both the EVs trying to evolve at this point, and obviously everybody really wants to focus a lot in terms of the level buffs. I would love to see if again Apple is going to go with the Petal Dance, or is it going to be a situation of a ranged attacker coming to the picture while choosing the Petal Dance. Have to see what happens with Revenant and Griffin. Both of them start with a good note, but Team Revenant is starting off with a lead. They've got a set of 22 goals in the top lane, and they are maintaining the composure. Leafeon on the other corner has already leveled up, and obviously due to those boinks, the players like Snorlax, Nova, and the other guy are trying to step back a bit. But look at Zorak. Snowy already leveling up as fast as possible.
Oh, he's much more interested. You know, he wants to find that same kind of value that he got in the previous match itself. Looking forward to see what kind of things will happen, because Burzum on that Leafeon definitely will play a very major factor. Those EVs, evolution coming up from Revenant should actually make a good impact, giving a chance for Leafeon to level up himself, but wants to trap this Snorlax, and that Solar Boy coming into the play will give a big privilege to the side of Leafeon to complete his stack, and now all the buffs getting in the favor of Team Revenant. Seems like Griffin, they also wants to just step on. Now this time they just managed to trap the Blissey in front of them. Also Snowy wants to go and get their stacks done, but the Ivysaur has some different plans, gets the Zoroark down, and eventually the Clipper will try to make a fallback, giving Wartortle also a chance to complete a stack. Revenant, they are looking to have a very, very good start for themselves.
Well, yeah, indeed. The lead that they're trying to maintain is something amazing. They're getting multiple KOs as well, which is again quite important for them in terms of the leveling up scenario and also breaking the momentum from the opponent's perspective. But trust me, it's just not going to be that easy. Well, the Petal Dance is on, and with that, I believe the supporter can be hunted down. Mikey won't be able to survive with that, and yes, indeed, the KO will be coming in. As I said initially, that there will be a lot of interesting moment-changing fights coming in from Team Revenant. They won't let it go that easily. And look at that, Snowy now is there hiding in the tall tree grasses. If he gets spotted, he's definitely going to get punched up. And the call for the support in the top lane is something which is definitely going to be there. Look at that, the Cliffable right over there with the Moon Knight. There is going to be some certain changes. Oh, the Umbreon goes on. That's not good. Not just that, even the Zorak is going to get countered. And at the same point, Blastoise brings in the best value. Blaziken gets confirmed. And with that KO, Now another set of some interesting goals will be there from Team Remnant Esports, and Remnant is looking forward to break that tier 1 goal zone. One of those mistakes that I did saw Nekroz in the second game was basically breaking down both the tier 1, tier 2 goal zone in the top lane. So they had to come up with a choice that they either have to go for the baseline goal zone or they had to go for the bottom lane tier 1 tier 2 goal zones. They didn't have any choice to rotate in the top lane. Meanwhile, they had to definitely leave their one Pokemon in the top lane due to the factor that even Team Griffin was also looking forward to go for some sneaky goals. So I feel breaking one goal zones from the top lane and then eventually one goal zone from the bottom lane could be the stance that can be a little bit more valuable. Otherwise, you can not focus a lot when it comes to the bottom lane push.
Remnant Esports looking forward to get this Reggie steal no matter what. The Petal Dance come into the play. The Verdict Anger will play and get the impact done. The Clippable goes down the Blaziken. He's just running away for the Citrus Berry. But look at the Blastoise. He was chasing him and Ghoulie is just nowhere to go and make a fallback. The overheat should give a good amount of damage, but the Hydro Typhoon does it. Leafeon again coming with the big laser blade, like Leaf Blade. He does the damage and there will be some overdunks coming up as well. Revenant Esports, they have taken almost 105 points lead already. Looking forward to it. So Zoroark, he was there invading the jungles of Revenant Esports, stealing the buffs for his side. Not participating in the Registeel fight. Did it cost them? Was it a good move? That's a question that still remains, because Revenant Esports, that's the level difference. A level 11 Leafeon. It's just a big impactful thing that can happen for Revan. But look at that. They just wanna don't let slip away this Reggie, but eventually Griffin finds the value and pushes it over the tier 1.
Well, as soon as the level buff is going to be there, I do believe that Team Remnant is going to step up a notch and get some KO is going to come. And not just that, even the tanker is going to get cooked away. And not just that, I believe now it all trickles down to Mike. What? 3 KO streak. We might see the 4th one as well coming in because he was ready with the Citrus Berry, and again a point comes in. A 4K coming in from Team Revenant Esports. Burzum is just so on point when it comes to using a speedster. Usually we do just see him with a attacker, but this time he's going to go with the speedster and he's just so on point with it. On the other corner, Zorak wants to bring in the value, but this time the Comfy is not there. There is no such supporter which is going to bring in the value. Already the Cliffable is there, but the Cliffable is kind of focused between the bottom lane fights, and Snorlax is trying to back it out. Snorlax is trying to absorb as much damage as possible, but the Petal Dance is active, and with that, Revenant is going to get another set of KOs. Look at the level buff that Team Revenant has got. It's some serious level buff that they've got. Level 12 Leafeon, we have level 11 the Blastoise, and also the Venusaur is right over there on that level. Yes, the other defender and the supporter is not on point when it comes to level. They are more than ready to really fight back in this game, and now patiently I'm waiting for the next Regis to be spawned. Yes, we do see a Regi rock being appeared in the bottom lane, so they might actually go for that containment as well. But even before that, the alternating Swablues goes in the favor of Team Revenant Esports once again.
Burzum is playing very strategically, but given a chance to Illusion to go and dunk it, he goes with a 30 over dunk on the top tier 1 and eventually breaks it apart. The Solar Beam coming into the play gives a little bit of damage, but still the Blastoise will play a vital part with those Rapid Spin in the Water Sprout. The Mystical Mirage completely being activated, trying to find a lot more value out there, trying to stop the Leafeon will be the better move. The Unite being committed, still couldn't find a much more value on their side. The Blastoise plays a major factor. It's almost a team kill. Blaziken is still there. Is still there, no matter, it doesn't even matter that the Leafeon got completely compromised. This objective will be going home for the side of Revenant Esports, it seems. And look at the lead, look at the level difference. Level 12 Blastoise, level 12 Venusaur, followed by level 13 Leafeon. It's the real threat in front of your eyes. Team Griffin, what are you gonna do right now? Snowy, he is being KO'd a lot of times. That's why he's still struggling and being in level 12 as of now. But has to get the top Reggie no matter what it takes for the side of Team Griffin. They still have a 50 seconds more timer. If they are able to just push it towards the tier 2, it will find a lot more value for the side of Team Griffin.
We definitely have to see how that works out, because again both the teams have got those preachers, so they can wait for the legendary pit to get spawned, and when the 2-minute marker gets hit, then the Leafeon and also the Zora can go from their own respective corners and get some good goals. I'm looking forward to see that, because from the first game to the second one to the third one, we have not yet seen that kind of approach where some sneaky goals are there in the later stages. Obviously it was there in the second game of this match number 3 to be precise, but that was due to the combination of that Shield and also the Comfy and Zorak that was quite active, but Blaziken this time melts the ally, which is going to be the which is going to be the Regieliki over there. But Clefable gets countered, and with that, the support is not out of the equation. They can once again maintain their composure towards this legendary pet, and that's exactly what they're trying to go with. They're trying to go for some good goals, but yes, as you did exclaim that the Blaziken went in for a sneaky 100.
Oh, now this is going to be trouble. No support at all for Team Griffin. And look at that. The Snorlax goes down. The front line is breached. Team Griffin, what are you going to do right now? The support does come into the play. Zoroark will be stunned. Definitely will be caught off guard. And there's no way he can just run away. Zoroark just goes down. Revenant Esports, they have a big opportunity for themselves to get a Rayquaza very easily. But the Blaziken will be there on the top, hiding in the tall grasses. Wants to take the Leafeon down itself. But the Blastoise hops in, followed by the Venusaur itself. Doesn't want to let anybody come close, and the cooldown has also been completed for the side of Team Griffin. Even after getting those KOs in the right time, Revenant Esports did not went all in. The Unites are still there, but look at that. This kind of situation, Snorlax commits the Unite itself, but look at the damage that have been committed. Zoroark, Snorlax, both of them goes down.
The speedster goes down, the tanker goes down. What all is going to happen next? The all-rounder is active, supporter and the squishy one is also going to be active. Now the focus of the legendary pit is not even there. The players are focusing more onto getting those tier 2 gold zones being broken down. Yes, they were being very on point on it. Now the Rayquaza seal is going to be there. That's definitely something which can be inevitable. And it is going to be the team of Revenant Esports who might get it. But even before that, there are multiple KOs. And there's going to be the petal dance that is going to be active over there in the legendary pit. And due to that, yes, now this Team Revenant Esports to get that advantage. Revenant Esports definitely looking forward to create a situation where they're going to get a 2-1, but Snorlax is not going to let it go that easily. He's still finding some good hindrance coming to the picture, but that is the only thing that he's able to do. Yes, he's absorbing a lot of damage. Yes, he's putting up a lot of pressure, but still, I have to say that there are going to be some more scores being delivered by the players of Team Revenant Esports, and there's nothing that Team Griffin can really do to bring this victory home, because it's a match of Team Revenant Esports. It's a game of Team Revenant Esports that they're going to get, and Revenant Esports was able to close the deal by securing somewhere around 400 plus goals in their favor. Revenant Esports, well, they were quite courageous from the start, but to be honest, the way Team Griffin fought back against them in the later stages was quite good enough. But look at this, 453 to 263, a gap of 190, and eventually with that, it's going to be Team Revenant Esports who has got that lead in their favor.
12 KOs, I mean, somebody to stop this Leafeon. Burzum cannot just play. I mean, this player should be stopped from playing the Leafeon itself. He is just breaking everything apart. He was a part of 18 total knockouts, out of which 12 was done by him alone. If you just talk about the others, Tencent, Genius, Apple, they have 16, 15, 15 respectively. The assists that they had overall, if you talk about the kind of recovery that was done by Goku, it's 1,17,000. That's literally huge. But if you talk about Burzum coming up with 82,290 total damage from his end, Revenant went berserk at this point. There was nothing that could stop them out from that position. But I really feel bad for Snowy. The only thing that I believe stopped this Zoroark was not getting that early game control, not able to complete his early stacks in the right time. Again, being KO'd a lot of times. He was not able to function freely throughout the Thea Sky Ruins. But again, this game was literally dominated by Revenant from the very start. When the graph comes in, we'll have a quick insight about what just happened. But once again, Griffin did try to manage it up in the end, but it was literally not enough. You can see even till the 8th minute, Revenant was in a lead, won a very decent lead. After that, some pretty scores came from the side of Blaziken to, keep the game alive. That made it to like 263, a quite closer battle with for themselves, almost equalize the scores. But then came the moment where Revenant decides, you know what, we cannot melt the Rayquaza, let's go and get the goals done.
Well, yeah, they were trying to melt the Pokemons away. They were trying to get the best output. At the end, yes, the Rayquaza fight was something which was quite intriguing. There were some moments where the players were trying to step in, trying to melt that legendary Pokemon, but then again, they were trying to back out from the fight due to the factor that Revenant Esports was establishing a lot of control in that legendary pit. They were putting up a lot of pressure and they were hunting down the particular Pokemons that were there. The objective Pokemons was also, as we can see in the graphs, in the favor of Team Griffin a lot. You talk about the Registeel in their favor, you talk about both the Regieleki keys, but still the only advantage that Team Revenant Esports was able to get throughout the match was on that Regieleki. But still, Revenant Esports was on point thanks to that Leafeon. Multiple KOs come in, and also, if I'm not wrong, at 6-minute marker we did saw a complete 4 KO coming in from Team Revenant Esports. That really shows that Revenant Esports was more than ready to fight back. Burzum on that note of that Speedster Leafeon was so on point. It completely nullified the effect of a Zorak being there from the opponent team. So yeah, absolutely interesting game coming in from the players of Team Revenant Esports. Talking about the replay, we'll get to see some more intriguing stances where we did saw a lot of KOs coming in. And yeah, there you go. Zorak finds the first value, but what happens after that? There was another KO coming in from Zorak, and then eventually Leafeon coming in. Whenever Leafeon was there in the fight, there was nobody who was trying to deny it, and Leafeon got a lot of advantages in it. But yes, I have to say once again, Griffin was on point when it comes to those objective Pokemons for the first 8 minutes.
Genius also did a fantabulous job where whenever he kind of assumed that my teammates are in a little bit of danger, he went with the correct moveset and with the correct timing, and that helped the side of Revenant a lot. And having two strong defenders like Umbreon and Blastoise gave them a big opportunity for the backline ones, because the Venusaur and Leafeon could actually function pretty well with that Solar Blade as well as those Metal Dance coming into the play, and gave the chance for Burzum to even level up. When you have someone to tank the damage, you can come from the backlines and give and support them as much as possible, and they did it exactly the way they wanted it to be. So that's why I was telling that Revenant, they had a very decent start and they were continuing with the very moment. And you can talk about this moment. I really thought that Leafeon got taken down. This might be an opportunity, but then came all the other players, the Umbreon, the Venusaur, and that just changed the tides for the side of Revenant.
Well, yeah, indeed, no doubt in that. As you said, that the delivery coming in from the players from Team Revenant was quite intriguing, and these were the last few moments where we did saw everything changed. To be honest, as I said initially as well, that there were a lot of if and buts coming into the picture when you talk about the legendary fight. The players from Team Griffin was trying to push onto it, and they were getting countered. They were getting multiple KOs. The way Zorak swept into the particular fight from the top lane was quite interesting, but then again, Snorlax got cornered by all the 4 players coming in from Team Revenant, and that's the best part for Team Revenant, to be honest. If you ask me, what was the best part for me, seeing the whole 10 minutes, or should I say 30 minutes of the first game, second game, and the third game, was basically Revenant cornering the most effective player from their opponent and then putting him down. After that, they were picking up the rest remaining shattered pieces of that particular team, and they were getting a total complete team KO. That's exactly what happened in the game number 1 as well, in the game number 2 as well, in the game number 3 as well. The game number 2 was somewhere on the lacking note due to the factor that the Comfy combination was absolutely amazing. Every single time when Revenant was trying to be equatic, was trying to melt the Pokemons coming in from the opponent, what was happening was basically that the players were getting a stack of that Comfy, and they were able to either absorb a lot of damage or dish out a lot of damage. But let's have a look at this particular fight. Well, in the NSS desk, you will get to see a lot of closures. Nova was right over there. Mikey and Snowy, the combination that I'm talking about, was also there, and it's a combination on that, if I'm not wrong, Cliffable.
We can just see it right now, because even it was the first match where Illusion was playing on the trio. He went there, Goal was there as well, but once again we had a kind of analytical part that all the players were a lot of damage in a way, but still, Goal playing on that overheat and kind of damage with the Chandelier. I really thought that this time Griffin looks a bit stronger. I mean, they are just trying to obliterate the side of Team Revenant, and they were finding a lot more values out there. But still, Burzum on Leafeon is proving so much nice, because in the past we literally saw Burzum playing mostly on the long range attackers like the Inteleon or maybe on the Venusaur, but now recently, and we are seeing him playing on the Speedster. It has changed a little bit. Apple has shifted to the long range attacker side, but still it's not at all affecting the playstyle of what Revenant has.
Yeah, definitely. Revenant Esports, the play style is quite similar from the start. They are trying to put in their frontline attackers in the front. They are absorbing all the damage from. Meanwhile, the ranger attackers are doing their job. But to be honest, the way Apple and his teammate Crowley, Burzum to be precise, was able to bring in the output was absolutely amazing. In the first game, it was Apple which was getting a lot of KOs when he was on the Zorak. But in the second game and the third game, it was getting stolen by Snowy. Again, another one of the best Zorak players, one of the best piece of player that we have got in the Indian subcontinent. It is going to be Snowy, and from Team Griffin's perspective, he was again delivering a lot. He was getting some interesting KOs, but then again, the level buffs, that was the main concern this time for Team Revenant Esports, and they were able to work their way very, very well. I mean, the way they were able to get those advantages on Leafy. Leafy was already at level 12. Meanwhile, the other guys from Team Griffin was still struggling at basically level 10 or level 9. So that was quite good. But right now, let's switch into the interview desk and bring in Genius from the winner team, and let's have an insight from his corner as well.
Hello, Genius. How you doing, man?
Good, good.
So the first question I really want to ask you that picking up Blastoise, and every time we were seeing that your team was in danger, you were just jumping in front of the man with that rapid spin water sprout. You were creating so much hindrances. What was the plan throughout against Team Griffin as of now?
We made the plan a day before, and we just stick to the calls which we made, and we went with the flow. There was not anything set.
That's great. I want to ask one more question. That now you are left with just one match, and even Team True Gravity is also there with one more match, and you guys are going to fight against each other in, I believe, match number 6 or 7. But I want to ask you that what is going to be the approach for you guys, because again, it all trickles down to the seeding position. If you win, you will be at the first position. You will be getting the seeders position in your favor, and on the other corner, if the other team wins True Gravity, they are going to get that advantage. So, what is your plan for Team True Gravity? Because you have already beaten down the other teams. Now it all trickles down to you and Team True Gravity.
Actually, I'm not sure, but despite, I guess, we win or lose, we will get the first seed because we won 4 matches, right? And True Gravity has already lost 2. So it doesn't matter much, but we will try our best to win. Obviously, 5 wins is much better than 4.
Precisely.
Genius, last question I want to ask you. So you guys got eliminated in the 5th spot in India Open. You got a good amount of time to gel up. So what happened during this period before the ACL started? I mean, it's a different kind of Revenant Esports that we are seeing from India Open to the ACL.
That was also unfortunate because one of our player got DC'd in between a match, the last game, and we were winning. But yes, we took a break, we took a little break, then we started practicing again, scrims, and now playing the ACL.
I mean, I believe it has been a brilliant journey for you guys, and I really hope that you still, continue with the winning streak. I mean, why not go with the 5 wins in a row, right? That's a Revenant kind of gameplay that we are used to see in the ACL. So best of luck for the upcoming matches, and thank you for joining, Genius.
Sure, thank you so much.
I mean, that was literally something. I mean, he just said it, 5 wins is definitely better than 4, and I really also seem like they have got 5 wins or like 4 wins in a row, so they're just left with one more match win if they can just complete. And I believe they have just secured their first seeder spot. There is nobody even close to that after this match win. I was thinking it would be another 2-0 again, but it's a Team Griffin, so you cannot take them lightly, because they also tried to outplay them a little bit more. But this Revenant, I mean, it looks like really promising, a real deal to the other teams.
Definitely, Revenant is here showing their stance that they want to become the champion at this point, no doubt in that. Everybody wants to be the champion. Every single guy wants to visit Thailand as a team who is going to be the finalist of the Indian subcontinent. But then again, it's Revenant who is getting that initial advantage. But trust me, the journey is not that easy over the finale, and obviously winning the finale, being the champion of ACL 2024 is a different glory, is a whole another set of joy. But to be honest, in order to qualify to that phase, qualify to that LAN arena, facing up against the 8 other teams, 1 is already qualified. It is coming from Thailand, 3 are going to be from East Asia, 3 are going from the Southeast Asia, if I'm not wrong, and 1 from Indian subcontinent as well. So we have 7 more teams to see. Who are those 7 more teams who are going to be there, granting their whole aggression and their play in the finale of ACL 2024. But to be honest, Revenant, they have won 4 good matches. They were looking for a clean sweep. a small hiccup in the second game, and that's why they were able to win it. But it's a 2-1, and they've already got the first series spot. They are looking forward to maintain that composure. But True Gravity versus Revenant will be a very, should I say, insightful match for us as a caster, for our audience, and also for the analysts of the Revenant Esports as well. Because then again, these are two teams which are kind of the best of the lobby at this point. They are establishing a lot of dominance against every single team. True Gravity is one of those teams which have fought and got their hardship against two teams. It's Cloud5 and Forger Legacy initially on day number 1. These are the two teams which were able to beat Team True Gravity. Now True Gravity is looking forward to come up with a redemption. They don't want to come up with a record of basically that we won just 2 or 3 matches and eventually we lost 3 matches against these particular teams, because that can put up a lot of pressure onto them on 23rd of December. It's a single elimination bracket. If you lose that one, you're out of the competition.
I mean, if you want to lose 1 or 2 matches, this is the day, man. I mean, you lose it right here, doesn't matter because you still be there for the day 3 competition. But
yeah,
you lose there, you lose your 2024 journey. Yeah, that WCS will be there after that. That's nothing to be concerned about. But for ACL, your journey will end right here, right now. We know that there will be only one team who will go forward and represent as Team India in the ACL finals. But still, if we just talk about in that sense, next match is all about FS. FS haven't won a single match, and they will be going up against Forger Legacy. So that does sum up in such a way that if FS do win, they not only stop the kind of intention or the kind of strategies of Forger Legacy, but also they make their chance of making it to the 4th seeder spot. Maybe not. I'm not too sure, but we'll have to see the kind of points table, because for now, if I'm not wrong, FS played 2 matches previously. This was their 3rd match that they played on the very first, on the day 2, the first match that they played. 3 losses, 2 more to go. Even if they win 2 matches, there might be a chance that Forger Legacy might just equalize the numbers, or might just equalize with FS Esports after the end of the day if FS manages to win next 2 games for their side. So the 5th and 6th seeder spot, it's still something like remains as a question mark, because Clown5, at first I really thought it would be Clown5 and FS, but Clown5, the way they're playing, the way they have made the comeback, specifically playing with some kind of unorthodox picks as well, bringing the Desi, that what I saw earlier, was a great move, and it worked so pretty
bringing
well
the
for them.
Eldigos.
Yeah, Eldigos, Desi coming into the play, finding so much value, and that's what Pokemon UNITE is all about. You bring those unorthodox Pokemon into the play, surprise your opponent, and get the match in your pocket and walk away.
Yeah, definitely. On that note, yes, there was a lot of interesting choices being made. But now let's talk about the India League Day number 2 standings. Well, as we speculated, with 12 good points in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, they are now sitting on the top of the leaderboard. On the other corner, True Gravity is there with just 8 points, and they are at the 2nd standings. Exactly like that is going to be the case for Team Griffin as well. Although, at this point, I have to say that Team Griffin will be here fighting back against... I believe Team Griffin is going to be there in the match number, 7 today, fighting against Forger Legacy, which will be the final match for the day. And eventually, True Gravity is also more than ready to fight back against Team Revenant Esports in match number 5. So both of these matches are going to elaborate us who is going to have that position of 2nd or 3rd. At the same point, talking about the 6th position, as you said, Nekroz, FS Esports is there. Right now, FS Esports have lost all their 3 matches that they played, and that too by a 2-0. That means they have not yet won even a single game. So that's definitely going to put a lot of pressure onto them. Forger Legacy, it's an irony that Forger Legacy was able to beat the champs of Pokemon UNITE India Open 2023, but yet they are still at there with just 4 points in their favor. But now moving in, we will get to see the interview of Forger Legacy.
If we talk about the fan support, then recently we played the India Open, but incidentally I cannot join them for the team. But the support from the fan is crazy. The chat section is also very good towards us, and we also stood the runner-up of the India Open. So I think it was great.
So I'm personally very interested in the Brazilian region because I feel like their Pokemon Unite meta is very similar to ours, and they have very interesting players, as well as the tournaments are pretty fun to watch. Thus, I feel like that region is like the closest to us. And amongst the Asian teams, I feel like Thailand is a pretty fun region to watch again because their team players are also very explosive.
I mean, they just talked about right in front of us. Like Forza Legacy, they are like Volk's the kind of person who always looks up to the kind of entertainment that he's getting out from this game. He's always there to show his gameplay in front of a lot of people, and he has done it several times. It's not just the first time. But once again, as we talk about, so this is a kind of battle. It's not just about the regional ones. It's not just about the India Open. Because in India Open, we saw all the Indian teams playing in Asia Champions League. India qualifies. We are seeing the Indian teams playing among each other to get that one spot in the ACL final that will be played in Bangkok, Thailand. So everybody wants to go there and compete with the best teams, because whenever you compete with the big teams, you get a kind of experience of what they carry from their own region. As what they mentioned, Brazilian region, they do have a similar kind of meta as what India has, but again, the Thailand, the Japanese teams and all, they have some kind of different meta, different kind of play style. They can, especially the Japanese team, they can bring any Pokemon into the play and can just come up with any kind of strategies. But looking forward to the next matchup that will be coming up shortly. It's Skyesports versus Forge Your Legacy.
Talking about Skyesports, again we have those amazing players like Pardesi, Rook, Buzak, Blair and Saiz. At the same point, if we talk about Forge Your Legacy, we have Volk and Fura coming in, Kuram, Ruben, Artist. And obviously all of those individuals have got their own history. But then again, if you talk about the team combination, Skyesports, unfortunately, a team who was very good when it comes to the India Open 2023. They were able to come up as the 4th position team, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, India Open 4th position is in their favor, and Forge Your Legacy on the other corner was the runner-up. Skyesports definitely was able to establish a lot of dominance, and it is one of those teams which was, remember guys, invited in the Pokémon UNITE India Open 2023. Out of the two teams, Skyesports is the only team which has made their way in this particular scenario, which we call as the ACL 2024 regional qualifiers. But trust me, for now, Skyesports, the stand that they have got, the positioning that they have got is not at all looking good. This is the match which I would like to call as the redemption match. If Skyesports comes up with the 2-0, the position might improve, not that much, but then again, that improvement, that momentum, that mental balance will be there for this particular team, and maybe that is going to be crucial enough for them to fight back. Talking about the team introduction, we have to see how this particular team is going to affect the whole lobby. The average damage dealt is 240,000. Average damage taken is also pretty similar to 51,000. And on the other corner, the recovery note is a little bit on the lower corner, as Blissey is one of those supporters that they love to go with. Again, Clefable and Hoopa, these are two other choices that can be made. We have seen even the Eldigos coming in. We have seen a lot of comfy plays being delivered. But yes, I'm still waiting if there is going to be a Mr. Mime being chosen, or Sableye or Wigglytuff being chosen in the next upcoming matches, because unexpected things have happened.
Picks you want, bro? I really want to know where are you bringing the Sableye? I mean, I don't like that Pokemon personally. Don't bring it in the question. I mean, keeping that aside, I'm really concerned about, Lucifer talked about it earlier as well, that the average damage taken is much more, a little bit higher as what that damage dealt is. For Fs, that might be a little bit concerning. But talking about Forge Your Legacy, I mean, I don't mind seeing a Decidueye pick coming up from Forge Your Legacy this time again. So they do have a good pick rate for Venusaur and Blastoise, the Gen 1 Pokemons, followed by a Clefable as well. But the new Pokemon, or as a long-range attacker, if you want a substitute, because Inteleon got a little bit nerfed in the liquidation and all, so we are seeing, yes, there has been a little slight less usage of Inteleon as what it was in India Open comparatively. But when it comes down to this one, I believe the new meta with the new kind of items coming into the play, Tessie as a single shot secure if you want it, it can be a good choice. People are using it. I mean, we have seen it in today's day as well. Tessie with the Spirit Shackle coming into the play, securing, giving a hefty amount of damage towards the opposition, has always played a vital role. I really believe that this is the time that probably Tessie might just again be a very important Pokemon as a long-range attacker. But we have got multiple options, right? You've got the Leafeon as a speedster, you've got the Venusaur, so people are just focusing more on that, emphasizing more on that. Ninetales also coming into the play. We have seen Ninetales being picked. Sometimes it did find a little bit value, but once again, I still believe that it needs a little bit more time to come in the meta and make a good impact inside the game.
It's all about how you are going to choose those Pokemons and then again play along with it. Because again, we have seen Decidueye being very effective and also seeing it not being that effective due to the choices of other frontline attackers coming in from that particular team. You talk about some games where the frontline attackers was very good, then I believe even Mew was, as a squishy Pokemon, was quite interesting, quite, I guess, as a Pokemon was able to bring in quite a lot of output. So I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case, where even if that Pokemon is not that buffed, still it is going to find that value. Talk about Eldegoss. Again, it has got some buffs, it has got some nerfs in its own time period. Right now, the way It's Okay Babu was able to utilize the Unite that he was able to utilize in the later stages was quite interesting. I'm talking about the match number 2, guys. But then again, this is the match number 4 we are talking about. Forger Legacy. Again, a very interesting team. They have got 4 good points. They have won 2 good maps. They have won 2 good matches, to be precise. I'm looking forward to see if they're going to win any more matches or not. Because again, this match against FS Esports can be very, very interesting to watch. FS Esports, this could be their first victory. Even if they would win one game, I would be more than happy. But I'm looking forward to see a 2-0 coming in from FS Esports at the least. Because yes, they lost the first 3 games. This is a situation where FS Esports has to come up with the 2-0. Berserk, Blair, I really want to see them performing. I would love to see how that picture unfolds. But yeah, it's just not going to be easy.
Definitely. I mean, you are taking on a team who came second in the India Open. I mean, they did not had a great run so far in the ACL as what we saw earlier. But still, I mean, these days I'm quite witnessing that Raider is having very, very high expectations. That'd be the Pokemon choices or maybe the team. But once again, 2-0 is good. I mean, I am not saying it's not good, but it's tough. We have seen teams still, you know, when it came down to Forger Legacy versus True Gravity. True Gravity also, you know, played with Griffin and all. We had a 2-1 kind of encounter. But for FS, again, I don't know. Somehow, if they lose the first match, they always first match very nicely. They have a good control. They have a good early game in the very first match. But then lose it is coming up from match itself. So all the matches as what we see on the standing, it's all 2-0 for the side of FS Esports. So it does make a lot of sense. I mean, if FS are able to win the first match, I believe they will be able to bounce in the second one as well. So that does give me a kind of hopes. But if FS loses the first match itself, it's really, really doubtful that FS will be winning the second one, because I don't know, but somehow it feels like that FS loses their own momentum in the game.
I mean, this is a game where the momentum has to be on point, and if you are losing on that particular note, if you don't have that momentum from the start, building it again is going to be again a very tough story. It's a different level of I guess anticipation that you have to go with. It's a different level of hardships that you have to go with. And in terms of that, yes, as you said, FS Esports, once they lose their first game, it is a situation where they possibly will lose the second game as well. But let's not jump to the conclusions at this point, because as I said initially, I want to see a closure coming in from FS Esports in this game against Forger Legacy. They can do it, that's what we believe. And yeah, FS Esports, let's see if there is going to be some kind of output coming in from the corner, because right now their standing is 6. Points that they've got is 0, and the only team that is on top of them is going to be Forger Legacy. So beating them with a 2-0 can be very, very rewarding for them, and maybe their position will increase once they beat another set of teams that are going to be there in the particular next factor. We have Clown 5 in the match number 6 that is going to come. So if they were able to beat them as well, that would be very interesting as well. But Clown 5 already sitting with 7 points at the 4th position is also looking quite good. And India League day number 3, this is how the whole seeding position is going to go. The 5th and 16th are going to fight, and whoever wins is going to fight against the 4th seeding team. Whoever wins out of that is going to fight against the 3rd seeding team. So this is how the whole situation is going to get over there. And the champion of this regional qualifier is going to go as the finalist from India to Bangkok, Thailand.
It's going to be really, really fun out there. But I'm just going to say one thing, that, you know, Forger Legacy, they will be desperate for a win. I mean, they have 2 matches left in today's day. One is going to be against FS. If they win it, they will be equalizing with Clown 5 for the 4th seeder spot. And if they are able to win this next or the last game for themselves in today's day as well, they might be able to beat the position and get the 4th confirmed, because Clown 5 might be getting pushed down to the 5th spot as well. So it all depends on every match that all the teams like Clown 5 and Forger Legacy will be playing. It's going to be a big journey for the 5th and the seeder teams, as what we are seeing. They both have to play. The winner, either way, will have to play 5 consecutive matches in a row, which is going to be a very tough situation. Can you just imagine 5 BO3s in a single day?
Well, definitely that is going to be the case. So when it comes, they have to perform. When it comes, they have to bring in their best game. So I believe, yes, I'm looking forward to see whoever is going to become the champion, who is going to be there on top of that single elimination bracket. Right now, you have a cushion that even if you are not able to win a single game, you are still there till the third day. You are still there in the regional qualifiers fight, and I believe that is something which is going to be quite good. But I'm looking forward to see how FS is going to fight against Forger Legacy. I've said enough times that my expectations from FS this time is a little bit on the higher note due to the fact that they have not yet won even a single game. I want to see them performing. I want to see them bringing in their best A game at this point, because again, there are just 2 more matches to go with. FS Skyesports is going to fight against right now Forger Legacy. Then we have the match number 6 where they're going to again be back in the lobby fighting against Clown5. Although Clown5 is a team which has been building their momentum from the start, from the get-go. They had some small setbacks initially. They lost, I believe, their first game against that particular team where a 1 versus 2 situation came in where they were able to bag out 1 game. Then the next 2 games were in the favor of the opponent. After that, there were some 2-0s also there. But now today, if you talk about this day number 2 on 16th, yes, they were able to bag out a victory against Team True Gravity, a team who was the champion of India Open 2023. So they've already slayed down the champion, exactly like Forger Legacy initially. Now they're looking forward to slay down the other teams as well. But Revenant, quite comfortable as being the first seed team. There is no one who is going to put them away, to be honest. But yes, their fight against True Gravity is going to be a different set of storyline to talk about, because both of these teams were fighting initially from the first match for the first seeding position. Now it's in the favor of Team Revenant. But once Team True Gravity beats Team Revenant, the momentum that we are talking about in number of times is going to get broken away. That is something which Team True Gravity can use. That is something that Team True Gravity can use in order to completely push them away from the regional qualifiers.
I'm really looking forward to see the upcoming games for sure, because at this point, we talked about Revenant, we talked about Forger Legacy, Clown5 and everybody, FS also, but True Gravity is also there into the question. They did had a good run, but once again, getting beaten down sometimes, it's just a part and parcel of the game, but they have to learn from the mistakes, because even also you don't have the first seeder spot, you have the second or third, that doesn't matter. If you have second, you need to play 2 matches, you need to be the one to go and get the championship in your favor. You have to be that one team to represent your own region in the global finals. So that all comes down to that one single point. Every other team who are playing in here or in the ACL, they have the very same goal. When we are having player introduction, everybody had the same, winning the ACL, becoming the best and everything and all. So if they don't qualify for the ACL, there is still a long duration of time before the WCS comes into the question. So they have to wait for some time, but in between that also we do see a lot of roster changes happen just before the tournament. So the teams who make the shuffles, sometimes they get good players who actually make a good impact. If you just see Revenant, if you see Forger Legacy, they have done pretty good. In Forger Legacy have done pretty amazing in the India Open, because they just made a team few weeks back before the India Open got started. And if you talk about Revenant, it also happened the same for them. They did get a little bit breather time before the ACL, and look at the impact that they're making. So I believe there will be a lot of changes in the upcoming days as well, but the kind of selection of unorthodox Pokemons again in the meta or in the composition will be affecting a lot. I mean, it is doing already, making of Eldegoss, Decidueye, or maybe sometimes I'm really wondering when can I see the Charizard. I mean, Lucifer was quite excited to see a Charizard. Even he was wearing a Charizard t-shirt today, that are what I saw. So I really wish his wish come true so that I also can witness it.
Definitely, guys, we want to see some different unexpected Pokemons coming to the picture. Yeah. We want to see those formations coming to the picture. But to be honest, this is a stage where every single team wants to play a little bit on a safer note. Everyone wants to win the game, and taking a risk might actually reward them, but it can also cost them the game. So that is something which is definitely going to be the case. Well, we did saw the Eldegoss choice being delivered, we did saw the Decidueye choice being delivered, but that was only when that individual trainer was confident in himself. We had a chance to get an interview with Itsuki Babu, and he just told us from Clown5 that he was quite confident. There was a choice that he could have actually gone for Clefable, and at the last moment their teammate was like, man, you can play Eldegoss if you really want to go with, and he was confident with it. He knew that he can bring the best value, and to our surprise, this guy became the MVP of that particular game. He was able to steal the most objectives in the favor. He was able to get the most crucial goal. It was, if I'm not wrong, I said it was 44 in the final stretch time period, which was becoming 88 to be honest. That is the only goal, that is the only amount of goals which was able to put down the opponent at a very bad spot. Clown 5, due to Itsuke Babu and his choice of taking that Eldegoss, was very, very impressive, very, very valuable for them. So I'm looking forward to see if that kind of play is going to be there in the near future as well, in the next games or in the next matches, to be honest, because then again these certain type of picks which we usually do not expect is also going to put up a lot of pressure onto their opponent as well, because it's going to be a surprise for them as well. Now they have to figure out how they have to counter that. It might be capable, they might be capable of doing that, but at the same point they might not be able to do that, because if you look at the match number 3, game number 2, Revenant Esports was there on point trying to perform the game. The way their opponents performed with that Zorak Comfy combination, Lapras Comfy combination, they were unable to answer back. But now guys, finally we have got the 4th game, so let's have a look at that as well. The topic phase is something which is going to be immensely important at this point. The ban phase is going to elaborate us which is the particular Pokemon getting banned. Is it a Defender, is it a Speedster, or a Hoopa ban coming in as in supporter? It does feel like that Umbreon is going to get banned from Forge Legacy. A Hoopa could be coming in from FS.
I mean, it's quite justified, Raider. You won't be seeing a Hoopa. I mean, you do have a wish, it seems, before day as well, on the day number 1, but not now. I mean, still not now. Even after the Hoopa was available, nobody picked it. So I believe it's just going to stay like that. And Hoopa and Umbreon ban as it seems, but EYZ, it does get a privilege to get the Lapras or a Slowbro. Not a Slowbro at least, but a Lapras or a Blastoise. Probably, but for Desi, it decides not a defender. Let's go with
Well, when you talk about this current situation, it is going to be FS Esports who goes in with the Cliffable in their favor. Meanwhile, we do have Forge Legacy moving in with the Curum guy going in for the beautiful Lapras. On the other corner, we have Ruben going in with the Venusaur. With that, Nekroz is going to take a short break, and Lucifer, Sam, my guy, is back in the desk. So Sam, what are you expecting from this game? A 2-0 from Forge Legacy or FS Esports bringing in their A game?
I want to see an A game coming in from FS Esports, but how the journey has gone so far doesn't seem to be the case, Raider. But one thing is for sure, I was sitting back and kind of disconnecting myself so that I can maybe think for the side of FS Esports. I'm just thinking that FS Esports are hiding something. They might want to play all 5 games. But we'll break that down when we get to that 3rd day. But right as now, we'll talk about the Pokemon choices. A double ranged attacker play coming in from Forge Legacy, Ruben as well as Fura, playing Glaceon as well as Venusaur, with a healer coming in as Artist on Blissey. But we end up seeing, Blair, come on man, almost. I was thinking maybe a Scyther or a Scizor build, but it is going to be a Dodrio build coming through, with Berserk playing on Ninetales, Slowbro, Blastoise as well as Cliffable for the side of FS Esports.
Oh, Volk.
No.
A Wigglytuff?
Ooh, he does! Okay.
Surprises. I'm glad that Nekroz is not on the desk. He would have been like awestruck due to this.
I mean, this is just amazing. This is fabulous stuff being pulled off. Now, I did think Volk wouldn't play it, because the last time I had a discussion with him, he wanted to play for the team, but ending up being a support player meant that he couldn't kind of full-fledgedly do what he wanted. So he's back on the Venusaur in this preparation phase. Kyurem takes it up, but a double healer play coming through. This is going to be interesting of how it works out. Again, double healer, just saying because it's a support, but with Wigglytuff we know it's not going to be a healer. So I'm going to be looking forward to how this Wigglytuff is going to be dragging all the attention towards itself, because there's Sing. I want to see how that affects, and later down the line what else can be done. But Pardesi, amongst these two supporters, is going to be super crucial. He also has Follow Me, so any moveset that maybe Volk or Ruben might be directing towards Blastoise, Slowbro, Dodrio or Ninetales can be taken away from them.
Well, we have to see how that play is going to unfold. This is going to be a situation where Team FS Esports is going to back out the game number 1, at least in their favor. Because of the approach that Team FS Esports is going to go, it's looking like they are a little bit more defensive at this point. They've got their two sort of interesting frontline attackers. It's going to be, if I'm not wrong, the Blastoise. Along with that, we do see the combination of Slowbro also come into the picture. Along with that, Ninetales more than ready. The Speedster Dorio can be very effective as well. There is no such Speedster coming in from Forger Legacy, but yeah, they have got their Wigglytuff, and the combination of that Wigglytuff along with Blissey can be very intriguing as well. Although I do want to see which kind of Venusaur is going to be there. Is it going to be that Venusaur or the Petal Dance is going to come into the picture? Usually it's Team Revenant Esports who loves to go with the Petal Dance, and they have shown their stance with that Petal Dance a lot. Be it Burzum who loves to play with it, or be it some other guy like Apple who loves to play alongside Burzum with that Venusaur. But now moving forward in this particular match, FS Esports want to dictate the term. From the start, they've got initially good goals, and they're trying to maintain that composure. They're trying to bring in as many goals as possible. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we do see that the Glacian is fighting against Rook, and Rook is going to go straight up for the Citrus Berry as his HP was depleting due to the effects coming in from the ability of, or should I say, shards coming in from Glaceon.
On bottom path, all the Pokemons have evolved, except for that Jigglypuff has to still evolve to the Wigglytuff. On the top path, there is still that Chansey that needs to evolve, whereas everybody else just evolved. Even that Squirtle little evolved. But in the meantime, Blair wanted to find a KO, can still find on Artist. Artist before going down wanted to score a double. Unfortunately, could not even score a single. Will be sent back to Pokemon Center. In the meantime, Fura, he will try to retreat back to his goal zone. Does successfully do it because he's a defender. On the other end, Wall comes down to help on that Ivysaur. As of now, Pardesi damaged up a lot, trying to run away, barely surviving. X-Speed he uses and he makes it, and Cliffable survives. In the meantime, the other players swoop in, and therefore there can be a KO, but Wall before going down finds one on Dodrio and then exits back to his base.
That's the best part. I mean, getting one KO, falling back once again is going to be equally important, but Cliffable finds two crucial KO. It's FS Esports trying to deliver the best, but on the other corner, it's Forger Legacy who's going to nullify that lead that the other team, FS Esports, had, and with that, now they are actually on the lead of 1 good points. But still, Forger Legacy, a hard-fought battle for them in the initial few games that they fought against some other teams, but right now against FS Esports, again, their composure has not been lost yet, but look at them again being cornered, and it's going to be a KO, that's for sure. And there goes Blissey. All thanks to the Dodrio.
Every time does go for a score, Blair or somebody else swoops in and takes that healer down. Previously it was a Chansey, this time it was a Blissey. However, Supporter should be okay with it. All the players right now stacking up towards the top, waiting for the Alter and Swablu, and Wall jumps in, swoops, takes the Dodrio down, and looking forward to finding another. Yes, takes the Cliffable as well, along with the help of the Lapras. So Venusaur and Lapras working really well in tandem. In Kyurem taking all the damage towards themselves, and with a dunk of just a 5, did not get an over dunk through. 111 is what Forger Legacy destroyed tier 1 of FS Esports, and immediately swoop into a battle with Regieleki without wasting any time, as the other players from FS Esports, they're still a little busy in fighting with the wild Pokemon to gain experience. And finally, as soon as they see the Regieleki, everybody from side of FS swoop in for the Regi-Eyes. Glacial Stage being used. Now they want to make sure that they get this Regi-Eyes, but it gets secured from Berserk on Alolan Ninetales, and now immediately Forger Legacy need to retreat back, but the Dodrio does not give them a chance. Verdant Anger comes out, but Blair somehow dodges the damage. However, Slowbro doesn't get KO'd. Look at even Glaceon trying to hit Ninetales, lock onto it, did do damage, but then Pardesi swooped in with the Moonlight, therefore Ninetales as well survives. In the meantime, PYZ with the responsibility of making sure Regieleki doesn't make the top goal zone vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to put the Regieleki down, and that's exactly what is going to be the case. Regieleki was melted, and that was one of those moments where Forger Legacy was able to maintain a lot of pressure onto the mid lanes and also on the bottom lane. Again, the contestment in the bottom lane is still going on. Glacial is going to come with the Icicle Spears. He can really put down the players, and it does feel like that there might be the case, but Cliffable got hit with it. The Petal Dance from that Venusaur is also going to get unlocked, and with that, we will get to see some more interesting plays coming in. Look at this. Venusaur going straight for some good KOs, and he gets it. It's going to be the Ninetales who gets KO'd. Not just that, we do see even the Cliffable going out of the equation. We might see some more KOs, but even before that, the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane is on the verge of getting destroyed, and that's exactly what we are going to witness. Forger Legacy once again fights back. FS Esports had some serious buffers in their favor, but now it all trickles down to what Team Forger Legacy is going to do. Look at FS Esports. Their both tier 1 goal zones are being destroyed, be it the top lane or the bottom lane one. And at the same side, I have to say that Forger Legacy is there with the level buff. Venusaur already at level 11. That's the best part for me. But on the other corner, when you talk about the Dodrio coming in from FS Esports, still struggling to evolve. Another KO could be coming in pretty soon. It's the Slowbro at the attention. He has been pretty much cornered, but the Blissey is trying to put in the best effort. I would love to see who's going to get the first KO. The triple trample unfortunately missed away.
Hydro Typhoon comes through, but still Volk survives on the Venusaur, trying to find the second KO. Does get it on the
there
cliff. He
you
will
go,
make it a
man.
third as he finds a slow bro. Now jumping on with the Berserk's Ninetail, and Ninetails goes out. It becomes a 3 KO streak. It could have been a fourth. Lapras, Fura got one. Nonetheless, not a problem. Still finding majority of the KOs. Almost a team wipe. Well, it was actually, because Blair was the first one to be found on the Dodrio. So close to a team wipe. Not towards the final stretch. Therefore, not much of a cooldown. Immediately, the fight moves towards the Registeel on the bottom, but players from FS Esports have respawned, so they will try to take control of things, take this Registeel for themselves, but the lock-on was not enough. Blastoise secures the Registeel for FS Esports.
That's good. At least they've got an objective Pokemon right now in their favor. They were able to melt it away. I am looking forward to see if that is going to be enough or not. On the other corner, in the top lane, there could be another confrontation for the Reggie and Leaky as well. But at this point, SLGore is going to be the main concern for Volk, and he gets it. Being the Venusaur at this point from Forger Legacy, he is definitely trying to bring in the best value. They have won 2 games, guys, 2 matches to be honest, but now they are looking forward to win the third one. Although FS Esports is also putting up their own set of competition, I am looking forward to see if FS Esports is going to win this initial match. If they are able to win this initial game, what will happen is basically Team Forger Legacy is going to get that lack of momentum in front of them. On the other corner, FS Esports will be able to have that advantage. But yeah, there you go. Another Reggie Leaky in the favor of Team Forger Legacy. The bottom objective Pokemons are being in the favor of Team FS Esports. Meanwhile, the top lanes are well contested by the players of Forger Legacy, and they're able to bring in the best value out of it. But yeah, there you go. The KO will be coming in. As you said, the Lapras Express was on point. The KO came in. Not just that, in the top lane, we have another set of fight coming in. Glacian finds even the Ninetales, and with that, the top lane goal zone is pretty much opened up. There is no hindrance whatsoever, and with that, 380 ace Team Forger Legacy standing at. But obviously, the final stretch time period, the next 2 minutes that are going to come after 50 seconds are going to be very, very important, because if somehow FS Esports is able to get that advantage, what will happen is basically Forger Legacy will have a very tough time finding all those goals, because the tier 1 goal zones from both the lane have already been destroyed. Fura this time is not going to survive. Ninetales gets him away, but in order to retaliate, we have the Venusaur, we have Volk trying to be the best at this point.
Unfortunate, still could not get that 50 air synergy that he wanted to dunk Fura. Volk AS on the Venusaur is countering or trying to make things tougher, but look at him, he's at level 14. One more KO on any one of the wild Pokemons. He's at level 15 on the Venusaur. That is phenomenal stuff that we are seeing, and yes, he's at level 15. Less than 10 seconds, and therefore they do not try to indulge in a fight with the bottom Reggie. All move towards the final stretch, and FS Esports, very crucial for them. Their bottom tier, all of them have been destroyed, meaning their home base goal zone is fully vulnerable. Even the top goal zone is about to be destroyed, the tier 2. In the backline, Cliffable tried to slow things down. A big avalanche coming through. That does stop the players from invading the mid path. Now still they do want to make their move, and Blastoise along with the Lapras coming in from the top. Perdesi right now hiding in the tall grasses, moves right inside to indulge in a fight with Rayquaza, trying to get Rayquaza to start doing damage, but now Wigglytuff starts with the fight with the Unite. Glacial stage coming out. Blissey finds the first KO as it uses the Bliss assistance on Venusaur, and to counter more of it, Lapras finds one, Venusaur finding another, and look at that blink of an eye. The whole team is wiped, entire team sent back to the Pokemon Center. And this game is done. Forger Legacy from the start till the end command that this is theirs and nobody else, and easily will get access to the home base goal zone, tier 2 on the top, and hundreds of goals will be dunked right now, and FS Esports will not be able to stop it. Look at Ruben still doing damage. He's like, okay, they're fighting, let's fight, put them down, find a KO and find the AO synergy, keep going in for redunks, keep going in for rescoring, and Ruben still has 50 AO synergy left with him. He can go for a big 100, but before that happens, finally the avalanche hits. His shield gets broken down, but Volk, he is still surviving, and look at him on the Venusaur causing trouble, but thankful that Perdesi is a supporter. Getting the blue shield access, is still trying to survive, but it's not going to be enough. They might find one, but Venusaur is not at all down and is not ready to go down. Look at him. He's like, let's go. Keep this fight ongoing. Let's see what they'll be able to do. Finally, Perdesi decides, I don't think I can continue this fight. Let me try and move out of here, but nothing is working. Volk wants to get his 90 done. That's the reason he's fighting, but I think right now less than 10 seconds left. Not gonna happen. Used his Verdant Anger as well, so he's chasing for a KO on the Dodrio. I think he might even find it just before the Giga Drain. Blair dodges it, and this game goes in the name of Forge Your Legacy. There's nothing much left for FSC Sports rather than game 2 in this match number 4. If they're able to pull off, maybe it works. But Forge Your Legacy, what a final stretch fight. Starting off with a Wigglytuff, everybody else followed.
Well. I was quite surprised to see that approach being delivered as a Wigglytuff coming into the picture when the drop pick phase was there. But then eventually the commitment that these individuals were able to bring in was absolutely amazing. Look at Volk being a part of more than 20 knockouts is something absolutely amazing. A total of 22 to be precise, out of which 13 were the knockouts, 9 were the assists, no doubt in that. Not Fura was also absolutely amazing on the same note. You do see a lot of assists being delivered from every single guy from Forge Your Legacy. Or the other corner, FSC Sports, even the heavy hitters was not their own point. You talk about Berserk, not even a single goal, but yes, he was bringing in some good HP damages, but it was not enough. 87,000 damage dealt, and to be honest, all those damages, but still nobody was able to convert the output in the favor of Team FSC Sports due to the fact that they didn't have any kind of support coming in when it comes to Pardesi. Every now and then, whenever he was trying to support, he was there with either Rook or either PYZ, and Berserk was all alone trying to fight back. Berserk got a lot of KOs onto him as well, like he was getting KO'd multiple times, and there was at a moment, if I'm not wrong, in the Legendary Pit, we did saw even a total team KO coming in.
Yeah,
that's how Team Forge Your Legacy was aggressive enough. That's how Team Forge Your Legacy was giving their output. The way they were establishing their whole control in the Legendary Pit, and also in the initial 8 minutes was absolutely amazing. You talk about every single top lane advantage, it was in the favor of Team Forge Your Legacy. Yes, I was talking about this. Look at the graph. You will get to see both the Regielekis in the favor of Team Forge Your Legacy, and then obviously the legendary giant Pokemon Rayquaza was also melted away by the players of Forge Your Legacy. No doubt, Regice and Registeel for a brief moment was in the favor of FSC Sports. But what about that? I mean, even if you have that advantage of Regice and Registeel, you are still not able to convert it in your favor. It's just not going to be fruitful enough.
Try their best, but Forge Your Legacy knew what they were doing and very well played. Always got the Regieleki in their favor. Early battles always worked in their favor. Even the bottom Regi is something that they did contest for. Some of them were taken from the side of FSC Sports, but that was not enough of value. But I think this play coming in with Double Slap and Sing worked out really well. Kyurem was always dragging every opponent player towards himself. Whenever he used Sing, they were forced to direct any attacks towards their direction, and therefore you can see how close Walk was playing, right? Walk on that Venusaur always made sure that, oh wait, attacks are not hitting me. They're always going to Kyurem. Kyurem will take the damage. Even if he gets KO'd, I will counter KO, find KOs, and that's what Venusaur did, along with the help of Ruben on that Glaceon. Wonderful stuff that we see coming in from Forge Your Legacy. Very well planned was this fight coming through. But again, this is just match number 4's game 1. There is still this best of 3 ongoing, so they need to find the second point. That's when maybe we can call this game done for Forge Your Legacy. Forge Your Legacy's history has also not been great. If you talk about day number 1, they do have 1 victory under their belt, a 1 loss and 1 point. So it's 2 losses and 1 victory. So today's victory is going to give them 2 victories at least, and that's going to be good for them. Whereas FSC Sports, they're running high on a losing streak. It has just been a carpet of losses for them. I know it's tough to take that in, but look at these fights, how confidently the players were taking. But I felt bad for Fura here. He was going in for the 50 score because of the advantage of Regieleki, but this worked out really well. All Unites together were dumped, but unfortunately effective were not the Unites coming in from side of FS. And you could see as soon as the Unites were used, right, the side of Forge Your Legacy separated in various different directions, putting all the players in center from FSC Sports. And once they got surrounded, FSC Sports were like, do we run away or do they come to us? And when all of that happened, right, Raider, they decided, okay, this is gone. By the time they reacted to this is gone, they all were KO'd.
Oh man, the Legendary Pit fight, to be honest, was one of the most speculating fights that I did saw today, to be honest. The way the total control was taken down in the favor of Team Forge Your Legacy was absolutely amazing. As you said, all the Unites were dumped in the bottom, close to the bottom lane of the Legendary Pit. We did saw that all the Unites being dumped over there, but eventually, as you said, that the players from Forge Your Legacy decided to scatter away. They were not in the center of attraction, they were not in the center of all those Unites. What they did was encircling all the players of Team FSC Sports and then putting up their own Unites onto the particular picture. And then eventually, yes, we did saw a total team KO coming in. As soon as the total team KO went in, they decided to go for the Rayquaza meltdown. There was no hindrance whatsoever, and we could have like speculated that there might be a steal and something like that if there would have been 1 or 2 Pokemon still surviving in from FS Esports. But unfortunately, it was a total team KO where there was nothing to really do at that point. Team Forge Legacy had their movement, they had their element, they decided to completely capitalize on it, and due to that, yes, they were able to get the Rayquaza advantage in their favor. But let's have a look at the player introduction as well, so that we have a clear perspective of what Pardesi is here to bring. Pardesi is very good when it comes to his combination strategy and mental strength, but when it comes to goal defense and aggressiveness, that is where the team support comes in from him. And he is himself a very good supporter for the team, usually goes for the supporter role, and Clefable is the choice of Pokemon that he loves to play with. But the player comment was basically to win this Pokemon Unite ACL 2024 championship. To be honest, a lot of people have got that kind of indications in their mind, but obviously it's not going to be easy. After seeing this kind of performance, yes, we can't really say comfortably that this is the team which is more than ready to fight back. They still have a lot of learning curves to go with, and this is one of the oldest teams that we have seen in the Indian circuit. These players have got their synergy factor, but as the Pokemon evolves, their strategies have not yet evolved, I feel.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought maybe this is going to be FS Esports' chance. Now, when I spoke to them in India Open, they said it did not work out. There were a lot of haphazard calls. We were all over the place, but they said ACL is something that they'll concentrate on because they had qualified for ACL. Now, here in Asia Champions League, they still look like they're missing something, and it's not working out. As you can see, we can see them trying to counter in fights, looking forward to finding counter KOs, looking forward to controlling one of the paths, finding ways to destroy goal zones, and it is happening. One thing I still see that FS Esports are still getting a little bit of an early advantage is once their tier 1 on top and bottom gets destroyed, meaning a lot more NDDs are spawned on their top and bottom edges, so that is a lot more experience that they can use and level up compared to the opponent players, where the opponent players have to find chaos on the players and then look forward to gaining the experience, and which FS Esports are giving. Now that's something that I think FS Esports need to kind of get back on, not indulging in a lot of fights. Now when we look at the side of Forge Legacy, it's going to be Ruben. There's the new players from their end, and Ruben is also one of those range attackers playing together with Walk. Now Walk built this roster, made some changes, had in Indian Open, it had multiple role changes as well. Now they've found their role, and Ruben, from that time, we kind of talk about very few players when it comes to the part of Mew, right? Mew looks very small, very cute, but is so dangerous. And Ruben was making that happen. In India Open, we saw India Open qualifiers. We saw, however, a little bit of a nerf, therefore maybe not a lot of Mew, but everybody remembers when we initially spoke about Mew, it was Badshah coming through. That man was an insane player on Mew. However, times change, things change, players are stepping up. Let's see what Ruben can do. Now, still, Game 2 is not done of Match 4, meaning there is a chance for FS Esports to come back, and very crucial be on Blair. A lot of responsibilities on him, Raider. He played the Speedster here on Dodrio. However, it did not work out. Played Zorork in the first game that we saw today. Thought it will be valuable, did not work. So there's something that in terms of role changes that FS Esports have done, and it's not working for them. And they have to find what is that change that is not working for us to bring back the potential that FS Esports that we know has.
To be honest, what I feel is basically either their strategy is not working or they're hiding their strategies. Maybe that is the case. Maybe they're trying to climb back on the ladder in the number 3, which could be the single.
That idea is make good, feel good idea to just keep us on our tippy toes, but who knows?
I mean, that journey from the 6th position team to the #1 is definitely going to be way too tough than this one that they're fighting right now against Forge Legacy and some other teams that they've got there as their opponents. So I feel FS Esports, this is a time where you have to step up. A clean sweep is something which is now not going to be the case. There would be a reverse sweep coming in from the players of FS Esports in this match number 4 of day number 2. But in order to do that, again, those strategies has to be on point. Those speculations has to be on point. They have to calculate what they have to do, and they have to nullify the effect coming in from players like Ruben, from players like Volk.
You look at Ruben
as
here, The overall average damage dealt, not per game, was 80,000. This is why I said, when we look at Ruben, he kind of brings me back those memories of what Bacha was doing, right? Yeah, we do not see Bacha right now. Unfortunately, their qualification came into a little bit of a tussle, but Ruben is making that happen. He has caused a lot of trouble for a lot of people in lobbies, so I'm wondering what Ruben can do a lot more. Now, again, FS Esports also had that potential. That's where we were going into, but this Ruben and Walk, the duo that is right now kind of coming through here in ACL and as a Forger Legacy squad is something to watch out, not just for this game, but I would say for a lot of people.
Definitely have to see how that unfolds, but yes guys, now the game number 2 is going to get started in the match number 4, and there you go, India Open 4th position team, FS Esports is fighting against the runner-ups of India Open 2023, and it does feel like that Forger Legacy is going to go for the similar choice of ban. On the other corner, FS Esports is going to go with either a Lapras or a Hoopa. I'm looking forward to see if Hoopa is going to get chosen by FS Esports if they do not decide to go for a ban, but it is feeling like it's going to be the Lapras who is going to get banned from FS Esports. Forger Legacy is definitely there with the perspective that it's the Umbreon that they're going to ban. Both the teams have banned one defender each, so that completely leaves the positioning of Slowbro, Snorlax, and along with that Blastoise Revenant being chosen.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when we talk about Blair, let's see what he's going to go. Well, there you go, man. There you go. That's what I was talking about. When FS Esports wants to put in their 110%, they go for Hoopa. And now that Hoopa is here, let's see what Forger Legacy is going to do for countering that individual Pokemon.
I remember a lot of teams, whenever a Hoopa choice was made, Raider, that was the game changer. Early rotations, shift your players to a position that you would want with the Rings Unbound Unite coming through. We'll see if that happens. 2 choices coming in from Forger Legacy, keeping Venusaur alive, which Walk played. Venusaur coming through with Fura taking away the Blastoise from FS Esports. FS Esports also bring in their not one ranged attacker. I speak too early, man. The next time I'm going to call these Pokemons out, or the choices that they do, is only after the tech mark. These players play too much around with us casters here. But okay, Berserk is going to be coming out with Inteleon and Rook playing on Snorlax.
Well, what is Artist going to do? Artist... have to see. Okay, Artist is going to log
our choices have to be only after tick marks. These days, no, these players are also getting very sneaky.
We can't trust them.
Yeah.
They go for different choices all alone. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what kind of choices they're going to make. But then again, guys, Sliffable, a decent choice. But on the other corner, the Crustle. Let's see if that is going to bring in the best game for FS Esports. And if I'm not wrong, this is the only team which went for Crustle as well in the day number 1.
Yeah, I mean, FS Esports are trying to pull everything that is possible so far, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Forger Legacy, I feel like they're getting into the comfort positions, but okay, Kyurem, I did not think he would pick up a Speedster, would have thought maybe again a double support role coming through, but however, somebody wants a Speedster, and that is none other than Artist. He wants to play... Wait, it changes from there and goes all the way to Fura as Artist takes Blastoise. Wall gets back to Venusaur. Ruben this time plays Glaceon. This is going to be super effective in terms of damage. We already saw what Ruben did. But now let's see what happens on the side of FS Esports. Preparation phase from there, and no changes at all. Per this, he sticks on to the Hoopa. He picked Berserk also. Same Blair. I want to see what happens. Today itself, we saw a Desi new build coming through, right? With all the new stuff. Charging Charm, Muzzle Band, and we did even see a Curse Incense, but still sticking on to the old one. Muzzle Band, Sacred Scarf, and as well as Attack Weight. I want to see how this works out. Now, the Scar, I'm sorry, Rapid Scarf, my bad, I said the Sacred Scarf. Rapid Scarf is something that we generally see with a Desi, meaning your attack speed is faster. You send out a lot more leaves, and that is very devastating, and especially on a Desi does a lot of damage. I want to see how that works out as of now, especially with an attack weight coming through, is going to be even more devastating if the stacks are done properly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you have chosen the right Pokemons, the stacks are something that is going to be equally important. But apart from that, it all trickles down to how you are going to play with those stacks, with those choices in this 10-minute marker and this beautiful map of the Sky Ruins. Moving forward, Blair again trying to put in the best effort, trying to evolve as fast as possible, because that is the most important thing at this point. evolving and leveling up as fast as possible is going to be the main case, and we have seen how that level buff can be enormous enough. But on the other corner, I'm patiently waiting for that Hoopa play to come, because that is one of my favorite plays to watch as a caster, because again the whole momentum gets shifts, and if there is a stack on the top lane, Hoopa comes in with the rings unbound and eventually changes the whole thing. I mean, to be honest, rings unbound is the ultimate that is going to be there in the later stages. Usually we do see a lot of hyperspace holes being active, and through that we will get to see some interesting plays. But Kurum in a bad spot might actually get KO'd, but goes in for the citrus berry, is going to still survive, and the EV, and along with that even the Venusaur is also going to come over there, trying to fight back, trying to go for a top lane stack up.
13-6, Virtual Legacy might have not scored early, but let's see what happens. The main reason to score early from FS is because they have a stack. The Dartrix already on level 5 at the top path. Can it find the Alterion Swablu? Does get the majority of it, and that's the reason at 25 AOS energy, whereas a last hit coming in gets that Leafeon evolved along with the Clefable on Kyurem as well.
Well, yeah, the Clefable and along with that the Venusaur right now are trying to farm as fast as possible. Once the farming position is done, once they have got the right level in their favor, they might actually go for some heavy hits. Due to the factor that the opponent has got a Hoopa, they are trying to still play their cards in the right manner. They're trying to evolve once, because again the stacking up situation might not be favorable enough. Artist at this point, as the Squirtle is in a very tough spot, he might actually get KO'd, and that's exactly what is going to be the case. He's going to get KO'd. Not just that, now the Icicle Spear goes in from Ruben, but maybe Ruben is also going to get countered, and that's exactly what happened. The Spirit Shackle comes in, and with that, we do see at this point Team FS Esports bringing in the best value. But Venusaur finally at the final form, level 7 is what he's going to have. FS Esports dictating their terms till now. They're getting some good goals. They have got that level buff in their favor. But Petal Dance is not going to be the case this time. I believe we will get to see some solar beams, due to the factor that even from FS Esports we do see some ranged attackers. Spirit Shackle is something which can be utilized from a far away angle, while your defenders are absorbing all the damage being dished from the opponent. You can be sitting back on the back end, figuring out where you have to go for the Spirit Shackle, and then bringing in the best value.
Still goals, something that Forger Legacy is lacking on, but not on the levels. Look at that, level 8 Venusaur coming through. Inteleon still on level 7, but there is the Desi already with the Unite on level 9. I don't want to see what happens, because right now we are going to hit the 7-minute mark, meaning time for the Reggie battles. It looks to be a bottom path fight, but Desi ready already with the Inteleon. That's going to be Berserk. Desi also coming in, big Spirit Shackle hit. As you can see, Ruben forced to back off. Knock Knock being used super early. This is why they get that Unite up on the Desi, and immediately the Secure coming in from the Inteleon after finding so much damage. There's nothing that the players could do. Regirock gives them defense, and this is the reason they'll go for attack, meaning any amount of damage that they do, the shields from the Regirock will help them. Nonetheless, they destroy the tier 1 and push their score to 119. However, a counter score is what Kyurem does, along with also a stack on that Leafeon of 5. So on both the ends, stacking scoring is still ongoing. It's not a big difference, but oh my god, a single hit on the Spirit Shackle found an instantaneous KO, and now Fura, he'll be forced to let go of this goal zone. Even though he solar boings it, he knows he cannot control this. If that Spirit Shackle hits multiple, 2 times on a stretch, instantaneous GG for him. He will be knocked and sent back to the Pokemon Center. But look at this, Berserk survives. Wait, did he use a Shed and Resolve for a second? What happened? I didn't know. He was invincible. Verdant Anchor coming out with the help of Leafeon, and finally the Inteleon goes down. Now they did take away the Regieleki from Forger Legacy. Therefore, Forger Legacy cannot continue the top path battle. Therefore, they have to take down the Regieleki. But some of their players decide to separate. They fight that top path and give away extra experience and KO to the players of FS Esports. However, a little bit of an overextension from Krustle as well, therefore countering it. But look at that damage both on Snipe Shot and Spirit Shackle is out of the world, Raider, right now. Anything that hits them is just instant damage, draining 3/4 of their HP.
Yeah, that's why I said, the combination that FS Esports is trying to work out is something absolutely amazing. They've got their frontline attackers right over there. They're draining out a lot of HPs, and eventually they're trying to tank up. They're trying to absorb as much as damage as you're trying to inflict on him. But at the same point, when we talk about Inteleon and the Decidueye approach, they are sitting back. They're figuring out which angle they have to go for, and then the Spirit Shackle and the Snapshot is going in, draining out heaps of HP from the opponent. And that's why Forger Legacy can't really commit at this point, because whenever they are deciding to go for a total commitment, what they are feeling is basically a lot of backlash coming in. But right now there could be another KO coming in. Intellion finds the Regirock. Once again, the shield is going to be there for them, but what will Crustle do? Crustle wanted to go for some good heavy hits, and Venusaur on the other corner will be able to find the Snorlax, but at the same point the counter will be coming in from Inteleon. It's a Clefable who got KO. Venusaur is also going to get KO'd. The total team is just shattering. 3 good players of Team Forger Legacy have already been KO'd. Now what I feel personally is basically the whole game is going to get declined for Team FS Esports. At the end, it will be the situation where we will get to see maybe a Rayquaza steal coming in from the players of Forger Legacy, and that is something which could work out for them. Other than that, yes, it does feel like that Forger Legacy is slipping away the whole control, and FS Esports has got it all handled, got it all covered up.
Too early to call. I have seen FS Esports in the first game that we saw today, right? You remember? They felt a little bit too comfortable, thought they had the game in control and did not work out. Look at this. Fura charges on the Spirit Shackle, which was getting ready to send across, but instantaneously gets KO'd with a 2 Emerald step. In the meantime, Perdesis charges up Rings Unbound, spawning all the players towards the bottom path, and Fura decided to score a big 50 and overdunk to destroy the tier 1, but it doesn't happen. Inteleon finds the KO on Glaceon, and right now trying to slow things down with the Surf. Blastoise tries but gets KO'd from none other than Sir. Buffed up Hoopa. Hyperspace Hole sends all the players back to a full heal, and now they're back again. Venusaur trying its best. Kyurem with the Moonlight trying to heal, but Volk is not going to survive for long on the Venusaur. Does have a Giga Drain, but is still not going to be enough. Kyurem finally will be forced to back off, but Fura as well forced to back off from his own goal zone. FS Esports damage output too good, but overextensions and giving chances for players from Forger Legacy to level up and gain experience. Look at Fura right now, level 12, 1 away from 13. If he finds a KO on the wild Pokemon, he's going to be on 13. But right now, not letting them score. Ruben, look at him again, forced back this time. Desi finds, and then the Snipe Shot. That's going to be a big KO. And Fura might also be KO'd. He is on 13. However, the Regieleki makes the entire goal zone vulnerable and an overdunk of a 50. That breaks tier 1 on top of Forger Legacy.
There you go. Forger Legacy once again is struggling a lot. Instantly they're getting KO'd, instantly they're getting out of the equation, and the way they're getting melted away is basically due to those interesting choices of the Residue and Inteleon coming to picture, the Snipe Shots, and then again whenever the players from FS Esports are lacking the HP, it comes all down to Hoopa. It's keeping them back to the base lane goal zone, and eventually then they are trying to fight back once again. The Spirit Shackle goes in, but the Icicle Spears, to be honest, can be valuable, but only if the lockout targets are going to be on point, and then eventually you can do the best damage onto those giants. But now moving forward, once again, the Snipe Shots and the Spirit Shackles can be very, very effective. But let's see if Leafeon is going to get the KO. Oh, he does! He does get a very crucial value at this point, and it's going to be the Decidueye who gets down. Rings and Bond being utilized. The Solar Beam goes in, but still it's the Snipe Shot from the Inteleon who gets it done. And not just that, we will get to see even the Venusaur getting KO'd away. With the Rings and Bound being unlocked, Glaceon also gets compromised, Inteleon gets KO'd. Let's see if the shield is going to be helpful enough or not, or we are going to see some more interesting goals being delivered. Oh, Blastoise wanted to go for a big dump of 100, but he's going to get countered, that's for sure. There you go, 300, 205. Forger Legacy definitely struggling. They're struggling by a margin, and it's now a 400. Oh man, it's done. It feels like that it's done, but still Forger Legacy is there to fight back. We do have 1 more minute. Maybe things will change.
Yeah, that is good hopes, Raider, that you put down. Maybe things can change. That's a nice way to sneak things in. But really well played from both the ends, FS Esports as well as Forger Legacy. That Rayquaza was anybody's. We even saw Verdant Anger as well as Solar Beam coming through from Venusaur, but it didn't find the last hit, just like how that Inteleon found. Unfortunate for that. On the other end, Forger Legacy, even after losing that, look at them, they've mostly broken many shields from the players of FS Esports. It's only that Hoopa who has the shield, and look at how easily Hoopa is dodging players, and with the Shower Ball doing damage, making sure the players are unable to score, keeping all their goal zones still intact. Can they find a way to destroy even once they know, as Inteleon finds a Snipe Shot KO, and might be finding another, but the Shedinja Doll again coming out, nicely being played from the Inteleon, but not for too long. Finding a 2 KO streak is the Leafeon, but I think that's done for it. Still going for a 42 score, will get 84 dunked. Wait, didn't? I think no.
Oh, it didn't.
It didn't get that dunk. Unfortunate. Went for a KO. Gets a 3 KO streak, and therefore FSC's seal themselves of at least getting 1 point. I'm not too sure about the victory here, Raider, but they will get their first point here in the stage 1. That is the league stage of ACL India qualifiers.
Finally, I mean, after so many hardships, after so many matches, after so many games, where a 2-0 situation was there for Skyesports, it's today where they're going to bounce back, where they're going to retaliate, and it does feel like that Skyesports is going to put up one hell of a show after this one. Because again, remember guys, in these types of games, if you have that momentum, you can really bring in the best output. Forger Legacy definitely had that momentum, but eventually that momentum was getting countered by Skyesports' Hoopa. So I won't be surprised to see this time in the third game that in the draft pick phase we are going to see a ban for Hoopa.
Yeah, I think they would want to ban it, but I feel like it was not the Hoopa acting as the majority victory or the player of MVP. I feel like this was this double snipe player. I think they should have they should kind of separate these long range snipers coming through. If they let players play the snipe builds, meaning damage output from a long range is going to be too valuable, and that's what was happening. You could see, right, Ruben locks in his icicle spear and he tries to fight, and immediately either a spirit shackle or a snipe shot immediately hits him and he's forced to run away. Same happens for Volk. By the time he charges his solar beam, he's pushed off. Fura, I mean, unfortunate. He's a speedster. He could never come in close range of those ranged attackers.
I mean, even if you talk about the last few moments where I thought that maybe there is a chance where Forger Legacy is going to be back in the game after 1 minute marker happened when the Rayquaza was already shown, and we did saw already a score of 400 from Skyesports. I thought for a moment that maybe there is a stance that Forger Legacy is going to go for a complete sack, get some good KOs. But yeah, remember guys, whenever they're going to stack up, there is two things that is going to be there as a hindrance. One is the snapping formation from the players of Skyesports. Another position is due to that Hoopa. Everybody is going to conserve. Everybody is going to convert, everybody is going to completely rotate back to the same square one position where you are trying to slam in, where you are trying to melt down the particular Pokemons, where you're trying to completely go for a stack. And that's exactly why Skyesports was able to deny not just one time, but n number of times whenever Team Forger Legacy decided to go all in, and eventually either it could be the top lane, it could be the bottom lane, it could be the Rayquaza, it could be the Regieleki, it could be the Registeel. Every now and then it was Team Skyesports which was shifting the momentum. And why as talked about Fura was basically Fura as a speedster could have brought in a lot of value, but every now and then when he was trying to bring in that value, he was getting snipe shot or a spirit shackle onto his body.
Now he tries to jump in and take down either the Snorlax or the Crustle. As you rightly said, from the back lines, there's the snipe shots coming through, and nothing much that the speedster can do. But even Volk as well, as you can see, right? Look at that! How instantaneous was it? And Inteleon, the use of Shedinja Doll was just out of the world. I think the timing was picture perfect. Maybe got KO'd instantaneously after the use of Shedinja Doll, but after the use of that Shedinja Doll would always find something, whether it might be a secure or a KO, and then goes out. So that is like an even trade-off, right? So that's how Skyesports were playing. There's nothing that they could do, especially with these strong front lines, right? Them having the Crustle as well as Snorlax, they barely could get closer to Inteleon and Decidueye, and I think that's where things did not work out. Look at this. Ruben connected all his Icicle Spear. He had locked it on Inteleon, but what does Inteleon do? Shedinja Doll. So none of those damage is hitting that Inteleon, and again Inteleon tries, but again locks onto the Inteleon, but by the time Inteleon damage receives, instantaneous KO on Ruben. So before the value completely kind of gets hit, and immediately we end up seeing a KO coming through. Therefore, the value that we would have wanted to see from the side of Forger Legacy on the Pokemon that they had was not coming through, especially with the crit hit that the Inteleon had, right? Compared to the Spirit Shackle, if that crit hit was there, the crit dodge was there, that is an instant KO. There's nothing that players could have done. And here you could see again that steal by Inteleon while the Venusaur used the Solar Beam. Still did not work out, but a good try, a great one. I think in what would your thoughts be with the same lineup if you would have thought Forger Legacy had a chance? For me, it's just invading towards the back line. If they were able to do that, maybe they had a chance, Raider. But what are your thoughts?
Definitely, that is my particular situation. That if I would have been there with the lineup of Fojo Legacy, I would have decided to go for the backlines. I would have decided to go for encircling these players and then eventually putting them down. Go for the mid lanes, and then from the mid lanes swoop into the tier 1 goal zone or the tier 2 goal zone or the bottom lane or the top lane, wherever these guys with the Spirit Shackle or the Snapshot was holding, be it the Intellion or the Snapshot. I would like to get KOs onto them. Once there were 3 to 4 KOs onto both the individuals, their momentum will be getting shattered. Yes, again, Hoopa can bring in once again the best output, but when you have these 3 Pokemons already in one particular team's favor, I mean, all you can do is just basically break the back lines, make sure that the momentum does not get shifted in their favor once again, and eventually then play along, perform, go for as many as goals for that's what's possible. Because going for the KOs is just not going to be easy. Whenever you're trying to go for a KO, either is it going to be the Hyperspace Wolves or the Spirit Cycle or the Intellion Snapshot, which is going to put you down. So in terms of that, I do believe that yes, Team FS Esports did a fantastic job at this point. But yes, at this point, if I talk about PYZ, I like his play comment, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just to become the best. That's all. That's all he needs. And once he becomes the best, he is going to bring in the ACL. He is going to bring in the World Series. He is going to be the champ of every single stage. That's why he wants to become the best.
Yeah, PYZ living the life of Ash Ketchum here, singing the song. He wants to be the best.
I want to listen to that song.
Oh my God, Raider. You've not heard the Pokemon anthem?
I want to listen it from your voice, man.
Hey, hello. Oh. I'm really sorry, Raider. That is never going to happen. I mean, if anybody sitting here would hear that, I'm pretty sure all our viewers would just run away because I would start singing that. For a second, you were about to give me a heart attack that you would not heard the Pokemon anthem. Thank God. We'll get back into the discussion about the players rather than the anthem itself, or nor anybody singing it, because I wouldn't even make Nekroz sing it here. I don't trust him. He would jumble up the words. So getting back in is going to be Dodrio is what we end up seeing from Pies, but we see a lot of I think defender role that PYZ generally has been playing here in ACL. As you can see on all stats, right, aggressiveness, goal defense, combination strategy, mental strength, all of it being the highest for him. But I'm not too sure what's going wrong. But as of now, something went right? They got that first victory, the first point on the side of FS Esports. Forger Legacy on the other end, Fura has the same stats as we just saw about PYZ. And his intention is just travel to Thailand.
Travel to Thailand. He wants to get the nirvana out of it. He wants to travel to Thailand, enjoy the whole vacation, enjoy the whole fights.
Who doesn't, right? Happening in Bangkok, Thailand, putting up in such a place where you want to be the best. I'm taking this out from the previous player, right? I'm pretty sure Fura wants to go become the best, win that title on Thailand. Because see, if whenever an event happens and if it's out of India and you win out of India, right? Meaning that's a lot more value is what people consider, because you defeat all the other teams. Now yes, we will come to a stage.
Your nation.
Yeah, exactly, representing a nation, and it'll come to a stage when the other teams were like, we get a chance finally to come and play in India. And I think that's where we are going towards with Pokemon Unite, with all Asia Champions League happening, World Champion Series happening. So I don't want to see how further we progress, but just as we were talking about Pies, a little more in-depth details about PYZ. As you can see, he plays the defender. Here you can get the clear stats. His Pokemon favorite was what we just saw, being a speedster, but here he plays defender for the team.
Usually a Blastoise, 88% pick rate, and then again you do have Crystal also coming in. And honestly speaking, I mean, from the start of this whole tournament, I have not seen a lot of teams going for Crystal. It's either Blastoise, and Lapras is there. They have the choice of going with a Slowbro or eventually going with the Snorlax, and then also Umbreon is one of those favorable Pokemons, and when Umbreon and Lapras are getting banned, we do see Trevenant pick being delivered. Not a lot of teams go with Crystal, but this guy, he loves to play with it. At the same point, when I talk about Forger Legacy, we have Fura, and his introduction is basically with the average amount of damage dealt is going a little bit slow, a little bit higher on that note. Usually loves to play with the Blastoise, but then again, even Leafeon is something that he can play with. But quite an interesting set of frequently used Pokemon for him. a completely different set of roles where one Pokemon is meant to absorb a lot of damage, meanwhile dish out a slightly higher amount of damage as well. But on the other corner, Leafeon as a speedster can be very swift, can be very overpowering, can be very intriguing, and that's exactly what this guy also loves to play. So a combination of a speedster and a Leafeon is in Fura, but Fura till now has not been that effective when it comes to the game number 2. Game number 3 is something which might either break the whole scenario or make the whole scenario for Team Skyesports, because if Skyesports wins this one, they will be able to bring in their momentum. Obviously, their position is not going to improve a lot because the team that they are fighting against is already at the fourth position, if I'm not wrong, or the fifth position. Yeah, they have got 4 points and they are sitting at the 5th position, and eventually it's Clown5, if I'm not wrong, which is there at the 4th position. So these seeding positions in the overall standing is something which is really very important. But right now, I believe what team Skyesports has to focus is basically bringing in their momentum, and whatever they are experimenting has to prove fruitful for them so that they can perform in the single elimination bracket. They might have to fight all the 5 games to become the champion of that particular stage, but still that journey has to start from here, from this game.
One thing I did really like was Skyesports pulling something out of the other team's books right now. That is called adaptation on the go. Let's jump in and see what game number 3 has on cards. Do Skyesports still keep something new from the opponents, or do they bring something of their own in terms of flavor? Forge Your Legacy, they will have the first choice this time, and they decide to ban out Lapras, meaning that the Hoopa is still going to be of choice. And I want to see if we end up seeing Kyurem picking up the Hoopa. Kyurem generally have not seen him playing a lot of Hoopa. It has always been Pardesi that we see from side of Skyesports, but Skyesports say no, we are not going to even have the slightest brim or even the thought of Hoopa being there in the draft pick. They themselves ban it out, meaning now Forge Your Legacy would not even have to worry about a Hoopa pick or a let go.
That might cause them, but yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this whole game goes on. I mean, Skyesports, congratulations on first of all winning the first game of the whole series. But yes, the overall match, the overall BO3, the larger picture, it has to be in their favor if they really want to be back in the whole stage and eventually perform exceptionally well against their other opponent, which is, if I'm not wrong, Clown5 coming up as the match number 6 opponent of their own. But yeah, moving forward, when you talk about the choices of Skyesports, we do see Berserk going in with the Venusaur locking it away. Clefable on the other corner is going to also get locked away by Pardesi, but Forge Your Legacy is going to answer back with with a defender, Umbreon, and then they do have an attacker as well. Ruben again is going to play with a similar composition as he did in the previous matchup. Artist is going to go and lock in the Blastoise, the second defender for the team, but the Buzzwole, PYZ is now going to go with the Buzzwole. We have not yet seen him a lot playing a lot on this Buzzwole, but then again he has got it, and I believe at this point the Buzzwole and Clefable combination can definitely be quite effective for Team Skyesports. Meanwhile, Rook goes in to lock the Snorlax. Now it all trickles down to what Forge Your Legacy is going to do to answer back. The Volk and Fura were left to choose. It is going to be the squishy one or something else. Well, it's the squishy one. Mew coming into the picture. Along with that, a Blissey will be there for not Fura. There you go.
This is going to be interesting. On one end we see a Buzzwole Raider, and on the other end we still see a Mew. Now again, I feel like Ruben might take the Mew this time, but I want to see what Blair picks up. I'm not going to call it Blair. Yeah, finally he makes the tick mark and then say it is an Inteleon. Now in the preparation phase, I want to pay close attention to what the items are going to be. The held items and battle items, what changes do we end up seeing? It seems like we haven't cursed incense on Berserk, no Shed Injured all this time. Blair will be playing still on Eject, Slick Spoon and the specs that we end up seeing. Pardesi, we see a shield coming in from him, also an experience share. But Rook, he plays with a Resonant Guard as well as a Focus Band and an XP share. On the other end, we end up seeing PYZ with a Charging Charm, Attack Weight and a Focus Band. Special attack specs still going to be there on Blastoise, which should generally be, and just like we saw Resonant Guard on one defender on Skyesports, we still see it on the other end. But Kyurem this time, he's not playing a support, he is playing a defender. That's going to be the Umbreon, and the support goes to Artist. Look at the variety changes that we are slowly seeing, right? And a lot of up and down that's happening. Let's see how this plays out. Forge Your Legacy in a little bit of a tough situation. Now, Forge Your Legacy were getting points. They also took down True Gravity, right? The champions of India Open, the only team so far to take it down. But now look at what's happening. Forge Your Legacy are also getting taken down. They also have only one game that they've won, 2 losses. If they win today, 2 victories and 2 losses. But if it doesn't happen, Forger Legacy will also not qualify in a great one. This is going to be game 3 of the 4th match. Who is going to win and take it away? Is FSE Sports going to find their first, or Forger Legacy will keep their victory after taking down True Gravity?
Let's see who wins this one. Who wins this particular match? It's a very crucial game. It's a very crucial, should I say, stepping stone for the players of FSE Sports, because with this game, with this match, they will be able to bring back their glory, bring back their stance, and eventually showcase their fans as well that yes, they are more than capable of putting down the teams. Now they're fighting against the runner-ups of the India Open. They're fighting against a team who was able to beat Team True Gravity, the champs of India Open. So a lot of records are about to be broken down if Team FSE Sports wins this one. But to be honest, FSE Sports have also made their own record that a hat-trick of 2-0s against them has been delivered. But yeah, looking forward to see what happens in this game. The players are now trying to evolve. The top lane is again going to be well contested. We have the Buzzball and Clefable combination, as I was speculating it. That's exactly what we are going to get. Even Venusaur is right over there, who's trying to deliver the damage. He's now hiding in the tall tree grasses. Pretty soon we might see some more interesting fights over there. But yes, as we do see that every single guy is now more than focused of evolving, leveling up, and eventually also guarding their own goal zones. A lot of focus towards the KO is not that much. I mean, nobody is really focusing onto the KOs. If there is a attacking formation coming in from the opponent, yes, they are trying to clear it away, but they are not focusing a lot onto the KOs. But Buzzball all alone wants to come up with a stack, and Clefable comes in.
Yeah, even War Turtle gets its stack. PYZ, he did back off there for giving a lot more chances. However, Artist still has another chance to go for a stack, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for much. On the other end, Fura wants, he does take away the bunny and 5 AOS energy for himself along with the experience. Rook in the meantime making sure that Kyurem doesn't keep dunking, but Kyurem doesn't care because he's at level 5, almost at level 6 compared to that Snorlax. Now finally a 7 Glaceon coming out. Look at the amount of damage. Had to be forced to take a Citrus Berry, but I'm pretty sure not much for that Clefable. Pardesi goes down. Now Pies, if he did try to fight, he would also been taken down. So he decides not to give away his experience. Back off, goes to tier 2 of his top path, even though tier 1 is not destroyed. And look at that, 7 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, and already we see a level 7, almost level 8 Glaceon. And now when we see the fight, right, we will see a Unite, but Unite being already used at level 8 from Volk on the Glaceon, and looking forward to finding a lot more KOs. Pardesi just got KO'd and came back from the bottom path, and bottom path he sees the Glaceon again, and the Clefable finds another KO. Kyurem, a little bit of too much of an overextension, gets slowed down in the Flux Zone along with the Sludge Bomb, therefore gives away a little bit of his experience towards their favor. Now FSE Sports this time do not have a double snipe, however they do have 2 beams, right? One is going to be a snipe, another is going to be a Saur. But let's see if that's going to be of any value for them.
Well, till now it has not been a very great value, a very great addition to that particular team, but I do believe that steals are something which can be still in the favor of Team FSE Sports. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case. But on the other corner, even Mew as a range attacker, along with that the Icicle Spears coming in from the Glaceon can be even more effective. Look at that. Now the focus for the Regiais is definitely there. Snorlax is trying to tank up a lot of damage and also put up a pressure onto that Umbreon. But unfortunately, there will be a series of KO coming in from FSE Sports. Look at that. I was talking about this Venusaur, and we were talking about the Inteleon approach as well, and now that approach is being fruitful. Look at this. Inteleon finds some crucial KOs. On the other corner, even Venusaur is not going to be behind out of this situation. And FSE Sports, well, initially they were struggling when it comes to the lead. Now what they have got is basically a lead of 10 good goals. Look at how tables turn that quickly.
Yeah, because Rook is playing a moveset with Yawn, meaning he can put one of the opponent Pokemons to sleep during a battle, and if those are crucial Pokemons, that's a lot of value. Berserk always having his crits up, snipe shot ready on the go, but just a 5 dunk coming in to destroy the tier 1. Kyurem made a big faulty decision, and punish comes in for FSE Sports. On the other end, Artist is ready along with the help of the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon being used, it does hit players. Pardesi right now gets KO'd. Berserk also on his verge of getting KO'd, as with the Surf and Hydro Pump they find a KO. Looking forward to another one, and they do find it that the Venusaur also goes down. That's a big KO streak being found, but Rook, however, he swoops in. He's like, no, one of you can score, but not all the other players. And Forger Legacy, they'll be forced to fight for the Regielli key.
Well, look at this. The ally is now being melted. Let's see who is going to get that. Is it going to be Team FSE Sports? Is it going to be Team Forger Legacy? We really have to focus on this particular scenario. There you go.
Snipe
was
shot.
Talking about this. I was initially talking about this, that he can actually work his way up as a stealer, and that's exactly what is happening. the way the snipe shot enacted, now the 6 ally for the team of FSC Sports is already here. Now they're trying to put up the pressure. Venusaur also comes in with the beam, and the snipe shots once again are going to be valuable enough. With that, the tier 1 gold zone is definitely on the verge of getting destroyed. No questions in that, and there you go. The tier 1 gold zone from both the top lane and the bottom lane have been destroyed at this point. Leveling up scenario for even Volk is going on smoothly, but still a long way to go, as now the lead is in the favor of Team FSC Sports, and that too, it's a big lead. I feel it's somewhere around 66 points of a lead that is being delivered from Forger Legacy to FSC Sports, and they're trying to maintain this composure, they're trying to maintain this pressure. No hoopas whatsoever this time for FSC Sports or for Forger Legacy, so there is no TPing back that quickly, no hyperspace holes which are going to change all of that thing. But the beams are going to be there, the snipe shots are going to be there, and which is again going to put up a lot of pressure onto the opponents. But this time Intellion might be getting KO'd. Oh, he flees back. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good that he was able to escape from that situation. Otherwise, there could have been a big KO onto him, and obviously it could have completely shifted the momentum. Snorlax on the other corner is not going to let that advantage go away, and with that, he takes the advantage of that Reggie Ice.
This time, they try their best, they keep putting their foot forward, but still the Reg is being taken away. The Inteleon is too good. They tried to hit the Inteleon again, but look at Inteleon after the Shedinja doll finds a 2 KO streak, and Forger Legacy in trouble. And Forger Legacy, every time that they have their levels up, go for a fight thinking that they'll convert it. Boom, it doesn't happen, and Forger Legacy give all their level experience to the side of FSC Sports, and FSC Sports come in toe-to-toe battle for Forger Legacy now. Somehow, Forger Legacy have destroyed Tier 1 on the top path of FSC Sports, but that's not going to be enough. Artis was a little bit in trouble, but moves away with the soft boiled and self-heals. Blastoise moving in towards the top path to make sure that the players of FSC Sports do not get a chance to take the Regieleki like the last time. But FSC Sports, they're like, we are ready for it. Pardesi making sure none of the movesets connect with their backline players, but Volk wants to connect it. Can they find a KO? No, again the Shedinja doll coming in. Berserk survives. Crit hits on the ready. Shots of Snipe as well as Solar Beam barely missing, edging it out, but Rook says, I'm not going to let you go. However, Volk finally with that Glaceon Icicle Spear does damage, therefore Rook will be forced to back off, or he would have given away a free KO. On the other end, Fura, he's just that defense wall. We are not seeing Fura doing much damage, therefore players from FSC Sports are also okay with him being there, and they just let him walk around. Now there is a chance of this Regieleki being stolen, but players are not close by, therefore that goes, and Forger Legacy decide, guys, let's finally somehow start destroying gold zone. Gets goals dunked, and now they might be in a good position, but they're letting the Regieleki on the top path go and sit with less than 5 seconds on the clock, and 100 can be done. They're giving away the buzz wall, 100 AOS energy goal, and nobody is going to save that. Now in the meantime, Forger Legacy have to instigate a fight, but that's not happening. The Beamosaur finds the value, Glaceon is down, and now FSC Sports in control. What is the turn of tides? But finally, as I speak of the tides, Hydro Typhoon being activated, Bliss Assistance, that gives them a KO, make it a 2 KO streak. Both the range attackers are out. Can you find some more value? Ruben chasing right now on that all-rounder, but the Smackdown, it's doing value. Can PYZ be taken down? But Pardesi with the Follow Me and Moonlight trying to do his best, but Pies now barely surviving. Finally the Hydro Cannons hit, and with that they find the value even on that buzz wall. Now only one survivor is that Cliffable, but they have to drain the health of Rayquaza super fast because the other players, they have spawned. They might look forward to a steal. The Inteleon is ready, but there is no steal coming in this time. Forger Legacy have the game for themselves, but can they score is the question.
That's a big question coming in. Snorlax, look at him going all the way to score another set of 40. I feel it's possible, and look at him trying to go for it. 299 already coming in from Forger Legacy. They're also trying to establish their own dominance, but look at this, exactly a similar storyline coming in from even FSC Esports. Both of the teams are now fighting their battle. Fura, if I talk about him, he's trying to go for some good goals, but now they're getting denied. 399 to 399, the scoreline looks absolutely similar. We have to see if there is going to be some more certain goals coming in from the players of Team Forger Legacy or not, because FSC Sports, they are more than willing to put every single thing down to the dust. And Kurum has got that shield for himself. He can actually go for somewhere around 94 goals. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be the case, but Inteleon finds another crucial pick. Not just that, now all these players are going to go for a stack towards the top lane, and unfortunately there is nobody to really stop them. 597, and the time is not that much. This small mistake, this small slip up that Team FSC Sports made is now going to cost them the whole game.
Yeah, they left all their home base goal zone and everybody
Exactly.
decided to push. And as you rightly said, while the goals were 399 to 399, they did stand a chance. They should have looked around if there was any shield left and let one player, right? Whoever had like 10 AOS energy or 15, whatever it was, while they got that 20 at the last, anybody who had that
Exactly.
AOS energy, they should have sent them ahead. But the mistake that they made, everybody left. Only Blair was around and Blair was already indulged in a fight. So for him to get to his home base goal zone and stop that 100 from happening did not happen. Fura easily scored that 100 and then even came in Curem with the 47 that he had, the 94 score that he
90,
dunked.
94, yeah.
Therefore, unfortunate of what happened here, very close to victory was FSC Sports, and what control that they had here in Thea Sky Ruins. Forge Your Legacy did not feel like they had anything going in their favor. Even though we spoke about the level difference that they had created, they were just giving this level difference towards the side of FSC Sports whenever they lost the battle.
Man, this was a very interesting fight, to be honest. I love the way Team FSC Sports was able to establish themselves till the end. But then again, 390 to 319. At that point, yeah, that small decision that the players made, that let's go all in towards the bottom lane and eventually go for some good goals. They completely denied the fact that there might be somebody hiding in the tall tree grasses who could have had the shield. Even if he does not have the shield, how can you possibly TP back and then eventually come out of the baseline goal zone and then put the player down? Is there a possibility? Yes, that was the possibility. But then again, all the players were more than committed to go for the bottom lane tier 2 goal zone, and then eventually after destroying it, they wanted to go for the baseline goal zone as well. But they were getting denied every now and then. So that's how Forge Your Legacy is now finally there with the lead again. It's 2-1, not a 2-0, which many people were expecting, to be honest, at this point. Even FSC Sports on the other corner was able to bring in the second game as they pushed the whole situation to a decider. I thought for a moment that we might see a 2-1 coming in from FSC Sports. This could have been that breaking moment for them, but eventually that's not the case. FSC Sports, again, it all trickled down to one small decision. That's where they gave up the whole advantage.
That's what Pokemon Unite is about. You make small, simple mistakes, things can change. Here, I feel like Forge Your Legacy wanted their... how would you put it? All their movesets, as you can see, the Surf was there, Hydro Cannons were there. However, it was still not finding value. Even Curem on the moveset of Snarl as well as Foul Play, stunning them and bringing them to a fight. Movesets were alright, it looked ready for it. Even Volk on that Glaceon was finding damage on the Icicle Spear, but somehow players from the side of FSC Sports were dodging it, and the Inteleon on those crit hit snipe shots was just unfathomable. They were unable to put a stop to him. And FSC Sports had control, as you can see here, goals, right? From 0 minute till the 6th minute, it was just FSC Sports finding ways to score, getting that stacks. But somewhere I think this Buzzwall not getting its stack through, a little bit of a trouble. If that Buzzwall got stuck, you saw, right, towards the last we did see a super powered hit coming to the ground, right? But it did not do much damage because again, no much stacking that we ended up seeing from that Buzzwall, and I think that's something that players need to pay attention to whenever they bring
Definitely.
such a build of a stack coming through on the held items. If they don't, then it's cause for concern.
I mean, if they don't, I mean, this is the result that you are going to get. You are going to lose a match. And yeah, to be honest, Buzzwole is a very, to be honest, powerful Pokemon. But then again, the stacking up situation has to be there. You have to be ready with the supporter log with that Buzzwole. Then only the value could be generated. We have seen also in the past that Buzzwole Comfy combination could have been very, very good. Even that Comfy on Lapras or some other guy could have been very, very good. But eventually, in this particular game, there was no Comfy from the start of the match number 4. There was no Comfy picks coming in. Yes, we did saw Hoopa. That's how Team FSC Source was able to establish the dominance. But I don't know if Hoopa was on point for them, and also if Decidueye and the other Inteleon combination was working out for them. I don't think that changing it was a very big, great decision coming in from the corner. Also, after that, the way Mew came in and eventually was able to steal the whole Rayquaza advantage was also quite amazing. To be honest, Inteleon was spawned already. He was respawned, so he could have actually gone for the snapshot, but he decided to basically come a little bit more closer. He could have actually decided to go for the shot blindly and eventually go for the legendary pit. Maybe it could have got connected. It could have been one of those lucky shots, but all of those are basically speculations. The result is clear. It's a 2-1, and FOJ Legacy is definitely going to move forward once again with the lead. They were at, if I'm not wrong, at the 5th position, and now obviously their position is going to improve. Maybe they're going to get the 4th position, but trust me, Clown5 is also more than ready to put down Skyesports once again in the match number 6. But even before that, we have another set of match coming in, and that will be again quite intriguing to watch. But yes, I was expecting a 2-0 in this game, but no, it's a 2-1. And thankfully, if I'm not wrong, every single game till now has been a 2-1 except the first game. It was a 2-0, I believe. Revenant was able to overpower.
I think Revenant are on that hot victory streak. However, the previous game that they had, it did go to the third one. Still, Revenant won it out. So, Revenant on that stretch of only victories across, right? But here, Forge Your Legacy, I think it was very close. Even they wouldn't have thought that the game would have been stretched, right? Because it looked like their compositions were good. They were ready for the fights, but somewhere Skyesports turned the game around with that Intellion coming in and the Desi game that they pulled in game number 2. So that combination worked out really well, and somewhere the team fights were getting to be a little bit too haphazard. It seemed like when they wanted a player, the player was not there. When the player was there, the others were not there to do damage, and that's for a lot of back and forth happened for Forge Your Legacy. However, this victory will still give them the boost so that they can be better on the overall standings. So far, day 2 here, Raider, has been super close. Cutthroat competition coming through from all teams, right?
Oh, definitely.
Neck to neck is what we are seeing. They're inching closer to where the seeding positions is going to be. So by the time we end today, we might end up seeing a lot of ups and downs in the overall standings in terms of where the seeding is going to be, except for that first seed. Everything else should be a helter-skelter situation. However, I do want to see what happens down the line for FS. Now, Skyesports have opened up their account with the first point that they got. Now, quickly, we'll jump into what could have been done, what should have been done, what happened. Right, this was the first game where we saw the double support play coming through. This was the clear intention, right? I think Skyesports, if they read what the intentions were from the side of Forge Your Legacy, that with the double support role, they were trying to drag your attention from the crucial players, and it worked out. But how would you have played as soon as you saw a Wigglytuff Raider? What would have been your thoughts?
I would have decided to go for a build of our own and eventually come up with a stack, try to counter it. But that's exactly what was denied from the players of even Skyesports in the first game.
Now, Forge Your Legacy here, for me, should have let that Wigglytuff do whatever it wanted. Rather, they always chased it to find a kill. And look at Wigglytuff always running right behind them with the slap and then with the sing coming through where everybody were getting attracted to the Wigglytuff, and the damage was also on Wigglytuff. Again, you can see Wigglytuff was right behind Artist, and as soon as this Unite comes through, look at what Wigglytuff does. Immediately jumps where the other players are to tank that damage so that Walk on that Venusaur doesn't get hit. This is where I feel like the side in first game should have been thought through. Like, oh wait, this Wigglytuff is just jumping in between battles to kind of act as that big shield. And if that would have thought through, maybe things could have worked through. But I also see that Dodrio, right? As you can see in this cluster, somewhere you will be eventually making out where the Dodrio is.
He's there, right there on the top lane.
Yeah, so Dodrio was always jumping in for a battle when almost their teammates were going down or very early. Again, you can see immediately Wigglytuff initiating a Unite and running away from it. And as soon as that happens, every player jumps in. So I think Skyesports a little bit of an issue here, Raider. I think just a little bit of a miscom situation that happened in the first game. But they corrected it really well, you know, right? In the second game, we saw them. Forge Your Legacy had no control in the second game.
Exactly. All thanks to the snipe shots coming in, all thanks to the Spirit Shackle coming to the picture, and also the Hoopa that was there, which was shifting the momentum from the top lane to the bottom lane, and also keeping back the damage player to the base lane goal. So they were again right there with the health, and then they were trying to fight back. But look at this. If we talk about the next few fights, eventually if we talk about the second game, again where the players were establishing their own control, I believe at that point I have to say that Leafeon was trying to fight back with the Hoopa on the top lane goal zone, but Hoopa again switches it up, and the Decidui, as we can say once again, we will get to see the Crustle, we will get to see the Snorlax fighting up ahead as a frontline attacker. What will happen from the back end, we'll get to see the Knock Knock, we'll get to see the Spirit Shackles and the snipe shots coming in the later stages. And that's how every single time, whenever the players of Forge Your Legacy decided to put a full stop onto the momentum, or should I say the whole aggression of the players of Team Skyesports, they were getting denied, all thanks to that competition that they had. Oh, the Solar Beam.
Here again, stealing Suns. You see Snipe Shot being on the ready. Here the beam. Snipe shot comes out
Yeah.
quicker rather than the beam, and because of the snipe shot coming out quicker, it also has the crit hit coming through because his spy vision is activated. One is the case. That's where you could see so many players around the pit, but still none of them getting the secure. Blastoise, look at where the surf is going. It's hitting the wall. Unfortunate. This was just haphazard moves coming in from the side of Forger Legacy. It was just click of buttons on the go where they had to do something. Now, I feel like the Hoopa pick could have been different. What would your thought have been if the opponent had been the Hoopa being there? Would you have played it or different, or would you have held Hoopa? Okay, we'll continue this discussion later. It seems like we have an interview ready, and that is going to be Ruben coming in from the side of Forger Legacy. Let's welcome him and ask him. Hello Ruben, how are you doing? I cannot hear you, Ruben.
He's audible. He's audible.
Yes. Now you're audible. I can hear you.
Yeah,
How's
I'm
the
doing great,
victory?
guys.
Oh, nice.
Amazing.
Okay, I don't think it was amazing because of how the last two games were, right? What happened there?
Yeah, as smooth as the first game went, we are expecting a 2-0. But their double snipe comp worked very well for them. Yes, to them actually.
And I feel like
And
it
the
was
flip
an
didn't
annoyance.
go in our favor in the second game.
Oh,
The flip didn't go in our favor in the second game, which was kind of hurtful for us.
Yeah. We were just breaking that down itself, where we saw the beam coming out from the other end, the solar blade on the ready, surf going out, and that snipe shot in between. Only one snipe shot was ready, and that connected that flip. But I want to ask you that Berserk's Inteleon play, how much of an annoyance was it? It was with the help of Shedinja Doll, especially.
Actually, his Shedinja doll plays popped off. He I think dodged 2 of Venusaur ults and 1 Glaceon S1 too. Yeah. He played really amazing.
Nice. Raider?
Yep. So yeah, that combination was good enough, but now I believe you have one more match to play with, which will be the match number 7.
Yeah.
So what's your plan for that? Fighting against Team Griffin, again a team which is now looking like they've got their grasp, but I want to know what your plan is to fight back against them.
We are just gonna go for we wanna secure at least 1-2-0, but against Griffin it's gonna be very difficult because they are a really strong team. Yeah, all their lanes are really strong. We're gonna try to at least win the early game and continue our lead.
I've seen a lot of changes coming in your plays, right? In terms of roles that has been happening for Forger Legacy from when we saw in India Open and now. So is there a lot more that you guys are still exploring, or have you found your, I would say, limbo or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, our logic is if a player is more comfortable on one hero, then we let the player play that hero instead of the role. Like in the second game, Artist was more comfortable on Blastoise, so we let him play Blastoise. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There was changes even happening on the go, but as Raider said, you still have one more game, especially a crucial one, so your seeding gets better. We'll wish you all the best for it, and I hope you get the better result and maybe clinch a 2-0 there.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you so much, Ruben. So you see, I mean, there are those minute things that do work out really, really well. Even they were not ready for that double snipe combo coming through, but it worked out. So they're happy. They also commended that the opponents played well. However, I think on the position that they're going and the squad that they're building here, Raider, as Ruben mentioned, right? If somebody feels better to play a role of a Pokemon that he would like to, they give it to him. Rather than having a discussion like, no, you play this as a team, we'll feel better. It's also about an individual player feeling super comfortable. If he does, meaning that the whole team can rely on him. Let's jump into the standings, which will give us an idea about what so forth has happened and what more can we expect.
Well, the standings not changed a lot, to be honest. Forger Legacy is still there at the 4th position. They were at the 5th position, but right now their positioning has improved a bit, and they are right now head to head with Team Clown5. But yeah, the next few battles for Clown5 is also going to be equally important, because if I'm not wrong, Clown5 is going to put up a fight with Team Skyesports, which is finally there with 1 point in their favor. Finally a break into that whole scenario where they were unable to secure even a single game. So that's good to see. But yes, a total of 1 point, which is going to put them at the least favorable spot, that is the 6th spot. Whoever is going to be at the 5th spot is going to have a fight with them again in the 23rd of December, if I'm not wrong, which will be the 3rd day. The single
Yes.
elimination bracket is going to be equally important. So in terms of that, I believe FS Esports has to do their homework from here, from the get-go. And as Nekroz also asked from Team Revenant Esports that in the India Open, their performance was not that on point. The main reason that they gave was basically due to a disconnection that they had. They were unable to perform in their matchup against their opponent, which was, if I'm not wrong, FS Esports again. FS Esports was the team which was able to beat them in the India Open 2023. But right now, the way Revenant is stepping it up is absolutely amazing. They've already got 4 victories. And the thing that Revenant Esports players were elaborating that what is bad in getting the 5th one as well. Now they're looking forward to get the 5th one as well. And who is the opponent that they're going to fight against? Is the champs of the India Open 2023. It's Team 2 Gravity. So it's definitely going to be a big game. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. And I am definitely expecting at least a 2-1 coming in. I mean, there's obviously a 2-0 situation that might coming in, but 2-1 is something that I feel comfortable in saying because of seeing both the particular teams. But right now we are going to take a short break. After that, we'll be back with the match number 5. Alright guys, after a quick short break, as promised, yes, we are finally once again back at the match number 5 of Asia Champions League day number 2. I've already seen quite a few interesting matches, but now coming up against, we have one of the most exciting matches, Revenant Esports, who's sitting on the top when it comes to serious positions of this regional qualifiers. On the other corner, who is there, it is the runner-up position team and also the champs of India Open 2023, sorry, my bad, and it's the team True Gravity. With that, yes, we do have Nekroz back on the desk, and we are going to enjoy the next set of 3 matches, hopefully. It's not going to be a 2-0, that's what I expect. What about you, Nekroz?
I am not going in with those kind of expectations or something like that. You know,
Okay.
I just want to go with the flows, but yeah, expecting for a 2-1, that's for sure, because 2-0s are not that easy as what we say. So I really want to go with the 2-1s itself. But we'll have a look at the lineup of both the teams, those who will be participating in the next upcoming match. It's going to be Team True Gravity take on Revenant Esports. I'm going to make the name of Mighty Revenant Esports because they are on a winning spree at this position, because 4 consecutive wins in a row, and it's not that easy, out of which 3 wins are of 2-0. For Team True Gravity, it's going to be very important for a victory, but I believe Revenant, they want to make it a 5-0 and as on a win streak.
I mean, Genius in his interview already said this, that what's
Yeah.
bad in getting the 5th one as well. So I'm looking forward to see if he's going to get the 5th one. And they started off this day number 2 with a 2-0. So we might actually see this particular scenario also getting in their favor. But then again, as we were speculating initially as well, that it's going to be a hard-fought battle for Team Revenant Esports. This is the last match that they're going to play in the round-robin situation, best of 3 situation, I believe in that terms. It's definitely going to be a very intriguing match. True Gravity on the other corner. If you talk about the most recent part of them, yes, they are struggling. They struggled against Clown5, a team who was again struggling from the start, from the get-go of these Asia Champions League regional qualifiers. But then again, they got lost against Team Clown5. So I feel there might be a situation where Team True Gravity is again going to be in immense pressure. Obviously, this game all trickles down to the momentum, and True Gravity's momentum is not fluid. On the other corner, Revenant, well, they are enjoying the whole scenario. They already know that they are at the first spot in the serious positions, and other than that, they have got some decent points. They have got a 4-0. They have won back-to-back a few of the matches, and now they are winning, maybe possibly winning the last game as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But Team True Gravity's human direction is here. The average damage dealt is also quite amazing, along with the damage taken, because they usually go for a double defender approach a lot, and also with that, the usual pick rate for Umbreon and Blissey is quite high for them.
Exactly, and that being said, now this kind of thing comes in my mind that whenever we see Team True Gravity, I mean, they had the average damage dealt a bit high as compared to what we are seeing right now, because according to the last like recent matches that they have played today and the day before it, like in last first day 1 of ACL, the stats have summed up to this position. But Revenant Esports, they will definitely have an average of good damage dealt in a comparison to what Team True Gravity has, because the amount of damage that they've put in specifically on that Venusaur, giving Apple the chance, then on the other hand we see Burzum stepping up with the Leafeon or something else. Sometimes it's just going all in the way of Revenant Esports. But and if anyhow, I really want to see if anyhow the Leafeon gets denied from Burzum, or if the Zoroark gets denied from Burzum, what is he going to go with? Because either only one speedster can be denied and the others will be just sticking with that Lapras, Blastoise, Snorlax. The defender composition is working pretty well for both the teams, and for True Gravity, I really want to see that what counter strat they have prepared for the mighty Revenant.
Yeah, definitely have to see, because Revenant till now has been a phenomenal team. The way they perform, the way they are able to bring in the best output is something absolutely amazing. So I'm also looking forward to see what kind of counter strategy is going to get built by the players of Team True Gravity to beat the Team Revenant Esports at this point. Well, Venusaur is definitely quite effective for them, be it Burzum or Apple, that was utilizing it a lot in the initial 2 matches. We did saw that these giants were absolutely on point with it. When it comes to Apple, if he gets the hold on Zorak or some other speedster, he's also phenomenal in that terms. He's a very good heavy hitter, and as Crowley said in his interview in day number 1 as well, that if he gets a moment, if he gets that chance, if he gets that stack, he can easily come up with a 1v5, or he might not just perform due to the situation is not going to be favorable in in his favor, to be honest. So I'm looking forward to see if Apple, Crowley, and the other guys from Team Revenant Esports are going to perform the way they are meant to be, because it's a 4-0 situation that they have able to get in their favor. From the start, they have shown their stance that we are one powerful team. We are one, should I say, consistent team when it comes to the winning scenario. But now they are fighting against the champs of India Open 2023. So that is something which is definitely going to be even scary for Team Revenant Esports. But there is not a lot of things that has to be scary for them, because A, they have got a 4-0, B, they have already got 12 points in their standings, and C, there is nothing to really lose. They are still going to have the first seeding position in their favor even if they lose this particular game. So I feel this is going to be a game where they're just going to figure out what Team True Gravity is capable of, and then fight them again in the 23rd of December, which will be the regional qualifiers final day. So in the single eliminations bracket, Team Revenant wants to get every single idea of what every single team is capable of. They've already beaten down the other 4 teams. Now they want to beat the champs as well. And once they do that, they have a idea of what they have to do in the regional qualifiers day number 3 as well. And then obviously they might be able to qualify maybe for the Bangkok, Thailand finale.
Yeah, they might be just able to do it. But once again, if you talk about the Pokemon compositions or probably the changes that we see in the moveset, precisely we used to see the Sludge Bomb and the Solar Beam in the past or recent past, if you just talk about even in the India Open, because on a counter from Mew, you always needed a kind of Solar Beam to get the secures done. Tessie was not always the first priority for all the other teams. Everybody wanted the Gen 1 Pokemons after they got buffed very drastically with level 7 evolution. But now when it comes down, we are seeing more the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain. In between, we had seen like with that Giga Drain and the Solar Beam and this kind of movesets being used by the players. But now it all comes down with that default Giga Drain and the Petal Dance, which is actually finding a lot more value. We are seeing how players are evolving their own strategies and implementing the in-meta movesets and trying to find a lot more value. Alongside, even we saw so many different kind of Pokemon choices in today's day. Let it be the Wigglytuff, let it be the Tessie, coming with a dual snipe combination, getting the Eldegoss. I mean, there has been so many variations that we are seeing already in the day number 2, and I really want to see some more Pinky Pokemons coming up, because the Wigglytuff did impress us. I mean, you cannot deny it. I mean, when it was getting picked, I was like, why are they even going for it? A double supporter? I mean, what kind of strats that they are going to apply? But when it came into the play, when it came into the question, everything was justified.
Yeah, definitely. That particular match was absolutely amazing. That individual game gave us a very good indication that when the formation is right, when the players are right on that note, and the synergy is working out, I believe even the choices that are not conventional can work out in their favor. But yeah, looking forward to see now if there is going to be a conventional approach or a rather unconventional approach coming in between these 2 teams. It's Team Revenant versus Team True Gravity that I'm talking about. Both the teams are having their own past record. Both the teams have got some serious players in their favor, but now with that, the game is also going to get started. So let's have a look at the drop pick phase. The TSK runs is already here, and this particular phase, the ban phase, is going to be the first one. Then comes the pick phase, and the preparation. For now, these 20 seconds are going to be equally nail-biting, because we will get to see who is that particular Pokemon, or who are those particular Pokemons who are going to get banned from each of these particular teams. Maybe usually a Hoopa or a Defender ban coming in. But yeah, let's just leave this whole approach to Team Revenant Esports and Team True Gravity. There you go. Clefable and a Venusaur. Oh,
this is getting interesting.
Sideways.
This is getting interesting. I mean, you don't want Venusaur to be on your opponent. I mean, it's justified about what we are seeing in the recent past. It's quite justified why would you ban the Venusaur. But I really want to see what Revenant are up to. They have got the first pick preference, and Genius will be locking the Lapras, giving that opportunity to the side of Vulcan and Zisol. Vulcan locks the Hoopa, Melon gets the Umbreon, and now, if it's a Goodra, I won't be surprised. Apple, come on, surprise me. Just do something.
There you go. Surprised enough?
Nah, I mean, I expected. I was saying, like, is it Duraludon? No. But maybe a Goodra, maybe a different choice, but they went with the default.
It was Sensei who actually chose the Snorlax, and we still have to see what Apple is going to pick, so maybe we are going to get that surprise that we are craving for. On the other corner, Hoopa will be coming in from Team True Gravity, which is going to put up a good fight. I do believe that. And if those long range attackers are going to come into the
Oh.
particular picture from Team True Gravity, that would be great as well. Hoopa with the Buzzwole and the other Pokemons can definitely be a great addition for the particular team. On the other corner, we have to see what Revenant is going to do. Is it going to be Apple with the Leafeon? He can be definitely effective on it, but he decides to go with the Decidueye. Decidueye, again, I am just getting the gist, or should I say glimpses of that match that we just witnessed in the match number 3.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but a Suyu is back on the Buzzwole. This man, the last time he played on Buzzwole, he went like savage. I would say he was hungry for those KOs, but Vixion going with the Lucario. It's a double all-rounder composition coming up from the side of True Gravity, and now this is a kind of surprise that I was wanting to see. But again, if we talk about Revenant Esports, they were definitely watching the past match. I am quite sure of it, because they just saw what this double snipe comp can do, how much wonderful results it can bring to their side. So they want to try it, and I'm sure this will be very fruitful for their side. But there are no such changes by the picks as what we see. Melon have to tank a lot more damage, and that's why he's having that HP build for himself. But talking about that double all-rounder composition, both having their attack weight, both will have that kind of, like, I would say, a stack build for themselves. Have to see what kind of value, what kind of strats they have made for themselves to come up at this stage to decide that, you know what, we're going to go with that Lucario and Buzzwole.
Yeah, definitely have to see how Revenant is going to fight against them. Lucario and Buzzwole, as you said, the double all-rounder attack coming in from the players of Team True Gravity is again going to be equally intriguing for me. But then again, Lucario, a Pokemon that I've not yet seen a lot in this particular scenario in the close days. But let's see how Lucario and Buzzwole are going to play. They have got their weakness policy in the Slick Stone and the other held items that they wanted to go with. But with this, yes, the 10-minute markers are now going to get started. We will get to see how Revenant is going to perform. Well, Revenant from this get-go are trying to stack up both the top lane and also the bottom lane. Well, obviously, Decidueye is going to go for some good evolutions initially. Lapras on the other corner is also trying to evolve up as fast as possible. But yeah, both the sniping attackers at this point, the range attackers, can definitely generate a lot of value. But Hoopa being in the favor of Team True Gravity, I think that it is going to be a good fight from both the teams.
At this point, I really want to know, like, as Umbreon was playing on that HP build, it will be very hard for the players to, get the KOs if he evolves faster. So it can be something to look out for. But Buzzwole, again, a Suyu, he has always been very dominant. The last time his domination was literally on its peak as compared to Obito. I would say that after All Might, I stated it, that after All Might, Suyu is one of my favorite trainers who can just play Buzzwole to its extreme limits, and I really want to see what he does in this day, because he also needs to complete his stack. Lucario has already registered 1 KO for himself. It seems that Revenant Esports, they want to make sure that the bottom lane control stays with them, and this Altaria Swablu's buffs will be very important, as it seems Electro Ball will be coming out from the side of, maybe he will be able to secure, but it seems that True Gravity, they are struggling a little bit to just go with this first scores at this point.
I mean, yeah, they're struggling. They are unable to go with those scores, but at the same point, they're also not letting in the top lane specifically to go for some good goals. Although Lapras is moving in, we do see that even the Blissey is doing wonders over there. In the bottom lane, what we talk about the Snorlax and also the Inteleon combination, it is definitely effective enough. We have Mew right over there being the squishy one. It can be getting countered pretty soon. But still, the Eevee is right over there trying to evolve as fast as possible. The level 4 is something that they are looking at. Once Team True Gravity is able to bring the final form of that Eevee, which is, if I'm not wrong, going to be the Umbreon, maybe things will change. They will be able to tank up some good damages. But finally, there you go. We were talking about that Team True Gravity was struggling. Now the struggle is over. It feels like that, because True Gravity, well, they came back with a score of 26. Good enough, but still, is it enough? Oh, Spirit Shackle went into damage, and I believe Hoopa is on the verge of getting KO'd. There you go! The rest remaining damage is going to come from the Spirit Shackle again, and 70 for Revenant. Another KO could be coming in pretty soon. Is the squishy one that I'm talking about? Let's see if that is going to be the case. But a quick pause, and this is again going to give a very good time period for both the teams to re-strategize, because now they've seen what both the opponents are capable of, and they've seen the choices that they have made when it comes to the Pokemons, when it comes to the bans as well. So this next time period is going to be equally important. They have to figure out, they have to re-strategize, they have to put in a good blueprint regarding the whole game. Well, from the start, as you said, it's Revenant who is dictating their terms. True Gravity definitely came back for like 5 to 10 seconds in the game where they were able to get some good KOs, and also at the same point they were able to go with the score of, if I'm not wrong, 26. But then instantly, in a quick span, KOs started to come in. Decidui found a very good KO on Hoopa, if I'm not wrong. After that, it was Mew which was trying to flee back from the scenario. Let's see what happens.
I mean, at this point, when I just saw, I was expecting a double snipe composition, but it seems that, you know, Revenant have some different plans, because I saw the Inteleon playing on the liquidation rather than the snipe shot, so it does mean that there is going to be only one player who will be sniping, that it's going to be the Desi. Otherwise, the Inteleon will be just taking with that close range battle with that liquidation and probably the Fell Stinger he's using right now. So, a change in decision, maybe something means almost the same kind of composition, but just with a little bit of changes. That's what I believe the Revenant is trying to plan out. But on the other hand, we were just talk about, yes, the Umbreon having a good HP build for himself, trying to just kind of build his like level up as fast as possible. That's why he was looking forward to get the stacks done, because if the Umbreon evolves in a good pace and if he reaches and manages to, you know, keep up that level diff in a balanced way, then it can be a little bit troubling for the side of Revenant to get the KOs done. On the other hand, when you have two all-rounders in the front, when, you know, one of them, like the Buzzwole, has to get a little bit of the Resonant Guard in his held items, he was there stacking also, as also he was trying to get the stacks done on the top lane. So it's kind of a good move or a good composition coming up from side of True Gravity as well, but it seems that one of their players is struggling with some internet or maybe some technical difficulties. It will be sorted very soon, and after it is done, I am really eager to see what this match brings up as a result, because both their compositions are something that, you know, surprising me at the very same time, exciting me, because the results, it's going to be something different.
Definitely. Surprising is the, I guess, at the least statement that we want to give it at this point, because again, the all-rounders, Buzzwole and Lucario, again, Team True Gravity is more than ready to fight back, but then again, the compositions that they're trying to come up is definitely a surprise for us. It's a rather unconventional approach that they're going with. But then again, we have seen that unconventional approach being fruitful. We're talking about Clown5. I do remember that match where Clown5, it's okay, Babu was way too good with his Eldrigos, and that's how they were able to beat the particular team known as Team True Gravity against their battle in the first scenario. In the first case scenario, when you talk about the second game of day number 5, day number 2 to be precise. So that was good enough. Moving forward, Team True Gravity has already lost one good game, one good match. Now they are fighting their second match, which is the final match that they have to fight. In the day number 1, they were able to fight against 3 interesting teams, and they were able to bring in a good value. Although their second match, if I'm not wrong, was not that fruitful for the day number 1. It was Team Forger Legacy who was able to completely put them down with the scoreline of 2-1. So True Gravity has seen their own fair shares of losses in specifically ACL 2024. So for Team True Gravity to really build back their synergy and eventually bringing that momentum, this match specifically is very, very important, because they're fighting against one of those teams which is undefeated. Yes, that's the key term that I want to use at this point for Team Revenant Esports. They have been undefeated. They've already got a 4-0 streak in their favor, and they are now looking forward to put the final nail in the coffin of the whole teams that are there in this ACL 2024 regional qualifiers. With that, the game is also going to get unpaused. I was looking forward to that Spirit Shackle being connected on Mew. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But yes, still, it's going to be a scenario where Team Revenant is there with the lead.
We will want to keep this momentum going forward, but again, talk about the Hoopa also being into the play. Last time we saw the Hoopa coming into the play, it impacted in a very nice way. So, you know, the team won that very match itself, but they might not have won the series, but the match was very important by itself. We talk about the Suyu, he's just, you know, giving those kind of air treatment towards all those support Pokemons. But look at that, the liquidation as well as the Spirit Shackle is doing that hefty damage. Wow. Buzzwole goes down, but Hoopa gets the privilege to get some scores dunked in the bottom lane itself.
Well, yeah, the scores are coming in, but there's the same point. Look at the KOs. Spirit Shackle, then the Inteleon also doing the heavy lifting of getting some more. Look at that. Again, the Spirit Shackle got connected. Now they're trying to melt away the Regieleki, but at the same point, whoever is trying to come in a close second is just getting countered by those Spirit Shackles and other abilities that are being utilized at this point. Melon wanted to be the guy who's trying to tank up a lot of damage, but being the only tank for the team, now this individual has been KO'd. Lucario on the other corner is pretty much focused on taking the Regirock in their favor. Well, with that Regirock, now he's going to go for a scoreline of 40. Probably that is going to be the case, but
Oh.
no, he get denied. And the Snorlax comes in, the tank from Team Revenant Esports tanking up, soaking up all the damages, and unfortunately Asusuyu has to fall back, has got the orange and purple buff, but then again, if the team effort is not there, you can't really bring in the best value.
A lot of scores being dunked by the side of Revenant Esports on the top already. They have destroyed the tier 1 itself. But look at that. The Smackdown is working so pretty well. Snorlax, he wants to get the Citrus Berry but won't have that kind of chances. Lucario gets the KO. And Knight now. Desi has got a big role to play. The Spirit Shackle came into the play, but Hoopa deals the damage alongside, followed by the Liquidation. Buzzwole also deals a little bit of damage out there. They'll be focusing on getting the tier 1 down in the bottom. At least they have to focus on it. One tier 1 itself, Team True Gravity. Lacking a bit behind in the terms of score, but the Spirit Shackle is just giving a hefty damage. Umbreon, where you gonna go? But this time, oh, Lucario, he comes in, gets the Inteleon down, and the Blissey won't be just surviving. Comes the Unite Buzzwole, gets what he wanted with the knock-knock, being activated, trying to find a lot more value, with the Unite being dumped by Umbreon as well. The Spirit Shackle is not doing that much damage, but no, it does the damage quite well, but will not be able to find any KOs out there. Still, the scores are coming from the side of Team True Gravity, but the output is not what they expected it to be. While the Desi finds the Mew even before it goes through the hyperspace hole.
And now comes the Unite, but look at this, Inteleon will be able to find Buzzwole as well. He got countered initially, but now he has been respawned and he's ready to fight back. Look at that, many more KOs could be coming in, but all thanks to that Ring Sunbound being unleashed. Yes, the players will be able to back out of the TP location to the baseline goal zone, but then again, it's not enough. We will get to see some interesting movesets being unlocked at this point, but still, if we talk about the number of KOs, it is in the favor of Team Revenant Esports, and they are still unleashing a lot of hefty damages onto the players of Team 2 Gravity, where Team 2 Gravity is stuck at 50 points. Revenant has already got the double centuries in their favor, and they are moving forward to get few more. Now, Reggie Ice, well, that's the concern. Both the snipers are right here. Both these individuals who have got those range attacking formations are right over here, and it is going to be the Decidui who takes that advantage for the team. Not just that, in the bottom lane, when you talk about the Ulterior Swablues, it is also going to be the key point of the concern, but now they are focusing a lot on that Umbreon, and that Umbreon is definitely going to get put forth because of the factor that there are 2 to 3 Pokemons already stacking up over there, and now they're going to move on to the tier 2 goal zone, if I'm not wrong, in the bottom lane. But let's see if Umbreon is going to really contest over there or maybe get KO'd. Oh, he gets KO'd.
It's not that easy always, as we see, but the Desi seems to be struggling a little bit, although that position knock being activated. Inteleon finds the 2k AO for himself, but finally the Desi being KO'd by Suyu out there. The Buzzwole is trying to make a good impact. The Inteleon is trying to flee away, but not now, not this time at all. But the Snorlax came into the rescue alongside the Lapras, but look at Suyu, he's just, popping off the heads at this point. I mean, he's just bouncing all the Pokemons. It's just like a fluffy ball, but at this point the Smackdown is working pretty well for them. Still Team True Gravity, there is a bit of level difference that was making an X factor, but now it's also have been a little bit rationalized for the side of Team True Gravity, having a little bit of privilege, but still very small scores coming up from their end, so they have to focus on a bit on scoring as well, because Revenant Esports, they are just taking all the lead as much as possible just before the Rayquaza comes into the question.
Well, yeah, Rayquaza, the legendary boss Pokemon, is something which can be very valuable for them. Right now, they are focusing a little bit more. Revenant is focusing a little bit more on their 6th ally, and they get it. Now the focus will be shifting towards the top lane. They are trying to contest the Regieleki. It's going to be the Umbreon, and along with that, I do believe it's going to be Mew and Buzzwole also trying to confront right over there. Meanwhile, they're also trying to safeguard. Revenant is trying to safeguard specifically their tier 1 goal zone on both the lanes, and which is actually a good approach. But to be honest, it can backfire in the later stages because it's a little bit more accessible as compared to the goal zones right now that Team True Gravity has got. Reggie Ice, well, it's going to appear, and along with that, even Rayquaza is also here. So the final stretch time, the last 2 minutes, the valuable ones are going to come into the picture. Apple going with the Spirit Shackle every now and then. Snapshots will be there from the Inteleon, but let's see if that value will be coming in. Genius wants to flee away from the scenario, has got that Citrus Berry that he can utilize. Asusuyu on the other corner gets connected with the Spirit Shackle. Not enough to completely put him down, but yes, 3/4 of the HP was just left. That shows how effective that snapshot can be there from the individuals of Inteleon, and also the Spirit Shackles can be effective enough to put down the players of Team 2 Gravity. At this point, nobody's even concerned about Rayquaza. Well, finally they are putting up some good fight over here, but at the same moment, they're also trying to put down the players of Team Revenant and vice versa.
The Snorlax just denied the fact for Hooper to just go with the hyperspace over the knock coming into the table. Buzzwole goes down. The Buzzwole is all out in the question. Hooper finds the Lapras. This is the moment. True Gravity, they're going for the big scores. And this is the opportunity that they wanted to utilize for a very long period of time. Hooper, he will be there with the 24. Kangaskhan come with the 48 again. Umbreon coming into the question. He does not have the Unite to commit, but the Lucario is into the question. And he gets the Rayquaza. It's a big steal coming up from the side of True Gravity. And they were waiting for it. They do have the Eos energy. Do they have? Yes, they have for some decent amount of scores. But look at that. They have managed to get the lead back onto their side. And the Hoopa X Factor played once again. But Lucario coming up with the final steal. Can the Tides have... Are the Tides turned around already? Because I still feel that Revenant, they do have the Eos energy to get the scores done.
The
but
shield is broken.
will they have the opportunity? That's the question.
The opportunity is now being snatched away. Look at this. Now the players are trying to go for the top lane tier 2 goal zone, but they are unfortunately not being able to get anything fruitful out of it. There are going to be multiple KOs coming in. Melon is obviously going to get denied, but the KO streaks are just going to be there. Oh! Revenant all of a sudden! It was the Blissey! The Pokemon of the hour! I feel it's enough. Revenant Esports. Oh yeah, it was enough, guys. It was enough. Goku, the giant, what a play! I believe it was somewhere around 58 goals that he was able to dump in the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom lane, and that was, man, more than enough. Revenant Esports bagging out the first game.
I mean, this guy just scored 1 goal in the entire match, and that changed the entire Tides. True Gravity, even not in their imagination that they would have thought that this will happen after securing the Rayquaza. This is a pure disappointment for the side of Team True Gravity. Look at that! Look at the kind of stats that they have. Apple has got 8 KOs in his name. He was a part of total of 14 total knockouts overall. But again, if you talk about Burzum, he has got 5 KOs in his name. Not a lot of scores being done, but everybody in the side of Revenant, they contributed. But True Gravity, not a happy side for the first match. After even pulling off that Rayquaza fight, not able to score was definitely something that's gonna cost them, because they didn't had a lot of Eos energy to go. Like, they had like 15, 25, some, I believe 1 or 2 guys had like 48 or something like that to make a little bit of difference. But the lack in the scores that they had from the very beginning costed them out. Around, like, they scored 300, if I'm not, almost like 200 something in the final stage after securing the Rayquaza, but it was just not enough.
Well, I think it was not enough. I mean, the way Team True Gravity was able to seal that Rayquaza was good enough. I believe at that point, Lucario would have been way more than happy. And the whole team of Team True Gravity was like, yes, this is it. We have got that shield advantage. We are now going to go for some good scores. Melon, on the other corner, decided to look at the other way. He wanted to go towards his own base in goal zones, and eventually he wanted to guard it. He wanted that basically he's going to guard his shield as well, and then eventually, whenever the time is right, he's going to move forward for the base in goal zones, or whichever goal zone is available from Team Revenant's Esports' perspective, and he's going to go for some good scores. But what happened is basically when Melon decided to go for a goal, his shield was broken due to the factor of Apple being over there. Not just that, even Burzum was trying to fight just over there. Goku was there with the support. But Goku all of a sudden decided that he has got somewhere around 28 or 20, not 28, 29 AOS energy, I believe. Somewhere around 29 AOS energy is what he was having. So he decided, let's just go for a goal. My teammates are trying to avoid any more goals coming in. Meanwhile, I'm the one who is going to go for a goal. And nobody is going to suspect a small Blissey going all the way towards the enemy goal zones in the bottom lane. And that's exactly what happened. Goku went in, secured his only goal, which was the most significant goal throughout the whole 10-minute marker, to be honest, because that 58 goal manages Team Revenant to get a lead of 40 goals against Team True Gravity, and that's how Team True Gravity is now at a deficit of 1 good game. Now Revenant, all they have to do is just get the game number 2 in this match number 5, and then they will be crowned as the undefeated team of the round robin method, or should I say initial 2 days of the regional qualifiers in the Asia Champions League 2024.
I mean, just imagine if they even win the finals and if they become the champion of ACL. So that does make a kind of statement that, Revenant are the undefeated team in the entirety of the ACL India region qualifiers. But that's a long story and we gotta wait for it. So we just have to keep our patience a little bit more and just wait for those all matches to get completed, because I don't want to jinx it for the teams, but let's just look into the graph. We can just justify all the objectives except one. Reggie Rock went in the favor of Revenant Esports. I mean, 2 Reggie Lickies, 1 Reggie Ice, and that's all. I mean, True Gravity, they did not even had a single chance. You can just see the difference. I mean, 82 scores they had till the final stretch, and that made a lot of difference. They had like 52, 96, 78 scores, but still it was not enough.
No, definitely. I mean, scores were coming in. As you said, 52, 96, 78 plus 2. I mean, a total of 80 scores also coming in. Scores were there, but as you said, not enough. At the end, it all trickled down to what Goku was capable of, and Goku definitely deciphered that game is going to be in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. But talking about the initial few minutes, I have to say it was all about Team Revenant Esports. They were establishing their dominance. They were getting those spirit shackles right on the backs of, or should I say on the chest of the players that were coming in from the opponent corner. Every now and then those spirit shackles were getting connected. I did saw a lot of Decidui picks, and even the Inteleon from the backend was also a very good range attacker, and the way he was bringing in the output was also quite amazing. There was some burst of momentums coming in for the perspective of even Team True Gravity. It was not enough, to be honest. Yes, there were a few moments where Team True Gravity decided to go all in with the Ring Sunborn being unleashed, and then they were able to get some good KOs. But Lucario, the choice of that, I want to ask you, Nekroz, was that enough for them? Was that good enough for them? For the players of Team True Gravity to go for Lucario and then eventually go for some good interesting games? I feel my answer, to be honest, personally would be like they could have actually chosen some other Pokemon irrespective of Lucario that could have delivered them even better value.
I mean, I wouldn't say, because Lucario did play a good role out there, but the only factor that I believe made a difference was they were not able to complete this stack. And again, if we talk about every time you were seeing the players trying to go in, this final steal also was a very nice one coming up from the side of Vixion. It was a good move, a good counter, but once again, if the stacks had happened on the right time, if it was completed, you can clearly you can get a complete idea that it was not done properly because we didn't have a lot of scores to do, and I think that actually made a difference. First of all, Suyu has been very dominant on Buzzwole, so I did expect this kind of thing will happen, but he was restricted a lot by the players of Revenant. He was not able to go on a full-fledged vibe. He was using the Smackdown a lot of times, causing a lot of trouble for the Revenant players, but they were able to get the counters, and they were able to get the counters very easily, so that helped them. And specifically Revenant, they focused more on getting the KOs as well as putting up the scores as well. So they actually created an overall pressure over the entire team of Team True Gravity, and I would say that kind of pressure made a little bit of difference out there, and Revenant knows how to utilize the moments of the others' mistakes.
It's not all about the stacks, it's not all about the positioning, it's also about the mental games that you're going to play against your opponent. And in terms of that, Revenant definitely made a very good stance, a very clear stance that they're going to put a lot of pressure from the start, from the get-go, onto the players of Team True Gravity. But let's have a look at the player introduction as well. Asusuyo, a good guy, an individual who is very, very effective when it comes to his defending positions, and usually loves Lapras. But right now, if I talk about the Buzzwole pick, again, he was trying to bring in the best value, but I feel somehow that if Cliffable or Ablisse would have been there in their favor in terms of supporter, and that stacking up situation would have been there, maybe Buzzwole could have been a little bit more fruitful. But again, his current goal is to push himself beyond his capabilities and ensure that he is one of the best esports player.
I mean, everybody does have that kind of mentality to be the best, to push their own limits. So it's justified. And by this guy, I really believe that Suyu, he has been a player who probably he was playing for a long time, maybe with some new teams. He got a chance to play one of these teams where, they had these experienced players. So it did actually make a little bit of difference. But once again, when we talk about the other side of the player introduction, we have Burzum, one of the most experienced players in the entirety of Pokemon UNITE. And again, his favorite Pokemon has always been Hoopa, because strategically, this is one of the best supporter that you can ever get in your team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it changes a lot of momentum the hyperspace holes, the rings unbound, the TPing back to the base lane, and eventually being back with KHP, and also one of those players who are actually about to get KO'd, can TP back to the base lane goal zone, coming with the highest amount of HP and then eventually fight back. So obviously Hoopa is one of those Pokemons which can change the momentum, but Crowley, this individual is way too good, but Hoopa is way too good with even the attackers and the speedster as well, because I do remember that in the previous matchup that we witnessed Revenant playing was one of those matches where Team Revenant was trying to go with some speedster approach, and Apple, if I'm not wrong, decided to go with the attacker. Usually we do see him playing a lot on speedster's note, but if we talk about Team True Gravity, we have Z-Sol to talk about, and again, gained a lot of experience under the banner of Team Revenant as well, but right now we have Team True Gravity that he has to represent, and when it comes to that, Z-Sol usually goes with Mew and Espion picks, but we have not yet seen him using the Espion a lot in this particular regional qualifiers. We have seen him using the Mew and some other squishy Pokemons like that, or should I say the Ranger attackers also coming to the picture, but still, Team True Gravity, the way they started off the tournament, the way they started off the regional qualifiers, it's not going in that fashion right now.
Gravity, they have to come up with something. I mean, you cannot just let Revenant win like this, and that's for sure. That's not gonna happen for sure. But then say, I mean, you talk about boulders or some kind of obstacle, just going on a direct straight path. It's just like that. Another name of obstacle or another name of barricade goes to Tensei, because the way he plays those defenders, like especially on that Snorlax or the Trevenant, always been, if you don't give him Snorlax, no problem, I'm gonna get the Trevenant. If you don't get the Trevenant, he might just use something else, but eventually he is the master in these kind of Pokemon, specifically the defenders, and if you give him the Trevenant, those Boings are something that you don't want to have. I mean, I really don't want to have Tensei on my opponent if he's playing on that on a defender, because he just won't let you walk away freely. We have seen it earlier as well. Tensei giving those Boings, stunning the oppositions, or specifically the I would say the speedsters are the one who is coming and taking those close range battles. Always has been prominent, but let's see what lies ahead in the series, because we are gonna jump up in the second match of this BO3 series, while the first pick preference will be in the hands of True Gravity.
Well, Team True Gravity, what are they going to choose when it comes to the pick? But even before that, the bans are something. Oh, Z-Sol is just having fun. He's switching up in between every single Pokemon, but they have decided to go with Clefable. Again, a pretty similar approach as we did witness in the previous game as well. On the other corner, Revenant is going to go with the Slowbro ban. True Gravity once again will be getting a chance to get that Hoopa in their favor. On the other corner, Revenant might just hold up with that Blissey. So let's see if that is going to be the case. Pick phase is here. Z-Sol is going to go with the first choice. It might be somebody else, but then again, Team True Gravity has got their first pick. And right now, it could be Hoopa. It could be Lapras, and it's Lapras. It's Lapras. Melon is going to go with the Lapras now. This gives Team Revenant a good chance to choose which kind of supporter they're going to bring into the picture. And Goku locks it away. Hoopa comes in. Maybe Crowley is going to seal it away from his teammate when the final preparation phase comes in.
Looking forward to see what kind of things is going to happen. Vixen is back on the Venusaur. I mean, this time you don't ban it. He is going to take it. There's no secondary choices that he will just let it walk away with like that. But okay, this time Genius, is he changing his minds and trying to play on the Speedster, or I don't know what's going to happen next. But Person secures. Okay, he decides to go with the Alolan Ninetales, and Genius have picked the Leafeon. I am now interested in what Apple is going to pick. I mean, he might be playing on that Leafeon itself, while Suyu just all last to pick from the side of True Gravity. You again wants to stick with the Buzzwole. Maybe no, he decides to go with the Blastoise, and the Soul. Finally, one of my wishes coming true. He's playing on the Espion.
We just saw in the player introduction that he loves to play with the Espion. 70% was the pick rate, and I was like, I have not yet seen this guy doing wonders with the Espion. Yes, we have seen him playing with Mew, but now he decided to show us that stance as well. Z-Sol is going to go with the Espion. On the other corner, Apple is going to go with the locking of Blaziken, but I believe in the final preparation phase we will get to see some shifts coming in. Goku might actually switch up with Burzum, or not Burzum specifically. Genius is going to go and switch up with Apple. Maybe that is going to be the case. I mean, after seeing what Team Revenant usually loves to do, Apple is very good when it comes to either Ninetales or a Speedster like a Leafeon. But I'm looking forward to see if there is going to be a change like that. But Apple still holding it away. And all the individuals have decided that they're going to play along the way that they have chosen. Goku is going to go with the supporting role, and Goku has done a fun job while taking that Blissey. Remember, guys, in the previous game, the only reason why Team Revenant is there with one good margin in this match number 5 is due to that Blissey, due to those 58 goals that Blissey was able to deliver. It was Goku. It was the man behind that orchestration. But yeah, with that, the game gets started. Talking about the battle items, again, it's going to be either the eject button or the X speed. But other than that, when you talk about the next 10 minutes, to be honest, for me, it's going to be actually very, very, very nail-biting. Don't know what will happen, but it does feel like that Revenant is more than ready to fight back. True Gravity on the other corner have also gone with their own comfortable picks. It's the Espeon that I'm quite scared about, and also the Venusaur that Vixion is going to play along with.
Have to see what lies ahead, but for sure, that's going to be a tough battle for the side of True Gravity. They do know that this is a little bit of under pressure match. Last time it was almost in their pocket, but it seemed like, you know, Revenant just stole it away in front of their mouths. But Tencent is looking forward to get those early stacks done. It's the first one going up for him, but still he's looking forward. Will he be able to make a fallback from this position? I mean, both of them are just focusing on him for sure. And stealing all those wild Pokemon buffs and those Chaos energies will cost Revenant a little bit on the early stacks that will be needed by them. While talk about the Leafeon, it has evolved for now. So you with the Blastoise this time should be a little bit profitable for the side of True Gravity.
Blissey got KO'd initially, that too early. Revenant Esports, once again, they're doing exactly what they were doing in the previous game, and that is basically dishing out the best amount of output and also putting up that initial momentum in their favor, putting up that initial pressure onto the minds of Team True Gravity. And due to that initial lead that they had, all they had to do was just get 38 goals, 58 goals, and they were able to get it. That's how they were able to bag out the previous victory. Is it going to be a similar story in this particular matchup? I doubt that. But then again, that's exactly what Team Revenant is trying to do. They're trying to maintain that initial aggression, but Umbreon unfortunately goes down. Ninetales on the other corner is going to revert back the favor, and he's going to put down the Lapras as well. Espeon with the Growls can definitely be quite chaotic, but at this point even the Leafeon wants to go with some sneaky goals. He has got one Eos energy, can actually go for the dump of 2 now, but Lapras is here, so they have to back out, that's for sure.
Oh, at this point it looks like Hoopa is single-handedly, you know, taking the control, taking the in charge of the tier 1 goal zone of the top lane. But it seems the Leafeon, he might be a little sneaky, but he is being completely cornered out there. The Lapras is there, the Wartortle was there, but in the mid lane the Solar Bunks might just a little bit be hampering the players, specifically Melon out there. He's just barely surviving, and Blaziken finds the KO that he was seeking for a longer period of time. While Zisol, he's just a solo player standing all alone with the tier 1, but a lot of scores will be getting dunked. And here Umbreon, he will be completing his stack as of now, but he goes all in with that Snarl. The Leaf Storm actually comes into the play, but eventually the KO has been found by the Venusaur.
Well, yeah, indeed, the KOs are coming in, no doubt on that. Moving forward, we have to talk about Revenant Esports. They still have got their momentum, but to be honest, in the bottom lane, there is a good contention going in from Team True Gravity as well. Vixion already low on his HP. Let's see if he can really fight back. I mean, Tencent is trying to gather a lot of courage over there. If you talk about Blaziken, Apple wanted to fall back, and yes, Hoopa is going to help him do that. He and his teammates, like the Eastman, is also going to fall back. With that, Team True Gravity had to push back a bit. Had to roll out that aggression, but Apple and his teammate, it's going to be Burzum, probably to be precise, is going to get the advantage of that Reggie Rock. Now the heavy hits can definitely be intriguing enough, and the shields are already getting broken. The first hit won't be getting calculated, but at the same point, if I talk about Goku being the supporter of the team, he's the only individual that was there in the top lane, because he knows that his hyperspace holds can bring everybody right over there in the top lane, and they will help him to get that Reggie Leaky. They will help him to get that legendary objective Pokemon in their favor, and it's Hoopa who seals it away. And with that, the 6 ally is now in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They're going to put even more pressure onto the players of Team Revenant or onto the players of Team True Gravity. Even before that, we do see Blaziken putting down one of the best from Team True Gravity. It's Vixion resting right over there in the baseline goal zone, and finally he respawns. Might be able to put up a fight on the top lane.
Oh, that's a hefty moves coming up from the side of Revenant Esports. They want to go with the scores. They want to go with the scores.
How?
And they're just doing it at this point of time. Lapras gets KO'd by Hoopa itself, but the solar points coming into the question. Blaziken finds the double for himself. And look at the mighty Revenant. They're all marching and they want to get the scores stamped. And now they do it very precisely. The unit being committed by Ninetales. It will find a value. Umbreon unfortunately falls down in the hands of Blastoise, but Ninetales on the counter finds the Blissey, and it seems like Revenant once again, they are back in the business at this point, having a huge score lead already. Again, the same repetition of what happened in the previous match. Team True Gravity still seems to be wondering what can they do at this point, and even Hoopa being in the team, in the composition, is helping them in a very, very, in a lot of ways at this point.
I mean, look at the level buff. Level 12 is what Team Revenant Esports' Blaziken has got. On the other corner, it's just level 8, level 9 and level 10s from Team True Gravity. Their heavy hitters are also not evolved at this point, so they definitely have to evolve. Definitely have to get that leveling up scenario in their favor. Ninetales more than ready and proactive to get this Reggie seal onto their favor. Let's see if that is going to be the case or not. But Leafeon, being the speedster, the charm is definitely going to be there. On the other corner, the Ring Sunbound, I believe, has been unleashed, and the players are now fighting in the top lane, but everybody had to switch up to the bottom lane as well, due to the fact that now the players of Team True Gravity have completely shifted their momentum towards the bottom lane, although the Blissey, sorry to be precise, is not even going to survive, due to the fact Leafeon was tracking him away and was able to put him down. Now is the Espeon and the Umbreon fight, but Espeon unfortunately wasn't able to get the best output out of it. He got taken down, but after that Venusaur gets the advantage of both, taking the Registeel and the Leafeon as well at the same point. Blaziken goes down, that's a big hit, even the Umbreon could be getting taken down pretty soon, but Burzum is going to track down Blastoise, and with that even the heavy hitters and the absorbing tanks of Team True Gravity are now going to be compromised.
Oh, Goku, look at the HP that he was surviving. All the 3 players have already been KO'd by for the side of Revenant Esports. And look at the level difference that was there. It's completely been rationalized once again by Team True Gravity. So that means True Gravity, they've again backed up their momentum for their side. Now it all comes down for the Regiliki contention. Revenant Esports, they will be very, very much eager to secure this objective in their favor. The Umbreon is still into the question. The Espeon is still there. The Blastoise might just make their major factor and does secure the Regiliki for the side of Team True Gravity. And now this is some real bad news for the side of Revenant Esports, because they are being pushed back from their own tier 1 goal zone, and there is nothing more that they can do. A 50 over dunk, and that's how the tier 1 of the top lane gets breached for the side of Revenant Esports. But now Team True Gravity, they are back in the track, and then at least like 4 of their Pokemons are there already on level 12, and let it be, make it 13 for Venusaur itself. So now it's justified that the final stretch will be very, very cutthroat.
Right, definitely. I mean, we were talking about the level buffs, now it's not even there. So both the teams are more than ready to go for the final stretch time and eventually establish the best dominance that they can really do. Lapras calls out for the defensive parameters, and now the Blaze are focusing for the bottom lane goal zone. All of them have already stacked up in the top lane. We do see the Blastoise right over there. Leafeon might be waiting for that right exact moment where he can actually go for some good scores, but Leafeon is also right now in the mid lanes trying to go for a good fight. All of the players are now converging. This is the moment where the KOs are going to unveil, but look at this. Apple will be able to find a crucial one. He gets the Blissey, the supporter goes down. Not just that, we might see some more KOs coming in. Vixion runs back. He knows that this is not the time to get KO. This is not the time where Team Revenant Esports can get that level buff. So let's just push back from this fight. We will come back, we will rise back, but whenever the situation demands, whenever the Legend Pit is going to get formed, at that moment we are going to go for some sneaky scores. But look at the Leafeon being the sneaky one. There might be some KOs coming in. Apple wants to fall back. He is going to get that Hoopa advantage and once again TP back to the base lane and then come back so that they can have a good fight over there. Espeon is also right over there trying to put up a good amount of damage, but Solar Point coming in from the Leafeon. Damage is out in chunks. Not enough to completely put them down, but Apple unfortunately goes down. That's a big upset for Team Revenant Esports. Should have not been the case, but KO streaks are not getting eliminated at this point. There are going to be 2 more KOs coming in, I believe, and it's going to be the Venusaur who is getting it away. 2 KOs for the players of Team Revenant Esports. This is a moment where the steals can be immensely valuable. And look at this. Ninetales goes down. It's just Hoopa, and now it all trickles down to what Blaziken can be capable of. Oh my god, this is a game where Team True Gravity is going to unleash everything onto their opponent, and it does feel like that it's a win-win situation for Team True Gravity at this point. If the shields gets broken, things might be different, but breaking down that shield is just not going to be easy.
Oh, look at that. That too coming in the under the way. Blastoise finds another KO for himself. Team True Gravity, they equalize the numbers with Revenant Esports in the series. They equalize, they come up with an equalizer at this point. So now we are going for another decider in this very day number 2 of ACL India region qualifiers. And look at the difference that this composition has actually made. I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad comp for the side of Revenant Esports, but Team True Gravity, they capitalized it in a much more precise way. But looking to that, they still want to push it as much as possible. Lapras finds the Ninetales, the Leafeon goes down, and there's nothing more that Umbreon could do at this point. So now, probably, yes, he is also down as well. So it does mean True Gravity, they have done the business, they have done the job, and they are pushing it to the decider.
Well, yeah, it's quite inevitable at this point. The decider will be coming in. For a moment, I was like, Blaziken? Oh, he wanted to be a sneaky one, but that was not the case. He wanted to go all in and eventually get some good goals dumped over there, but eventually that was not the case. He got countered by, if I'm not wrong, the Blissey, and along with that, the Eastman also came into the top lane goal zone. That's how they were able to completely comfortably put down the efforts in their favor. From start, from the get-go, it was Team Revenant which was getting a lot of goals, but at the end, who got the major majority, who got the major win in that particular perspective, it was Team True Gravity. The way they dictated their own terms, and Melon being the MVP at this point, it really shows how on point he was when it comes to his assist. He was a part of 12 KOs, not just that, 167 goals also coming in from his corner. Amazing performance from Team True Gravity. That's what I have to say. But yes, as we do know now, it all trickles down to the decider. We were speculating that we will definitely get to see a 2-1 situation coming in this game, in this match number 5 to be precise. That's exactly what we got. Now True Gravity has equalized the stand where Revenant was standing at, but Revenant Esports, can they really bring in the A game in the next particular matchup? That's the bigger question coming in. It's all about a question of a glory. Revenant already has got the seeding positions in their favor. They are already at #1 when it comes to the positioning. They've already won one more map, so I believe somewhere around 13 to 14 points is what they're going to get once they win this particular match as well. If they lose, they still have 13 points.
Well, all the answers will be coming very shortly, but eventually if we talk about the amount of KOs that they had, like Apple, Burzum, they put up a good show already. 7 KOs in the name of Apple, 6 for the name of Burzum itself. But once again, when we just talk about in what actually went wrong. I mean, Genius, he usually mostly plays on the defender role. This time was given a chance on the Speedster, and I mean, he did a lot of damage. I'm not saying he did not, but I believe some change in roles did hamper the playstyle of Revenant a little bit in the very second match. A little bit of experiment from their end costed them the game, but it doesn't matter, because you know what, we have still one more match left in which either Team True Gravity or Revenant can win and make themselves already and they will be just ending their matches. Specifically for Revenant, it's the last match that they're playing, so they will be ending and getting the seeded position for themselves before the day number 3. But for them, it doesn't actually matter. Even if they lose it, they are still going to be on the number 1 spot, and if they even win it, it's going to be a good thing, because none of the teams will be able to counter it or maybe come close to that point, because 5 matches victory is next to impossible. But when we see the graph once again, you gotta be feeling bad if you're a Revenant fan.
Definitely, man. I mean, Revenant from the start, they were looking quite effective. At 6-minute marker, they were able to hit a margin of 290 goals. From there was nothing like a jump, nothing like an incline in that graph. And from True Gravity's perspective, a true potential performance coming in from the corner. From the start, they were struggling, but then slowly but surely, these guys rose, and they rose back to a victory in this particular game. What a play. What a beautiful performance coming in from Team True Gravity. And as I said, after 6-minute marker, there was nothing fruitful coming in from the players of Team Revenant Esports. Although initially Revenant was able to get the Regirock, the Regieleki as well. But after that, even the objective Pokemons were out of the hands, the buffs were out of the hands, and even the Rayquaza got stolen.
After Team True Gravity got the momentum up for themselves, there was no stopping. You can see at the very start, everything was getting under control for the side of Revenant. They were getting all the skills, they were getting all the stacks done, everything. I would say all the pieces were falling on together for the side of Revenant Esports, and they were finding a lot more value. But the time when True Gravity showed their own potential, nothing was standing out against it. Still, getting those objectives was the main motto, but it was again the first two objectives were secured by the side of Revenant. But after that, it did not actually went the way Revenant wanted to turn it out to be. So it all was under control for the side of True Gravity, and I would say a good comeback indeed for, you know, breaking, or I would say defeating one of the teams who is actually running very strong in the entirety of the lobby. Does make a very big moral impact in your team and for your teammates as well, because when you know that you have beaten one of the strongest teams in the lobby, you gain a lot more confidence within yourselves, and that actually proves how in-game they have implemented it so precisely.
I mean, adding on that note, it's not the first time when Revenant is not going to have a 2-0. Even Team Griffin today in the match number 3 was able to beat them in just one game. But after that, Team Revenant was able to sweep in and eventually get the next game also in their favor. And overall, Team Revenant is here with a 4-0. So that's exactly what Team Revenant Esports is looking at right now. After this 1-1 situation is already here, I feel once again Team Revenant is looking forward to get that redemption in the second, in the last game, in the decider game of this match number 5. But yes, talking about the Rayquaza, we did saw a total team KO coming in. Almost a total team KO is what I have to say, because once Hoopa was available, at that point Blaziken was already in the spawn. Blaziken was moving into the picture. Blaziken was trying to bring in the best value, but unfortunately that was not the case. Also, when a complete stack up situation was there from the players of Team Revenant Esports, they were trying to go for the tier 2 goal zone in the bottom lane. They were again contested. Not even a single goal came in over there. Every single guy got countered due to the fact that from Team Revenant, not from Team Revenant, from Team True Gravity, everybody was there at approximately level 14 or 15. There was nobody who was even at level 13. On the other corner, from Team Revenant's perspective, level 11, 12, 13 is what they have in their favor. So due to that level buff and the stacking up situation not going that right in their favor, things started to crumble down in the final stretch time period as well. But a total team KO, yeah, that's what I have to say. Total team KO coming in from Team True Gravity definitely is showing their signs that they were the champs of the India Open 2023, and now they are going to maintain their title possibly in the Asia Champions League qualifiers as well.
I mean, they have to make this kind of momentum carry forward even if they are winning this ACL India region qualifiers itself. So if they can manage and win the ACL India region qualifiers, they will be going as Team India to the finals. And maybe if they continue with this kind of performance and momentum, they might just win the ACL. I mean, it's something, a big statement that I'm giving it, but for sure, you know, we gotta wait for it, because still a lot more matches. At least after today's day, we will be left with 5 more matches into the question. That will be the final day of this ACL India region qualifiers or India regional stage. But if we just talk about right now, it feels like we will definitely see a 2-1, but whether it is going to be in the favor of True Gravity or is it going to be in the favor of Revenant Esports, that still is a big question mark that we will be getting the answer. But when it comes to the play style, some decision makings or maybe some choices should be changed from the side of Revenant, it seems. And if they do it, it's good, and it might just work out fine for them, because against True Gravity, they seem to be like, after winning the first match, the second match they were completely like they could not figure it out, I believe, what happened actually.
To be honest, in the second game, they had that Hoopa. They could have really utilized it a lot. Initially, they were utilizing it a lot whenever the player from Team True Gravity was trying to capitalize onto them. But then again, in the later stages, Burzum, probably to be specific, with the Ninetales, was not that effective. At the same point, the Blaziken was good enough. But then again, that Blaziken had to have a support. Has to have a guy who can tank up a lot of damage for him, because he was going in the fights, and initially he was getting the values, but in the later stages, even Team True Gravity figured it out that this is the individual that we have to really counter. Once he falls, the whole team is in scrambles, and that's exactly what they did. Remember the Legend Repeat as well. Blaziken was one of the first one who went down, and he was one of the first one to really respawn when the shields came in active. Shields were active after the Rayquaza was melted away by the place of Team True Gravity. So every now and then it was Blaziken who was moving in, Apple being there, trying to get the best output, trying to bring in the first commitment, or should I say first KO, But then after he was getting eventually some 50% of the damage, or he was doing 70% of the damage, there was a complete stack up coming in from the opponent's perspective, and they were just completely nullifying the effect of that Blaziken at level 13 or level 14, whichever level he had at that particular time. So yeah, I have to say that at this point, Burzum and even Goku with that speedster, not speedster, with the supporter, to be honest, was not that on point. The Hoopa could have really brought in a lot more of valuable. If I'm not wrong, we did not saw a lot of Unites also coming in from Hoopa. There was just 2 moments where I did saw Unites. That means the evolution and the right time period of using that Unite moves were also not that on point. And due to that, yes, I do believe Team Revenant struggled a bit. But if Revenant wins, we'll get to have an interview. And in that, I would like to gladly ask them what went wrong for them in match number 2, if they win.
I mean, it's just like that. Something did went wrong, and we are eager to know what happened, because if Revenant loses, their streak just will end here. And see, I'm not just saying, but I would love to see a 5-0 scoreline. But again, True Gravity, they're also desperate for a win. They want to win it so they can at least get a second position in the series, and they can ease their gameplay for the final day. So everybody who's playing, they're playing for the seeded position itself, because they want to be in a comfortable spot, play less matches, and try to become the champion. But I really want to see, as you mentioned it earlier as well, Raider, that you want to see a team coming from the 5th or 6th seeded place and going to the final and maybe winning it as well. So I mean, it's not as easy, but if it happens like what happened for Skyesports in the previous WCS, from the lower brackets to the grand finals, and then going all berserk against Mighty SHUL at that time. So the things do change, or I would say that will change in the upcoming. Once again, we will be just witnessing 2 big teams. That what I expected before the ACL got started, that we will be seeing Forger Legacy, True Gravity, and probably Team Griffin as the top 3 teams of ACL once again. But Revenant, they have changed my thoughts and changed my perception of thinking.
Well, Revenant definitely have got their advantage, to be honest, but due to the fact that they surrendered, I believe, that they are not going to play anymore, the third game is not going to happen. So I believe it is the game that Team True Gravity has won according to the rules. So yeah, there's that. True Gravity is now finally there with the victorious face in their favor. And on the other corner, if we talk about Team Revenant, as we were speculating initially as well, that they have nothing to really lose from this game. All they had was to get some good experience. They wanted to know what Team True Gravity is capable of. Obviously, sitting on the back ends, watching on the screens, they were analyzing their matches. Everybody is doing that. Every single individual trainer or team, to be precise, are trying to do that. They are trying to analyze what the opponents are capable of. But then again, fighting them against yourself in that 10-minute span is something that that really gives you the idea of what is the potential, what is the depth of that particular team, or what kind of strategy they can really bring into the picture. And that's why Team Revenant was able to bag out the first game, but in the second one, things started to crumble down for them due to those small mistakes that they did.
I mean, it's already so cold outside. We're in the end of the year itself of 2023, but the matches that are getting so much heated up in the Thea Sky Ruins is just changing the kind of climate or temperature for ourselves. I mean, and outside it's cold, we're wearing jackets and the hoodies, and now inside we're like, oh my gosh, what is happening? Sweat is coming out exactly from our foreheads. But talking about it, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that the winning streak of Revenant got broken down, but it happens sometimes. We'll have somebody to have some conversations with us, but True Gravity will be happy. I mean, they wanted a win, right? So they do get one win in their favor. So it's like a 2-1 scoreline with the win that they have received, but the seeders position is confirmed for Team Revenant, so that gives them a good chance that the seeders, the first position is confirmed for ourselves. So we can just chill for now, and we can just come back on the day number 3 and we can play it all.
Alright, with that, I believe from Team True Gravity we do have Vulcan as well. So let's invite him on the desk and eventually congratulate him on this win. The last game that Team True Gravity, if I'm not wrong, was going to fight was here against Team Revenant Esports, and they were able to capitalize on it. Hey Vulcan, hello, are you audible? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm good. I am, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are audible.
Nekroz, any questions from your side for Vulcan?
Yeah, I really want to ask one thing, that in the first match, when you knew that you will be coming up against Revenant, what kind of strategy planning did you had? Because Revenant they were going on a winning spree already, so you had to make some kind of different strategies.
Actually, we stick to our course. Like we pick our main best picks. Even Lucario, the Vixen, the best pick. We stick to our course only. We didn't try anything new also. Unfortunately, the first game, right, Melon went AFK. Still, first 4 minutes now. It's kinda we got objective, but we didn't capitalize it. And we are lucky enough, I guess. The second game also, we have some very good fights there in the Nekroz pit. And I actually Blissey cancelled this now 2 people portal, and we took the fight initially. We know that their portal is cancelled. They don't have any healers to back them up, so we won the fight simply.
Yeah, a total
and
team
it's
over
good to
0
have free win also. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to know the further kind of see. This is the second day of ACL. We are still left with the day number 3, where it's a single elimination format. We all know about if you win, you go to the next phase or you go to the next match. So I really want to know what kind of strategies or what kind of planning are you trying to do for the final day, because the ACL final slot always depends on it.
We want to capitalize this last 7 days. That is the plan from the starting. We want to actually get into top 4 actually, the basic plan, and prepare last 7 days. Good that we got top 3 at least. Whatever the result, 2nd or 3rd position, I guess. It's up to what we thought, and I guess if we beat Revenant and one more team, I guess we can be going to Thailand.
True.
I mean, the excitement is real. Rita, you want to ask something?
Nothing, man. I just want to congratulate them and all the best for the next particular date, 23rd of December, I believe. The single elimination bracket is something which is going to be scary for us as a caster. Hope that you guys are going to do fine in that. And yeah, congratulations once again, man.
Thank you.
Well, we did had a kind of a conversation, and I was kind of lucky, when these kind of players come up. He was happy, everybody has that kind of aim. We want to go Thailand. I mean, it's just not only about the competition, representing your country on the global stage in front of so many big teams, and there you are proving your worth. We are coming from India. We were the champions of ACL. We were champions of India Open. If True Gravity goes out there, it's a big thing. So when you win 2 back-to-back major tournaments, your impression towards the global teams always become a little bit higher. Maybe Revenant can be that party spoiler for the side of True Gravity, or maybe any other team it can be. But how it seems, Revenant is one of the most biggest factor that every team is going to fear about. Having 4 consecutive wins, almost. This one was also they won one match out of this PO3 series. So it does feel like that Revenant can be that party spoiler. Either Revenant or True Gravity will be my pick for the ACL Championship. But let's see what if other teams are trying to prove me wrong. But again, itself, Thailand is just not about the competition, but also the amount of experience that the teams will gather from there.
Definitely the experience that they're going to get, the kind of goals that they're going to set for the other newer generation players or the teams that are going to get formed after this. Because again, every now and then, whenever a big tournament like this happens, there are a lot of insightful informations that the new upcoming expectating guys are also going to get. So obviously, due to this particular factor, I believe we are going to see some interesting plays coming in. We will get to see some interesting evolution in the esports scenario in Pokemon UNITE as well when it comes to the game individually, and also the players are going to be equally affected with it. But yeah, representing your nation, as you said, in the grand stage in Thailand is something which is everybody's dream. But I believe only 5 people, only one particular team is going to get that dream fulfilled out of the 6 that have been qualified in the ACL regional qualifiers, and it could be Team True Gravity, it could be Team Revenant. To be honest, I would love to see another face rising up to that stance that will showcase us that even if we are not able to qualify, or even if we are not able to get the best seeding position in the first 2 days, we are still one of those teams who can rise back from maybe the 4th seeder position or 5th seeder position and go towards the 1st position and eventually become the champion of regional qualifiers. But all of that is definitely full of speculations. A lot of variables have to be played. A lot of ifs and buts are going to be there. Really have to see what happens. But for that, I believe the next 2 matches are going to be equally important.
Oh man, I just cannot believe it. Just few months back we witnessed the India Open, and now it's ACL, which is also about to end in just maybe another week. I mean, this
Next Saturday.
entire season has always been something with those ups and downs, the new Pokemons, the new items coming into the play, the Muscarada. I really wish we will be seeing it in the upcoming, probably by the time WCS comes, and we will be able to see some Muscarada action as well in the Tear Sky Ruins. But a lot of things are being cooked up, a lot of things are coming up. So for the audience, those who are, connected with us through our live broadcast, maybe on Facebook, maybe on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, as well as subscribe to the channel, as well as make sure to share the links with your Pokemon friends, because Pokemon has always been an emotion. Poke buddies, yeah, exactly. Your Poke buddies who were watching the entire journey of Ash Ketchum from like when I was small. I used to also watch it. So everybody love Pokemon. So the Pokemon lovers, you can come and join us and experience Pokemon Unite action. But we'll have a quick jump on the analyst as to what actually happened in the entirety of the match.
Well, talking about it, indeed, there were some interesting moments. There were some interesting fights coming in. Well, let's talk about the first game first of all. At basically 4-minute 54-minute marker, we did saw that in the bottom lane there was a complete chaos going in. The players were converging towards the Reggie ice that was there, but eventually it was also countered. And then eventually, if we talk about the leveling up scenario, it was there. But yeah, man, trust me, whenever if we talk about the Hoopa advantage being delivered, I believe that was something crucial for the players of the orange team. And in terms of that, I believe that was Team True Gravity, which was there on the orange side in the first game. They definitely were trying to establish a lot of dominance in that particular fight, but the best part for me was the Spirit Shackles that will be coming in. We will get to see that. We'll get to see that Spirit Shackle being indulged over there pretty soon. But yeah, Inteleon also got some crucial KO in that particular fight. Yes, there you go. Buzzball got countered with it. And even if I talk about Snorlax, the way he was countering and pushing back, cornering the players was also very impressive.
It was indeed a great move, but eventually when it comes down to this final stretch, that one impact, I was quite sure nobody expected the Lucario to pop off from this position. Both the long range attackers were in a little bit of distance, so they didn't have a clue that they were coming up, and nobody was there to get the secures done, because they knew there is 47 seconds more. There were not many players from the side of the orange team to come up close, so Revenant thought that it's an easy win. We are going to secure it no matter what. And they did not have the moveset. I believe they were on the cooldown. So, but already the impact was done before the steal was done, because we are seeing the Lucario got the Rayquaza at the final moment, even before anybody could engage. So that gave a bit of breather and a chance for the True Gravity to bounce back.
Definitely that was the case, no doubt in that. There was a small breather, small moment where there was a chance that Inteleon or could be possible that maybe the Decidueye, Spirit Shackle, or even the Knock Knock could have been useful, but Knock Knock was already utilized to get those KOs that they initially were able to get. But after that, Lucario, it completely came in, swooped in, and he was right there in the Legendary Pit, and he was able to get the best output. And apart from that, the other two Pokemons that were KO'd, that was the only reason why Team Revenant was able to capitalize still after the advantage of Rayquaza was there in the favor of Team True Gravity. Due to the factor that there were not a lot of Pokemons available, Umbreon decided to go for the baseline goal zones. It was the Blaziken and also, if I'm not wrong, Leafeon who was trying to... It was, if I'm not wrong, the Lucario and the Buzzwole who were trying to go for some good goals. And at that point, they were counter coming in, their shields were broken. At the end, it was Melon, the Umbreon, which was trying to go for a score of his own in the baseline goal zone. But again, Decidueye came in, he countered him, he was able to put him down. That's why the first game went in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. But trust me, that was a close one. Even Nekroz was like, maybe that is not enough. But yeah, Goku came back with 58, and that was enough. 58 goals was good enough. That was the only goal Goku was able to come in. That particular game was kind of a game that I was on the edge of my seat. What is going to happen, how that particular game is going to get delivered was something quite interesting for me to watch specifically. But now, the standings. This is the crucial thing that everybody wants to get an idea about. And yes guys, it's Team Revenant. Despite of the fact that they lost their 5th game, they are still there with 13 good points, and they are at the first position. They have to play just one match, and they have to win that particular match, to be honest, in the single elimination bracket qualifiers that will happen on 23rd.
Now the question comes in. I mean, Griffin, they have one match left. Clown 5, they have one match left. FS, as well as Forger Legacy, they have one match left each. the teams who have completed all their matches are Revenant and Team True Gravity. So we've got the first and the second spot confirmed. Now it depends. If Griffin wins it, I believe they're still going to stay in that, I would say, but third position itself. But for the fourth spot, is it going to be Clown5? Is it going to be Forge Your Legacy? That's still a question mark.
Yeah, definitely, it's a big question mark coming in, because these are the two positions that can definitely improve or maybe just push them down into the particular fifth position. I feel Clown5, for them fighting against FS Esports, this could be a glorious victory for them. If they are able to come up with a 2-0, that can be very, very rewarding for them. On the other corner, FS Esports, it's a good team, no doubt in that. We have seen that they were able to win one game finally, which was against the players of Forge Your Legacy. But on the other corner, if we talk about Forge Your Legacy, we have already got a clear insight that Forge Your Legacy knows Griffin is more than capable. Griffin is one of those teams that you really have to calculate and then play against. So Forge Your Legacy, for them, fighting against Team Griffin in the match number 7 today is definitely going to be a very interesting battle to watch ago, and we will get to see which kind of output is going to get delivered over there. But to be honest, against FS Esports and Clown5, I feel Clown5 might take the edge if FS Esports once again do those small mistakes. But still, FS Esports, the way they were able to bounce back against Forge Your Legacy, hopes are being ignited in my heart at this point. Maybe there is going to be a game where Forge Your Legacy is finally going to come up with a 2-0. That can happen.
I mean, look at that kind of thing. We have the next set of match already ready. FS Esports take on Clown5, and you know what? In the back ends, I just had a text when I was not casting that Mewtwo was saying, you know what, remember my name, it's Mewtwo, and I'm gonna wreck everything apart in the next match that you're gonna witness. I'm really excited to see what he's gonna do up next, because Clown5 seems to be very, very confident, and if we talk about FS, not a single win as of now. 4 matches played, 4 matches lost. What is going to be the final verdict? It's not going to change a lot of things though, but they can be a little bit party spoiler for the side of Clown5. If Clown5 loses this, they will be there in the 4th position, and on the other hand, if Forge Your Legacy wins it, so they might be going for the 3rd, or they might be remaining in the 4th, and Clown5 might be dropping to the 5th spot. Yeah,
It's quite interesting that as casters we come up with a lot of speculations, and then again when the game happens we are like awestruck that wow, how is this happening? But yeah, team introduction, let's bring in Tan. FS Esports, the average amount of damage that they were able to deal is kind of 250,000 approximately, like that. On the other corner, the average amount of damage that they take due to the choices of those defenders and a lot of supporter role that they actually go with is already quite evident that they were 267,000, somewhere around that. Average recovery is also quite decent, moreover towards the 1 lakh ratio, due to the factor of that Blissey, Clefable, and some other Pokemons like that they usually go with. Obviously, every single team is going to account for a speedster, possibly, in this particular formation between both the Giants, FS Esports. FS Esports loves to play with the speedster. Even Clown on the other corner, Clown5 also loves to play with the speedster. But depending on their draft pick phase, I believe 30-40% of the game is already going to get elaborated at how these two players, how these two individual teams are going to perform. But then again, this was the team introduction for Team FS Esports, where hopes are high from now for now, due to the factor that they were able to win one game finally against Forge Your Legacy. And Forge Your Legacy is that team, guys, remember, who was able to beat the champs, Team True Gravity. So if you add up all those contingency, all those variables, FS Esports has still got it. That's what I like to believe.
All things depends on this final match. I mean, FS Esports, I don't know what's gonna happen, but Clown5 will be pretty much confident, because they know that, FS, they haven't won a lot of matches, so they haven't won a single match itself, so we do have a chance of making a clean sweep and retaining their position. So that's the kind of confidence that they will have. But looking towards that, the average damage taken for the side of Clown5 itself is a little bit higher as compared to what the average damage dealt is, which is also like due to, I believe, the losses that they faced on earlier in the ACL. But after that, they have also played a pretty decent game for themselves to win and retain themselves probably in the 4th, maybe keeping themselves in the race to being the 4th seeded team. So still at this point, I would say that they have a 100% pick rate for Lapras and Venusaur. Then it follows by Blissey and Buzzwole. So I'm really looking forward to see what kind of picks that they will have, because the last time we saw them, there was a Desi, there was an Eldegoss, and everything was like, what is Is it happening? Is it real? I mean, we cannot believe it with those picks, but now it all comes down to the final core picks if they are going to stick with it or not, because both the teams are just ready and just preparing for the match to get started. So why are we wasting time? Let's go and jump into the first match of this BO3 series played between Cloud5 and FS Esports. And then just by moving into the draft phase, I will be saying bye-bye to Raider and he can go on for some good break, and we'll be inviting Lucifer back on the desk.
You have to say this, Nekroz, that you've sent him on a Pokemon journey where he's looking forward to catching some new Pokemon.
Yeah, I
right?
was about to say that, right?
You've given him a break. What is that? You've given him something to eat? No, right? So he's on an exploration of a new Pokemon journey, so we'll see Raiders soon. But right as now, a new journey for Cloud5 and FS Esports. Both of these two teams have not had a great run, Nekroz. But I'm not too sure what's going to be different today. Now, Cloud5 today they moved towards the victory side of things, but I'm still not sure if they're going to be able to pack a punch. FS Esports also moved towards opening their first point. Now, yes, I'm taking a lot more time to talk about the teams because it is a crucial game for both of them in terms of the seeding. Hoopa was the ban. First pick was Lapras. Coming in as the next two picks are going to be still the front lines. PYZ with the Umbreon, and then we end up seeing Cliffable on Pardesi.
It's still something that, pinches me that will Obito be opting for that Buzz Bowl once again, because he has been good on that. But again, if you talk about the other picks, Legion sticks with the Venusaur, Babu picks the Slowbro, and finally after a long time we are seeing the True Bro back in the comp.
If you ban it, people don't pick it. If you don't ban it, they will look forward to picking it. And especially with the game that we saw with Cloud5 getting a chance of playing a True Bro, where they were able to deny their opponents a victory, is the reason I see Cloud5 still getting into that comp. But you spoke about Obito going into the Buzzwall. Seems like Rook heard you and he's like, no, I do not want to give him the Buzzwall. He picks up the Mighty Giant here in the Pokemon world, and then with him, Blair on Glaceon. Mewtwo in the meantime, looking forward to a healer for the team, is deciding, and yes, decides that he wants the Blissey, and Obito locks on a Chandelier.
Berserk with the final pick inside of FS Esports. Oh, I'm not just gonna say anything because they're all used to playing with the casters with all those picks, but if it's Gardevoir, something that can change, but the same kind of tradition follows one after the other, and it's the Delphox that is being picked by Berserk.
Now with the Cloud5 getting another victory today, can they secure their third victory is something I do want to see. Right now in the preparation phase, I do want to see who picks what. We see a change-up. Joy gets back his Slowbro. We saw a phenomenal game where they were able to shut down the side of True Gravity. So might be looking forward to a game similar to that. We see... Okay, I was about to say we were about to see maybe two Shedinja dolls, so it's going to be only one that Legion is playing, and we saw an amazing Berserk Shedinja doll on Inteleon. Right now in this game, we have Berserk, but not an Inteleon, so I'll wait and watch out for how it works out. He's going to be playing the Delphox. X-Speed, Eject is going to be the majority of the things from the side of FS. On the other end, a mix of Eject, X-Speed, as well as a Shedinja doll. Now yes, in terms of the held items, we did see the Resonant Guard, Charging Charm. So there are all these new items that players are playing, even the Cursed Incense. So I want to see how it works out for a couple of them. We'll break it down towards the end of the game once it's done and seeing how that plays out in the game, Nekroz. But this seems to be very interesting, especially with a double ranged attacker and an all-rounder. I just want to see what Pies does with the Buzzwall. If he's going to be able to do enough damage. I think he did not get the stack coming through. He's going to be playing on the other hefty attack moves and the held items. So let's wait and watch of how it works out. Game number 1 underway.
Oh, now this is going to be interesting, but it seems like he had an attack weight on the Buzzwole and he changed the charging charm. I was a little bit, I was like, he's playing the charging charm on Buzzwole, so but then he decided to just change it. So I was like, okay, so it's fine. I mean, he's just sticking with the basics, but yeah, the last bit change is always, sometimes confuses us as the casters, but once again the early stacks have to be done, so it has to be a big responsibility for the players to just do it. But Cloud5 starts it off well for themselves.
Initial on the top part scoring. A little here and there, but that's all. On the bottom, they're all fighting for these bunnies. Both the ends of it. From side of FS, they're trying, but finally, because of the evolution of Glaceon, we end up seeing Lapras being the first KO that the FS Esports find on. Now, Perdesi was very close to also indulging himself in a KO. Thankfully, the Citrus Berry was available. He had his X speed on the battle item, and he gets it. But in the meantime, Legion almost finding a KO, but on the other end, Blair doing damage on Glaceon, therefore they would back out, but overheat, almost finding a KO on PYZ, but thankful with his movesets, he jumps across and reaches his goal zone. Not damage being done, but however they lose the Altaria and Swablu at the 8-minute 50 top path. Clown5 take control of it.
It does feel like the Clown5, they just want to wait for the right time to strike, and Rook is already playing on an HP build, so it will be a little tough to get the early KOs done on him, but the Ivysaur seems to be struggling a little bit more, and this time, oh my god, Rook does make that impact alongside the Delphox help, but it seems the Lapras wants to make that control possible, but please, he's just pushing them all away into their tier 1 goal zone. Have to go with the stack push, but he's not having that Eos energy for now, and there's a constant healing coming up from the side of Cliffable towards him, but it seems they want to go with that mid path, Altaria, Swablu, in which FS Esports, they already have an upper hand.
Not big, but Obito getting his special attack spec stacked up, but in the meantime, maybe a KO that we end up seeing. Yes, Glaceon finds one, the True Bro is down. In the meantime, also the foul play being used on the Umbreon. Let's see how further it goes, but as you said, keeping the attack weight stack going on. PYZ looking for another, but it gets stolen away from the Lapras, and for that, Lapras gets punished. Maybe another one, because even the Blissey gets smacked down to the ground of their own goal zone, and FS Esports charging with the overdunk of a 30 to destroy tier 1 on top.
Now this is going to be something interesting I really want to see from FS Esports. They always had a good control over the earlier game, but in the mid they always lose the momentum sometimes, so they have to focus on not to lose it anyhow, that too against Clown5. But look at that, the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom, it's quite vulnerable. They're waiting for an overdunk to happen, but the Reggies, the objectives will be spawning, and Clown5, it will be very much focused on getting it, but look at those long range attackers just making so much impact. The Icicle Spears locked on the slow bro, but itself finds the KO. Glaceon impacts, comes up with the glacial stage, trying to find a lot more value, and itself Buzzvole gets the Blissey down, and it seems FS Esports, they were having a good control, but the Venusaur steals the Regirock in front of them.
Again, Glaceon still finding KOs even though things are going wavery, but I feel like with the Delphox also finding its unite, this is going to be big time coming through. Now Berserk is low. He has to be a little bit worried, wanted to go and score, but as soon as he saw that the Chandelier is here, meaning that the overheat on range can do damage, decides to back off, gets the Citrus Berry, and will keep guard of tier 1 on bottom. But in the meantime, is there a charge up from Clown5? They decide, but then they end up seeing the Umbreon taking charge, moving ahead with also the Fire Spin coming in from the Delphox. So they decide, let's just back off. Look forward to a top path Regieliki fight if it happens, but right now Egg Bomb, Solar Beam coming through from Venusaur as well as Blissey, keeping the players of FS Esports in check.
That Fire Spin could have trapped the Umbreon just few moments ago. Could have trapped the Slowbro, my bad. But once again, Umbreon manages to get a sneaky score for himself. That's where the teamwork does make a big impact. But Berserk, he will be getting all the buffs for himself as FS Esports. They look pretty strong in the start. Lapras, he was there, but he has to tank all the damage that is coming on from the side of FS Esports and making Chandelier as a support, but could not get a lot more value as the KOs are just falling in the hands of FS.
Right now, Glaceon is playing phenomenal. Blair, I think he's found his game, especially after the wonderful games that FS had today. Yes, they were close to victory, but this looks to be the victorious game. And again, look at that fireworks coming out. Buzzwall clinching and finding the 6th ally. In the meantime, Glaceon, Blair finds a 2 KO streak with the help of the Delphox, finding the True Bro, Slow Bro out. And now they're overpowering Chandelier. Chandelier gets caught, it's going to be tough. Lapras Express activated, does damage. Finally, the Delphox is put down. Big Solar Beam coming through. Can they find anything on Umbreon? They do the after fire damage coming in with the help of overheat on Glaceon along with Cliffable going down. Now Rook, thankfully, because he's a defender, somehow will be able to managing to back off. and with that they do not give away a lot of top path control, just the fight that they'd given up. But hiding in the tall grasses, jumps in, nice slow beam use, and the Buzzwall will be sent back to the Pokemon Center, and alone Umbreon can't do anything at the top path, and they will lose the top tier 1 for the side of FS Esports. In the meantime, Berserk, as he had got KO'd, reaches the bottom path, gets a 21 dunk, keeping the scoring on going, even though Clown5 have taken the lead.
Oh, those icicle spears did a lot of damage, and probably Joy went to steal that buff but was not able to get it in his side. But the Regice will be the next target for the side of FS Esports itself. And now they have to focus on Clown5. They are delaying, they are still a little bit far behind. The Unite being committed by the side of Delphox, and finds this Regice as well in their favor. FS Esports, they're looking pretty strong in the objective fights, while Clown5, they still have to wait for that final moment to strike in. But look at the game that FS are putting up, not even giving a single chance for the side of Clown5. But finally the final verdict is coming, and by that the Venusaur is securing some good KOs for his name.
The afterburn effect is kind of right now finding the chaos from Legion's end on that overheat. It's doing good job, but it's on all those hefty hitters or the front line, not much on the back line. That's something that I feel like Clown5 need to pay attention to, but FS Esports need to pay attention to scoring goals. In the next 3 seconds, we're going to see the Regieleki spawn on top. That's where everybody will start turning their attention towards. In the meantime, it looks like Berserk and Rook want to keep a lookout for the tier 1 on the bottom. They do not want to let it get destroyed. Berserk with a fire spin. Does he catch the slow bro? Yes, he does, but Rook, he does not come in, and also even if Rook swoops in, not effective damage will be done. In the meantime, a 7 gets dunked and Rook will immediately jump back on the Umbreon, will be of nobody's reach. But in the meantime, Blair on Glaceon is still going to be here. A lot of Icicle Spear damage being done, but on top, as we can see, Buzzwall all alone trying to take the Regieleki, and no players from Clown5 paying attention to it. All players from Clown5 looks like they want to head bottom, break the tier 1 of FS Esports, and then maybe look forward to scoring extra. But right as now, 143 to 161, Clown5 still in lead, 20 seconds on the clock, along with Buzzwall. There's another player who's helping out. That's going to be Cliffable, Pardesi, and they will be able to secure with 15 seconds on the clock, and maybe this time score even 100. PYZ is moving in the right direction, and Clown5 doesn't seem to be anybody spawning back or recalling themselves back to base to try and defend this now. He'll wait for the next 1 second. Rekoza spawns, swoop in for 100 goal, and FSP Sports will immediately get themselves on the lead at 263.
Now this is looking a little bit competitive at this point, and now the fire spin might be able to trap the Slowbro. He's dealing a lot of damage, but the overheat is coming into the play. Umbreon, he was damaged a little bit. The instant healing coming in from the side of Cliffable, but looks like Lapras wants to go from flanking position, wants to trap somebody out there. But is it gonna make it worth? The Solar Beam misses it. The Unite being committed on Delphox. They know that if Delphox goes down, it can bring a lot more value. But it seems the Solar Beam is doing the damage. Delphox has been put to rest. But also on the other hand, Lapras falls into the hands of Cliffable at this time. While the numbers have been rationalized, it seems Clown5, they're desperate for the Rayquaza.
They're trying their best. Glacial stage being used. Blair trying it his best on the Glaceon, but the Shedding Doll coming in at the right second. A Blissey Shedding Doll is insane. And Surf from Slowbro. Let's see if it finds value. Yes, it does, as even the overheat connects from the Chandelier, and Glaceon is down this time. However, the other person who got KO'd, Delphox, is back in action. Let's see that does anything. Rayquaza in the meantime just being hit little here and there as blows are being exchanged from both Clown5 and FS Esports. But it looks like FS Esports, they are charging in, and that's going to be PYZ smacking the Blissey across the ground and finds the initial KO. But Umbreon immediately gets traded. A big Solar Beam comes through. PYZ barely surviving. Cliffable trying to help with the Moonlight. And all the other players get back to the legendary pit. Rayquaza is about to lose all of its health, giving away a shield. Now Legion is also looking super low. Anybody can secure the last hit, and it is going to be the Chandelier who's hiding behind the Rayquaza towards the top. And now there's nothing much the side of FS could do. Maybe try and break the shields, but you can see the way Water Pulse is doing the damage. And also hundreds being scored with very few seconds left. There's no way of stopping the sides of Clown5 right now. Mewtwo also has a 50, ejects, and should get it down. And yes, that 100 comes through at the nth second as the whistle blows. Clown5 also get themselves the victory in game 1 of match 6.
I don't know what to say, but FS Esports, they will be utterly disappointed. The entirety of the control was there again in their hands. Blair came up with 10 freaking chaos for himself. He was a part of 15 total knockouts, but look at the numbers. Clown5 just clinched the victory in the final, probably the 30 seconds that was left on the clock.
I feel like this game was very interesting. But the one thing I always fear for the side of FS Esports, and that's the reason I'm taking breaks so that it kind of gets clearly heard, is I feel when FS Esports start finding these knockouts, right, they get comfortable, meaning they think they have control over things. And once they think they have control over things, they are never ready for something out of the box, a surprise, right? You saw Joy had no reason to overextend like that. His teammates were nowhere close on the mid path of FS Esports, but he still overextends, slow beams Delphox over there, finds a KO as Mewtwo uses Verdant Anger, and that's where control was taken away from FS Esports, and Clown5 made sure that they were in the driver's seat. If that didn't happen, FS Esports might have closed it. You saw even Pies, even after all those exchange of KOs happened, they still tried to swoop in for a fight, but it was not enough. 10 knockouts being found and still not a victory feels bad for the side of FS Esports. Whereas Clown5, overall, they have 14 knockouts, which sums up almost towards the end that they found. And I think Obito playing on that moveset towards the end made him completely unvulnerable. Not vulnerable. He was literally a wall. And that's what the best part of Lapras is. Once it hits level 13, defensively is super strong. And I think that's something that players need to understand. If there's a Lapras on the opponent's end, do not let it get to level 13. You could see, even though Blair was trying, couldn't even breach or break the shield that Rayquaza had granted to Obito, meaning that their defenses were just double the times better.
It was completely visible, at the time, the kind of tactics you mentioned about the slow overextending and pushing everybody away and trying to grab the almost entirety of the attention so that nobody goes near to the legendary pit while, Mewtwo as well as Legion, they were melting down the Rayquaza, and that actually happened. Even Lapras was, diverting the Glaceon at that moment. All the other things was going all under control, and it happened so quickly that nobody would have expected. I mean, till the final moment, till the 9th minute, you can see that the graph says that, this team, FS Esports, was winning, but suddenly that spike happened, that Rayquaza was melted, and boom, all the scores were dunked one after the other, and Clown5 just emerged as the victorious team out of these two. But all the last minute scoring came from the FS was that 100 from that Buzzball, 148 score coming from side of Buzzball, but it was just not enough to win this match.
You can see how the graph kind of goes so close, right, from both the ends. FS thought that they were the ones who had a better lead, even though Clown5 was counter scoring. That is because you don't get a clear idea, even if you're on a lead, right? It would just say you're on a lead, not by the difference. For us as viewers, anybody watching who's new here in Pokémon UNITE, this score on top is only for us. The players in-game cannot see this. They just get an idea as the in-game intimation comes through that you're on a lead, this is a close battle, you're losing. All these intimations only tell them that where maybe they do stand. Is it a close loss? Is it a close battle? They don't know how much of a difference it has. But great try coming through. You could say initially these unites coming through from Clown5 was almost nullified because of the distance that they were keeping themselves. But one thing I feel like still is going to be something that threw me completely off guard was that Blissey Shedinja doll. Now, I did see and even talk about Chandelier on the Shedinja doll, right? At the last moment, they got the Shedinja doll even on the Blissey, and it still worked out. They were able to find value, and then the Bliss assistance towards the end is the main thing that made it work. Here is where the battle happened. You see, PYZ's Unite completely failed, of no use. And once FS Esports understood that their Unites are not working, they decided to reset, got themselves some space, but that space was not enough because the KO that they found was not on the ranged attackers. They were finding the KO on their front line, meaning ranged attacker was still there. And Rayquaza battle with ranged attacker is easier because you'll be able to do a lot more damage and win it out. And that's what we ended up seeing Clown5 doing. The ranged attackers were there, they did the damage, and Legion made sure he had the secure, got that secure Rayquaza shield, score, done is the game. but still, that's game number 1, Nekroz. So FS Esports are not far away. FS Esports just now pulled off one game where they got a victory in a best of 3. So I hope they are able to pull it back and this time maybe even close it off against the odds.
Yeah, probably even when you talk about at this point, if you talk about the perspective of Clown5, I mean, they were pretty confident, they were pretty clear, because when you are facing a team that you know that haven't won a single match, you know that they're desperate for a win. They at least want to make sure that they finish the league stage with a win or before going to the final day or something like that to gain back their momentum. But as I was telling Raider as well, before the match got started, I got a text from Mewtwo and he was saying, remember my name, we're gonna nail this battle. And I really wanted to see, what he's going to do. But he did a fantabulous job all alone by himself as well, being on the Blissey. But overall, yes, Clown5, they want to make sure that they get the 4th seeder spot for themselves at least confirmed. That might just, if they win this battle, if they win this BO3 series, it will create a little bit of obstacle for the side of Forger Legacy because they are also in that same position. So if Clown5 wins, Forger Legacy, if they lose the next match, it might be possible that they just go down to the 5th seeder spot. But if even Forger Legacy wins it, the number of clean sweep factors will play the game, and where I believe that it can just be Forger Legacy, it can be Clown5. I don't know exactly what it is, but that one with the clean sweeps might just get the upper hand and get the 4th seeder spot for themselves.
Now, I'm not too sure of how the seed is going to kind of swing out, of who gets the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We'll talk about it later as we go down the line, but right now we'll talk about more in terms of players, their roles, what they like. This is again a peek into the player's life, if you guys didn't know, and if you would want to know more about it, make sure you like, subscribe, and if you're watching on different platforms, share it with your friends as well, so that more people know that Pokemon Unite right now, especially in India, is on its Asia Champions League stage, where top 6 teams are trying to fight out and represent India on the global stage, as only one team will qualify. Right now we are seeing Rook from the side of FS Esports. Here he says Comfy is his favorite Pokemon, and player comments, he's like, winning! And that generally is everybody's mentality, right? If you win, you're in it. If you win, you feel good about yourself. If you win, you're like happy. So winning is all that matters. Now behind winning there's a lot that goes through, and Rook, as I initially mentioned, is one of those players I still remember was playing Mime back then when we saw the world qualifiers happening, and he was the only player that used to still pick up that Mime when Mime was out of meta, and Mime still is out of meta. If you're hearing Pokemon Unite gods, Pokemon Unite directors, producers, please get Mime back. He's my favorite Pokemon. But getting back into Pokemon Unite right now, let's see what Rook is doing, right? Rook has been changing up his role overall. He's bought in a lot more Pokemon in terms of his pool, and is putting it down into play. Coming into the side of Clown5, we end up seeing Obito, who just played phenomenal stuff coming in from his end, and his favorite Pokemon is Zacian. Why doesn't it surprise me?
I mean, everybody does like to play on Zacian. I mean, it's banned, I know, but it's still one of the powerful Pokemons, legendary ones, right? So we all know about it. But I just want to recapitulate one thing, Lucifer. If you want Mr. Mime back, you gotta say it a little louder to the Pokemon company.
Okay, and so you are going to be the one who are going to make sure that Mr. Mime is back, and if you don't,
why would I?
Then. But we'll get back to what Obito did mention. I do want to say the player comment. He's already planning for even the world, so I want to see what Obito does here and then the worlds as well. Coming back, talking about Rook, as you can see, that was his player insight, but this is his player data, what he's done so far. This is why I mentioned he was a support player back then. Right now he is a strong defender in front. As you can see, average damage taken 72,000. This is per game when we generally see, and if it's average damage taken itself is 72,000, meaning that he's been doing an amazing job as a defender for his team. Obito on the other end, he's the damage dealer, also certain times plays the defender role, and that's the reason his stats are balanced.
Yeah, that's for sure. Eventually, when Obito, I was studying already before as well, because he was phenomenal on the Lapras. He has been very much dominant on the Buzzword as well previously when we just saw him earlier. So I really want to see that Suyu again, when it comes down to Obito, these players on Buzzball has been pretty dominant. But whenever I see a Buzzball, I still want to see one player playing on it. And I remember all the time it's All Might. We are missing him in the Asia Champions League, that's for sure. Let be Lapras, let be Blastoise, let be the Buzzball. He is always the one who has always proven his worth. But once again, we will be jumping into the second match, which is already ready in the draft phase, and we'll have a look whether there is going to be some tactical changes happening from the side of FSC Sports.
Yeah, tactically, they're immediately putting the Lapras out, because Lapras towards the end is the reason that they couldn't do much about that final fight. On the other end, Clown5 say, guys, there's still Hoopa, and we know Pardesi loves to play that, so they decide, let's not give them Hoopa. It looks like Pardesi was just throwing me off guard here, because his other teammates end up saying it's going to be a Slowbro ban, not a Lapras. So Lapras is still going to be a choice of pick coming through. Whether it's FS or Clown5 is something that we have to wait and watch. But in the meantime, I do want to let our viewers, this Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Day 2 of India League stage is not done. There's still, I would say, 2 more games including this. There's 1 more game after this, and then we will get our top 6 seeds of which position every team is in. So make sure you tune in, like, subscribe, and let your other players, teammates, friends, everybody know. Also, stay tuned, because we still don't have one single team which is going to be called as the India champions who will represent us on the global stage, and that is what the fight is here for, because all the way in 2024 they're going to go down to Bangkok, Thailand. But right now, draft, we'll get back into it. Lapras is going to be the first choice coming in from PYZ. FS Esports not making any mistakes because they did not ban it. On the other end, Umbreon and Cliffable being bought in. From FS, there's going to be the Venusaur coming through along with Blastoise as well. 2 Gen 1 Pokemon, leaving me out as I'm wearing the Charizard. And then picks coming in, Legion on Glaceon and Obito on the Buzzwall this time.
This time he decides not to go with something different. He decides to go with an Inteleon. Snipe shots coming into the play. Berserk if he plays on that Petal Dance and the Giga Drain, that's a different case. But Mewtwo, the last and the final pick. They do already have a support, but that's what I was missing. You know, the Leafeon coming into the play. One Speedster was all that completes this composition. The evolution is there on the side of Clown5. 3 EVs, and I really hope that it does make a big impact.
Last pick's done. Preparation phase, and I'm ready to be thrown off guard again, because these players at the last nth second, just like we saw last nth score coming through, they make the battle item change. Now what change do they make? I want to see. But Berserk, we spoke about it in the previous game. He's back on the Inteleon with that Shedinja doll. Even we saw their opponent speaking about it. Phenomenal stuff that he did, Ruben mentioned. On the other end, Rook coming in with the Resonant Guard, Experience Share and Muzzle Band. Let's see, this time no special attack specs, but PYZ has the special attack specs. Attack Weight, a double stacking Pokemon play coming in from Buzzwall as well as Leafeon. Let's see how that works out. Resonant Guard on Joy as well. Legion having the, not the newest, the second newest, that is the Cursed Incense. Now let's see how this works out. For me, my pick seems to be for the side of Clown5 because of the 2 stacking Pokemons that they have, and I'm pretty sure Mewtwo will want to run around to get more stacks in, whereas the side of FS Esports, I have a little bit of a worry. Even though we saw Berserk playing phenomenally on that Shedinja doll, it was not enough for them to get that 2 points in game. Let's jump into the game number 2 here in match 6, and whether it's FS Esports finding their game 2 point or not is something that we have to wait and watch.
It's going to be something that I'm really looking forward to as well, because you know, Clown5 is already up with a 1-0 scoreline. FS Esports were so close for winning that the previous match, but now again, I don't know it's some kind of a myth or not, but if FS fails to win the first match, I haven't seen them winning the second as well. So this is how that all the matches that they have done so far, but Clown5 seems to be completing the early stacks. So Obito seems to be just stealing away all those Chaos energy and farming those wild Pokemons on the top. There is a kind of process of stopping it, but it doesn't go all the way.
Early stacks, this is what I spoke about. The Leafeon is constantly going to get the stacks done, but unfortunate, could not secure the last bunnies and therefore would have to retreat back. But before that, they're fighting for the bottom path in DD, and that also does not come their way. The little Sobble gets it, level 4 is what it is. One more to level 5 and then we're going to be seeing the Drizzly. And let's see what happens from there on. But the crit hits is something that I'm going to be a little bit worried about. But looks like Mewtwo, yes, has gotten the stack on the Leafeon. Will they go for a score is something that I'm waiting for. Rook can be cured. There is a chance. Now they did use Mean Look and trap the Sobble. Therefore will get the KO. And in the meantime, the stack that I was talking about, at least get that second in. And Mewtwo might even find the next. Yes, does it. And might or could have gotten the fourth stack. But unfortunately, Joy, after scoring as he was moving, picked up that AOS energy. Nonetheless, the Indeedee was there. We'll get another 5 AOS energy and stack it up. So already close to 4 or 5 stacks done on the bottom path for the Leafeon.
Oh, look at Obito. He's just not allowing Lapras to get any of those farm for himself. He's just stealing everything in front of his eyes. So now this is the kind of moment that Clown5 they're trying to get the early game control for themselves. Looking forward to the level. It's the level 7 Leafeon can make a little bit of hindrances for them, but it seems Clown5 they will get all those Altaria Swablu's in the mid lane, in the legendary pit itself, but still the stacks are coming up inside of Lapras on the top. Buzzwole is trying to find some kills, but look at that. Blissey is being completely cornered out there with that Mean Look as well, and that Solar Boink does the job brilliantly and opens up the top lane on the other hand as Lapras got taken down.
Obito finally gets the Leaf Blades were hitting him hard, but thankfully his teammate stepped inside the goal zone, therefore the goal scoring speed got increased. Leafeon in the meantime again looking forward to another stack here, but the ice shards hit effectively and Mewtwo had to back off. In the meantime, Obito, he swoops in, he's like, I've also gotten my stack, let me smack you down to the ground, and yes, Buzzwole finds a KO on Lapras.
Oh, look at Joy. He's dealing so much damage thanks to those held items that is helping him to stay alive for so long a period of time. This null stunning Rook at this point might just get the KO, but it's a little hard for them. But eventually, the Regirock has appeared and FS Esports, they're all in to secure this at any cost, as the Regieleki on the top, on the other hand, has been secured by the Buzzwole himself all alone.
Inteleon. Crit hits on the ready, but can it find the snipe shots? In the meantime, all the players from Clown5 have forced the players of FS back, but hiding it. They try their best, but look at this. The last hit coming in. Inteleon always on that steal, right? The passive, where it kind of camouflages at the surrounding areas if you're next to the wall, works out. Now, snipe shot still doing damage, and yes, along with the help of Rook on Blastoise, they find the KO. From the backline comes in Obito, finds a KO on the Blissey. However, they do want to KO Obito, trying their best. The Hydro Cannon does the damage, but look at this, taking a wild Pokemon and smacking on the opponent, finds the KO on Inteleon, and then the Ice Shards and the Icicle Spear hurting right and piercing through the Blastoise, finds another KO, and Clown5 with that destroy the bottom tier 1 of FS, but not with an overdung. Nonetheless, still at 205, double the amount of scores of FS, but immediately Unite comes out. Blair decides to use it, might as well find a KO. Legion looking super low. Moonlight Trance comes out, but that is of no value as the Blissey is right behind them, providing the healing. Also the Giga Drain on the Venusaur with the Petal Dance is effective. Bliss assistance now coming through. Obito would have to be forced back. He tries his best to fight it out. Even the Hydro Typhoon Unite being used from the Blastoise. Mewtwo also tried his best, but all the players from Clown5 right now being forced off the bottom path. But still Glaceon not giving up, finds the KO on the Blastoise, and now this might force the players back off, but the Inteleon snipe shot still finds a KO before letting the FS Esports players back off.
Oh, those Solar Boings did annoy them a lot. Lapras finally gets the KO. And now I am just seeing that, he has to, all of the players had to make a fallback from that moment. Clown5, even after that complete team push, they were able to handle it with all care, and they did concede some goals, but eventually that retaliation was much better from their end. Regieleki is already spawned. It seems Clown5, they will be just securing those Altarian Swablu's at first, then they will be taking care of the Regieleki and pushing it to the tier 2 once again. FS Esports, they have to take it care, but Lapras coming into the question might just be the one to cause a little bit of trouble as Lapras Express comes into the question, but the Regieleki will be stolen away from the hands of Clown5, and look at Buzzwole, he's all angry at this point and will be trying to just stop the Regieleki no matter what, but now he has to make a fallback, but no, the Regieleki damage actually managed to find the KO of Buzzwole.
On the lead, again taking this bottom Reggie is Clown for FS Esports. Now, can they finally take the advantage on the bottom part, destroy the tier? It seems like players from the side of Clown5 are deciding to counter score. So everybody is going back to the base from there, using the jump pad to try and deny the side of Clown5 from scoring. But Mewtwo, a little bit of an overextension, wanted to take a one-on-one, but surprise, surprise, Blastoise along with Lapras both jump into the center and then immediately KO that Mewtwo on Leafeon. In the meantime, the other players look forward to taking all the wild Pokemon away, meaning FS Esports a little tough on level experience and leveling up, but a nice 28 being scored as all the distraction of fighting on the mid path gives chance for the Venusaur to score. But Venusaur, not happy, wants to chase, wants to find a KO, but sees more players from the side of Clown5. But as soon as it gets the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain and the Verdant Anger, decides to go for a fight, tells the teammates as well, and they do find only one KO out of it. All the other players going back, they're recalling themselves to the base so they can get the full heal done, and this might give the chance for the side of FS Esports to score a lot more, but they do not have a lot more AOS energy.
At this point, eventually you can see the top lane contestant was won by FS Esports. They are just closing up the lead at this point. They will be going up with one overdunk at least, and there goes the 50. And FS Esports, they do take this lead in their hands. So it's good to see that FS Esports are taking the mid-game control in their hands after not having a great start. Eventually, Clown5, they need to figure out something else from their end. But look at the level difference. The level 13 Lapras and the level 13 Inteleon, as followed by the Venusaur itself, will create a huge impact in the overall game of FS.
213 to 205, FS Esports take control. Less than 15 seconds on the clock. Pardesi making sure nobody swoops on Berserk. Umbreon wanted to get a little bit of a dunk, does get it, and that's the reason we end up seeing the goals being pushed to 2 or 10. Meantime, Blastoise is in overextension. Yes, it is. Gets locked down by the Glaceon, and the Blastoise goes on just before the final stretch fight. Now, this can be a chance, but in the meantime, look at Lapras Express coming through, along with a move-in from the Buzzwall. Unite being used, but the Challenger Doll comes out at the right moment. Berserk survives, and Obito trying to run away now, hiding in the tall grasses, doesn't work. The crit hit finds the KO. The Buzzwall is down. In the meantime, Clown5 players, they're just trying to peel off from the fight. However, it's not working out great because the side of FS Esports players are trying to move in for Rayquaza. So Clown5 need to keep the fight ongoing, and Clown5, I'm pretty sure, are trying for a clean sweep here, but the Blastoise, after getting cured, has respawned back, now uses the Hydro Typhoon, and with that damage finds the KO on the Glaceon. Leafeon is also super low, and the Lapras is chasing that Leafeon along with the Umbreon as well. This triple EVs, that is not working out great for Clown5 so far. Only the initial game was good from their end, but this late game, better for FS.
Oh my god, the Buzzwole went down with the one good shot from the side of Inteleon. It gives a complete control for the side of FS Esports. They need to just focus on getting the scores done. Rook is going for that sneaky score itself because they have 50 seconds of timer, but still Clown5, they're trying to waste the time. They don't even know that they are still 3 points behind of FS Esports. Inteleon again finds the clippable down, but finally the Venusaur goes down. Given the chance, this time, this Rayquaza goes in the hands of FS Esports as they're moving forward. They want to come up with an equalizer in the series, and I guess they will be able to do it because there is nobody from the side of Clown5 to even stop it from happening. And there goes FS Esports giving all those hundreds, getting all the hundreds in their pocket. It's all done and dusted, it seems, because FS, they're here with that big equalizer in the series.
Yeah, this game is done for. Another equalizer coming in from the side of FS Esports. So they'll get another point at the end of the day. Whether it is going to be a victory point or is it going to be just 1 point, we have to wait and watch out. But a great fight coming in from the side of FS Esports. The time that they swooped in, keeping the players in check, worked out really well. Yes, the Blastoise was a little bit of an early KO, but none of the players from the side of FS Esports backed off or thought it's going to be a trouble. As soon as Rook went down from the backlines, Pies comes activating the Lapras Express, and with the Lapras Express coming through, we even saw the snipe shots, and that finds value to find players to be knocked out from Clown5. Buys time. Then Obito decides, guys, they are also trying to buy time, we are also trying to buy time. Doesn't work that way. Let's swoop in for a fight. Obito makes a little bit of a wrong decision. While his teammates were a little bit away, even Legion was on the respawn with a cooldown. Therefore, Obito, as soon as he goes down, the team immediately starts jumping in, because after Obito, Legion also went down. Mewtwo was super low, forced off. Joy was just running around trying to see if there was a chance of a steal. But before the Rayquaza's health was completely drained, the other players from Clown5 were getting KO'd one after another. But still, Legion bought the game back as soon as he spawned, took down Rook again. But it did not work out. As you can see, Legion, amazing stuff he did with 80,000 damage coming through. But Berserk, he literally went Berserk. 1,20,000 damage coming in on the Inteleon, and still that Shedinja doll gameplay is on another level.
I mean, that saved his day, that's for sure, because the way Obito closed on him, I really thought that he's gonna go down, but you know, that Shedinja doll saved him from that kind of moment. But the damage that he dealt was so high, like 1,20,000 itself. It justifies those snipe shots, constantly giving so much damage over the to the Mewtwo, to those Leafeon as well as the Buzzwole. Everybody was, you know, facing so much problems in that case. But it all comes down to the decider, and I'm really looking forward to see, will FS be able to get their very first win in the ACL itself.
One more game to go here for FS Esports. Can they finally get one victory under their belt before they finish off this group stage in the India qualifiers? Now, day 3 is all about single elimination. One game lost, meaning you're done at ACL. And I'm pretty sure FS Esports do not want to come into that position and then lose out and move out of ACL without even a single victory. So I think they will try to get this victory. Not saying that their ACL day 3 journey can be another loss, but as I initially said, maybe they're planning something, maybe they're trying a lot of combinations, maybe they're experimenting at this phase, because this is when they will get a chance to experiment. But that experiment should not be super costly. Graph telling us, as you can see clearly, Clown5 had control of everything, but it was towards that 6 to 8 minute mark where FS Esports bought things back, especially because a little bit of an overextension from Clown5 themselves.
Yeah, like from the starting game, it seems like Clown5, they were having a good start. They were getting the scores, they were getting the stacks done as well. Eventually on the top lane, bottom lane, both the lanes, they had a brilliant control. Specifically Obito, you know, smacking down every time the Lapras was coming in front. But suddenly after some time, or probably in the mid game, FS, they just snatched it all away after the Inteleon came into the play with those beautiful snipe shots, and the Venusaur also stepping up front.
As you can see here, right, Clown5 are able to get almost control everywhere. Only a couple of fights here and there. I think this is a little bit, this is the extension I was talking about. No, this was the NDD wild Pokemon knockout that we ended up seeing. This was also a fight which retreated to become a fight where still Clown5 had control. Yeah, you could see they forced all the players out. But after this, there was a fight that happened which ended up kind of working the other way around. Yes, a steal we did witness coming in from the Lapras, because of which the Regieleki become another person's ally, and you can see PYZ still trying to make sure that if there is a chance to push that ally across, but Regieleki finally will be KO'd. And this is the fight. Here again, the second time that they got the Regirock and then Mewtwo's overextension. This is what we spoke about. The last minute overextension that they did was the Mewtwo's overextension, and with that, meaning their level advantage that they had, the stacking that they had, the experience that they had was slightly given away. Now here as well, we saw the Blastoise overextension, but with Blastoise overextension, we did not see them making a mistake. However, Obito there also made a mistake, as we just saw, where he tried to find a KO on the Inteleon, but the Shedinja doll, that dodged it. And then the Spy Vision, instantaneous KO on the Buzzwole.
You know, that these kind of small elements do frame your entire game, and that's how we just can say that it was a better game that was played by FS. So yeah, I have to say that this kind of gameplay was needed for a little earlier in this entire ACL, I would say, because FS, you can see that they have the potential, they have the kind of game that is needed to be in that good seeding position for themselves, but it was just not luck, or it was just not fruitful for them in the past matches that they have played so far. It's just the final match that they're playing, so yes, they might be just ending in the 5th or 6th spot, probably the 6th seeding spot. It will be confirmed for FS, but the next game at least will give them that kind of motivation or that momentum before the day number 3 that we managed to win it after so many losses. If they can defeat Cloud5 here and now, so it can be a good momentum boost for them just before the day 3, just before the single elimination battle.
Now, in terms of the Pokemon choices that we saw in Game 2, it was good. And that's the reason I kind of said that Cloud5 already look like they have the advantage. Now, one thing that has been a strong point for the side of Skyesports so far has always been that Inteleon play. So we did even see Revenant bringing in the double snipe play coming through. So if Skyesports, after looking at this victory, right, get that double snipe play coming through with the Decidueye, maybe they have game 3 under lock, just like how they did against side of Forge Your Legacy, right? Their game 2 was a double snipe play, Decidueye as well as Inteleon, worked brilliantly. Now I just hope they finally realize, oh wait, our single snipe worked, let's bring in Decidueye as well as a double snipe. And whenever they bought that, their front line was super strong. Forge Your Legacy had a very tough time invading their backline, and one mistake that they made where I think Inteleon got caught very early on for a fight and got KO'd. That's when Forge Your Legacy bought that game back. Otherwise, it looked like Skyesports had control of things. Now again, Skyesports, I hope they realize that maybe they have that double snipe thing going on in their mind. Pardesi calls it out. We'll wait and watch out. But right now, getting back into these player snippets, this time it's going to be Blair. Clefable is his favorite Pokemon. I think this is just a curveball that Blair is throwing on us. Man, you play Zoroark, which was your main all the way back in WCS earlier this year, and now a ranged attacker mixed with whenever Zoroark is still there, and you end up saying my favorite Pokemon is Clefable. I think this is because Clefable is also not from the planet Earth. It is that very cute, sweet, very cuddly, plushy kind of Clefable, right? I think that's the reason he likes it. That's my thought process about it. What about you, Nekroz? Why do you think he chose Clefable?
I really don't have any kind of answers. I'm just gonna stick with what you just said.
Because you will say I like Blastoise, I play Blastoise only. I try to blast and bast on everybody. Right? Moving on, it's okay. But WCS.
My preferences, okay.
What is your preference? Okay, tell me what's your preference, because I rarely see you playing grinding rather than playing, because all your losses is what I see in your trainer ID.
No. I'm doing pretty good on Blastoise these days as well, but my preferences has changed to Dragapult these days.
Monkey see, monkey do. You're literally trying to do that, right? Copycat. Huh? This man, guys, he took. I was the one, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be playing the Dragon Dance as well as the Dragon Breath play, right?
I use the Shadow Ball instead sometimes.
Oh. Still, look at this man. Even after getting buffs, he's not changed it to the Phantom Force. Unfortunate, Nekroz. You have to try something new. I can still wreck you with the Phantom Force. So let's try a Dragapult 1v1 once. Let's see how it works. Because we don't have to go for this competitive lobby, right? We can go for a normal lobby and I can still wreck you.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Getting back into player introduction rather than a banter between ourselves, Nekroz, this time it's going to be from the side of Cloud5 Joy. And Joy, true to his words, man, salute. This is how you have to be. Favorite Pokemon? Slowbro. Play Slowbro a lot of those times. From one end, we saw winning ACL is what the intention was, right? Now, we're not too sure if that happens from Blair. We have to wait and watch out. I was hoping Skyesports would win it this year, but seems like it's not the case. In the meantime, Cloud5's Mewtwo. Now we get into the player's actual stats. Mewtwo coming in. He's been switching up a lot of roles, Nekroz, so I'm not too sure where I will put Mewtwo into. As you can see, he also has a 42% pick rate of Blissey, 25% of Venusaur. We also saw him on a Leafeon. Big variety of, I would say, role changes coming through. I would be okay if these role changes happened for particular games, meaning not within the game, but for a particular team. But doing this within the game, a particular match, I think that's where it's been a little bit up and down, but still, Cloud5, they're getting their victories.
Yeah, that's for sure. But once again, I'm really looking forward to see PYZ. Yeah, we have seen him more on these kind of Blastoise and the majorly on Blastoise, I would say, because you can just see the pick preferences or the pick rate. On the secondary, it was Buzzwole, but PYZ has always been, much more valuable on Blastoise, and what we've seen in the previous match itself, he did a fantabulous job on that. But coming back to those kind of selections and the kind of picks that might happen from all the players, do you think that the next match, or probably the decider, FS will bring up something out, maybe an unorthodox pick? That's what we are seeing throughout the day.
Now, just like we saw PYZ also having a, I would say, not a big monumental role difference, because these days defenders are also functioning as all-rounders. But I can see that certain times the way PYZ would have to play is also switching, right? On a defender, he feels comfortable. I feel like that he can take up a lot more damage and also do damage. But when he switches to an all-rounder, there has been those instances that he would have to send somebody first ahead to kind of initiate a fight, and then he picks them up with a superpower or smackdown, whichever it is, and then start doing damage. But one thing for sure he's had trouble is stacking. Now with this game number 3, the final decider between these two, let's see what happens, as we are going to be jumping into the draft phase where we are going to be waiting for the bans. I feel like bans still going to be a standard ban of a Slowbro and a Hoopa coming through. Pardesi as well. I think he does not like Lapras in general. Something that I do have to ask him. My personal best, or personal, not the personal best, just like how favorite Pokemon was there, right? Out of all the Pokemon, my favorite is Lapras. So I do want to ask him, what is this every time instantaneous ban of a Lapras? But this time seems like his teammates don't have anything to say. They're okay with Pardesi's Lapras ban. On the other end, full team decision from Clown5. They're like, ban this Hoopa. No Hoopa at all.
I mean, it's just like that kind of obstacle that you don't want on your smooth road. So that's what I believe Clown5 they're focusing on. And again, when they have got the first pick preference, they just don't want to let that Cliffbell slip away from their hands, and instantly Babu decides to go, you know what, I'm gonna lock this Cliffbell. But giving a chance for FS, a Blastoise and a Lapras, if it is that kind of double defender composition that FS will be opting for, it can be good. But Rook decides, I'm gonna stick with my own core pick. That's gonna be the Umbreon.
Legion? Is it a Venusaur? Enjoy. Slowbro. Seems like it. Clown5 have not played around with me a lot. They immediately pick the Pokemon that they initially hover on. So I have nothing against them. So I think I can keep calling them. And also Legion playing this energy amplifier, meaning would want a lot more Unites. On the other end, Blair getting back on the Glaceon. I want to see... Yeah. See, this is what I spoke about. Clown5 never throw me off guard. Skyesports in any other team, they throw me off guard. Blair decides this time, I do want the Inteleon. Berserk needs to play. We want to secure the victory. But do they come with a double snipe build? I'm not too sure. On the other hand, Obito does get an all-rounder, but before Mewtwo locked the Glaceon, right, we ended up seeing maybe the Machamp coming through. I would have been super duper excited if I saw a Machamp back in the meta. Machamp back earlier. It did not get a big Starlight or a Stardom, but it did work out. But I finally presumed my prediction went right. Skyesports heard me. They're like, guys, we made our double snipe build work. Why are we going to change it? Let's get it back again. And we see Berserk back on his best on Inteleon, and Blair also back on the Desi.
Now, I don't know whether it's going to be the same set of held items for the side of Blair. No, yeah, finally changes. I was like, he was using a Drain Crown? Wait, what? So, yeah, finally changes it up, and we just see the other side. Clown5, I don't know what's going to happen next, but if FS are going to stick with that same double snipe composition, because even in the last time Revenant picked the same comp, they played the Inteleon on Liquidation and they went with that Spirit Shackle. But FS, as they have already played it once in this very day, so I believe it's going to be a big kind of nuisance for the side of Clown5, because if both of them are making those connections, that Snipe Shot and the Spirit Shackle, look at, like, you can assume how much damage it is going to, give towards the side of the Pokemons.
Seems to be this game will decide what's gonna happen. Now, as I mentioned, the front line being super strong with Rook playing Umbreon and Blastoise on PYZ. I want to see how Clown5 make it work. Now, Slowbro, is on cards, meaning there can be trouble that Clown5 can start, because that slow beam, if it catches even one of them, Inteleon or the Desi, Obito along with Babu can swoop in. But Babu, we spoke to him earlier today, he spoke to his teammates, they mentioned let's go for an Eldegoss, and it worked out really well. Now in this game there's no Eldegoss however, so I was like hoping if there's an Eldegoss back in action, but we'll do wait for some other game later down the line. In the meantime, let's see if Obito gets a chance to stack, wants to move in, but the damage being done from PYZ as well as Pardesi forces him to back off to get back to his goal zone to grant access to that blue shield. Otherwise, there could have been a chance that Obito might have been KO'd super early.
Eventually, Berserk is also farming himself up, but again, that Buzzwole, they don't want to make that same mistake repeat again in this match. They had a great early game control of Clown5, as what we even witnessed in the replay as well. It was purely justified, but I'm concerned about the late game that's going to happen when all those things like the Spirit Shackle, the Snipe Shot being active for the side of Skyesports. That's where they're gonna go with that impactful plays. But now Swablues and Altaria coming into the play, Slowbro trying to make sure, Slowbro as well as the Bulbasaur trying to make sure that it stays with them only, and that is the kind of denial that they did against FS this time. Again, Clown5, they're really looking forward to get some scores dunked on the tier 1 goal zone itself, and the smackdown coming into the play. Look at the Blissey getting KO'd, but again the Ice Kill Spears did a little bit of damage, pushed away that small Squirtle away towards the tier 2.
Squirtle still on Squirtle, and Obito chasing him, and I'm pretty sure Obito will get his 7 stack. He should go for it, rather he's looking forward to getting the bunny for himself. Now with 12 it can be a little bit tough. On the other end, Joy, a little bit of a fight, but Babu, what an overextension. Is this just a distraction move? I'm not too sure, and it works out. He makes his way because Moonlight self-healing, and now he rejoins his teammates, and there's nothing that they could do about it.
Looking forward to this kind of situation like Clown5 again. They're starting to gain that early game control for themselves. 2 level 7 Pokemons. One is Buzzwole, another one is Glaceon. Should be able to get some good counters on that game as of now, but still the Wartortle trying to just flee away from this position, trying to keep the Buzzwole away from the tier 1 goal zone, but it doesn't work like that because the Cliffable, Glaceon and the Buzzwole is there. The Blissey is just the spectator, and the tier 1 goal zone just gets destroyed, but not a heavy, I would say, over dunk on it, but still a decent one as Clown5, they just managed to get the early game control again back into their hands.
Stacking is something that I'm looking forward to, especially on the Desis, and Desi is fully evolved, not even a Dartrix anymore, and we have just less than 3 seconds left for the Regis to spawn. Snipe Shot, big time miss. They're waiting, Tall Grasses, Joy is hiding, nice surf comes through to catch Berserk, but thankfully Blissey is going to be nearby. Spirit Shackle misses again, it only hits Babu, nobody else. Wild Pokemon is what their intentions are. Again, Spirit Shackle comes through, this time does find damage. Mean Look being used, it connects on Babu, but on the Spirit Shackle, look at the big hit that they got on Glaceon. But now Glaceon countering them as they did get the Regice, meaning their HP is going to be good. Nice beam coming in from the Venusaur, finds the Umbreon KO, and to follow up the Slowbro finds Inteleon, and Slowbro looking forward to a lot more. And look at Glaceon, Legion wanting to overextend, but is there an overdunk that I do see? Yes, there's an overdunk of a 30 coming through as Clown5 pushed their score to 196.
It's such a steady and good control coming up from the side of Clown5 this time, and this is definitely making sure that the level difference is up. Level 10, that big Buzzwole, it's going to make so much impact. The Spirit Shackle was there but it did not connect over Slowbro, but now the focus stays on the Regieleki with Buzzwole and Glaceon. They have already started to melt it down, and the entirety of the focus of FS lies on these Pokemons, while Mewtwo, he will be there opting to just get the diversion done. The Spirit Shackle does make a little bit of connection on the Cliffable, but the Unite being committed. The Solar Beam won't just make a good connection on the Blastoise, but itself the Regieleki has been pushed towards the tier 2.
Hydro Typhoon was used, but no value of it because of the Regieleki. Knock Knock being used this time, but Rook super low. Nice surf coming through. Spy Vision being activated. It feels like as soon as Regieleki goes down, Clown5 might be overextending into 5. Verdant Anger comes out. Shedinja Doll being used, but Blastoise still goes down. Maybe even Berserk uses his Fell Stinger and runs away. Spirit Shackle coming through to find damage, but Obito moving in. Smackdown and Superpower. Can he find another one? He knew at the flux zone, there's not much he could do. But with the Beamosaur, can do damage. The long range solar beam coming through finds a 2 KO. Both the ranged attackers are down. Umbreon counters with a KO on the Venusaur. That's not going to be enough to call it a pause. We have come to a little bit of a stall here. The fight on the top path went both the ways. A little for the side of FS, a little for the side of Clown5, but it felt like Clown5 still were in control. Maybe Obito itself could have found those KOs, but as soon as he understood, right, I really like that repositioning. He understood he had overextended, his movesets were on a cooldown, uses eject, immediately gets back to the mid path. From there, lets his teammates, gives him the call, telling them that they're at 1 HP, and that long range solar beam from the Venusaur connects on board to find the KO. Now that is what tells us that this double snipe build so far has not been working. And even if those snipe shots as well as spirit shackles are being sent out, right, as the bows and arrows that we see, it's not hitting these ranged attackers. Glaceon sometimes is being hit, sometimes is not. Whereas it is generally hitting their Cliffable, it's generally hitting Obito. So the front line is getting hit from the side of Clown5 and they're more than okay with it. And one thing that we did speak about is the stacking. Desi did get nothing so far. Even though it's a fully evolved Desi UI, it's still something that causes me concern, Nekroz, before we get back into the game.
I mean, it's quite visible already. I mean, if you talk about the previous FS that played with the very same composition in the very first game of day number 2, it was working in such a brilliant way because FS, they got the good stacks. They were prepared with the Desi. It was completely a full-fledged evolved Desi UI. It was like an immense powerhouse at that time, followed by the Inteleon as well with the snipe shot. There was a time when we were just talking, Inteleon from the back ends from a distance, he's getting the snipe shot connected, dropping them to the almost 3/4 of the HP being drained out, and then one good shot, one good connection was enough to get the KOs done for their front line itself. But now, Clown5, they're just trying to, completely deny it, and they're doing it pretty well. Though you can just see the level difference is quite visible. Level 11 Buzzwole, level 10 Venusaur, as well as the Glacier.
Now one thing that Clown5 need to pay attention to is most of their Pokemons are still not double digits. Now Blissey on the other end is still at level 8, but look at this, both the ranged attackers immediately draining the health of the Regirock at the bottom path, and no players from the FS side of FS Esports are indulging in this. And if Legion gets it at the right time, they'll get the defensive shield, and the fight going on the top path will work in favor of Clown5, but unfortunately the shield doesn't come in time. Therefore, FS Esports are able to get themselves a chance to push into a fight at the top path, maybe even break it, but the Verdant Anchor tries to stall some time, but still FS Esports retaliate, break it, but not an overdone. Just a mere 18 score coming in from Pardesi on the Blissey will push their score to 95, but still having 100 difference is Clown5.
It's going to be tough, but eventually the Regieleki will be the biggest factor that's going to play, and I believe Clown5 will be focusing on that as well. Probably Inteleon might just try to get a steal because he is quite in a closed proximity of that Regieleki, and it seems that FS Esports, they want to go and get this objective fight done in their favor. Once again, the Shedinja Doll plays an important factor. He just dodges the solar beam itself, the glacial stage being activated, the spirit shack, the constant icicle spears also gives a lot of damage, but still, if you just say the spy vision being activated did not give a big amount of damage, but still was
Did
able
not
to
do
push
anything,
Clown5 away.
Nekroz.
Yeah.
Also Obito's Unite missed over there. Buzzwole wanted to hit on Inteleon. As soon as Inteleon came out of Shedinja Doll, Rook as that Umbreon came in between. Therefore, no value from any Unite so far in that fight. However, value being found as Clown5 will get another Regi for themselves. But look at that, a 40 score is what Rook decides on the Umbreon. They are trying to reach him, but they will not be able to stop him. However, they might find a KO, the Superpower and Smackdown along with the Icicle Spear and the Razor Leafs coming through on the basic attack. Finds the KO on the Umbreon. In the meantime, Blair putting his everything down, takes the Regieleki on top, but Joy still looking forward to stealing things away. PYZ still trying to fight for the Altaria and Swablu in their own paths is how much of control that Clown5 have. Pardesi, nice check. He does read out that there's a player on the tall grasses on both the ends, towards the legendary pit as well as towards the bottom path. 5 seconds on the clock, less than 20 seconds left right now for the Rayquaza fight, but it looks like Clown5's intentions are very clear. They want the Regi again once more in their favor. Right now, Pardesi is trying to run up there, but they already have somebody in control, making sure that that doesn't happen. Cliffable keeping things in check, and easily the Regice comes in favor of Clown5, and now the last second as final stretch starts.
Oh, both the snipe shot and the spirit shackle got missed at that right moment, it seems. But now everybody's focusing, everybody's opting onto that same position. The solar beam is making some good connections indeed, but the Blissey has to go down. Both the snipers out there, that can cause a lot of damage, but look at the serve being pushing away all
Oh,
the
slow
Pokemon.
beam.
The Unite being committed to on Blastoise itself can cause a lot of trouble. Blastoise is being drained a lot, and the Unite being committed by Umbreon, but still Blastoise manages to survive thanks to the Bliss assistance. And now the game, this final stretch fight is just getting more intensified because the knock again did not do a lot of damage, but Umbreon looks very vulnerable and the solar beam does the damage.
That was a game-changing Bliss assistance given. Now it is bringing the game back to Clown 5. They have control of everything. Knock you saw had to be stopped in between because players were getting closer, especially of the Verdant Anger. And now look at how much control Clown 5 have of the Legendary Pit. Whatever they tried to do, it's not reaching these ranged attackers, and the ranged attackers have already drained half the health of Rayquaza. Pice trying to find an approach from the top part towards the Legendary Pit. It doesn't work. Somehow does connect his Hydro Typhoon to at least one of the players, but it's still not going to be effective enough. In the meantime, Berserk scores a 94 coming through, but the secure Blastoise does it, and now FS Esports might just get themselves their victory. All of them will have the shield. In the meantime, one shield is trying to be broken. That is none other than the Desi's. Now they're still trying to score. On the other end, the use of the shield is helping the players of FS Esports score a lot more, but the score difference is not that great. Desi is down. Maybe the Inteleon as well, but the Blissey comes in through. In the meantime, score still coming through. 2:32, 20 seconds on the clock. Clown 5 need to win this battle to find a way to score 50 on Obito. Unite being used, but look at that. Shedinja all again, but finally they will put him down. He tried to use the Felsinger to run away, but with the Blastoise up right now, there's no way that they can go score anything. This game is done. FS Esports will end in victory before they qualify, or before they move into the second stage of this ACL. What a game coming in. FS Esports, the fight for their lives to look forward to a victory, and the secure comes in from PYZ on the Blastoise.
Total of just 6 KOs throughout the match that came from the side of FS Esports, but that already came in the, I would say, the final moments, and it did make a lot of impact. Even after so much damage, you can see Legion, he's not having a single knockout for himself. He was part of 8, he did a good assist, but in the end, it was all that mattered the most was that securation. Clown 5 were very much involved in melting that Rayquaza because they knew that if they don't get it, it's going to be very tough. But kudos to the, I would say, the double snipe comp, but I would say it did not work out the way it actually did in the very first match, right? But still, it was valuable in the end. They were able to secure the Rayquaza and get the game in their side. That's all that matters the most at this point.
Yeah, their double snipe comp did not work. As you can see, Blair only on 1 knockout, Berserk 4 this time. But on the other end, great try coming in. Mewtwo did the damage, Obito, Bavu, everybody did find one or the other. But that secure from Blastoise, that's gotta hurt a lot. PYZ with just 41,000 in terms of damage. Blair, as you can see, 75. Berserk still doing his best at 1 lakh. Mewtwo also close to it, falling 10,000 short at 90,000 in terms of damage. Obito with 58. I feel like Obito, even after doing so much, was not enough. Bawu, I think a miracle man coming through. As you can see, constant healing, and that too surpassing the 1 lakh mark and pushing it to 1,31,000 in recovery is just amazing stuff being done. But that last hit is always a luck, and that's the reason you should not play the Rayquaza fight when the other players are also up, especially with better secures coming in from FS Esports because they have double snipes coming through. Even you have a Beamasaur, but we have seen Beamasaur solar beams take time to generate. That's how solar beams are. They take time to generate, and then once they are in full power, they send out. So there's at least like that half a second or a second that it takes to charge up, and then it comes out, and by that time somebody can secure and go. We were talking about stacks. As you can see, only 3 stacks coming through from Obito. He should have tried for a lot more. I think that's the reason that towards the late game, Obito's damage was not that much enough. On the other end, you can see FS Esports till the 6th minute mark was sitting at only 95. I would say even the 4 to 6 minute mark towards, if not the end, they wouldn't have gotten the 95, especially when the Regirock was being secured. If they decided to not secure the Regirock, I think even the 95 wouldn't have been possible from the side of FS. And look at this, Desi, not even a single stack Nekroz. Not even a single stack. This is why it was a cause of concern. But all thanks to the Blastoise, made it work.
I mean, I really thought that the last 94 score that came from made a little bit of pressure for the side of Clown 5. It seemed to me like that in the final stretch. But again, that early game control being in the favor of Clown 5, playing a better game again. This time I was thinking that Clown 5, they had a good mid-game control as well. So this time maybe they had a upper hand, because every time we were seeing that they were pushing with that Regieleki, or they were trying to get some good scores on their side, they were finding a lot more balance. This time the Solar Beam, that final inch of damage, got that 2 KO streak.
Yeah, I think very well played was Mewtwo on the Venusaur, but it was just not enough. This was the fight I was talking about. If Legion on Glaceon was with his teammates or got the Regirock secured a little bit early, it could have worked out in the favor of the team. The top path wouldn't have gotten destroyed and the goals would have seemed even lesser. But once that happened, that's when the confidence came to the side of Skyesports. They understood that a lot more concentration towards securing these Regis is going in the side of Clown 5, and we might stand a chance. Even after winning here, right, I think something of concern that they should have looked into was they should have found a way to knock out Pardesi. Pardesi being alive over there caused the trouble for the team. Even after that Bliss Assistance, I felt like the Bliss Assistance was not the right move. That was a little bit of a fiffy. Using it on the Blastoise and not your ranged attackers. Your ranged attackers become vulnerable over there. So a lot of questions were running in my mind, but still made it possible. PYZ says, like, you gave me Bliss Assistance, made me survive. I'm going to pull value out of it and make sure that our team wins.
And he did it like in a fantabulous way. That's something that you need to, that makes a team much more stronger in the upcoming games, because that kind of trust, that kind of plays that you make gives the others also that kind of confidence that they can rely on you, that if I give this guy the bliss assistance, or maybe if I give this guy the support that he needs, he will win me this game. So that's how this kind of thing happened. But we'll have a quickly review on the analyst disc of the entire BO3 series that happened so far.
Yeah, this is rather than a review, just a discussion. As you can see in the initial fights, right, PYZ's Buzzwall, look at the value that it's finding. For me, it felt like that the first game was interesting, very well played. My intentions in terms of what they could have done could have been different. Maybe I thought that the side of FS had a lot more control, but as you can see, right, our analyst pointing it out that the crucial stuff being done here, the Icicle Spear damage being put down from Blair with the help of one of his teammates also who swooped in. As you can see already, Glaceon has found one KO, that was Blissey, who goes down. Then looking forward to another one who's already drained half of the health. But I feel like rather than looking at it from this perspective, Skyesports, as I always mention, should not ever get comfortable of however their play is working out. If they do get comfortable, trouble starts brewing in. Fireworks, very well used. Early game, very well the team plays as a whole. But they never kind of read into when they make a push. As you can see here, Lapras Express, right? They should have thought it through. Lapras Express is going to be super fast and it can come in from any direction. And when Lapras Express hits, look at 4 Pokemons being concussed. And that concuss helps out none other than Chandelier. Chandelier was already using its Unite. And after the Unite, immediately can go into Overheat and find KO. And I think pretty sure it found one KO, not to if it was Berserk or Blair on that Delphox or Glaceon. Those were the mistakes. I feel like Skyesports are a little bit, even though they've won it, they are a little bit too confined overall when you speak about it in terms of what more can happen. I think they have to open up to a lot more possibilities, and you can see it was just stolen from them. Even though the players were moving into securing the Rayquaza, it still did not work out. So I feel like Skyesports, once Nekroz, if they start opening up in terms of, oh wait, this Pokemon is still there, this Pokemon has a Unite, we might end up seeing them making a move here, setting up a trap, and it might work out. But as of now, so far, I feel like Clown 5, unfortunate for them that they had a little bit of a iffy position when they made a fight happen. Again, overextensions from there, and unfortunate of that overextension happening, Nekroz, but it is the case. You make those overextensions when you get a little too confident, and when you make those overextensions, the other teams picks out the advantage, and the advantage being picked out, or the confident move, right? Something that happened that sparked from the side of FSC Sports is like, you help me, I help you, we help the team, and we win it out. And FSC Sports say, finally we get that victory for ourselves.
That's being said, I'm quite happy for FSC Sports at this point, because a team losing all the other matches that they played and they lost it, they could not win it. It's kind of a disappointment, that to a team like FSC Sports, who were like in the second position of WCS previous Worlds.
Something, Nekroz, that we can kind of let go of right now here in this league stage is going to be that, again, this was just for seeding, right? So, benefit of the doubt for them. But I do want to ask you, what was a play that you were like, kind of, wait, what just happened? For you, which was that eye catcher in this best of 3 that we witnessed? And maybe we can try and break it down of why that happened.
I'm gonna go with this last Rayquaza secure as well. I'm just gonna stick with this final match itself, because one thing I really thought, as the Rayquaza was getting melted down by the players of Clown5, the Venusaur was ready. He was ready with that solar beam to just secure it. But the timing played the game. I just thought that he has done the solar beam, so that means probably Clown5 will be securing. But in the instant next moment, I see it is FS who secures the Rayquaza, and they're just walking towards to get the score start.
And also the surprise being, right, they did have 2 snipers, and none of the snipers secured it. It was a ranged defender finding that secure. Now, and Blasters, how he played it out, I think he used the Hydro Typhoon for the secure over there, and from there, not the Hydro Typhoon, Hydro Pumps, and as soon as he got that, from there immediately used the Surf and just ran away to the opponent's mid path, and then ran towards the top path to get that goal secured. So that's just the smart move coming through, and it's all about timing. Now, as you did mention about the Venusaur over there, Solar Beam, we've talked about it, takes time to recharge or charge up, not even recharge, charge up and then being used. So therefore that minute second compared to the Hydro Pump, which is like that jet ready from the cannons that Blastoise has, it immediately pumped out, and which worked out very well for sides of FS for that game. But for me, it was the move of a Shedinja Doll Blissey. Now, Shedinja Doll and Blissey. Now, Shedinja Doll coming through is generally when your squishy Pokemons are in trouble, right? You want to make sure that your squishy Pokemons are immediately able to move away, run away, or maybe even dodge a Unite coming through. Especially from this monster, the Charizard, right? Seismic Toss. He picks you up, tosses you in the air, circles around, and then drops you in the ground, and then breathes flames that eventually put you down, sends you back to Nurse Joy. Now, yeah, a couple of the players might be very happy to go back to Nurse Joy, but not in a battle of Pokemon Unite in 10 minutes of a game. So I feel like something like this, that when it happens, that intention of having a Blissey on a Shedinja Doll, I'm still not sure whether it was a last minute mispick or whether it was a proper eject or a proper decision. But it worked out. I like that play coming through, meaning that your Blissey survived for the longest, and your Blissey towards the end also found 2 KO streaks. That's just phenomenal stuff. But now we'll jump into the standing of this India League Day 2, and today is going to be the last day. We have one more game to go, and as you can see, one blank space. Forge Your Legacy versus Team Griffin to end the day. But here isn't he top, Revenant on 13, True Gravity in the second position. Clown5 and Griffin are in the third position. Now, Griffin win, they can push Clown5 down and push them to the fourth position. You can see Forge Your Legacy, they're already at the fifth, and Forge Your Legacy. Now, I want to see what they do, because that game that we already spoke about, Forge Your Legacy and Griffin, is the one up next. Now, Forge Your Legacy, unfortunate, they were about to lose to FS Esports, but they bought it back, reeled it in. Now against Griffin, what do they do? It is a tough match, and Ruben already spoke about it, Nekroz.
Yeah, I mean, against all the odds, both the teams have, proven themselves in the recent past, so probably we are expecting a very close battle here, and we all know that it's not going to be that easy, or not a 2-0 at all that we can expect from particularly this matchup. It's definitely going to be a 2-1 scoreline that I am expecting. And if it happens 2-0, it is just like, I would say, a big miracle that's happening. But again, if you just talk about the scoreline, it seems to me like if Clown5 would have won this match, there could have been a chance that they would have equalized with true gravity, maybe with a close enough 11 or 12 points. But before all the things that will be happening and before the final match of day number 2 of ACL 2024 India qualifiers, we are going to take a small break, and on the other side, we will be coming up with this final match. are finally back after a long day. 6 matches have already been done, and now it's time for the final match of the day, number 2. There are a lot of things that are going on in the back end because, there are a lot of calculations that will be done overhand. But now the final match, it's Griffin versus Forger Legacy. The last time we interviewed one of their players, they mentioned it earlier that, this final match will be a little bit tough in a comparison because this is the fight for the seeded position, and locking on to it, they will be moving forward to the third and the final day of Asia Champions League 2024 India qualifiers.
Now what happens or who goes towards the top position is something under question, because there is a chance of a tiebreaker happening with a team at 11 points in the second spot. Now Griffin are the ones who are at 8 points, meaning if they win the game, what is going to happen? They're going to immediately be jumping towards 11 points and they'll be tying up with True Gravity. Now that will then go down to a tiebreaker, whereas if the side of Forger Legacy win, they will immediately jump to the third position, pushing the side of Clown5 as well as down right now, because Clown5 also lost. So Clown5 are at 8 points. Now I don't want to see how it works out. We did see in the overall standings, but for one last time here in the India League stage day 2, we're going to be seeing these teams, but next time we see them, it's going to be elimination games, single elimination qualification games for the Asia Champions League. Volk, Fura, Curem, Ruben, Artist from Forger Legacy, Griffin, Nova, Snowy, Illusion, Ghoul and Mikey. Both the teams are heavy hitters. On one end, I feel like Snowy's frontline fights are going to be crucial. Now whether Snowy is going to play frontline or is going to be playing towards the backline is something that I do want to see of how it works out. On the other end, Forger Legacy, they do not have a proper frontline in terms of an all-rounder, but they do have their ranged attackers on Volk and Ruben.
On the other side, if you just talk about Volk and the entire side of Forger Legacy in the last match, if you just talk about, they had a decent ups and downs, they had a lot, so that's why they seemed to be struggling. But after India Open, the expectation from this team was a little bit higher. But again, the picks, specifically if you talk about the Wigglytuff pick that happened for Forger Legacy today, it did surprise me a little bit again, but they managed to win it, so that's all that matters. And Volk again coming back on that Venusaur, finding a lot more chaos for his team. That almost impacted on an overall good game. Team Griffin also will be looking forward to get a good win, because even after, when it comes down to the side of Team Griffin, they also had faced some ups and downs. Let be some good situations even after getting good control over the entirety of the match. They seem to be struggling at the end, so they also need to fix up, because this is the match that they all will be looking up to.
Forger Legacy versus Griffin. It's going to be an interesting fight. Do want to see what happens here now. Griffin, the players that are here are also ex-teammates who played with Volk, and Forger Legacy is also the same thing. So Volk has his ex-teammates on the side of Griffin. Now when we saw the India Open, we did kind of speak about it that we might end up seeing a Griffin versus Griffin fight, meaning TG versus TG, and even if Forger Legacy fought, meaning it was still the fight of an ex-Griffin member. Now how this fight kind of went through, we ended up seeing towards the end Forger Legacy and Team Griffin fighting it out in the India Open's loser bracket finals, and in there it was Forger Legacy to win. Team Griffin writers now might be looking forward to a revenge, whereas Forger Legacy already successfully have gotten their revenge against the side of True Gravity, but now it depends on the positioning. Team introduction, this has been going on in front of our screens, and that's the reason I wanted to pull back all the other things that has happened a little while ago while we had the LAN as well. Now Legacy, as you can see, looks like their average damage taken is on the higher end, and also surpassing of close to 50,000 plus. That's a big stat to be seen. We generally see a stat of 20-30,000, and meaning that the difference is in average damage dealt. But even in the Pokemon choices here, Nekroz, I don't feel like their front line is heavy to take that much amount of damage. It feels like they're setting up their Blissey Kifable along with these Defender Blastoise to be that frontline wall where they can tank up damage.
And that actually made a good. I was just thinking in the very same way as well, because we were seeing a lot of long range attackers coming into the play. But again, if we talk about the other side of this match, that is going to be Team Griffin, they almost have a very close and tactful game, but in the means of average damage dealt, they are having it a little bit more as compared to the other side of Forger Legacy, but in the average damage taken, it's a little less than them. justifying it because we see a lot of attackers. We see an Inteleon, we see Glacier and Mew, Blaziken getting picked a lot of times just to be in that, finding the values in the long range and backing up the front line, especially like Lapras and Cliffable.
Interesting fight this is going to be. I want to see how much Griffin have evolved from India Open's finals, meaning lower bracket finals that we saw. We've already seen how much Forge Your Legacy has evolved. There's been a lot of changes that they've been doing. They even bought in a Wigglytuff, for God's sakes, man. That worked out really well. Meaning, there's been a lot of experimentation that has been going on, and as Ruben also mentioned, right, they kind of do not force anybody to kind of play this, play that, and that's generally been the ideology for a lot of these teams. They make sure that their players are comfortable on any of the Pokemons that they want to play, and if they're comfortable, the other players kind of resonate around it and try to synergize and build a meta around it. So far, it worked out in a couple of games here and there, victories, losses, back and forth. Now the positions that both these teams are sitting in, 7 points for Forge Your Legacy, 8 points for the side of Griffin, and that is the reason there can be a big helter-skelter tiebreaker that can happen depending on if this game doesn't go to a clean sweep. If it goes to a clean sweep, then we might end up seeing maybe only one tiebreaker that happens, and that too if Griffin win, not the side of Forge Your Legacy. So there's a lot of ups and downs that I kind of want to see that happens. Maybe a 3-way tiebreaker, even True Gravity get in a tiebreaker, Griffin get in a tiebreaker, Forge Your Legacy get in a tiebreaker with Clown 5. So there's a lot of I would say permutations and combinations, crises and crosses that's going to happen before we start the game, and this is what you have to witness, and this is what is going to be towards our day 3 as well. Not in terms of tiebreakers, because their tiebreakers are not going to happen. It can if the goals are same, but whoever reaches the same goal is going to be the victors first, and that's how the tiebreaker in game gets decided, for people who are wondering. But now I want to also let you guys know, make sure that you hit that like and subscribe, because it's not only the India region qualifiers that is happening for the Asia Champions League. As earlier in the day, whoever was joined us saw that there are 3 more regions as participating: East Asia, Southeast Asia and Thailand. Whoever the champions was has a direct slot towards the ACL. Now this is how all our teams are going to come down to Bangkok, Thailand, and that's what everybody is fighting for. East Asia and Southeast Asia have multiple regions within themselves who are fighting for slots. Now India is one region who's fighting as I would say a standalone, and still looking forward to one team which is going to be representing. So India right as now do not have a lot of trouble from the other regions. They have trouble from within themselves. So how India perform here and from their build strategies to go on the global stages is something that I am also looking forward to. Something that you also should look forward to, of how India is playing and how other regions are playing. So make sure you're tuned in, and if you're watching in from different platforms, do follow us. Do hit that like as well as share to your friends so that more people can join us. But Nekroz, what are you expecting? Do you think there's going to be a change, as we did talk about Wigglytuff coming in? Is there another Pokemon out of the meta or out of the blue being picked up from any one of these two teams?
I mean, if you talk about Falk and Forge Your Legacy, I really expect him to come up with some unorthodox picks, because if one person can think to bring Wigglytuff, that too in ACL, in a competitive match back, I mean, that guy can just bring any other Pokemon and use it very much precisely, because Wigglytuff was much valuable. You cannot just say that, you know, he just brought it and it did not find any value or something like that. It did find a lot of value and it resulted in their win. So if that kind of strategies, you know, give them the winning factor, give them the winning chances, I am really sure that Forge Your Legacy will have something planned up in their sleeves to bring it on this match against Griffin.
How do they bring it is something that we have to wait and watch, but one thing for sure is even Griffin will want to turn things around. They're not going to be sitting quiet, because as I mentioned, right, Griffin have an extra point compared to Forge Your Legacy at 8 points, meaning if they win, they have a chance to jump to the second spot with the side of True Gravity. Now that will be based on the tiebreaker. If that tiebreaker happens, then we'll come down to the tiebreaker and try to bring about of how it works out. But as of now, that's how it is. Whether Forge Your Legacy win, if Forge Your Legacy win, they get to 10 points. No team is at 10 points, meaning they'll comfortably go to that third position, and then there can be a tiebreaker between the sides of Clown 5 as well as Griffin, because both of them are at 8 points. So that's something to look forward to. So if even Griffin lose, right, one thing that they have to keep attention to is they should not give away a clean sweep. If they give away clean sweep, then it goes to a tiebreaker. If they win at least 1 point, meaning they'll get to 9, Clown5 will be left at 8, and Clown5 might be pushed towards the 4th and the 5th position. The other teams will take the other spots, and I think it's going to be 5th because first is already Revenant, second is Gravity, 11 that's what is Gravity, 10 is going to be your Forge Your Legacy if they win again, guys. This is calculation coming through, not the actual standings. Yeah, it is going to be the 4th position for the Griffin, and then it's going to be 5th for Clown5. And unfortunate because they lost, otherwise they could have had a 3-way tiebreaker here. 11 points is what they could have also gotten if Clown5 won. Gravity is at 11, and if Griffin got 11, meaning a 3-way tiebreaker just to decide who that second position could have been. Now that is if that happened for Clown5. Sadly it didn't. But I think Skyesports, at least before they ended, they said we have a lot more in our game. But now in Forge Your Legacy and Griffin, I do want to see what's changed. We spoke about the lineups, we spoke about what they could do. Ex-players coming in from here and there, right? Now Snowy has played in earlier ex-Marcos and then had gone to SATL as well. From there is now with Griffin, and the original Griffin roster has moved to become True Gravity, has seen those changes. So I want to see how much of these changes is going to impact. Now initially a lot of people had their bets on Griffin winning the India Open as well as going to be one of the tough teams, but the Gravity's team, True Gravity, built different is what I would say. They kind of planned their roster so well, and I would say that roster had a lot of changes compared to anybody here, right? Even Forge Your Legacy had a couple of roster changes. We did see Darkness in our India Open, then we see Darkness unable to play because of health issues. That happens. Unfortunate are those reasons. We cannot do anything about it. But right now we see a Forge Your Legacy which has forced their way to maybe that 3rd position. Can they or can they not? Depends on their Pokemon choices. Volk, we've been seeing him playing on that Venusaur along with Ruben also playing on the Mew. He also went on the Glaceon. Now how they kind of bring it around is something that I do want to see here. On the other end there is going to be Noah and Snowy. Noah, ex-Revenant player that we did see. He generally was that all-rounder from the frontline Nekroz. I'm not too sure what's going to be different here because yeah, even Griffin have changed their I would say playstyles and Pokemon pool choices.
Even when it comes down to the other players, like if you pick Ghoul, he's playing on the long range attackers frequently from the recent past games, playing the Espeon as well sometimes when it is needed. Ghoul has always stepped in every time you need him to play at the backline attackers and giving long range attacking duels, supporting the frontliners. He has been very much evident, but once again it's not always depending upon 1 or 2 players. After all, it's again a team game that is that makes the bigger picture. So Griffin, I would just say that many times it happened that Griffin they had a good start, they were having a good control, they were getting the secures of the objectives, but in the final fight where they had to step in, they were crumbling down against, but they were getting taken down in a very bad timing. So that kind of things that they need to avoid at this point. But without any further delay, we will be hopping on to the very first match of this BO3 series, the final game of this Asia Champions League day number 2 India qualifiers.
Decisions of the ban. Forge Your Legacy say we do not want to Zorog. They do not want to give Ghoul or Illusion the chance of swooping in, finding chaos, and therefore I think that's the intention. On the other end, Slowbro. We've been seeing how valuable Slowbro has been, and finally we end up seeing Slowbro bans also moving in, and with people also kind of letting go of Hoopa as not being that strong supporter. And I really like it. Finally teams are understanding that, hey wait, Hoopa is not the reason that we are losing. It's just that Hoopa is changing the pace of the game and we are unable to dictate or change it up for ourselves. The first choice coming in from side of Griffin is Noah. On that defender is going to be Umbreon. Forge Your Legacy are the next up for the choices.
We'll be looking forward to see what Kyurem and Fura will be going. So Artist this time decides, I have got that Hoopa option, so let's just try to pace our game itself, and it's Hoopa pick coming from side of Forge Your Legacy, followed by on the other side it's Team Griffin that we will be seeing. Ghoul takes the Venusaur as his choice, and Mikey sticks with the Blissey itself. Oh, probably not. I've got to wait for it. So
you have to. All these teams have done that. They always changed that Pokemon choice at the last second, and it also comes down to all those players already hovering on which Pokemon they want, and towards the end one or the other player immediately locks in, and that's the reason the name changes at the end second. Ruben locks in into Mew, and on the other end Kyurem playing on Clefable. Again coming in with a double support play is Forge Your Legacy.
Now this is going to be interesting, Lucifer. The last time we saw it, it was a Wigglytuff and probably a Blissey as far as I remember earlier today itself. But Mikey, is he going with the Eldegoss? Yes it is. He's sticking with the Eldegoss, and Snowy picks up the Glaceon itself, and again I'm looking forward to see what Volk is going to pick. Venusaur has been taken by Gold, so now Volk has to decide, is it an all-rounder, if it's a Blaziken or something else, we have to see. But keeping the front lines a little stronger, Blastoise is the choice of which Volk is going to stick with.
A double support, a double defender, and only one ranged attacker is what Forge Your Legacy is planning to play on this game 1 of match 7 to end the India League stage, and this is still the best of 3. So as I mentioned, it's game 1. Preparation phase in front of our screens. None of the players are changing. We spoke about it. Volk, will he bring any change? Seems like he's decided with the Blastoise coming through. In India Open, we ended up seeing him being the support player. Now we are seeing him in the ranged attacker, and from there he switched into a defender now. But one thing I like, Bavu bought in this Eldegoss, and maybe Mikey got a chance to see that, oh wait, this is interesting. Maybe he also has a chance. So he brings in this Eldegoss. Ejects across the board is what I can see, along with only one full heal that the Venusaur on Illusion is being played. Now how this works out, we are going to see finally. This is the last battle here on the India League stage, day 1 of the day 2 of the Asia Champions League, and from here we'll get all our teams seeded into 1st to 6th position. Based on that, on day 3, that is 23rd, the last day for qualification from the India region, we will get our champions who will represent India as a region on the global stage, fight on Bangkok, Thailand. For that, let's see game number 1 underway of match 7. Mid path, I feel like it should be Ghoul going, and that's the thing he wants to do. But before that, looks like he wants to take the sack and then end up giving it to Snowy. So there's going to be the 3 evolutions that we end up seeing from Team Griffin. On Forge Your Legacy, it is Volk on that Squirtle using the mid path. Very rare are those times that we end up seeing a defender playing on the mid path, but this time it has been the case. Let's see how it works out.
Meanwhile, Fury also starting off well with those early stacks of him just trying to get the scores. Hoopa will be there to provide some little bit of support. But again, Griffin looking forward to grab those early stacks, but that Laser Leaf did a little bit of damage, but manages to just make a fall back and get back, patch himself up. Eldegoss will be there, but Team Griffin also starts off pretty well. Ghoul is completing his stacks, followed by Umbreon itself, but Wartortle is Volk. He needs to be someone to get a good support. He has to be the one to tank a good amount of damage itself, but Kyurem has got a little bit of breather for himself to make a fallback.
21-4. All EVs have evolved. One EV Glaceon on top and the other 2 on the bottom. Solar Boink takes away a lot of the Alterian Swablu, and now they decide to back off. In the meantime, a 3-man play coming in on the bottom edge. But this is the reason I spoke about the Eldegoss already finding the KO. Now this Eldegoss play is something that I think everybody has to be worried about, Nekroz.
I mean, on the early stage when Pokemon UNITE started, we saw that Eldegoss was one of the most picked supporters when there were not a lot of support in Pokemons. But now, seeing that one guy again getting back into the meta and providing so much value, it seems like the old days are coming back once again. But Team Griffin, good start for them, and early game control is what I can see from their side. But again, strapping the Lapras, he's playing on the Giga Drain, it seems. Illusion, he's quickly switched with Goal in the end moment, when I was like, Illusion is going to play on that Leafeon, but he decided that Goal, you just play. But the mid lane controller, mid lane contention is happening still between both the teams, in which I believe for your Legacy, they were a little bit available to get those KOs as well, but it seems Glacier finds the Wartortle down.
And that's going to be a 2 KO streak coming in for Snowy. Lapras was a little bit too late. Fura has to just back off to his go zone, get the blue shield. Well, that's not going to be enough, my friend. They're going to all push you. The ice shot still. Fura trying to defend the goal zone. Not going to be happening. The 19 will be dunked. Maybe even an over dunk with just one AOS energy to be dunked on the top path. Griffin hit a century of 100 and on the top path in contention. Right now, 15 seconds on the clock. We are going to be seeing the fight of the Reggies. Ruben, he moves to the top path to try and push the players back off, and it does work out. But that gets that Venusaur to level 7, meaning it's an evolved fully Venusaur. Same goes for the Blastoise, also reached level 8 just like the Venusaur, and now time for the Reggie fight.
Hope is already has deployed the hyperspace soul in order if anybody wants to go up or maybe come down, but everybody decides to get intact. So he's trying to give a little bit of damage as Hoopa has got the complete control of the tier 1 goal zone, but everybody's interested in getting this Reggie steal, pushing away all the players. Forger Legacy is what Griffin is aiming for in securing this Reggie steal as fast. Leafeon and Venusaur, they will be looking forward to it, but Eldegoss won't be able to stop the Blastoise coming up with the Unite being committed. Still not enough, but the Verdict Anger was there, and Leafeon steals this Reggie steal in their favor as Team Griffin secures their first objective and instantly finds a K on Blastoise.
Artist, the Hoopa, it's not working out as of now. Use that hyperspace hole for its own benefit and look at what Ghoul does of it. A 3 KO streak along with Venusaur finding the KO on the Hoopa. Bottom path completely wiped in favor of Team Griffin. And Team Griffin, look at how disciplined they are like. We do not want to destroy the goal zones. Let's get a chance of an overdunk and then we'll think about it. And right now Snowy moving to the top path along with his teammates, and they have a chance to go for an overdunk. They're trying to bring in rotations. Water Pulse stops it and Snowy has to back off with the Solar Blade. Is good enough, but only at 10. They're like, okay, 40 doesn't work. Let's not give them a chance to find a K on us or even look forward to a fight when we are taking the Regieleki key. They destroy with 10. I call it an okay stat so far, but in the meantime, look at the Blastoise, still looking forward to getting its stacks through, but before the Blastoise can make its way or even try and snatch it, it doesn't happen. Blastoise decides to move to the mid path and move away from the players of Team Griffin. Team Griffin in the start of this game 1, fully in control and looking forward to finding value. And look at Kyurem gets trapped with the Moonlight. Thankfully uses X speed and immediately runs towards his teammate, but it's not going to be enough. The Petal Dance does the damage. Hydro Typhoon again, but it still doesn't find value. The Glaceon's Icicle Spear connects with all and Blastoise goes down. Venusaur playing in the opponent's goal zone and finding KOs along with the Glaceon. Another 2 KO streak for both of them. Everybody is using the jump pad and jumping to only KOs that they're indulging in. And look at this again, all of them are indulging themselves in jumps on the jump pad. Might get KO'd back and back. Illusion is still ready for a fight, finds another KO with the help of Glaceon over there, and they're still not looking forward to backing off. Another KO being found for the Glaceon. Unstoppable is Griffin as of now, as they've destroyed the entirety of the top path's goal zone on Forgeo Legacy's end.
They just don't care whoever is coming in front of them. Everybody was getting in completely decimated by the players of Team Griffin. Those Solar Blade, those Giga Drain doing wonders for the side of Team Griffin. At this point, look at the level difference they've already made by destroying one tier 1 and one tier 2 goal zone on the top itself. Team Griffin looks super strong already at this point and just barely manages to dodge the Solar Beam. He dealt a little bit of damage out there, but still, Forger Legacy, it's a very important objective for them. Seems like the Umbreon will be stuck out there. The Snarl just trying to stun it out, but manages to go back again. But again, the Unite completely misses at this point. Seems like Forger Legacy, they're just losing the momentum while the Leafeon is just going berserk. Finds a double KO streak again.
Lapras with the Lapras Express trying to change the game, but I don't think it's going to work out. Meanwhile, traps Fura and Fura might go down. Rings Unbound being used. Glaceon finds Mew. That's the ranged attacker out. Look at Cliffable. Has that fly. Uses the fly. Does the damage along with the Blastoise. Finds finally the KO on Ghoul. And the Leafeon goes down. Now Umbreon trying to survive with the help of the Venusaur. But the hit coming in from Artis, it does not stay for long. His ranged attack stops. And now Artis is left with just his Hoopa's Ring Power as well as Phantom Force. But eventually will also be sent back to Nurse Joy's Pokemon Center. Nova gets hit with a big Solar Beam. Coming through from the Mew also with the help of the Blastoise goes down, but look at Illusion still surviving. Has already found a 3 KO streak, might even find the next, but him surviving here with that Giga Drain and Petal Dance is not giving any player from Forger Legacy a chance for even this fight off or even a take on this Registeel.
Oh, they want to get a secure it, but still Leafeon manages to secure and steal it away. The Registeel again goes in the favor of Team Griffin. The Mystical Mirage being activated by the Mew, but still will not be able to stop this Venusaur. He's just getting everything that he's seeking for, and probably Mew will be going down as well. Keep giving a big opportunity for Team Griffin to go for an overdunk. This is the opportunity, and there will be a 50 score of overdunk in the bottom tier 1 itself to break it down and make it to a 3-3-5 scoreline for Team Griffin.
Less than 10 seconds here and there's already a fight for the Regieleki. And Regieleki is doing damage for Forge Your Legacy. They capitalize on it. Thankfully, the other players use the Hyperspace Hole portal and go back to their base, going for a full heal. But look at this. What an early Unite coming in from the Blastoise. This might be a cause for concern, but uses the Hyperspace Hole, goes for a full heal, but the shield coming through does try and slow down Nova, but still the Hoopa goes down. Mew could have been found, but the Hoopa going down, meaning there's already a cooldown. Griffin, they are here for revenge of what happened in India Open. They do not want to give Forge Your Legacy another chance in getting a better seeding. Maybe even a clean sweep, but still this is game number 1. 335 to 61 only, and there's only one tier 2 left from Forge Your Legacy on the bottom path. In the meantime, look at what the Lapras is doing, going in for a score of a 49, but using the Speed Berry, Fura immediately gets put stop to. And look at the Icicle Spear doing damage. In the meantime, Volk tried to help his teammate, but it did not work out. Again, the Rings Unbound coming, but it looks like it's a trap. All the players who have used that Rings Unbound, one after another, are getting KO'd. Blastoise is in the Rayquaza's legendary pit. Mew acting right behind it. Finally, Blastoise finds one on Nova, but in the meantime, secure of that Rayquaza goes in favor of Forge Your Legacy. They steal at the nth moment, but their players are not surviving, so the score difference can work out in the favor of Team Griffin, and Team Griffin is still looking forward to securing the goals, both of them having 50 to 26, and that 26 get dunked, meaning they push it further. 352, they need another 100 badly, Forge Your Legacy, but their players do not have the shield, and this is Griffin winning it out even after losing the Rayquaza fight.
Oh, this is going to be get interesting. Mew was the only one who was having the shield, but now his shield has also been breached out this point. Team Griffin, what an enormous gameplay that came up from their side. Even after Forge Your Legacy was able to steal the Rayquaza, it doesn't even matter, the unit being committed. Will there be one score coming from the side of Kyurem? They all are trying to deny that fact. All those pedal dance giving a huge impact of damage, but still the final score will be coming up. That's a plus 24 from the side of Mew and plus 46 from the side of Blastoise. It does seem like
but
Forge Your Legacy.
I think Griffin have it under cover. Forge Your Legacy could have come close to 350, but not pushed up because they were already sitting at around 280, and the score was 24 plus another 50. That was close to 70. Only 100 could have saved them. Unfortunately, getting a score of 100 in that final fight without a shield is super tough, but a great try coming in from Forge Your Legacy. But Griffin, look at Illusion, look at Ghoul. 12 knockouts in Illusion. Ghoul has 11 knockouts. Nova has 19 assists. I think that is going to be a record here in the Indian stage. I think we have not seen 19. We have seen close to 12 to 15. But 19 coming in from Nova as assist is phenomenal stuff. Mikey also on the Eldegoss has 18. And we also saw his 2 knockouts that he had was in the starting stages. And that's where the game was commended. They had control of it. Snowy with 8 knockouts. And you saw as soon as they did spot Snowy, right? All the players from Forge Your Legacy decided to back off. Volk at all times tried his best. He used his Unite at least 5 times, Nekroz, and it was still not enough for the team to win.
I mean, that guy tried to pull off a hell lot of damage on himself as well, but it does seem like Forge Your Legacy, that double supporter kind of composition did not work out the way it should have been. But still, if you talk about the recovery, Kyurem did a fantabulous job, but on the means of artist, that Hoopa, it really did not went in the way that they wanted to execute it like. And that early scoring, that early kind of entire, let's see, Snowy and Illusion, they're having like over 1 lakh damage already. I thought Ghoul will be also joining the party, but itself he's close enough on 88,649. But the amount of damage that these 3 players did was so high, and even Nova tanked a hell lot of damage on himself.
Great try, but it was not enough. Unfortunate for the players of Forge Your Legacy, but again, game is not done. That was just game number 1. They tried their best, but the light screen Even the solar beam which we were seeing from the other end of things was also not going to be enough. The Petal Dance and Giga Drain is a completely different build, and on top of it he was playing a full heal, so meaning that in case he receives any damage, tap that full heal, that Pokemon completely becomes wipes all those damages that was done, whether it's an afterburn hit or whether it is going to be the freeze effect. All of it will be healed. That's what is called a full heal, not the potion heal. It doesn't get a HP heal, meaning if that full heal hits, there's no after effects of any of the other opponent Pokemon's damage, and with after that full heal is used, they can use their own Giga Drain, get back their health, and their fight continues. And that's what worked out over there with the Venusaur. Griffin Riders now, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy with the victory, but they'll be thankful of their early game push that they did, and also the bottom path push from two of their players that came towards that last goal that they got, which was I think around 50 from one of their players. On I think Blissey got that 50 dunked.
It was Venusaur who got the 52.
Oh yeah, Venusaur and Blissey were fighting, and Venusaur got correct.
I mean, that was something, this was one of the most hyped matches, or not hyped, at least I would say, this most important matches of the entirety of the day, and it started off so well already. But Venusaur finding that if that score did not came from the side of Griffin, things could have gone already very south for the side of Team Griffin, and it could have been Forger Legacy to walk away with the first win, because it was so close. It was so close, even after everybody was trying to deny the fact that Forger Legacy were coming with a team push in the bottom tier 1 or the tier 1 goal zone, that they wanted to go with the scores. Still, they managed to come up with, like, last minute, how much? Like 46 or something like that, 46 and 24 score that they did.
But I think from the very get-go, very well played for the side of Forger Legacy. The control that they had, and to counter it, there was nothing. Imagine the Eldegoss to find value, and I think it is all kudos to stacking. Ghoul, very early stacks is what he got through, and that worked out really well for the team. And after that, Snowy also playing that energy amplifier along with the special attack specs with the Slick Spoon made the wonder. And this is where we talk about it. Your builds are very crucial in terms of what your held item is, what your battle item is, and how you plan it out. But look at Ghoul, man, those Solar Blade hits was just insane, and then the Leaf Blade. Those follow-ups, but Walk, every time he tried his best on that Hydro Typhoon Unite, nothing. I feel like compared to Walk's Hydro Typhoon hit, we saw better Solar Blade and Leaf Blade hits coming in from Ghoul, right? That was not even a Unite. A Unite, your normal moveset being better than a Unite is just a big compliment coming through. So Ghoul, wonderful stuff done in game 1, but it's not done. The best of 3 still continues.
That's one point I still also wondered, Lucifer, that in that just few seconds ago that we witnessed, how did that Venusaur survive? But that Solar Boings coming in the right time helped him to make a fallback out there. And the kind of synergy that both Illusion and Ghoul had among themselves was super duper crazy, because every time one was in danger, other one stepped in the right moment to come in the rescue. But again, the Illusion, he went crazy on that, all the fights that he was taking part of. He was getting all the kills. Nobody was completely able to stop this Venusaur, no matter what it takes. Even when you talk about the Umbreon trying with the, stopping the players with the mean look, stopping the opponent Pokemon with the mean look, and the Venusaur with the Petal Dance and the Giga Drain was doing just wonders at that time.
This fight here, we could have seen a lot more chaos, as you could see that cluster happening, but look at how well the mean look were catching players off. Very wonderfully played coming in from both the ends here, Nekroz, so far. But let's see what goes ahead as we cross, because this best of 3 is not done. We still are going to be seeing the second game. Now there is a chance of a clean sweep. What happens if there's a clean sweep? Griffin will get themselves 3 points, meaning Forger Legacy will be stuck at 7. And the position at 5th is going to be what it is, and there's nothing much. So if there needs to be a tiebreaker, Forger Legacy at all costs need to win this point in the second game. On the other end, Griffin win it, they will have a tiebreaker. For them, the position at stake is going to be either the second and the third, which they'll be more than happy, right? Having the second seed, meaning you will have to play either 2 or 3 games for that particular day, meaning that's going to be day 3. That is what teams are fighting for, whether you play 5 games on a day, 4 games on a day, or a single game on a day. Depending on that, your qualification also matters. Some teams are able to put up such a sheer force of I would say concentrating so many games at a stretch, because you need to understand, Nekroz, all those games are all best of threes. Now one such team that comes into my mind, and which we've called them not just for this year's India Open, which we should have seen, unfortunately we didn't, last year to the worlds of how this team played was SATL, the reverse sweep kings. Unfortunately this year it did not work that case, and after that we have not seen no other team having that reverse sweep king, right? Nobody took that title. We thought maybe 4J Legacy in India Open would do that. Not the case. It was True Gravity who were on the top, cleanly winning it out. And let's see if it is going to be this time. Can 4J Legacy get a reverse here? And maybe even FS Esports. Now this is just for the benefit and to also boost confidence, because FS Esports, even though they had only one victory, shouldn't lose much confidence. Now we'll come back to their case a little later down the line once the overall standing is there with all the seedings. But Nekroz, what do you think needs to be changed up for 4J Legacy for Game 2?
I mean, they should stick with the core picks. Maybe with the kind of meta that is going, like double defender, what I thought was, like, they were missing with that long range attackers, because on one hand it was the Venusaur, we were seeing them, the Solar Blade also from the Leafeon was creating such a big impact. But on the other hand, it was just Mew with that Solar Beam trying to give a lot of damage, but it was not the case. And Hoopa on Artist, I really thought, Artist, he actually plays Hoopa pretty well. I thought when he's picking the Hoopa, he might be a little bit valuable, but it was not the case that actually happened, or not the thing even I would say that Volk planned it out to be. So for your Legacy, I believe they should go with a double attacker kind of comp.
Let's go and get a little more tidbits of all our players so far, and this is the only chance where we can have a lot of fun and know these players in depth. Artist coming in says his favorite Pokemon is Greninja. Yeah, hurts. For all the people who hate Greninja, it hurts Artist. And I'm pretty sure he also knows why people don't enjoy Greninja, because generally the people who pick it, generally, not all the time, are the people who just, I don't want to say it, you imagine on your own. No, I don't want to. I want to talk about his comment, which boosts confidence for all of us. Isn't that the motive for all of us? Earn a lot of money. I really like this. Man on the nit-grits of things. He's like, this is what at the end of the day I want. And I think this is also a lot of our parents' intent, is that let our child, right? Let our kid make sure that he builds a life for himself. And how does that happen? That you earn money. And how will you earn money? Is by putting your talent out. Now Artist is doing that, but without telling that he wants to win that, do this, be the best. He's directly coming into the matter of things, saying I want to earn a lot of money. I like that, Artist. I like the way you go.
He's straight on to the point. You know what? I'm not gonna talk about anything else. This is my motive. I'm here for this one, and I'm just gonna say this. Yeah, that's the end of discussion. But everything is all right until it comes down to the Greninja, as we mentioned earlier. But once again, Artist being the one, I believe if he has that kind of favorite picks on the Greninja and the long range attackers, I would love to see him playing some, at least maybe on maybe something like a Inteleon, maybe something different rather than Hoopa in the next match. But on the other hand, we have Mikey from the side of Griffin, whose favorite Pokemon is Blissey, and his comment is like to compete in PU ACL, which every other player wants to, which they are doing already, I would say.
No. Now, his compete in PU ACL 2024, which is going to happen next year in Bangkok, Thailand, is to play on that stage, not compete here. Now, this representation is, yes, good, because we only have top 6 teams of India. But from here, it's the matter of representing the region. That's what Mikey says here. Now, his favorite Pokemon being Blissey. Now, I like a couple of the players, right? They speak about the Pokemons that they actually play in game in the competitive circuit, but some players, they actually talk about which Pokemon they generally like from the heart. So I'm not too sure which category this falls into. Mikey can like it from both the directions, that he likes it in game as a Pokemon and loves to play it, but also in general out of all the Pokemons, even if he doesn't play, he still likes Blissey. Can be the thing. But I really like here, it feels like Mikey is being a little too humble on himself. As you can see, he's saying that not super aggressive, goal defense seems to be good, combinations not that great, strategy he says he's lesser, but I feel like Mikey has good strategy. He might be using this intro to throw the opponent players off?
Mind game indeed. Maybe he's telling that his mental strength is not that much, but as you say, the curveball being thrown away towards the other side to seem like, this guy doesn't have that kind of strategy in his head. But in game, he's a different person. He comes up with some different kind of playstyle, which the others actually, had to take some time to analyze. This guy is doing this, so we have to come up with something else to counter him.
Now this was our player tidbits. After this, we'll go in terms of their actual stats of what they have done so far here in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. For all the people wondering, it is not 2024 yet. I know we are in the last month of 2023, and that is the reason it's 2024, meaning the finals will happen in Bangkok, Thailand in 2024. Brace yourselves for that, but for you to witness all that action and who those teams are going to be, because India is not the only region. We are going to be having all the other Asian regions as well participating, from Southeast Asia, East Asia, Japan, Korea, Thailand, a lot more regions, Malaysia, Singapore. So make sure you hit that like, subscribe, follow, like the page, share the stream in whichever platform that you're watching, so that you know when the other regions also come live with their qualifiers, with their league stages. One of the regions are almost on their top, I would say, final stage, where they're about to decide in the single elimination bracket. We will get down to it. You will know about it only if you follow the stream. Now coming into Artist, we just spoke about him. He did mention about the Greninja, but as you can see here, his Pokemon choices are support and defend.
And talking about it, Artist did play the support role in the previous match that was on Hoopa. But again, one thing I would like to mention, that Artist can just change the roles. If he plays on the Blastoise, which is like one of those frequently used Pokemons, Volk will have a privilege to come up and take an all-rounder or any different Pokemon which can deal a lot of damage on his own. But on the other side, from the side of Griffin, we have Mikey, who's frequently used Pokemons, and mostly the support ones, specifically the Cliffable on the top. And if you just see the kind of average damage taken and the recovery, it's completely justifies it.
Yeah, I think good damage taken, even though he only plays the support, because certain times we don't even see the average damage taken being a little high on the 50,000 end for supports as well. But one thing I would have liked maybe to see a lot more is on the recovery end, maybe close to 70,000, meaning his healing was super effective. However, game to game things change, therefore the stats also, because it's an average. One game it might not have been great, therefore the stats fall down. Some games it would have been great. So as of now, Mikey is doing a phenomenal job. We just saw a phenomenal game coming in where Griffin, even without Rayquaza in the final stretch, won it out because they were able to find KOs just before Rayquaza secure happened from the side of Forge Your Legacy. Well, let's jump into of what can happen in terms of the tiebreaker. We mentioned about it. As you can see, if Griffin wins 2-0, it is going to be a tiebreaker between Griffin as well as True Gravity, because of the positions that we spoke about, 11 points for both of them. If Griffin wins 2-1, tiebreaker between Griffin, True Gravity, and tie between Forge Your Legacy as well as Clown 5. This is like not a 4-way tie, but a 2-way tie between two different sets. And the other one, tiebreaker winner, will be determined based on the head-to-head between these two teams, depending on when these two teams matched up. Now, right now, the match we are seeing is not Griffin versus True Gravity. It is Griffin versus Forge Your Legacy. So, a tie between Griffin as well as True Gravity happens, then meaning the head-to-head of what the score is on either on Griffin's favor or True Gravity's. That will depend on who wins out that tiebreaker. That's how the tiebreaker decision will be done, but we will let you know once the tiebreaker happens. Now it's time for game 2. First choice is going to be Griffin. Forge Your Legacy still keep that second choice decision. They're like, it's okay, let them take it up. And this time we end up seeing a Venusaur ban coming through. Griffin, they played it, they did damage, and now they're like, we'll not give it to them.
Now probably it's kind of thing, because Volk earlier in the day we saw him playing on the Venusaur and he was just insane, having like 8 to 9 kills for his name. So that's why probably if you are even Team Griffin, you would just like to avoid those kind of circumstances coming on your way. So that completely justifies. While Nova will be getting the first pick on Lapras, followed by Forge Your Legacy. They will have the 2 picks. I'm not gonna say anything because until and unless they confirm it, I just don't want to spoil like kind of things like I told this, but he picked something different.
Pikachu, Pikachu, Pikachu,
Nope.
Pikachu.
Nope.
Yeah, that's how it is. Nonetheless, what I'll do is, once we come back on desk, for our viewers, I will show you guys a Pikachu. Not the guy sitting
No.
with me, not on desk. I
Hey.
have a Pikachu. So don't worry
I mean-
about it. But the next choice is Nekroz. I'll not give you a chance to answer back. That's how smart I am. Ruben comes in with the Glaceon and Artist. He takes up the Hoopa again. Forger Legacy, is it going to work out this time? Glaceon is being taken away from sides of Griffin, and Griffin pick up Cliffable again. This time they bring in a Snorlax.
Interesting kind of things. But you know, oh, okay. So it's not that far. We are seeing the Wigglytuff again back
It's
in
happening.
the form for the side of Forger Legacy. And the last time it happened, we know what happened with Forger Legacy. They won that particular match with Illusion. With Snowy trying to do something different, which might be a good counter. If it is a Delphox and a Daisy, look at what's gonna come up next. Illusion with those fire spins, stun the players more precisely. Glaceon and maybe Kirim as well, but Snowy with the spirit factor can create a lot of impact. While Volt have privilege over the Leafeon if he is deciding to let them. Why am I even saying the Leafeon until unless he's coming in?
Too early of a decision. Wait for it. Walk gets the ranged attacker for himself. That is going to be the Glaceon. Ruben will keep Inteleon. Now he seems to be not playing on the Shedinja doll Inteleon, which came out from Berserk from Skyesports. Phenomenal stuff. But as you mentioned, we did see this happening from Forger Legacy, and Forger Legacy won that round, won that game. Now can they do it again? I'm not too sure. Why? Because there's a Delphox and then also a Desi. Delphox Fire Spin, trap them in one place, and Desi's target cannot miss that time. The Spirit Shackle will hit right dead on center, meaning it can be an instantaneous KO. There's a special attack specs build coming in from a defender as well as a supporter on the side of Griffin, but it's only one player, that's the Blastoise from the side of Forger Legacy. It's time for game 2 of match number 7. The tiebreaker games is what we are at. Now yes, this is not the tiebreaker fight that they're having. Whoever wins will get in a tiebreaker at the end of the day. That's how right now we are in a position is. Now Team Griffin, if they win, they're going to get in the tiebreaker, and Forger Legacy will not get into any tiebreaker. If Forger Legacy win, meaning at the end of this game, whether they win or lose, they for sure will be at 8 points. But game 2 will decide that.
I'm looking forward to see what is going to be the results, because Forger Legacy, that Wigglytuff pick, the first time it was done today earlier, it kind of surprised me, and now I'm not surprised because I was mentally prepared to see these kind of unorthodox picks coming up from the side of Forger Legacy, but it seems they are looking forward to not let go with those early stacks. Lapras, he will be able to do it. Some early stacks coming up from the side of Forger Legacy, and it cannot be just denied like that. Team Griffin also will be looking forward to go with that kind of same intention, but they don't have that Venusaur, neither that Leafeon on their hand to give those kind of brutal damage and get a lot of KOs. But what they have is to play on much on those secures if they want to be. Nova on that Snorlax can be a little bit troubling and can be a little bit of nuisance towards the side of Forger Legacy with those body slams and all, and maybe using the yawn as well. Illusion, if he levels up a little faster on that Delphox, he can also cause a hefty lot of damage towards the side of Forger Legacy with those Fire Spin and maybe the Fire Blast as well. But the Swablues and Altaria will be the biggest concern for the side of Team Griffin at this point, as they want to secure these buffs in their favor. And that being said, Nova also wants to make sure that there is no chance Forger Legacy can get this Altaria in their favor. But also, on the other hand, we see Forger Legacy coming with some early scores. Delphox finds the 1 KO, and the Jigglypuff actually gets KO'd. That sweet little one, but I cannot just say a sweet little one because it actually creates a lot of impact. But the Snorlax finally will be KO'd by the players of Forger Legacy as the Glaceon comes into the rescue. But for Wartortle, it's going to be a little tough job, as the Clefable as well as the Lapras, they are just coming in to get these things done. The Hyperspace will being activated from the side of Artist will give a chance to Furia to go back and heal himself up, while the scores still continue for the side of Forger Legacy. So we cannot just say that it's a one-sided domination or one-sided control happening from the side of Team Griffin itself. or neither Forge or Legacy, because both the ways they are completing the stacks, but that level 7 Glaceon might be of a little bit of concern as Volk. He has to make a bigger impact, but on the other hand, the Desi, a full-fledged Desi on level 8 can make a better impact on the overall game of Team Griffin. So Spirit Shackle needs to come into the rescue, and it seems that they're trying to make those count in, but the one factor that I'm concerned about is that one Inteleon with those snipe shot will give a hefty lot of damage, and look at see Nova is also getting those hits on himself, but the Glaceon will find the Lapras, and the top tier 1 gold zone might be compromised in some time. As for your Legacy, they are proving themselves to have a better control over the top lane, while everybody from the Griffin side, at least the 4 players on the Griffin side, they're much more concerned about the Regirock in the bottommost spawn, and they're looking forward to get the securation done.
Now looks like there's already contention because there's Hoopa. Rotations are going to be quick before they could get the Regirock. They've all been forced back. Griffin looks like here they don't have much control, especially with those snipe shots as well as icicle spears coming through. But the knock-knock gets used. Nice damage. Wigglytuff gets KO'd, but can they find another? And now they're all swooping in, but the Inteleon always for the secure gets the Regirock and immediately finds the KO. In the meantime, as you can see on top, they get the Regieleki, a 6th member for the team, but the Blastoise is not giving way to go and make the goal zone vulnerable.
Blastoise is trying his level best to stop the Regieleki, but that was the aim of Team Griffin. I never thought that it's going to be that easy, but eventually the focus comes in the Unite move being done by Fury. Instantly swaps in the bottom lane, wants to come down to the rescue, and eventually the Desi will be compromised as Blastoise finds the KO that he was seeking for, but the Snorlax will be getting him off guard, and Lapras finds the KO, while Team Griffin, they're looking forward to go with some big scores in the tier 1 goals, and finally breaks it apart, and Wigglytuff will be also facing a KO from the side of Delphox itself.
One snipe here, one snipe there. The snipe which is working better is Forger Legacy. Spirit Shackle still not finding value. And now Desi a little bit in trouble as the Glaceon is in the mid path. The Icicle Spear might find the KO, and yes it does, and way before the Lapras could come and help his teammates. Volk is out, and it seems like he is that agent nobody remembers right now because he's gone. He's a ninja.
I mean, you can say that eventually.
The skin also telling us that, right? You see, immediately uses a light screen and then whoosh, gone back to the base.
And he's kind of a player who wants to always love to enter in, but that's completely unfortunate. Hoopa wanted to go back, TP towards the spawn again, but he was just denied. And Desi, the Snowy just said, you cannot just flee away like that. But Griffin has their eyes on this tier 1 to just break it apart, but the Delphox has been KO'd on the other hand. The Icicle Spear did a hefty lot of damage on Ghoul. Lapras is a little vulnerable at this point, but look at Forger Legacy. The control that they have as of now, it seems pretty promising as well.
One problem I can see from the get-go, which was done in the draft itself, is the attack weight Desi coming through. They're not getting the stacks in for the Desi. Desi's Spirit Shackle damage output has not been that great. Lapras Express from Ghoul, but I think that's going to be his own KO. He's trying to run as best as possible. Will finally be making towards his goal zone. In the meantime, Hyperspace Portal being used. Forger Legacy, they bring all their players towards the bottom, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They all want that Regieleki being pushed. Fireworks will make it even more tougher, but Ghoul still trying to stand strong with the damage being done. Glaceon still finds one. However, finally Ghoul would have to succumb as he goes down to a KO, and the Regieleki enters, and then a big score of 40 comes down with Glaceon finding a 2 KO streak, and Forge Your Legacy sweep the entirety of the top path in its existence of any goal zones, and their goal zone intact on the top path. Bottom path, however, contradictory because one of the goal zones have been destroyed.
And it looks like it's a different Forger Legacy of what we saw earlier. So it kind of justifies that this Wigglytuff is acting like a lucky charm so far as of now, because it's way too early, because still the Rayquaza fight is left. Anything can happen. A complete turn of tables might just happen at that moment, but it seems like Team Griffin, they are struggling. And as you mentioned earlier, that attack where Desi has not yet completed his stack, and that's what I believe it's affecting. But the Fan Split Fireworks being activated, but still Blastoise secures the Registeel and instantly goes back with the help of the Hyperspace Hole to patch himself up. But in the meantime, Snowy finds some good pretty scores on the top tier 1 and destroys it. Well, it still seems like Griffin, they are being pushed back in such a hefty way by the side of Forger Legacy.
Nice Hydro Typhoon. That's a warning Hydro Typhoon, forcing all the players even further back to their tier 2 on the bottom path. And Forger Legacy push their score to 307. In the meantime, we spoke about stacks. You can see, keeping an eye on it, Snowy does get, I think, at least 3 stacks over there on the top and manages to destroy the top tier 1 goal zone off the side of Forger Legacy. Is that going to be enough? We have to wait and watch out. Entire team of Griffin right now trying to fight to get the Regieliki in their favor. Players are running up. Can they find a way to steal it? No says. But the last hit snipe shot. Snowy's damage on the Spirit Shackle was not enough. And that's the problem of the snack. But on the other end, snipe shot, crit hit, gets it. Regieliki becomes an enemy for Griffin.
Now this is going to be very, very impactful. If they focus on stopping the Regieliki in the meantime, Forger Legacy will focus on melting the Rayquaza, and it looks like that Volk is already on level 15 and is already trying to keep all the players of Team Griffin away from this legendary pet. Delphox comes into the play, the fanciful fireworks being activated. Look at Wigglytuff, is dealing a lot of damage out there, but the Clipmill comes into the play. Blastoise secures the Rayquaza. Forger Legacy, they want to take this game home, and that Wigglytuff is just working like wonders, and that hyperspace hole being activated by Hoopa is just enough to complete what they want to build. But looking towards a different end, even after those trying to make some good scores, it's not enough for Team Griffin to get this victory in their bag.
What a play! Hoopa, way before the Regieliki went towards the base goal zone to make it vulnerable. He already went there. He was waiting for the right opportunity. He knew that one of the player will try and defend it. But when a team fight starts, all the players will run towards the legendary pit. And that's what happened. Regieliki was left all alone. And as soon as they secure the Regieliki, Rings Unbound Unite being used from the Hoopa calls all the players with a shield. And they secure goals one after another. Now Griffin, even if they want to make a comeback, is not going to happen, Nekroz. Because they do not have enough Eos energy. And how much ever they fight, any little tad bit Eos energy that the side of Forger Legacy collect, because of the shield, they'll be able to score faster, and that's what the Blastoise is doing. Water Spout and Rapid Spin, looking at the damage. There's nobody stopping in. Again, the Hydro Typhoon comes out. This time, Fura, just like how Walk was doing with the Hydro Typhoon, similar thing that we can see 3 or 4 times that he's already used. Now look at it, the 3 KO streak, make it a 4 KO streak, and a team wipe coming through. What a game. 4 KO streak gets stolen away from the Inteleon, but doesn't matter. And look at this hyperspace hole being again used, calling the Wigglytuff to score even mere 3 Eos energy is what the intentions are. But they've said, Forger Legacy, first game we fumbled a little bit, but Griffin, we are not going to give you the chance of taking revenge against us, and a score even in the 7th game.
I'm not able to process it, but they just played it like it's a ranked game. Look at that, probably the highest score as of now in the entirety of ACL. 10 KOs for the side of Volk. He was part of 14 KOs itself. 5 for Ruben. But yeah, I have to say that the Desi did not work, but Ruben on that Inteleon, those snipe shots with those crit hit was enough. There was some sort of a damage dealing sniper who was creating a lot of hindrances, and you can see the scores 300, 200. Oh man, it just feels like a ranked match at this point.
I was wondering of kind of what went wrong, Nekroz, because in terms of the play, I thought Team Griffin had things under control. We spoke about it when the Pokemon choices were also being done, right? But as soon as we saw the Wigglytuff, we realized, yeah, this is where things are going to go wrong. Wigglytuff is going to come out with a moveset saying, and then everything is going to go down the drain. And that's what happened. Snowy, movesets were good, but I feel like Illusion could have changed things around. Maybe could have played with a Fire Spin and the Fire Blast coming through. However, went to the Mystical Fire and Flame Charge, which again is good for damage dealing. But you know the range is not that great when it comes to Delphox. So the Fire Spin would have been better, as it would have chased the players and spun them around. And when that happened, Spirit Shackle could have done the damage. But Ruben was just on point on his sniper shots. That snipe shot hits coming in from his end. Those liquid arrows, they were precise. And his crit hits, oh my god. You saw him not just stealing the Regis, the objectives, but also stealing away victories from the side of Griffin. Now Griffin will, I'm pretty sure, not be happy about it. They had a chance of a clean sweep, denying all kinds of comebacks, as well as tiebreaker from other teams so that they could have been on top. But however, seems like now Griffin have to fight for do or die. I don't know how it's going to work out for them. This is cause for concern. 1000 to 304, and that 304 even reached towards the end. As you can see, they were sitting at 222, 5 times the amount of goals that Forger Legacy have dunked compared to Griffin.
It still feels like, I mean, Griffin, it was like, what just happened? We were on the track, but it was quite justified at this point. You can see the amount of scores that they did, specifically just before, in between the 6 minute to the 8 minute time, and then again between the 8 to 10. This kind of 4 minutes actually summed up the entirety of the game for Forger Legacy. But every time, if you talk about the objectives that they secured, they got the Reggie Rock, they got the Reggie Lee keys. I mean, see, 2 Reggie Lee keys, 1 Reggie steal, and 1 all that what happened. But we'll have a quick recap of what just happened overall from their side, because from the start it seemed to me like both were having a balanced game, but then the entire tables turned around.
Stacks, Nekroz. It's all the game of stacks. There were 3 Pokemon coming in from side of Griffin who had to get stacks. Lapras, Clefable, as well as Snowy on Desi. None of them got proper stacks, and that is the cause for concern. Whereas the Blastoise in the 0 to 4 minute mark completed 5 stacks, and therefore Water Spout as well as Rapid Spin damage was higher, and nobody could do anything about it. And Walk, you could see easily indulging in those 1v1 duels. This time nobody was getting closer because every player from Griffin was worried from the attacks coming in all directions. Mid path there's an attack, bottom path there's an attack. They're trying to destroy goal zones, they're doing everything that Griffin is unable to control. And look at this, I felt so bad for Snowy. His stacks were not that great, and the crit hit coming in from Inteleon secures the Regieleki on top. If that top Regi was secured for Griffin, game could have gotten closer, but they did not get it, and that's where trouble came through. And you already mentioned about the level 15 Glaceon. When there's a Glaceon, especially at this point of Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League 2024, after the recent buff that is got in terms of the attacking speed, you should not let that Pokemon reach level 15 super early. We already see that Pokemon doing damage in its early levels of 10 and 12. If you let it go to 15, that means it's completely insane. That's going to be a beast of a Pokemon coming out, and literally the wholesome saying of Pokemon Pocket Monster comes alive with Glaceon there.
I mean, if anybody still thinks that, you know, probably the casters are just saying like this and all, you have the entirety of the match in front of yourself. Volk is the prime example, sitting on that, using that Glaceon to its extreme limits, proving it, this one Pokemon, you just don't go by his looks. When it's an EV form, it's fine. When it's evolved to the Glaceon, it still seems a little cute, but it's not. It's definitely not what happened for the side of Team Griffin. I mean, this time the Glaceon, I don't know what is going to happen in the decider, but if they want to ban something, I really don't see they have any other reasons of banning Glaceon. They don't need even reasons to put on the table.
Their decision of not giving Volk Venusaur, they thought maybe the early evolution first gen Pokemon is going to be a cause of concern. He's like, no my friend, I do have a lot more in my cupboard that I can pick out and throw that Pokeball at you, and that Pokemon is going to do a lot more damage. Very well played on the Glaceon. However, now things can change. As you did mention, right, there can be bans, and I think at this circuit of Pokemon, we are not seeing players ban Pokemon that is looking good. Rather, they ban the Pokemon that the opponents love to play or have a strat with. They try to create something different. We will see what happens in game 3, but before that, a lot more idea that we want to get in the heads of these players. Coming in is going to be Kyurem. I've seen this player playing from a long time, has always been the support player irrespective of any team plays. He was, again, played with X-Marcos, now again with Volk. He's moved in and playing for Forger Legacy. Favorite Pokemon? Says Blissey. Love to play Blissey as we see Kyurem playing around. He is that second support or support, whichever, depending on how Artist and Kyurem play. Forger Legacy depend on what they want to do. Player comments coming in from his end. Qualify for PU ACL 2024 finals and compete in Thailand. As you can see, this is the clear-cut statement, play in Thailand, because previously when this team with Walk had gone on to Malaysia. It was a good fight. They tried their best, tried all different approaches, but it was not enough for them to get their victory. But I'm pretty sure after having that experience once, right, it's literally like eating your favorite food once, and now you cannot put a stop to it, Nekroz. You want more, and that's what Pokemon Unite does. Once you go into those international stages, you're like, damn, I missed that, but next time I'm not gonna miss.
Exactly, and Kurum is one of those players who have already experienced it, if I'm not wrong, in the previous time when he was with Marcos. But once again, every time it's just the hunger that takes these players to that level. The hunger for becoming and competing against the top teams around the world, competing against the best and learning a lot of new things. Because every time, yes, every team is going there to win the competition, but it always doesn't settle that way. So there has to be one good team, but again, the winning factor, then learning the new things from the other top tier teams around the world always gives you a lot of privilege in your own region. And same goes on the other side. We have Cool from the side of Team Griffin. Alongside, his favorite Pokemon is Aegislash, but I really wish I could see him playing him once.
Hey, he's played it in India Open. I'm not too sure if you remember. He's done it.
India Open, but not in ACL.
I mean, ACL, we have to still wait out for the strat that they bring out. As of now, it feels like they're not ready for Aegislash. Aegislash is an all-rounder, is good, viable, but again, depends on your opponents. If they bring out Pokemons which can stall Aegislash and can get immediately KO'd, then it's a little bit of a trouble, and your Aegislash will be completely nullified. So, we'll see how it works out. But Ghoul, he's been a player for long. In between, yes, we didn't see him, but he's back again, and his goal, as you can see, is win an international trophy for India. And I think that's what I really like from all these players. After fighting for all time, right, in Pokemon Unite, they're still looking forward to a lot more. I know they've still not gotten a title, but I do have belief in our Indian boys. They're going to get it soon, very soon. Now, again, whether it's this year or the next year, towards the end of the next year, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure they're putting in their 100%, and that's what I love about it. And that's the reason I tell all the players, right, don't get disheartened. Wins and losses are a part and parcel of the game. I know this might be those your teacher speeches or your friends telling you it is okay stuff, but it is really that you have to be okay with what happened. I know it is not easy to gulp that situation when you're in such a big stage and you get a loss, but it's something that you need to understand that you'll learn. And even in these stages, whichever team loses or kind of does not get a chance to qualify for the LAN finals in Bangkok, Thailand, they should be like, this time we made our mistakes, and should be okay to kind of understanding that we made the mistake. We're going to improve on it, and then I'm hoping to see teams do better as we go down the lane. And for sure, international trophy is going to be India's, and I'm waiting and rooting for it. But now it's time for a trophy of the points of which team gets it, because their seeding is still not confirmed. Nekroz teams are still fighting for it. Let's jump into Game 3's draft pick and see what's underway.
We already were having a little bit of discussions what was about to happen if anyhow Forge World Legacy manages to win one match. So that means that kind of circumstances will appear. But that was the case if Griffin wins with a 2-1, right? So they have to still win this match in order to make those kind of scenarios happen. But if we talk about the draft bans as of now, Forge World Legacy will be denying the Umbreon, while Griffin will be banning the Hoopa this time. Though Griffin has the first pick preference, I would really like to see what is the kind of composition that they will be coming up with.
Umbreon and a Hoopa ban. Griffin finally decided we did not want to give Forge Legacy the leeway or that chance of playing a lot more of Hoopa. First game did not work through, but they realized what did not work through, right? So they got that Hoopa the second time. Worked fabulously. This time that ban is a good decision. Let's see how it works out. Whereas Forge Legacy, they say, we don't want that mean look coming out, right? Mean look has been a trap. In the first game, that's what was trouble. Mean look stopped the players, whether it be Hoopa, whether it be their any ranged attacker or all-rounder that they played in the first game here in match 7. All of them were put in a cage of that mean look, and that caused trouble. Here, Ruben immediately saying, oh wait guys, they've not picked Glaceon, let's immediately lock it on. They do have Venusaur though, but let's see how Glaceon functions. On the other end with Clefable, but we come to Griffin, they pick up a Lapras and Illusion locks into the Leafeon.
Again, that same composition, but this time it's not it's just like I'm dreaming the same thing over and over. that Wigglytuff. So that's kind of a thing that we can just say right now, right? It's working as a lucky charm, and probably it's gonna stick like that. But Mikey and Snowy, 2 picks. What? I'm really opting for a Gardevoir. Please, Snowy, just do it. Bring it on. Because whenever Snowy goes up and brings the Gardevoir, it's just we can assume that he's pushing up to its limits. And now Mikey coming up with an Eldegoss should be a big try-hard game for the side of Team Griffin this time.
Final decision. Walk going on the Desi. Attack weight, is it the case? Now, attack weight has been a little bit of a trouble for people. But one thing, when we see a Gardy coming out, the Gardevoir, it is a cause for concern. I still love and enjoy Gardevoir as a Pokemon, and it is my Pokemon in default when I want to go all ham on any opponent. And when Snowy has picked it up, this is the similar case that we generally see Walk doing. Whenever Walk decides that I have to go all out, he picks up a Gardy. So I want to wait and watch out of what happens. With less than 20 seconds to go, Walk decides, no, I want to play the Glaceon back again, and you can see him rebuilding his held items. Whereas Ruben also, he changes. He did have a rapid fire scarf, but he says scope lens as well as muscle band with the charging charm. Now let's see how that works. Whereas there's going to be the specs that we see along with the slick spoon. Also, last minute change, he gets in a Shedinja doll. 2 Shedinja dolls coming in from side of Forger Legacy, 2 ejects and 1 X-Speed. Whereas a full heal coming in on Mikey on the Eldegoss, eject on 3 people from the side of Griffin, and Lapras being played with the X-Speed. Now let's see how this game goes. This is game 3 of match number 7, the decider of all tiebreakers of what can happen. We already gave you the gist of how the tiebreakers can happen, but game 3 underway.
An important game for both the teams. Griffin looking forward to try hard as much as possible, and will be giving that preference to Snowy to go in the mid lane and farm and level up as fast as possible, because you do need those Psyshocks to come under the play. But on the other hand, as we mentioned, Ruben, he's playing on an attack with Desi, so he needs to get his stacks on time. Otherwise, we might see that same thing happen to the side of Forger Legacy of what happened to Griffin in the previous match.
Starting things off, can they get the stacks through? Kyurem says, I want to get one, but they're doing a lot of damage, so he decides I'll grab a quick citrus berry and buy time. And because of that, you can see the little Rowlet is able to find all these wild Pokemons and take away the Eos energy. And again, look at this. The NDD was also taken upon now. Can Ruben get this secure? Yes, it looked like he did. He's on level 4, has still not evolved to the Dartrix. He evolves to Dartrix at level 5. However, just like how that Jigglypuff stole their NDD, that's the same thing that we end up seeing here Griffin does on the bottom path.
Oh, look at the Psyshock damage that they're trying. He missed it a little bit, but managed to push the players of Forger Legacy back, making sure that all those Altaian Swap Blue buffs stays with the side of Team Griffin. On the other hand, if you just talk about, it's Ruben trying to find a lot more value, but won't be able to steal it away, it seems. But Lapras trying to push them away. Wigglytuff creating a lot more impact at this point. I would really like to see or what to know of what kind of moveset is going to Venusaur play on, because they do have, I believe, a Solar Beam should be a kind of impact that can make a kind of good move for them. But again, Team Griffin, they have trying to push up. The Solar Boys coming into the play as the Leafeon this time has been in the side for Team Griffin.
I really like how well they're playing as of now. Keeping their Gardevoir Pokemon a little aback. In the meantime, seems like they've already found a KO, and Eldegoss making their Gardevoir a little bit vulnerable as of now. And Lapras comes in for rescue, and you can see Snowy barely managed to survive. There's going to be a Citrus Berry that he can take, but he's already unlocked his Psyshock as well as Moonblast. Now let's see how that works. My bad, not Moonblast, Psychic.
He barely survives at that moment, but eventually look at Lapras. He was chasing him inside that flood zone, but eventually the kind of scores that Team Griffin was trying to opt, they are finally doing it. But still, Forger Legacy, they are in the race. It's not like Team Griffin are having that complete solo lead for themselves, but Leafeon completely denies Wartortle from that buffs that he was trying to get the steal of. But oh, the Solar Boys again coming into the play. But Forger Legacy will be focusing on the bottom Reggie that will be spawning in sometime. The Spirit Shackle did a little bit of damage, but they were in the tier 1 goal zone, so that means that they will get the heat on time. While for your Legacy, they've already started to melt down the Regis, and probably it will be going in their favor as well.
Nova as well as Mikey on the Eldegoss and Lapis tried to make their way, did not work. Ghoul, little overextension, does get a lot of damage done. Spirit Shackle unfortunately does not connect with anyone. Psyshock being used from Snowy on the Gardevoir, but it doesn't find much value. All the players from Forger Legacy are able to retreat back to their goal zones. In the meantime, look at Fura getting his stacks done on the special attack specs and nobody to stop that from happening. Maybe even a Spirit Shackle hit. Yes, Nova is forced off the bottom path and a 35 dunk coming in, meaning the attack weight stack is ongoing. To counter that stack, we did even see that Leafeon stack coming through. Is it going to be enough is something that we have to watch in the later game, as that Leafeon along with Snowy has already started taking on the Regieleki. Is there a chance of a steal? Cliffable tried, but it did not work out. But the rapid spin does find value as Mikey goes down on none other than Eldegoss. But immediate counter coming through as one KO gets found. A counter from the Icicle Spear. Glaceon make it a 2 KO streak. Even though the singularity was there, as you rightly said, the Shedinja doll puts it to null.
I mean, it would have been a clear KO if it wasn't that hell light or the battle item that he was using out there. But Artist dealt a lot of damage out there. Would be giving the same heal to his ally Desi, but Ruben is playing fantastically on that. Desi itself justifies about the score of what Forger Legacy have built up for themselves. Now, Glaceon is just there farming around the legendary pit, wants to make sure that all those buffs stays with him, but you can see the level 11 Glaceon is something which is a bit of concern, because in the previous match itself, Volk was the only one who made it to level 15 and he was wrecking everything apart which was coming under his way. But the Spirit Shackle will give a little bit of damage to his Eldegoss, but what they wanted, he just secured it in the right time.
He's on level 11 already, about to reach level 12. On the other end, level 10 is the Gardevoir along with the Leafeon on level 10. We still need to see the Venusaur get to level 10. Side of Forger Legacy, 3 players are already on double digits. Their support Pokemon are at 1 level away from reaching level 10. That's a cause for concern. Registeel immediately being drained out. Maybe they can get this, but there is that steal that they tried, but still the Spirit Shackle connects. And look at this, Kyurem with that fly being unlocked, but this time the Singularity did find some value for damage, but Volk unstoppable as he tries to do some damage. But the Psychic, it does enough damage. The Emerald 2-step comes through, but look at that Shedinja doll immediately counters that Emerald 2-step Unite, and the Leafeon is out of the picture, sent back to the base to cool down. Griffin still unable to find some opportunities. Registeel attack advantage, Forger Legacy used it really well.
At this point, Griffin, it's just like, what are we supposed to do? Every time the Unite are being committed, the Shedinja doll is coming into the question and it's just nullifying it. There is nothing more that they can do. First, it was a different scenario. There it was Psychic Solar, that the Unite coming from side of Gardevoir, it was nullified. Now it's the Leafeon, and look at the Blastoise going all in. The Verdict Anger being used just to secure it, and Venusaur manages, but instant the counter. The Blastoise come up with the Unite, finds the Leafeon down, but itself will be pushed back by the Venusaur. It seems so, because Eldegoss is there.
Oh wow!
But the Nessie comes up with the Spirit Shackle, finds the KO that was much needed, and Blastoise, he will be going back to the spawn, while Glaceon will be taking care of that Regieleki itself.
Whatever happened, Venusaur, even though got KO'd, still will be like happy because they secured an objective, meaning the experience that was there in terms of level as well as leveling up came a little in favor of Griffin. But right now, a fight at the mid path. Nova with Lapras Express does damage. Emerald 2-step from the Leafeon, along with finding a KO of not just one, Desi as well as Cliffable goes down. And look at this big Unite with a singularity, but Volk this time nobody to save him, but uses the Glacial Stage to run away. However, from the backlines, Illusion was ready, and Illusion gets his 2 KO streak. Wigglytuff trying to survive, but not going to happen with 5 players on the bottom goal zone. In the meantime, with the Water Spot as well as Rapid Spin comes to save the Blastoise, but the Blastoise also gets put down to rest, along with Artist on the Cliffable, all sent to the Pokemon Center one after another. But the Spirit Shackle damage, as you can see, because of the stacks, is super high, but it's not as high enough to find instant KOs. As you just saw, 2 of their players were barely left alive, so that's something that they have to pay attention to. Get those mere sneaky stacks in, and then maybe we end up seeing big damage coming in from the Decidueye.
The level difference is still playing the major factor. 3 level 13 Pokemons on the side of Forger Legacy. Blastoise, Decidueye, Glaceon is going to make a big impact. While the others, if you talk about the Gardevoir, Leafeon, Eldegoss, they're still on level 12, only one. So make it level 13 for the side of like Carnivore as well. But now this final stretch will pave the paths. Which team will walk away with the victory at this point? That Spirit Shackle is giving a good amount of damage, and Lapras is the one tanking it out. The Eldegoss has to play a very major role, but the Spirit Shackle, the one Pokemon who needs to go down at first, it should be the Desi for the side of Forger Legacy for Team Griffin to win it.
Look at the position of the Blastoise as well as the Gardevoir. Gardevoir hiding in the tall grasses towards the jump pad on top path. Blastoise waiting for that. The read is really good. Blastoise not at all giving the position, and really well being played from both Wigglytuff as well as Cliffable. They are coming in front, as you can see the beams being used. Finally gives away the position. Gardevoir slowly moving in, but tried for a 50 AOS energy dunk. That did not happen. Spirit Shackle missed. Now Ghoul can survive, but Volk chasing him down. He's not going to survive any longer. Nova tried his best, but he could not intervene between the Icicle Spear because the distance was a little bit too long. So Forger Legacy have found the first KO. Can they find a second? Shot all being used. Decidueye trying to survive. Knock being used, but immediately on top of it, Verdant Anger comes. Desi being found. Cliffable also goes down. It's all up to Volk right now. He's chasing the healer. He wants to find a KO on Mikey because both his front lines, the Cliffable the Wigglytuff as well as Blastoise trying to do damage, but now Volk, he shouldn't have gone in for a score. He is the one who found a KO on Ghoul, and right now he is a little bit in trouble. Nice charge up of the Leaf Solar Blade and finds a KO. 246 to 202. The score coming in from the Lapras has given the advantage to Team Griffin, but Forger Legacy, 20 seconds on the clock. They have to do anything and everything. The Unite on the sides of Team Griffin, nothing going to be there. Forger Legacy, they also have nothing. This is a fight for the for the Rayquaza. Who wins it makes the game, but look at how well the players of Griffin are denying the side of Forger Legacy from getting the secure, but the Wigglytuff secures. Now it's the race for the goal zone. 5 seconds on the clock. Somebody needs to reach, somebody needs to go for 100, and it looks like the 100 does come through for the Blastoise at the last second. This might have given them the game, but before that a 20 was also dunked. So this is going to be a close game. Forger Legacy or Team Griffin. Oh my god, by just 6
points. 6 points it is for your Legacy. Oh my god. What?
Imagine if that score of 20 coming in from Nova was maybe 25, 27. We would have seen this game maybe evened up, but Forger Legacy, what a clutch move, especially from Fura. With that rapid spin, decided to just move towards scoring the goal. Every player, but the secure from Curem, as you can see, Curem here played a vital role, but everybody from Griffin's end disregarded Curem on the Wigglytuff, and they jumped directly towards Ruben as well as Volk on Glaceon as well as Decidueye. But it still was not enough. Forger Legacy was still able to fight. It was Nova who changed the game. Towards the bottom path, went, scored close to 40 or 80 AOS energy and pushed their team to the... No, I think 40 or 60 AOS energy and pushed their team to a lead. And that's where from 260 to he pushed 270, 260. Now he got it to 290. But it was not enough. Forger Legacy, they were at 202. Only 100 score Nekroz got them to this victory. Forger Legacy, they get to 10 points, meaning they're confirmed in the third position. However, there is going to be something that Griffin would have to look into, is the tiebreaker.
I'm still in a shock. Like, just what happened? I mean, it was all looking like... For once, I really thought that maybe as Leafeon was stepping in, that one Solar Boing could have secured it for the Sair side, but the rapid spin continues, the damage that was being dealt on that Rayquaza did help him to secure it once again. But you can talk about the graph, that last 50 score, that's the point that we were mentioning. Lapras, 5 to 6 more EOS energy, the entire result would have been different completely.
27, he would have made it. 28, I mean 7 is not number to reach, so 28 is something that you maybe made possible of. It could have worked out really well for Griffin, and Griffin will be beating themselves up. But this is still not elimination. Look at the bright side of things, right? This is not elimination. It was a fight for the seeding, and maybe you did not get the seeding that you would have wanted. You have to be okay with it. You might have to play extra games as of now, but great game coming in from Forger Legacy. Quickly, we'll take a look at the final fight, especially before in the replay. initial game, you see complete control from the side of Forger Legacy. The damage output, the stacking that they did, everything working in their favor. Even over extensions that Forger Legacy were doing, it was very planned, and the Shedinja Doll moves coming through was just too good. But after a point, that Shedinja Doll usage was a little bit too closer to the players of Team Griffin, and that's where I felt where a little bit of those mistakes started happening. Otherwise, maybe we would have seen a better execution coming in from the players of Forger Legacy even in the final fight.
I just gotta tell one thing, that even when it comes down to the Desi play, or when it came down to the kind of stacking game, Ruben did not, crumble down. He did the job he was assigned to very perfectly. Even when it came down to this kind of moment, you can just see this follow-up coming up with that Spirit Shackle. He was making sure that the KO was done. But even after so much hefty blows, the Solar Beam was doing, the Venusaur did anything and everything that he could do in that final stretch. But still, when you are trapped from all the sides, even if it's a defender, nothing can be done. I mean, you are stuck already between so many Pokemon who are constantly focusing on only yourself. But still, Venusaur was able to do such a good amount of damage, was something which is, something appreciable a lot.
I think towards the end we ended up seeing Venusaur's damage, but in the early game not much. I think that was a little bit where Griffin did not find value, and that is not Griffin's problem. That was just the distance that the players from the Forger Legacy were able to reach. The Spirit Shackle, once locked onto a Pokemon, irrespective of how far they go, as long as the spears keep being sent out from Glaceon, it will keep hitting wherever the player runs out. Only the Shedinja Gold can save him. Even if it teleports back to the base, right, recalls himself going for a full heal, Icicle Spear still pierces through their base shield and does damage. So unfortunate. And even the Spirit Shackle, something that they had to keep an eye out for. Towards the end, yes, they were able to put down Ruben on the Decidueye, but it was not enough, because somewhere down the line everybody started swooping in, and we talk about it, Wigglytuff is so crucial. We saw it in the game where they were able to distract the players from fighting with either their opponents or with these objective Pokemons towards Wigglytuff, and that's what happened. Wigglytuff, I think, used Sing over there, and then immediately a double slap. All the players who were concentrating on Rayquaza were dragged towards Wigglytuff, and Wigglytuff Sing made the magic with its double slap connecting and securing it. Wigglytuff scored or not did not matter, because there was already the Blastoise, but Blastoise just made it in clutch, like a minute second. If you would have delayed, I'm not even saying a whole second, even if it was a little microsecond that he missed, that game would have been in favor of Team Griffin, and Team Griffin would have been now fighting for a tiebreaker. It is still a tiebreaker that Team Griffin will be fighting for, but not the second or third. It will be the third or fourth.
And even if you talk about the kind of follow-up strategy, I liked it very well coming up from the side of Forger Legacy. One side it was your unmissable Icicle Spears coming up from the side of Glaceon, and following up it was the Spirit Shackle. So they wanted to make sure, even if that one Pokemon is surviving barely on pixel HP, that Spirit Shackle will do the formalities and that the KO will be registered. So they wanted to make sure, and I really like that this kind of play coming up from the side of Forger Legacy.
I have to correct myself. The position that Griffin will right now fight on the tiebreaker is going to be 4th or 5th, because 3rd is going to be secured from Forger Legacy, 2nd is going to go for True Gravity, and the 1st for the side of Revenant. This is how the seeding is. We will see what happens based on the head-to-head between Griffin as well as Clown 5. But what a game, right to the edge of his seats. For a second I thought maybe with that 20 goal that Nova got, they maybe push through, but I think this Wigglytuff pick is already throwing teams a little bit of a curveball. But I think with the utilization of Wigglytuff here in the qualifier stage, the league stage, the group stage, have given idea for other teams that, oh wait, Wigglytuff can also be used as a curveball. And also you felt, right, Sableye is something that you do want to see. I want to see, because Sableye is one Pokemon who can change the game in its entirety. Now, we talk a lot about the final stage fights, right, Nekroz, where we either want to see an entire team vibe coming through or the secure Pokemons coming through, making sure that the last hit on Rayquaza is going to be there. But imagine all the 5 Pokemon fighting it out in the Legendary Pit, and then the Unite comes out from Sableye, teleports all the players back to base, and an easy secure of Rayquaza. Nobody can do anything. That's the potential of a Sableye. And Sableye, just like we talk about Dodrio as a scoring machine, Sableye can also keep doing that. Immediately, like we talk about Camouflage for Inteleon, it immediately puts down the Phantom and is going to be able to do some damage. But as of now, we'll quickly talk about what went down. From the first game to the last game, Griffin, when they had control in the first game, they should have closed it there itself in the second one. Rather, they could not get their stacks through. That troubled them. The Desi stack did not happen, and when that Desi stack did not happen, you could see Inteleon was way better. In this first game, it was Ruben trying his best. We saw on the Mew, but Ghoul, look at his position, right? Ghoul, even though Ruben does damage, Ghoul is like, I'll take down your front line, and both front lines are here. That is going to be the Blastoise, and in front of it, the Clefable.
They tried to make a lot of impact, but again, one after the another, we were seeing that Ruben was there with that Solar Beam, trying to give a hefty lot of damage, but that Hyperspace Hole almost made it through, but the way the Solar Blade came into the play, got the KOs. For seconds, I really thought that it would be tough, but you know, on that Leafeon, it was so fabulous that you cannot just say that they made any kind of mistake. But the kind of domination that Team Griffin had from the early start, they were literally not even getting a chance, and this was the fight that was the center of attraction for me at least, because every time the players of Team Forger Legacy, they were coming in to defend the tier 2, they were just coming in, getting KO'd, again back to spawn.
Now here you can see the Umbreon ban that we saw in Nekroz, right, in the game 3.
Yeah.
This was the reason. Look at this, Artist getting stuck. Now do you think if Umbreon would have been in play, it could have been a better game for Griffin?
I mean, surely it would have impacted a lot. I mean, they were getting in so much trouble. If we had an Umbreon, it could have been counter for many other Pokemons, like if you talk about Desi would have been in the front, in the back, but it could have stuck the Blastoise if it was there, because with the mean look, it can trap its movements, restrict its movements. So this kind of things would have impacted a lot in the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I feel like that too. But then Illusion, the Venusaur that he played, for me, yes, it was really good. But their intention of thinking that Venusaur play coming in from the side of Forger Legacy could have done trouble shouldn't have been the ban. They could have banned the Hoopa long back in that second game. Letting that Hoopa play out twice, where the mistakes done from Forger Legacy could have been understood, shouldn't have been the case. Do you agree with that? That letting that Hoopa being played twice made the probable trouble that Forger Legacy understood what went wrong in the game number 1. We'll correct it in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that actually kind of sums it up, because you make mistakes once, and if you are good in rectifying it on a very quick note, and it does make a good impact, and it actually did work out for their side. But we have somebody joining up. It's going to be Ruben joining us on our interview desk, and we want to welcome him, and we'll have some chit chat session with him. How are you doing, Ruben?
One sec, we will be receiving your audio. I think we should be. Close game, Ruben. I'm pretty sure you guys are like, ooh, right? Yeah, your audio, we cannot hear. Can you just check? No, we still cannot hear you. Seems to be a little bit of a tech issue here, Ruben. I think. Yeah, no, Ruben. I don't think. Yeah, we'll get you back on desk ASAP. I know there's a little bit of a tech issue. I think mobile is a little bit too hot right now after the game that went down.
It should be.
Yeah, it was a little too close of a game. They were not, I'm pretty sure they were like, whoa, we just got it by the edge of our teeth.
Wait, it just happened? It's like, does that? We won it?
Yeah.
How?
Hello,
but yeah, in means of Desi, he played pretty well. Ruben did a fantabulous job on every time he was assigned to a role. You can never just say that, you know, Ruben, you cannot just play, but you know what, the technical issues have been sorted, so we're going to welcome him back on the interview panel. So let's again welcome Ruben.
Hey Ruben, this time we should be able to hear you. Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
And your team is back indeed. How does that feel?
Yes. We feel amazing. Even in the last game, we weren't sure that we are winning. We had lost all hopes, but somehow we won.
Man, that was too close. Somehow, indeed, it was. I mean,
It was very close.
yeah, if not for the Blasters running for that score, even after the secure
Yeah.
could have gone south, right? But I want to ask you, where is this Wigglytuff decisions coming in? Whenever the Wigglytuff is out, it seems like Forge Your Legacy has the game.
Yeah, I mean, to save your backline from like a Lapras or a Guardian, Wiggly is an amazing pick. So we just thought of that and we just went for it.
Nice.
I just wondered it was a lucky charm for your legacy. That's why they're picking up the Wigglytuff one after another for winning the matches. But the Desi pick, you know, and on the other side when they picked it, like specifically Snow, you saw him playing on the Desi. He was not able to find a lot more value. But the next match you decided to pick the Desi. What kind of mindset did you already had from the very start?
Yeah, the thing that went wrong for him was I think he didn't get a lot of stacks early game, whereas I got a lot of stacks when they pushed off.
Correct.
So yeah, I could take advantage of that.
I really like how the kind of source or how the team is right now building for you guys, Forge Your Legacy, right? Because initially there was a lot of ups and downs, you had to figure out roles. But now how do you feel? Is it comfortable, especially that now the last day 3 is going to be a single elimination? You would have to play, I guess, 3 games. But how does that feel to be in that third position now?
It feels amazing. Like we are still growing as a team. We are gonna analyze the games today as well. And let's see what happens on day 3. We are gonna come prepared.
I'm wishing you guys all the best. You just missed your opportunity in India Open, but I hope you don't miss it here. Congratulations on today's victory, Ruben. We'll be seeing you soon again. All the best.
Thanks. See ya, guys.
Thank you, Ruben. See ya. And see, whatever we spoke about, he said all of it. Don't know, but we got it. Secure, as soon as it happened, Blasters ran for that goal. If that did not happen, things could have gone wrong. I mean, this is why I said Wigglytuff is so crucial. Now, a lot of people did not explore it, and when you don't explore it, you do not bring it out in your competitive games. And when you don't bring it out in your games, this is some other team takes an advantage of it.
His reaction justifies a lot of things, but you know, right now one question came into my mind. I guess I'll ask him in the later stages that, you know, if that same thing happened with the Schrödinger dolls, if you were the one committing the units and your opponent did that, what would have been your reaction? Because
Nekroz, I'll tell you what his reaction would have been, because you were not there here on desk. This happened to them from the side of Skyesports, and Ruben commended Berserk's play over there. So they decided, wait, if they're doing, we can also do. And that's what they did here. They adapted. But final standings in front of our screens, as you can see, the first seed goes to Revenant with 13 total points that they have. Amazing victories. They only lost one game, that was against True Gravity. That was today's game. Otherwise, a flawless run coming in from their end. True Gravity on the other end come in at the 11th position, 11 points at the second spot of the seed. Forge Your Legacy with today's last victory get themselves the third spot in the standings. Then we move towards the tiebreaker that we were talking about, right? But Griffin, because they were already at 8 points, my bad, I thought there would have been a tiebreaker. They got 1 point and the tiebreaker did not happen, and therefore they'll be comfortably getting themselves the 4th position. Clown 5, no tie for them, so it is going to be 5th position. Last but not the least, Skyesports 1 victory that they had, along with 1 point extra, so total of 4 points. Nekroz, they come up to 6. Now meaning Clown 5, Skyesports, they battled today. Skyesports won against Clown 5, right? That is going to be the first game on day 3 as well, Nekroz. And whichever team wins, if they want to go for a clean reverse sweep, they have to play 5 games on a stretch, Nekroz.
It's the last time, as you mentioned few moments ago, that we saw it being done by SATUL and WCS. Are we going to see it once again? I mean, it's not just about winning 4 to 5 matches, reaching the grand finals, but also from that 5th match, you're going to win and get to the top and be the champions. That's how the reverse sweep kings or that kind of title you earn from this stage. But there are a lot of hurdles for the teams like FS and Clown 5 in the upcoming games. The one who wins will face Griffin. Again, between them, the one who wins will face Forge Your Legacy. Again, it continues with True Gravity, and finally they will face Revenant in the finals of the India regional stage qualifiers, and out of which, in that BO3 series, the team who wins it will be crowned as the champions of the India League stage, and they will be representing themselves as Team India in the Asia Champions League final that will be held in Thailand, Bangkok.
Revenant are in the best spot, Nekroz.
Yeah.
Right? And we spoke about
Just
it. Revenant so far have represented India in all of the world titles or the international stages as an Indian team. Now, do they do it again here today? In India Open, they missed the opportunity of getting closer. Their roster was still a little bit new. They were doing a lot newer stuff. The other teams had a lot more practice into it, and the love and hate story happened in India Open. But here in Asia Champions League, India League stage, it doesn't seem to be the case. Revenant have strategized, looked ready, looked prepared, and they're putting every team down. Only one game they lost was against True Gravity. They might be looking forward to another victory or a loss. Let's see what happens only towards the end. But Nekroz, I want to get your thoughts. After looking at these seeds, what do you expect in the final day, day 3?
I mean, day 3 is definitely going to be a roller coaster. We can just assume it right here now, because there's still a 7 days timer that we're going to see before the 23rd comes into the calendar. But I'm looking forward to see. FS did not had a great run, but they finally ended their league stage with a win. I really hope they keep up the momentum and give a tough fight to Clown 5, because if you talk about Clown 5, they also made some silly mistakes, but all in all, we'll have this kind of situations of the entire big movie setup for the 23rd. But I really want to see every game, 5 of the games, I really want to see getting into the final moments of what we witnessed in the last match itself. Nail-biting competition, still last second scores to win the matches.
Day 2 is done. We'll be waiting for what day 3 has in cards for us, because that's going to be a single elimination bracket. One after another, every team is going to be knocked and eliminated. Who are those teams and which is that one team that's going to represent India? All of this will be answered on day 3, that is 23rd, the coming next weekend. So make sure you're subscribed, hit the bell icon, and if you're watching on other platforms, make sure you follow us there as well. So when we come back live, and especially who that Indian team is or the other region action, all will be live on our channels. Make sure you stay tuned. Until then, this is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Nekroz, signing out on behalf of Raider as well. Take care and see ya.